on a desolate island at the site of a shipwreck. I'm still alive. The thought had barely flashed through Nie Feng's mind, tinged with a faint sense of relief when his fingers, guided purely by bodily instinct, subconsciously groped at whatever lay beneath him. This sensation felt wrong. It was neither the rough, abrasive bite of sand, nor the cold, unyielding hardness of a reef. On the contrary, what filled his palm was unnaturally soft, carrying an astonishing elasticity that made his heart pound. Driven by the instinctive reactions of a healthy 19-year-old male college student, Nie Feng's fingers once again disobediently gave a light squeeze. He even pressed down ever so slightly. A faint pained groan suddenly sounded by his ear. Nie Feng shuddered, the hairs on his back standing on end as he snapped his eyes open. As the blurred images in his field of vision gradually sharpened, and he finally saw clearly what lay before him, his still groggy mind crashed in an instant, even his breathing halting for a full 2 seconds. What filled his sight was a dazzling expanse of snow white, and his own reckless hands were at this moment firmly pressed against the chest of the woman before him. If she had been just another unfamiliar survivor, it might have been nothing more than an embarrassing accident after a disaster, something to be brushed off with a hasty apology. But this face, pale yet still so beautiful it made one's heart tremble, was far too familiar to Nie Feng. Ying. Gentle and intellectual in bearing, with a breathtaking figure, she was the universally acknowledged campus goddess, the perfect object of countless male teachers and students' late-night fantasies. But to Nie Feng, this woman carried two identities that could at any moment cost him his life. First, she was his direct counselor, who held his usual grades and future placement in her hands. Second, she was his mother's dearest friend, who had watched him grow up since he was little. On campus, Ying was always dressed in impeccably tailored professional suits, without so much as a single crease, her long hair neatly coiled up. With just a light sweep of the beautiful eyes behind her rimless glasses, she could make even the most troublesome truant stand obediently in place. Whenever she so much as straightened her expression, Nie Feng did not even dare breathe, too loudly forced to obediently greet her as Aunt Yen. Now, however, things were utterly different. That lofty, untouchable shell of authority had been mercilessly stripped away by the sea. The white chiffon office shirt she wore, no doubt expensive, was now completely soaked through. Saturated by seawater, the fabric clung tightly to her mature, voluptuous curves, taking on a semi-translucent sheen that made one's blood race. Beneath that faint veil of white, the contours of a black lace bra were inescapably pronounced, almost glaring in their clarity, while the deep valley of her cleavage seemed ready to draw a person's very soul into its depths. Nie Feng's Adam's apple bobbed with difficulty, alarm bells screeching in his mind as he jerked his hands away as though burned. Aunt Yen. Ms. Yen. He leaned closer, tentatively calling to her twice. Only the echo of the sea wind answered him. The woman on the ground did not respond in the slightest. Only then did Nie Feng realize something was wrong. Ying's eyes were tightly shut, her graceful brows knitted in pain, and the lips that usually bore a gentle rosy shade of lipstick were now tinged with a severe ashen purple from lack of oxygen. Most crucial of all, that proud pair of peaks showed almost no rise or fall. She was drowning, and she had already lost spontaneous breathing. Forgive me, Miss Yen. I'm saving your life here. Please don't dock my credits when we get back, and definitely don't tell my mom. At the brink of life and death, Nie Feng had no time to savor any alluring scene. He drew in a deep breath, quickly shifting his knees and dropping into a textbook rescue posture at Ying's side. To ensure her airway was completely clear, Nie Feng clenched his teeth, reached out, and yanked open the top 2 buttons of her shirt. 2 soft pops sounded as the buttons gave way. Freed from their constraint, that astonishing fullness sprang forth, at once a wide expanse of fine snow-white skin exposed to the open air, the visual impact doubling in an instant. Forcing himself to avert his gaze, Nie Feng fixed his eyes firmly on her chin. Interlacing his fingers, he located the middle lower part of her sternum, straightened his arms, and began pressing down forcefully with the weight of his upper body. 1, 2, 3. The sensation beneath his palms was unbelievably soft, as if the slightest excess of force might crush this delicate body to pieces. But Nie Feng's mind was filled solely with the rhythm of cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Fine beads of sweat gathered on his brow as he counted the beats and pressed down without mercy. After 30 consecutive compressions, Nie Feng swiftly pinched Ying's small straight nose, drew a lungful of air heavy with the tang of the sea, and without hesitation bent down, sealing his lips tightly over her cold ones. Her lips were cold yet astonishingly soft, carrying a faint trace of mature feminine fragrance mingled with the salty taste of seawater. Nie Feng expelled the fresh air from his lungs forcefully into her mouth, watching as her chest cavity rose slightly with the incoming breath, then lifted his lips away to allow her to exhale naturally. First cycle. Second cycle. Just as Nie Feng completed another set of chest compressions, drew a deep breath, and was about to begin a third round of artificial respiration, his lips less than a centimeter from Ying's. The woman who had lain lifeless beneath him suddenly convulsed violently. Cough, cough, cough. A painful choking sound tore from Ying's throat, and the next instant a mouthful of salty, fishy, bitter seawater burst out of her lips, spraying unerringly all over Feng's face. Ha, cough, cough. Ying turned her head away in pain, finally hacking up all the dead water that had been trapped in her chest. Then she began to gulp down the fresh air in great, greedy breaths, her chest heaving violently, setting off startling waves along her curves. Her blurred vision slowly sharpened, and reason began to reclaim its footing. Ying opened her eyes, and the first thing that filled her sight was Feng's seawater-drenched face, so close it was almost touching hers. Then she keenly sensed a chill across her chest. Looking down, she saw her blouse gaping wide open and realized that Feng's hand had just withdrawn from the most sensitive, most private part of her body. Worse still, her lips still carried the lingering warmth of a young man's mouth, along with the memory of his rough, urgent breaths. Ying's mind, sluggish from lack of oxygen, went completely blank for a heartbeat, and then exploded with a thunderous roar. Almost purely by the instinctive defense of a traditionally conservative woman, she reacted. Smack! A crisp, resounding slap cracked through the empty beach, echoing abruptly in the open air. Caught completely off guard, Feng felt a scorching pain flare across the left side of his face. The blow knocked him down onto the sand, his ears ringing. Feng, you lecher. What do you think you're doing? Ying jerked upright, clutching both hands tightly over the swath of exposed skin at her chest. Her voice was still hoarse and shaking from the violent coughing, yet she forced into it the sternest arrogance and humiliated fury she usually wielded when lecturing in the office. Feng pressed a hand to his cheek and wiped his thumb across the corner of his mouth, tasting a faint trace of. He lifted his head and looked at the woman before him. Shivering from cold, her lips trembling, yet still forcing herself to uphold the airs of an elder and a teacher. Whatever relief he had felt at surviving the ordeal was instantly replaced by speechless exasperation. Teacher Yin, Feng's voice was very calm, even tinged with a hint of coolness. If I were truly a lecher, I'd be stripping off your clothes right now, not working up a sweat, giving you CPR. He pointed to the puddle of seawater beside, Ying, the very water she had just vomited up. If I hadn't done that, you'd already be down with Poseidon discussing ideological and political education for college students in the depths of the sea. Ying froze. She looked around the golden sand, the waves crashing against the shore, the boundless expanse of ocean in the distance, and the deep, shadowy, primordial jungle behind them. The terrifying memories of the cruise ship capsizing finally surged back in full. She remembered. The huge wave had overturned the lifeboat. She had been hurled into the icy sea, the agony of suffocation nearly tearing her life away. Reason told her clearly that Feng was telling the truth. What had just happened was standard first aid. This boy had saved her life. But it was far too mortifying. Who was she? She was the elder entrusted by his mother to strictly discipline him at school. She was the famously icy counselor of the entire School of Economics and Management. Now her student had seen her body laid bare, his hand had pressed there, and they had even been mouth to mouth. How was she supposed to face him in the future? How could she maintain the dignity befitting a teacher? In psychology, there is a phenomenon when people are gripped by extreme insecurity and shame, they often put on the mask of authority they know best to disguise their true selves. That still doesn't excuse your lack of propriety. Ying bit down hard on her red lips, her cheeks flushed so deeply it seemed blood might drip from them. Her usual poise and elegance lay in tatters, leaving her to raise her voice in hollow bravado. First aid is first aid. Where were your eyes looking? Who gave you permission to stare? Stare there. Turn around. Seeing Ying so stubbornly refusing to admit fault, clearly in the wrong, yet still twisting logic, Feng suddenly found the whole situation somewhat amusing. The untouchable goddess counselor of the campus, once stripped of the halo of her position, was nothing more than an ordinary woman who panicked at sudden disaster and forced herself to appear composed. All right, I'll turn around. Feng sighed, then simply turned his back to her and sat cross-legged on the sand. But Auntie Yin, let me kindly remind you of something. What? What are you going to remind me of? Ying tensed and scooted back a little, her hands still gripping her collar in a death hold. Once that shirt is soaked, it's as transparent as glass. Just now, not only I, but even the seagulls could see clearly that you're wearing black lace. Still facing away from her, Feng added, instead of wasting energy scolding your lifesaver here, you'd be better off conserving your strength. You? Shameless. Overcome by shame and fury, Ying grabbed a handful of sand and flung it at Feng's back. The sand pattered against him without the slightest pain. He did not even bother to dodge. Gazing at the sun sinking slowly toward the horizon over the sea, Feng's voice grew low and grave. Teacher Yin, accept reality. The cruise ship has gone down. We have no idea when rescue will come, or if it will come at all. There are no classrooms here, no academic office, no credit assessments. From this moment on, we have to think about how we're going to stay alive. Hearing this, Ying's hand, frozen mid-throw, stiffened abruptly in the air. A cold sea breeze, salty and sharp, swept past, making her shudder from head to toe. She gazed at the unfamiliar, desolate coastline before her. The hardened shell of the career-strong woman she had always worn began in that moment to feel the first taste of unprecedented fear and helplessness. In the back of the male college student sitting in front of her, not particularly broad, still carrying a trace of youthfulness, suddenly became the only lifeline in this vast world that she could possibly cling to. Ying stared at Feng's back, and the look in her eyes gradually grew more and more complex. The sea breeze grew stronger, carrying a biting chill. Feng stood up, brushing the wet sand off his pants. He gazed at the white waves continuously surging onto the beach, his brow slightly furrowed. The tide was rising. If they did not leave the shallow waters soon, once darkness fell, they would not only risk hypothermia, but might even be swept back into the sea by the evening tide to feed the sharks. Teacher Yin. Feng turned his head to look at Ying, who was still huddled on the beach, arms crossed over her chest, in an attempt to maintain what little dignity she had left. If you intend to continue pondering life here, I won't stop you. But the seawater is about to flood in, and I must move to higher ground. Ying bit her pale lips and glared at her. She certainly knew that this was not the time to throw a tantrum. But the thought of that little brat's hand on her chest, along with the sea-salty artificial respiration, made her feel utterly uncomfortable. Even if she looked at Feng one more time, her cheeks would flush fiercely. Moreover, he was her best friend's precious son. She had been entrusted by her friend not only as his counselor at school, but also as an elder. Now that layer of elder's propriety had been completely torn to shreds. I don't need you to teach me how to do things, Ying said coldly, pushing against the sand in an attempt to stand up. However, reality proved that the work attire of a modern urban woman was nothing more than a torture device in the wilderness. The 7-centimeter black stilettos she wore, which were a queen's scepter on the smooth marble floor of the office, were like two poking onions on the soft sand. As soon as Ying exerted force, the heels sank deep into the sand. She twisted her body, and her ankles suddenly twisted, causing her to gasp in pain. Uncontrollably, she fell back onto the beach. The tight-fitting skirt rode up significantly due to the movement, exposing a large area of her fair and even legs. Feng sighed as he watched from the side. He stepped forward and naturally extended a hand. The first rule of survival on a deserted island is not to contend with nature. Take off your shoes, and I'll help you up. Looking at the bony hand extended towards her, Ying's mind flashed back to the image of that hand pressing against her chest. She instinctively recoiled as if electrified. I said no need. Don't try to get close. Ying's stubborn temper flared up. She yanked off her high heels and held them in her hand, standing barefoot on the beach littered with broken shells, swaying as she stood up. Then she took on the demeanor of an elder and warned Feng, don't forget that I am your mother's best friend. If we talk about seniority, you should properly address me as Aunt Yin. From now on, keep a safe distance of 1 meter from me. Seeing her defensive expression, Feng shrugged and withdrew his hand into his pocket. Okay, I'll listen to Aunt Yin. You are my mom's friend and also my counselor, a dual elder, so you have the final say. Feng turned and walked ahead to lead the way. However, he deliberately slowed his pace. Ying followed behind. With each step, the rough gravel and broken shells underfoot felt painfully sharp against her soles. The sea breeze penetrated her half-dry chiffon blouse, making her teeth chatter from the cold. But for the sake of her status as an elder and teacher, she gritted her teeth and remained silent. She fixated her gaze on Feng's back, as if hoping to bore a hole into it. The deeper they ventured into the island, the darker it became. The tall tropical vegetation loomed like green walls blocking out the sunlight. The terrain beneath their feet shifted from soft sand to slippery mud and tangled roots. Suddenly, Feng, who was leading, halted his steps. Ying, focused on navigating a mud puddle, did not notice what was ahead. She collided straight into Feng's sturdy back. Ouch! Rubbing her sore nose, the frustration she had been holding back finally erupted. Feng, what are you doing? Why did you stop suddenly? Are you deliberately messing with your aunt? Before she could finish her sentence, Ying followed Feng's gaze forward, and her voice cut off abruptly. In that instant, her scalp felt as if it had exploded. A chill ran up her spine. Just less than 2 meters away, on a thick tree vine, coiled a snake the thickness of a wrist. Its body was covered in eerie black and yellow patterns, and at that moment, it was slowly raising its triangular head, cold vertical pupils fixed on the two. The crimson tongue hissed chillingly in the air. A snake. There's a snake. Ying had always feared cold-blooded animals like this since childhood. Even seeing them behind glass at a zoo would make her legs weak, let alone facing one unprotected right now. She let out a terrified scream and instinctively tried to retreat. But in her panic, she stepped on a slippery tree root and lost her balance, falling heavily into the mud. At that moment, all the trust from her friend and the decorum of an urban woman were thrown out the window. She was just an ordinary woman terrified to the core. Her face turned pale, her whole body trembling like a sieve. And the snake, clearly angered by Ying, its neck swelled suddenly, its upper body arched into an aggressive S shape. It launched itself like an arrow. With its mouth open wide, filled with venomous fangs, it lunged towards Ying, who was sitting on the ground. Oh! Ying closed her eyes in despair, her mind blank. At that moment of crisis, Feng's pupils suddenly, a surge of adrenaline made him instinctively take a deep breath. With this breath, he naturally activated the nameless breathing technique his grandfather had forced him to practice since childhood. In civilized society, practicing this technique for over a decade had only improved his physical fitness slightly and reduced his illnesses. But on this unknown deserted island, the air seemed to contain some special active substances, or perhaps a unique magnetic field had broken the genetic shackles of his body. With this unique rhythm of breathing, Feng felt as if his heart was a super engine that had been forcibly uncapped, erupting with an ear-splitting roar. His scorching blood carrying terrifying oxygen instantly washed through every muscle in his body. In his vision, time seemed to slow down. The trajectory of the snake in midair, its open fangs, even the droplets of venom splattering through the air, all became slow motion, vividly clear. At the same time, an overwhelming, terrifying power surged within his arm. Without hesitation, Feng's right hand shot out like lightning. Slap! A dull thud echoed. There was no excruciating pain as imagined, nor the despair of venom coursing through his body. Ying trembled and opened her eyes. Then she witnessed a scene she would remember for a lifetime. That normally inconspicuous boy in class. At this moment, he stood in front of her, gripping the snake firmly by its 7 inches. The snake's thick body writhed violently, its cold scales tightly wrapped around Feng's forearm, trying to crush his bones. But Feng's arm seemed to be forged from steel, remaining utterly immobile. He lowered his head. His eyes held none of the clarity and panic typical of a university student. Instead, there was a chilling and wild ferocity that sent shivers down her spine. "You want to bite me?" Feng's voice was deep, his fingers suddenly exerting force. Crack! A clear sound of bones breaking resonated at the edge of the silent jungle. The snake that had just seemed fierce now hung limply, its triangular head drooping down. The body coiling around Feng's arm lost all its strength, falling to the ground like a broken rope. It was a swift and brutal kill. The jungle returned to a deathly silence, the only sound being the distant waves crashing against the rocks. Ying sat in the mud, looking up at Feng in a daze. The afterglow of the setting sun filtered through the leaves, casting a patchy light on Feng's profile, outlining a rugged contour. This nephew whom her best friend had repeatedly urged her to discipline at school, this boy whom she had slapped and scolded just half an hour ago. At this moment, it was as if he had completely transformed. The overwhelming pressure and suffocating sense of security crushed the ridiculous sense of superiority she felt as an elder. Feng casually tossed the dead snake aside. Turning around to look at the still dazed Ying, he raised an eyebrow, slightly, his tone calm. "Aunt Yin, don't sit on the ground, it's cold." He added, "By the way, I have good news, dinner is sorted for tonight." Ying opened. She looked at the terrifying dead snake, and then at Feng's calm expression. It felt as if a lump of cotton blocked her throat, and she couldn't utter a single word. The night falls upon the tropical island without warning. One moment, there were a few streaks of evening glow on the horizon. The next, a heavy darkness enveloped the entire jungle like a vast black cloth. The temperature plummeted abruptly. The oppressive humidity of the day was swept away, replaced by a damp, chilly night breeze tinged with the salty scent of the sea. Ying huddled behind a sheltered boulder, clutching her shoulders tightly. The chiffon shirt she wore had long since become damp, clinging to her skin like an ice-cold mask just taken from the fridge. She shivered, her teeth chattering softly, producing a faint clatter sound. By the dim moonlight, she looked at the busy figure a few steps away. Feng was skillfully handling the venomous snake with a sharp shard of stone. He deftly decapitated it, skinned it, and cleaned its entrails, his movements as fluid as flowing water, making Ying's scalp tingle. "Have you had enough of watching? If you're done, come help me," Feng said without turning his head. Ying instinctively recoiled, her face full of resistance. "I won't go. That thing makes me nauseous. I'm your aunt, do you expect me to assist you? Sure, you are the aunt, and your value is precious." Feng didn't argue with her. He skewered the prepared snake meat onto a clean stick, then gathered a pile of dry twigs and leaves. Without a lighter or magnifying glass, friction fire was the only option. In the past, even survival experts would sweat profusely, trying for half an hour. But for Feng, who had just undergone the breathing technique transformation, it was incredibly easy. He found a dry piece of softwood as a base and gripped a hard stick in both hands. Then, with the speed cultivated over 19 years of being single, he began to rub vigorously. The speed was so fast it seemed to leave afterimages in the air. In less than 10 minutes, with a violent shudder throughout his body, a faint blue smoke began to rise. Feng leaned in and blew a couple of breaths. Sparks quickly ignited the dry grass. The orange flames leaped up fiercely, instantly dispelling the surrounding darkness and cold. The warm light illuminated Ying's pale face, and she instinctively moved closer, extending her frozen hands to the fire. Although the cold of her body was alleviated, another more critical issue was exposed at that moment: hunger. The cruise accident occurred in the afternoon. After experiencing the fall into the water first aid shock and hiking, both of them were already ravenous. Feng placed the snake meat over the fire to roast. Before long, as the moisture evaporated from the surface of the snake, meat fat began to render. Golden oil dripped onto the embers, producing an enticing sizzling sound, and a rich meat aroma began to waft through the air. Gurgle, a remarkably clear and lingering sound of stomach growling, suddenly echoed beside the quiet fire. Ying's face flushed bright red. Embarrassed, she clutched her stomach, wishing she could immediately dig a 3-bedroom, 1-hall apartment in the sand to hide in. Feng, as if he hadn't heard, continued to attentively turn the stick, even commenting, "It's almost done. Ooh, although this snake looks thin, it's quite fatty." Ying swallowed hard. Usually, to maintain her figure, she only ate light salads for dinner at school. But this primal, tempting aroma of meat was ruthlessly destroying her rational defenses. "He should give me a piece first, right?" Ying calculated silently in her heart. "After all, I'm his elder and a counselor. Respecting teachers and valuing the young is a traditional virtue. As long as he hands it over, I can reluctantly eat a small bite." However, 1 minute passed. 2 minutes passed. Feng simply took the roasted snake meat off the fire, blew on it to cool it down, then unapologetically tore off a large piece and began to chew voraciously. Although there's no salt, the texture is amazing, a bit like farm chicken with a hint of seafood sweetness. Feng exclaimed with satisfaction as he ate. Ying's eyes widened in disbelief as she watched this scene unfold. This kid is really eating alone. Not even a polite word. Does he not see me, his counselor? Does he not see me, his aunt? Feng. Ying finally couldn't hold back, shouting with the authority of a homeroom teacher. "What is it, teacher Yin?" Feng lifted his head, still chewing meat, wearing an innocent expression. "You." Ying pointed at the meat in his hand, her chest heaving with anger, that magnificent curve particularly striking in the firelight. "Don't you understand what it means to respect the elderly and love the young?" "I do," Feng replied seriously after swallowing the snake meat. "But the second rule of survival on a deserted island is that food should be prioritized for those who can create value. I killed the snake, I started the fire, I roasted the meat. Aunt Yin, what value have you created? Emotional value, perhaps." "You." Ying was rendered speechless by his retort. Yet her stomach audibly growled uncontrollably. Dignity is as fragile as paper in the face of hunger. Watching the meat in Feng's hand dwindle, Ying finally despaired. She knew that if she continued to uphold her intangible pride, she would go hungry tonight. She took a deep breath, her previously tense shoulders completely slumping. "Xiao Feng." She changed her address, her voice soft like a wronged cat. In her usually authoritative, beautiful eyes, a layer of mist appeared at that moment. "Aunt made a mistake, okay? Aunt is really hungry. Please leave a bite for Aunt." This voice, carrying a hint of affection combined with her mature and beautiful face, was simply devastatingly powerful. Feng hesitated. He initially just wanted to teach her a lesson for her high and mighty attitude, but if she truly became too hungry, he would have a hard time explaining it to his mother. "It would have been better if you were honest from the start instead of putting on airs." Feng mumbled, tearing off the juiciest piece of snake meat, holding it on a large leaf, and handing it to Ying. Ying, forgetting all about her image, took the snake meat without caring about the heat, devouring it hungrily. As she ate, tears began to fall unexpectedly, pattering onto the leaves in her hands. At first it was just a soft sob, but soon she put the meat down, covering her face with both hands, her shoulders shaking violently. Feng was stunned. "No, Aunt Yin, I was just joking with you. Is it really necessary to feel this wronged?" Feng felt somewhat at a loss. He feared nothing in the world except for a woman crying, especially a normally strong, mature woman, crying like a little girl in front of him. Ying shook her head, raising her tear-streaked face, her eyes filled with deep fear and helplessness. "I'm not angry with you." Her voice trembled, carrying a mother's deepest despair. "Xiao Feng. Mu Shui." Mu Shui's. Feng's heart sank. Lin Mu Shui, Ying's biological daughter, was also the aloof schoolflower in his. The two had kept their mother-daughter relationship hidden at school, and except for Feng, who knew their background, while almost no one else was aware. When the storm hit, she was on the deck with a few student council members setting up for the graduation party. Ying grabbed Feng's wrist tightly, as if a drowning person clinging to the last piece of driftwood. The cruise capsized. She wasn't even wearing a life jacket. "Xiao Feng, she's only 19. If anything happens to her, I won't be able to live either." Seeing this woman who had instantly transformed from a cautious hedgehog into a desperate mother, Feng sighed. The previous flirtation, awkwardness, and even mutual suspicion vanished instantly in the face of uncertain life and family. This is the real Ying. Stripped of her counselor's aura, she was just a single mother deeply in love with her daughter. Feng grasped Ying's cold hand, feeling her tremor, and his gaze became unusually firm. "Aunt Yin, please calm down." When the cruise capsized, it was very close to the island, and the current was pushing toward. Feng's voice carried an undeniable strength, inexplicably soothing Ying's inner turmoil. "Since we were washed up on the beach, it indicates that others may have a chance of survival too. It's too dark tonight, and the jungle is dangerous. At dawn tomorrow, it'll take you to find her." "Really?" Ying looked at him with tear-filled eyes. After a satisfying meal, people are most prone to drowsiness. But on this deserted island, hoping for a good night's sleep is simply a luxury. The night deepened. The sea breeze grew increasingly fierce, carrying a damp chill that seemed to penetrate the bones. The fire that Feng had built could warm his front, but his back remained chilled by the cold wind. Ying curled up, hugging her knees tightly. Even though she tried her best to get close to the fire, almost scorching her eyebrows with sparks, she still shivered from the cold. Achoo! She couldn't help but sneeze loudly, then sniffed her reddened nose. Feng, adding more wood to the fire, frowned slightly at her pitiful appearance. In this place lacking medical supplies, a cold or fever could be fatal. "Aunt Yin." Feng brushed off the dust from his hands, stood up, and walked to a large rock that sheltered them from the wind, laying out a pile of dry grass he had collected. "Don't get too close to the fire. Rolling over in the middle of the night can cause burns. Come sleep on the grass mat instead." Ying looked at the makeshift hay bed that could barely fit two people, then glanced at Feng's broad shoulders. She was a smart adult, clearly understanding the distance that would exist between them if they lay down in that cramped space. "I am fine sitting by the fire." Ying bit her lip, her gaze somewhat evasive. "Suit yourself." Feng yawned and lay down without hesitation. He placed his hands behind his head, closed his eyes, adopting a posture that signaled he was ready to sleep. However, the temperature difference on a deserted island can be extreme. It will drop by at least 5 degrees in the latter half of the night. If you think your pampered body can withstand it, then stay there and sit. After saying this, he truly ignored. 5 minutes later, a gust of wind mixed with seawater vapor blew through, causing the flames to flicker violently. Ying felt so cold that even her bones ached, as if her blood was freezing. She glanced at Feng, who was lying on the grass mat, breathing steadily. After undergoing the breathing technique transformation, this guy emanated a continuous stream of warmth like a furnace. Dignity, the restraint of an elder. In the face of freezing to death and falling ill, they counted for nothing. Ying gritted her teeth like a sneaky little cat, stealthily edging closer to the grass mat. She lay down carefully, turning her back to Feng, trying to curl up at the edge, maintaining about a 20-centimeter safe distance between them. Even so, the masculine aura belonging to a young man, intermingled with the scent of hay, kept invading. After another 10 minutes, Ying was still cold. Although the grass mat insulated her from the dampness of the ground, it provided no blanket. Her thin chiffon shirt offered no warmth whatsoever. Just as she was clenching her teeth from the cold, a strong hand suddenly reached over from behind, grabbing her arm. "Hey, what are you doing?" Ying gasped, but before she could finish her sentence, she was yanked forcefully by an irresistible force. In the next second, her back was pressed tightly against a broad, solid, and warm chest. Feng made no unnecessary movements. One arm naturally wrapped around her waist, enveloping her completely. "Don't move around and don't overthink it." Feng's voice came from above her head, laced with a hint of lazy sleepiness. "Just treat each other as a large warm water bottle. If you develop a fever from hypothermia tomorrow, I won't have medicine to save you." Feeling the overwhelming warmth emanating from behind, Ying's tense body gradually relaxed under the influence of her physiological instincts. So warm. She couldn't help but inch back slightly, trying to absorb more heat. However, as her body relaxed and made small adjustments, problems arose. After all, Ying was a well-developed woman, and this position with her back against his chest and her waist touching his abdomen inevitably caused friction. Her full and curvy figure brushed fleetingly against Feng's abdomen with each breath and slight shift. Initially, Feng was still desperately reciting the calming mantra, but he underestimated the vigorous vitality of his 19-year-old body, and even more so the surge of blood and energy brought about by the breathing technique. When that softness and astonishing elasticity brushed against him for the third time, Feng inhaled sharply. "This is bad." The objective rules of biology could hardly be easily suppressed by rationality. Ying, originally lying quietly in Feng's arms, suddenly felt something hard poking her just below. At first, she thought it was a branch. Instinctively, she reached back to feel for that branch, wanting to push it aside. However, when her fingertips touched the astonishing heat and outline, Ying's movements instantly froze. She felt as if she had been struck by lightning, unable to move. In the darkness, her face turned as red as a cooked crab. Even the roots of her ears were burning. Her heart raced like a drum, filled with shame, embarrassment, and a vague sense of panic, all rushing to her mind. Nya. Nya Feng. Ying lowered her voice, gritting her teeth, her tone trembling noticeably. What? Nya Feng cursed his own unruly body in his heart. But on the surface he remained calm, even carrying a hint of justified helplessness. Aunt Yin, can we be reasonable? You are the one who kept rubbing against me. Ying was exasperated. That wasn't on purpose. You better take it back now. Do you think I'm a remote control antenna? Just say take it back and it vanishes. Nya Feng sighed, speaking quite frankly. Aunt Yin, I'm a healthy 19-year-old normal man. Not only did I engage in vigorous exercise today, but I'm also holding a soaking wet stunning beauty in my arms. If I don't react to this, I should really go see a urologist. Shut up. Ying was so embarrassed she wanted to find a hole to hide in, desperately trying to move forward and create distance. This is purely a sympathetic nervous system excitement, causing a blood flow reaction commonly known as a biological stress response, and has nothing to do with moral degradation. Although Nya Feng was being cheeky, he did loosen his arm just a bit, giving her some space. A gap was re-established between them. However, the suffocating, awkward atmosphere lingered in the night wind. To break this deadly silence, Ying had to muster her courage to change the subject. Little Feng. Her voice regained some normalcy, carrying a hint of the unique hoarseness and sentiment of the late night. If your mom knew we were sleeping like this together, she would definitely chase me with a broom. That's not likely. My mom would just scold me a bit, saying I was being too familiar and taking advantage of her good. Nya Feng looked at the starry sky and chuckled. Ying's thoughts seemed to drift back to the distant past, her tense body completely relaxing. When I first graduated from university and interned at the company, your mom was my department supervisor. Back then, I knew nothing and kept making mistakes, getting scolded by the big boss until I cried, and it was your mom who handed me tissues in the bathroom to comfort me. Later, when I encountered that scumbag Mu Shui's father going through a divorce and fighting a lawsuit, your mom accompanied me to court time and again. Without her, I would have collapsed long ago. At this point, Ying's voice became a bit choked. As a single mother, the more glamorous and strong she appeared, the more insecure she felt inside. In front of the students, she was an aloof and cold counselor. But in this moment on the deserted island in Nya Feng's arms, she was just a weak woman in need of someone to confide in. Actually, I'm so strict with you at school and always pressure you with grades. Do you particularly dislike Aunt Yin? Ying turned her head using the faint firelight to look at Nya Feng's jawline, which was so close. A bit, yes. Nya Feng admitted without hiding. After all, no one likes being watched like a prisoner but I know you are my mom's undercover agent doing it for my own good. Hearing Nya Feng's frankness, Ying couldn't help. That smile seemed to shatter the heavy shackles of teacher, student, and elder that existed between them. You ungrateful little brat, I even washed you and saw you in your open crotch pants back then. Ying shot him a glare, her tone carrying a hint of playful reproach that even she was unaware of. Stop, Nya Feng immediately interrupted. Aunt Yin, the third rule of survival on a deserted island is to not mention a man's embarrassing past. If you mention the open crotch pants again, do you believe I will roll over right now and put that biological stress response into action? You dare. Ying was startled and quickly shut her mouth. But this time she didn't feel scared. Instead, a strange sense of security arose in her heart. The two of them continued to chat casually. They talked about past embarrassing moments, the hardships of Ying raising Lin Mu Shui alone, and heartfelt truths that would never easily be revealed in the urban steel and concrete. Unknowingly, the night deepened. That awkward physiological response had long since dissipated in the relaxation of their conversation. Ying's eyelids grew heavier, accompanied by the steady heartbeat and continuous warmth emanating from behind. The morning sunlight pierced through the sparse clouds, cascading down onto the golden beach. A few seagulls circled in the air, emitting crisp calls. Ying let out a long sigh, her eyelashes fluttering as she slowly opened her eyes. In that instant of regaining consciousness, she found herself gazing at a solid chest adorned with healthy, wheat-colored skin. She nestled against Nya Feng's embrace like a gentle kitten seeking warmth, her body soft and pliable. Her cheek pressed against his strong heartbeat, one hand resting naturally on his well-defined abdominal muscles. In this position, there was no longer the initial fear and resistance from the previous night. Instead, it exuded an air of familiarity akin to that of an old married couple. Realizing this, Ying's cheeks flushed crimson. She quickly withdrew her hand from his abdomen like a thief, propping herself up on the grass mat, trying to create distance without drawing attention. However, before she could fully sit upright, a sudden, undeniable ache surged from her lower abdomen. This sensation was like an unreasonable reaper, instantly pulling her back from the wilderness survival atmosphere to the most basic of human physiological needs. Humans have 3 urgent needs. Moreover, she had been holding it in all night. Ying's legs instinctively pressed together, her brows knitting tightly. In civilized society, this would merely involve walking a few steps to a tiled restroom. But here it was an uncultivated wilderness with no cover. She glanced at the still asleep. Feng bit her lip and prepared to quietly get up to take care of it herself. Just as she moved. Awake. Did you sleep well, Aunt Yin? A lazy yet slightly hoarse morning voice drifted down from above her head. Ying was startled, frozen in place, unsure whether to advance or retreat. I slept okay. Ying stammered, but her long legs wrapped in a fitted skirt involuntarily. The urgency of that feeling intensified, almost breaking through the dam of reason. Feng was perceptive. He sat up, observing Ying's restless demeanor, rosy cheeks, and hands instinctively pressing against her lower abdomen, instantly understanding the situation. Aunt Yin, are you needing to use the restroom? Feng raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with barely contained amusement. Stop talking nonsense. Being exposed about such a private matter by a younger person made Ying feel so embarrassed that she wished she could bury herself in a sand pit. Her face flushed, she glared at him and said, "Quick, tell me where to solve this. The world is vast, plenty of opportunities await." Feng stood up, pointing to a dense thicket behind the campsite. "How about behind that rock? The grass is low there, and it's a blind spot. But I must warn you, in the wilderness, be careful of things that might bite your backside in the grass." "Shut up. You can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth." Ying shivered at the thought, but the protest from her lower abdomen was too strong. She could only grit her teeth, stepping on the soft sand, moving awkwardly toward the large rock. Xiao Feng. As she reached behind the rock, Ying poked her head out, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. "Turn around, no peeking. Don't worry, I'm not interested in watching elders in the restroom." Feng complied, turning his back to the sea. From behind the rock came the rustling sound of fabric. In this overly quiet morning, the slightest noise felt magnified. Then came a series of difficult-to-describe crisp water sounds. Ying squatted in the grass, her hands tightly covering her face, feeling as if she had lost all dignity in this lifetime. As a university counselor and an elegant woman of the city, she had fallen to the point of needing to do this in the wilderness. And not far away stood her best friend's son. If this got out, she might as well buy a block of tofu to throw herself against. Just as Ying hurriedly finished her business and was about to stand up, the grass in front of her suddenly trembled ominously. Then, a tree frog roughly the size of a fist and covered in green warty bumps leaped out, with a croak landing less than 10 centimeters from Ying's toes. Those bulging deadfish eyes were fixed intently on her. Ying felt her scalp tingle, letting out a sharp scream. She didn't even bother to fix her skirt, her entire body springing up like a coiled spring, stumbling as she ran out from behind the rock. What happened? Feng heard the commotion and immediately turned around. As soon as he did, a warm and fragrant body collided directly into his arms. Ying clung tightly to Feng's neck, her legs weak, nearly hanging off him, her voice laced with a hint of crying. "There's something. The grass has something watching me." Feng was pushed back a step by her, just about to ask what kind of beast it was. Lowering his head, he saw that Ying, in her haste to run, had rolled her fitted black skirt up to the top of her thighs, and her shirt was a large expanse of fair, glaring skin shimmered under the morning light, assaulting one's senses. Most alarmingly, she was now clinging to him like an octopus, that astonishingly soft sensation, even more direct than last night. Feng cleared his throat, his gaze straining to rise. He looked toward the rock where an ugly green tree frog was sluggishly hopping out. "Aunt Yin, that's just a frog." Feng helplessly patted her back, reminding her, "You can come down now, you're Ying followed his gaze, and upon discovering it was just a frog, let out a sigh of relief. But then, hearing Feng's comment about being exposed, she looked down at her position and skirt, and a thunderous realization struck her mind. She hurriedly jumped down from Feng, frantically adjusting her skirt, her face so red it could almost— You didn't see anything just now, right?" Ying adjusted her collar, trying to salvage her last shred of dignity. "I swear I only saw a pair of very fair, very long legs." Feng replied sincerely. "Feng, I'm going to kill you." Ying, filled with embarrassment and rage, lunged at him, intent on throttling his neck. The two playfully tussled on the beach, the awkwardness brought by physiological needs dissipating considerably in this light-hearted interaction. After enough playful banter, Ying licked her chapped lips, her throat feeling as if it were on fire. From yesterday to today, aside from sipping a few mouthfuls of coconut juice, they hadn't had a drop of fresh water. Though snake meat was filling, it had also accelerated the loss of moisture in her body. "Xiao Feng, I'm so thirsty." Ying's voice was somewhat weak. Looking at Ying's cracked and peeling lips and her face that appeared somewhat pale due to dehydration, Feng furrowed his brows slightly. The snake meat eaten yesterday was high in protein, which consumed a lot of moisture from the body during digestion. If severe dehydration occurs on such a humid island, a person wouldn't last half a day. "Don't panic, let's find something temporary to cope with it first." Feng looked up and surveyed his surroundings, his sharp gaze sweeping across the edge of the beach before finally locking onto a small patch of coconut trees several dozen meters away. The few coconut trees were at least 10 meters tall, with several plump green coconuts hanging from their crowns. "Wait here for me," Feng said, quickly striding towards the coconut trees. Before Ying could react to what he was about to do, she saw Feng reach the sturdiest coconut tree. He didn't even bother to make a climbing rope. He took a deep breath, exerted force with his legs, and in an instant, he was like a nimble cheetah hugging the rough trunk with his bare hands, swiftly climbing up into the air. "Oh my God!" Ying watched in astonishment from below, unable to suppress her mouth from gaping. This was a smooth trunk over 10 meters high, with no protective measures. Normally at school, Feng could only manage average results in a 1,000-meter fitness test. How was it that in this dire situation on a deserted island, he appeared to be like a super scion capable of anything? Could it be that university students have such exaggerated hidden skills now? Before she could finish her astonishment, a commotion came from above her head. "Get out of the way!" Feng shouted from the treetop, and immediately after, 2 heavy green coconuts fell with a thud, landing 2 meters away from Ying on the soft sand. Then Feng quickly slid down the trunk and landed steadily. He walked over to pick up the coconuts and pulled out a sharp stone shard from his pocket that he had broken yesterday. Aiming at the 3 weak holes at the top of the coconut, Feng used his incredible wrist strength to strike hard, then pried it open with force. With a crack, he created a round hole in the coconut. The fragrant and sweet coconut water instantly wafted out. "Here." Feng handed the open coconut. Ying didn't care about her image anymore. She cradled the coconut, which was bigger than her face, and tilted her head back to drink it eagerly. The cool and sweet coconut juice flowed down her throat, tasting 1,000 times better than any expensive drink in the world. Because she drank too quickly, a drop of the crystal-clear coconut juice trickled down, gliding along her fair chin. That droplet traced down her long swan neck, then slipped into the slightly open neckline of her chiffon shirt, sliding into the deep, pristine valley. This scene, illuminated by the morning light, exuded a raw and deadly allure. Feng's hand, which was opening a second coconut, paused slightly. He took a deep breath, forcibly tearing his gaze away, silently reminding himself not to look. "So delicious. I've never thought coconut water could taste this good." Having drunk nearly half of the coconut in one go, Ying finally let out a long breath, her face regaining some color. "It's delicious, but you can't drink too much." Feng quickly opened his own coconut and took a few sips. Unripe coconut water is a hypertonic fluid. Drinking too much can easily irritate your stomach and lead to diarrhea. Having diarrhea on a deserted island could be deadly. What to do then? Ying was so frightened that she hurriedly put down the coconut, as if she were holding a ticking time bomb. So coconut water can only quench thirst temporarily. For long-term planning, we must venture into the jungle and find a true source of drinkable fresh water. Feng casually tossed the empty coconut shell onto the beach and gazed deeply into the dark green barrier. The jungle not only harbored poisonous snakes, but also possibly large wild beasts and unknown dangers. Yesterday's encounter with that snake was purely luck on the edge. If they truly ventured into the heart of the jungle going in unarmed, was undoubtedly asking for death. So shall we go in now? Thinking of yesterday's poisonous snake, Ying's legs couldn't help but feel a bit weak. No rush, a worker must sharpen his tools before he can do his work well. Feng walked to the edge of the jungle, breaking off a few sturdy branches the thickness of a small calf. He sat on a rock and began methodically sharpening one end of the branches with the sharp stone shard. Though he had no knife, under the terrifying strength enhanced by his breath control technique, the hard wood was shaved down like it was being sharpened, like a pencil, with shavings falling down. In less than 10 minutes, 2 wooden spears of varying lengths sharp enough to easily pierce skin were completed. Feng handed the slightly shorter and lighter spear to Ying. "Here, take this." Ying was momentarily stunned, cautiously accepting it and weighing it. "What do you give me this for? I can't fight. No one expects you to challenge a wild boar with this." Feng stood up, holding the long spear in his hand, and mimicked a move he had seen on TV, producing a dull whistle in the air. In the dense jungle, this thing can be used as a walking stick to probe the way and to scare the snakes. Secondly, in case of an emergency, I might not be able to care for you. Feng looked at her with a half-smile. "Aunt Yin, just stab it forward with all your might. Just think of it as you stamping down on failing students at the academic office. Bring out your counselor's fierceness." Ying rolled her eyes at him in mock annoyance. "In your eyes, am I just a cold machine that stamps without feeling?" Although she complained when she gripped the wooden spear tightly, she felt inexplicably more at ease. This sense of security was entirely given by the 19-year-old boy in front of her. "Let's go, Aunt Yin, stay close to me." Feng took the lead, pushing aside the dense banana leaves and stepping into the slightly dim jungle. Ying did not dare to be careless, gripping the spear tightly with both hands, following closely behind him like a nervous little tail. The path in the jungle was very difficult to traverse. There were thorns everywhere and weeds up to half a person's height. The air was filled with a humid scent of decaying leaves fermenting. Feng walked steadily, channeling an unnamed breathing technique to its utmost. At that moment, his hearing and sense of smell were infinitely amplified. The rustling of wind through the leaves and the distant chirping of insects were all filtered and dissected in his mind. After trudging through for over half an hour, Feng suddenly stopped, raising a finger to signal Ying to be quiet. "What's wrong? Is there a snake?" Ying's voice trembled with tension. "No." Feng's lips curled into a confident smile as he tilted his ear to listen. "Listen carefully. Can you hear the sound of water flowing against the rocks?" Ying held her breath, closed her eyes, and carefully discerned. Sure enough, after a gust of wind, a faint sound of water rushing could be heard. "There's water. It really is the sound of water." Ying was so excited she almost jumped up, the fatigue and fear of the past few days dissipating in an instant. "Follow me." Feng cleared away the last wall of tall weeds with his spear. The view ahead between two moss-covered rock walls, a clear mountain spring stream flowed gently from high above, gathering below into a clear pool about 10 square meters in size. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, shimmering on the water's surface. In this crisis-ridden, deserted island, this clear, fresh water was like divine nectar. "Water! It's really water!" Ying exclaimed joyfully. All the exhaustion, fear, and the parched throat that felt like it was on fire from days of thirst were completely cast away the moment she saw the clear water pool. She dropped the wooden spear she had for protection and eagerly rushed towards the water's edge. "Wait, don't go over there." A strong hand suddenly reached out from behind and grasped her wrist. Ying stumbled, turning back with a puzzled expression to Feng. "What's wrong? Is the water poisonous?" "I don't know if it's poisonous, but stagnant water pools and puddles in the wilderness are often breeding grounds for parasites." Feng did not let his guard down just because they found water. He released Ying's hand, holding the long wooden spear as he approached the edge of the water pool. First, he used the tip of the spear to prod the wet mud and fallen leaves at the water's edge, observing carefully for a while to ensure there were no hidden poisonous snakes or swarms of leeches. Next, he plunged the spear into the shallow area of the water, stirring up the sand and stones at the bottom. The stream was clear, and after being disturbed, it soon became clear again as the flowing water resumed, indicating that this was a spring. Ying stood behind, watching the 19-year-old boy's meticulous and somewhat harsh movements, feeling secretly impressed. This was hardly the ordinary college student who usually only played games and occasionally skipped classes. Now he appeared calm and professional, almost like a veteran hunter who had spent years in the Amazon jungle. "All right, it's spring water, and the surroundings seem clean." He pulled out the spear, turned to Ying, and nodded. "Aunt Yin, please go ahead." But according to the fourth rule of survival on a deserted island, untreated spring water should be sipped slowly. Drinking too fast can lead to stomach cramps. "Got it, you nagging old man." Ying rolled her eyes at him, but her tone revealed a sense of reliance and compliance she didn't even realize she felt. She quickly walked to the water's edge, squatting down on a clean slab of bluestone. She cupped her hands together to scoop up a handful of the clear spring water and brought it to her lips, taking small sips. The spring water was slightly cool, carrying a faint sweetness from the natural vegetation. I'm revived." Ying drank several handfuls before finally feeling the fiery sensation in her throat completely extinguished. After quenching her thirst, her feminine nature immediately took precedence. Since the accident on the cruise ship yesterday afternoon, she was covered in dried sea salt, sticky sweat, and even dirt from the grass, making her feel utterly uncomfortable. She glanced at the crystal-clear water pool, then at Feng, who was standing a few steps away on alert, biting her lip as she negotiated. "Xiao Feng, could you turn around?" "What? Aunt Yin needs to go again." Feng raised an eyebrow, teasing her deliberately. "What are you thinking all day long?" Ying shot him a glare, embarrassed and angry. "I just want to wash my face and wipe off my body. I'm covered in sea salt and sweat. It's making me uncomfortable all over." "All right, you wash." Feng cooperatively turned around, facing away from the water pool, while reminding her, "The water is cold. Don't really take off everything to wash. Catching a cold here is like stepping one foot into the gates of hell. Mind your own business." Ying replied grumpily, but felt a warm sensation in her heart. After confirming that Feng wasn't peeking, she carefully undid the top 2 buttons of her chiffon shirt. She didn't dare to fully undress, so she cupped her hands to scoop up water, first washing the dirt off her face, then wetting her hands to gently wipe her slender neck, delicate collarbone, and the area of her chest that had been stifled the whole night. The cool stream water stimulated her skin, bringing an indescribable sense of refreshing comfort. But Ying clearly underestimated the magical property of chiffon fabric when it got wet. After wiping her upper body, when she prepared to stand up, she looked down and instantly froze. During the washing, her clothes had inevitably gotten wet. Now that white shirt not only clung tightly to her body, accentuating her astonishingly exaggerated mature curves, but the fabric had also become almost transparent. The style of the black lace bra underneath the lace edges and even a hint of alluring contours were vividly outlined in the sunlight, and the rippling water making it shockingly clear. Are you done washing? If you are, it's my turn to drink some water. Just as Ying felt awkward and at a loss, Feng's voice suddenly came from behind, followed by the sound of footsteps turning. Don't come over, Ying exclaimed in fright, instinctively crossing her arms over her chest for protection. Unfortunately for her body type, her hands couldn't cover anything substantial. Instead, the pressure made that deep ravine appear even more astonishing. Feng's footsteps halted abruptly. His gaze uncontrollably lingered on that stunning view for 2 seconds. The surge of blood from the breathing technique began to stir again, and his Adam's apple involuntarily rolled up and down. You looked. Pervert. Ying stomped her feet in embarrassment and anger, her face turning crimson. Aunt Yin, let's be reasonable. You didn't say how long I should wait. Feng took a deep breath, forcibly shifting his gaze away, squatting down on the opposite side of the water pool. Besides, we're comrades in survival on a deserted island now. You'll get used to such scenes. Who wants to get used to this kind of thing with you? Ying turned around angrily, trying hard to wring out the water, but as a mature woman, after the initial embarrassment and anger, a subtle and uncontrollable feeling of oddity flickered through her mind. Back in school, Feng always kept his head down, looking like a well-behaved student. But now this man's gaze was filled with straightforwardness, aggression, and that kind of emotion that belonged only between. This feeling both frightened her and gave her a secret, long-lost sense of vanity that was being satisfied. The two rested for a while. Since they had no suitable container to carry water, Feng simply let Ying drink a few more sips, treating it as water reservoir storage. Let's go, the water problem is temporarily resolved. Let's explore the area. Feng led the way with the wooden spear. Drinking water alone won't stave off hunger. Let's see if there are any wild fruits or small animals around that we can eat. Once we find food, we can think of a way to get some empty coconut shells or bamboo tubes to use as water bottles. Ying nodded, obediently following behind with her skirt. The two turned their backs to the stream and ventured deeper into another direction of the jungle. After walking for about 10 minutes, the terrain ahead became lower and a faint sour plant smell wafted through the air. Feng used the wooden spear to part a patch of waist-high weeds, revealing a small area of low shrubs. On the branches of the shrubs hung a few yellow-green wild fruits, only the size of eggs. There are fruits. Ying's eyes lit up, ready to step forward to pick them. Wait. Feng suddenly reached out to stop her, frowning slightly. His gaze didn't focus on the fruits on the tree, but rather on a muddy, low area beneath the low shrubs. Ying followed his line of sight and felt her heart tighten. On that moist, soft mud, there were unexpectedly prints left by a series of complex footprints. There are other people on this island. Ying's voice trembled slightly with tension. Discovering human footprints on this isolated island was a tremendous shock to her nerves. Feng didn't rush to draw conclusions. He crouched down, carefully examining a few of the clearer footprints. Feng, could they be from a rescue team? Or are they from the island's natives? Ying hurriedly leaned closer, her eyes filled with hope. Feng traced the edge of the footprints with his hand, gently tapping the muddy surface with his knuckle. Look at the texture at the bottom of the footprints. It's a series of geometric anti-slip patterns. Natives usually go barefoot or wear straw sandals and wouldn't leave such industrial grid patterns. These are the sports shoes sold outside. Hearing Feng's analysis, Ying was taken aback. You mean they are people from our ship? Most likely. Feng stood up, scanning the surrounding weeds that had been trampled into chaos. Just then, Ying suddenly pointed at a thorny twig beside her and exclaimed, Feng, look at that. Feng followed her direction and saw a torn piece of fabric hanging from the twig. He approached and carefully took the fabric down. It was a piece of deep blue cotton fabric, still bearing half of the English letter G printed in white paint. Ying recognized it at a glance, excitedly grabbing Feng's arm. This is our management department's uniform. It's the cultural shirt we customized before the trip, printed with graduation. No doubt it must be from the students on the ship. Finding a trace of familiar people, Ying finally felt her previously anxious heart lighten somewhat. There are footprints nearby, and there are traces of fruits that have just been picked on the trees. Mu Shui must be with them. Feng, let's quickly follow the footprints to find them. However, Feng did not rush to set off. He stood quietly in place, gazing at the chaotic footprints that stretched into the depths of the other side of the dense forest, lost in thought. Aunt Yin, don't get too excited yet. Feng pointed at the sliding mud marks and the branches that had been roughly broken nearby. Look closely, these footprints are uneven, and the mud has been splattered everywhere. Ying looked down as he spoke, and indeed saw that the footprints were extremely chaotic, with even a few long drag marks where some people had slipped. You mean? They came here probably to pick fruits, but when they left it was definitely not in a leisurely line walk. Feng turned his head to look at Ying's gradually pale face, and stated his most direct judgment. It doesn't seem like they were scouting, or rather it looks like they were scared out of their wits, and fled in panic. Flee. Ying's face instantly turned deathly pale, as she subconsciously leaned closer to Feng. Do you mean there are man-eating beasts nearby? Hard to say. Feng rose to his feet, holding the wooden spear horizontally across his chest, his eyes scanning the dark jungle ahead like a hawk's. But judging by the depth of the footprints and the signs of slipping, they were running in sheer panic. Take a look at this mud. Feng used the spear tip to lift a clump of wet soil tangled with weeds. The dirt is kicked backward violently. This only happens when someone bursts into maximum speed under extreme terror. Fear crept back into Ying's heart like clinging vines. But then that fear of the unknown instantly transformed into an even more intense anxiety. If even those big boys had to flee for their lives from danger, what about Mu Shui, who had been pampered her whole life and always stayed with the group? Mu Shui must be in danger too. Ying's face turned ashen, and a mother's instinct instantly overwhelmed all thoughts of self-preservation. Instead of retreating, she grabbed Feng's wrist, her voice trembling violently. Xiaofeng, hurry. We have to go find her. Feng gripped the wooden spear, but his feet remained rooted to the ground. It would be a lie to say he wasn't afraid. Though his physical strength had increased deep down, he was still a college student from a peaceful era. A danger that had sent several big boys scrambling in terror. Charging in with a defenseless woman would be like delivering a meal to a wild beast. Seeking benefit and avoiding harm was human instinct. His first thought was to pull Ying toward safety. Aunt Yin, the situation ahead is unclear. Feng instinctively tried to dissuade her. But when he lowered his head and met Ying's eyes, the words died in his throat. At this moment, Ying had none of the authority of a counselor. Her eyes were redrimmed and clear tears streamed down her face like broken pearls, her fragile, heart-wrenching appearance piercing Feng's very soul. She wasn't just his counselor. She was also his mother's best friend who had watched him grow up. Abandoning her here or ignoring her pleas would leave a scar on his conscience he couldn't bear. Forget it, what's the worst that could happen? Feng gritted his teeth and took Ying's cold hand in return. Stay close to me and hold your spear tight. If anything happens, don't hesitate. Run straight back to the beach. Ying nodded, frantically gripping her wooden stick with both hands and wiping her tears haphazardly. The two followed the chaotic trail of footprints, cautiously advancing through the dim underbrush. With every step, Feng's nerves were taut, ready to fight or flee with Ying at a moment's notice. After about 5 or 6 minutes of tense travel, the view ahead gradually opened up. Passing through a dense grove of banana trees, they came upon a clearing surrounded by towering trees. There was no sign of the bloody mauling or terrifying beasts they had imagined. Instead, a chaotic murmur of voices drifted clearly toward them. Aunt Yin, wipe your tears. We've arrived. Feng let out a sigh of relief, reminded her softly, and then pushed aside the broad banana leaves in front of him with his wooden spear. Accompanied by the crisp snap of broken twigs underfoot, the two stepped out of the jungle's shadow one after the other. Who's there? The group that had been talking in the clearing fell silent, like startled birds turning their heads in unison. When they recognized the two emerging from the woods, a deathly stillness fell over the crowd, followed by an eruption of joyful shouts. Teacher Yin. It's Teacher Yin and Feng. In the clearing, more than 20 students lay scattered on the ground, all classmates from their class. Everyone was disheveled, their clothes tattered, and many bore scratches and mud stains. Chu Jia, the campus celebrity and student council president, sat on a fallen log. Around him were several class leaders, including the robust sports commissioner Zhang Chong and Wang Hao the every. Seeing Ying safe and sound, the group of college students who had been like headless flies suddenly found their anchor. Teacher Yin. Great, you're safe. It's a blessing in disguise. Chu Jia was the first to react, quickly standing up, brushing the mud off his pants, and striding over. But as he took 2 steps closer, he paused involuntarily. He noticed that Ying and Feng looked far too. Everyone present, including him as student council president, had endured the shipwreck and a night of terror, leaving them haggard with cracked, dry lips. Yet Ying's face, though showing some fatigue, was clean, and her lips even had a moist sheen. And Feng, walking ahead of her, carried a sharpened wooden spear in his hand. Far from appearing downtrodden, his casual stance and sharp gaze exuded a fierce aura that discouraged approach. Most bizarrely, Ying, who usually held an elevated position in class, now stood half a step behind Feng, like a woman seeking protection. Chu Jia, is everyone all right? Ying took a deep breath and quickly composed herself. Her stunning face regained a layer of cool authority, as if she had transformed back into the icy counselor who commanded the class. Teacher, everyone's mostly here. A few minor injuries, but nothing life-threatening. Chu Jia reported promptly, then cast a probing glance at Feng. Feng, you too. Where did you come from? Didn't you run into any danger? Ying didn't answer but countered. We saw very chaotic footprints in the wild fruit grove not far ahead. Were those yours? What happened? At the mention of this, the sports commissioner Zhang Chong chimed in, still shaken. Teacher Yin, don't. Everyone was dying of thirst, so President Chu led a few of us guys to scout ahead for food. Zhang Chong said in a husky voice, pointing into the depths of the jungle behind him. We found some wild fruit there. We'd only picked a few when suddenly this terrifying huffing sound came from deep in the woods and branches were snapping. I saw this huge dark mass. Must have weighed hundreds of pounds. If Brother Chu hadn't yelled for us to run, would have been done for. Hearing Zhang Chong's description, the surrounding students gasped, their faces etched with lingering fear. Feng nodded to himself as he listened. So they'd encountered a large wild animal. Based on the noise and size, it was probably a wild boar on the island. These college students couldn't even handle a goose, so it made perfect sense that they'd flee in terror, losing their shoes at the sight of a 100-pound boar. Hearing that everyone was merely frightened with no casualties, Ying finally felt the weight lift from her heart. Her beautiful eyes swept quickly over the crowd. Finally, under an old banyan tree at the edge of the clearing, she spotted the figure that had been weighing on her mind. Lin Mushui. The campus belle was leaning alone against the tree trunk. Her once pristine white dress was now stained with mud, and the hem was torn. Her eyes were closed, her face pale, and her lips cracked and bloodless, clearly exhausted and parched. Mushui. Ying's heart ached sharply, and her feet instinctively moved forward. But just as she took half a step, reason slammed on the brakes. She couldn't go. At least not as a mother doting on her. Divorce from her ex-husband had been messy, and to shield her daughter from gossip at school, they had long agreed to act like ordinary teacher and student. Now, though stranded on a deserted island, everyone believed rescue would arrive within days. If she revealed their relationship now, all their careful secrecy would be wasted once they returned to school. Ying forced herself to stop using only the detached professional concern of a counselor to ask from a distance. Lin Mushui, you don't look well. Are you injured? Hearing Ying's voice, Lin Mushui, who had been leaning against the tree, slowly opened her eyes. Seeing her mother standing there unharmed, a flash of intense relief and release flickered through Lin Mushui's usually cold, deep eyes. But only for an instant. She perfectly concealed the emotion. Thank you for your concern, Teacher Yin. I'm fine, just a bit thirsty. Lin Mushui's voice was soft and slightly hoarse, her tone distant and impeccably proper. Yet when her gaze passed over her mother and landed on Feng standing beside Ying, her delicate brows furrowed slightly. She knew this boy all too well. Feng wasn't just a classmate. Their mothers had been best friends for over 20 years. But Feng was usually quiet, preferring to sit in the back of the class, playing games, blending in like a wallflower. So their relationship as the younger generation wasn't as close as their mother's. But now, Lin Mushui observed him discreetly. He held a sharp wooden spear. Most striking was it. The other boys, even the once arrogant class monitor Chu Jie, now had eyes filled with fear of the unknown and desperate longing for rescue. But in Feng's eyes there was only the calm of an observer, even scrutiny. And Lin Mushui knew her mother too well. Ying was a strong-willed woman who loved control and being in charge. Yet when her mother emerged, she was walking closely behind Feng. In that moment, the sidelong glance her mother cast at Feng even held a hint of dependence, unnoticed even by herself. Lin Mushui's intuition had always been sharp. She felt that between her somewhat introverted childhood friend and her mother, something extraordinary had happened in those less than 20 hours of disconnection. The entire place fell silent. More than 20 pairs of eyes were fixated on the two individuals emerging from the forest. After the initial shock and surprise, it didn't take long for someone to sense that something was amiss. Wait. Teacher, Feng, your faces. The ever-scheming Wang Hao was the first to speak up. He widened his eyes, resembling a startled monkey, as if witnessing some incredible miracle. His voice became sharp due to extreme thirst and excitement. Have you guys washed your faces? Why are your lips so moist? Have you found fresh water? This question detonated like a bomb thrown into still waters, immediately stirring up a frenzy among the crowd. Water? Is there really water? I knew it. Teacher Yin looks perfectly fine. They must have drunk water. The students who had been eyeing the sour wild fruits in Chu Jie's hand now gazed at Feng and Ying with the fervent desire of hungry wolves spotting fresh meat. Even Lin Mushui, who had been resting with her eyes closed against a tree, suddenly opened her eyes wide, her gaze fixed intently on her mother's hydrated lips. Facing the crowd's intense stares, Feng maintained a calm demeanor. He neither confirmed nor denied anything. At this moment, silence was the best form of acknowledgement. Chu Jie's expression changed. The fragile savior reputation he had built around a few meager fruits suddenly wavered in the face of the words fresh water. However, after 3 years of rolling with the student council, Chu Jie's reflexes were sharp. He knew exactly how to manipulate the collective and moral sentiment to control the situation. He instantly donned a look of great joy, striding confidently toward the two, his tone exuding an undeniable authoritative air. That's wonderful. Feng, you have made a great contribution this time. Since you know the way for the greater good, please make an effort and take Zhang Chang and a few other boys back to the water source to bring back more water. Considering the beasts in that area for everyone's safety, hand that wooden spear over to Zhang Chang for protection. At this point, Chu Jie surveyed the surrounding students, raising his voice. Once you bring the water back, the class committee will manage the distribution. Don't worry, everyone, I promise to prioritize the girls and the injured. This series of commands was executed flawlessly. On the surface, he appeared selfless, prioritizing the vulnerable. However, in reality, he not only disarmed Feng without a fight, but also reduced him to a laborer guide. Meanwhile, he himself merely needed to sit back and control the life and death power over the distribution of water resources. If it had been an ordinary male student under such a moral high ground, he might have subconsciously surrendered his wooden stick. But unfortunately for him, Feng saw right through this manipulation. Smack! As Chu Jie reached out to take the wooden spear, Feng unceremoniously swatted his hand away. Feng's strength was immense. Chu Jie felt a tingle in his hand, and he staggered back a step, his expression darkening instantly. Chu Jie, are you counting on some clever scheme? Feng planted the wooden spear heavily into the ground, looking at the hypocritical student council president. Before him, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his lips. I can tell all my classmates the exact location of the water source, without reservation. Each person has legs, whoever is thirsty can go drink. But to make me hand over my weapon for protection, and then become your laborer, to bring water back as your bargaining chip. What do you think you are? As soon as these words were spoken, Chu Jie's expression turned ashen. His greatest fear was that everyone would go and drink water themselves. That would completely strip him of his authority. Feng, how dare you speak to Brother Chu like that? The sports committee member Zhang Chang jumped out immediately, clutching a thick wooden stick and threatening fiercely. Brother Chu is thinking for the greater good. You can't go by yourselves. Chu Jie quickly seized the opportunity, loudly instilling fear in the surrounding students. Zhang Chang just mentioned that there are wild boars weighing hundreds of pounds. You can't go by yourselves. Chu Jie quickly seized the opportunity, loudly instilling fear in the surrounding students. Zhang Chang just mentioned that there are wild boars weighing hundreds of pounds deeper in the forest. As soon as they heard wild boars weighing hundreds of pounds, a few boys who had just been eager to find water instantly shrank back, their faces pale with fear. Watching as Chu Jie successfully intimidated the crowd with fear, Feng shook his head disdainfully. Chairman Chu, the drama has gone on long enough to lose its charm. Feng took a step forward. The oppressive aura that emanated from his refined energy forced both Chu Jie and Zhang Chang to take a half step back. Just now we walked along the jungle and happened to pass the lowlying area where you were picking fruits. That place was all soft mud. Feng fixed his gaze on Chu Jie's shoes caked in mud. His voice was not loud, yet each word resonated clearly in everyone's ears. If there were wild boars weighing hundreds of pounds, the wet, soft ground would surely bear deep and clear hoof prints, and the large bushes along the way would have been broken by the boars. Yet I saw very clearly that in that muddy area, apart from the footprints of your 5 or 6 pairs of sneakers, there wasn't even a single paw print from a wild dog. Feng's gaze swept over Zhang Chang and the others like a knife, his tone steeped in mockery. Those broken low grasses were all due to you guys pushing each other and slipping, breaking them. You were simply scared out of your wits, fleeing back here in a panic, not knowing if it was the wind or some bug that now with just a few fruits you casually picked, you play the hero fighting wild boars, and you think you can use this trick. This well-reasoned revelation was like a loud slap to Chu Jie and Zhang Chang's faces. The surrounding students erupted in an uproar. Many girls cast doubtful glances at Chu Jie, reflecting on how they had rushed back earlier, panting and disheveled. Even losing a shoe, Feng's analysis was irrefutable. You are slandering. Chu Jie's facade was ripped apart in front of everyone, and he was filled with anger and humiliation, his face turning the color of pig liver. Whether I am slandering or not, that lost shoe of yours knows best. Feng was too lazy to engage him further, turning to Ying. Aunt Yin, we've said our goodbyes, let's go. We need to find a place to spend the night before dark. Ying nodded. She didn't want to stay a second longer in front of this group of people. Stop. Who allowed you to leave? Zhang Chang, seeing his shame completely exposed, erupted with the pent-up hostility within him. He brandished the thick wooden stick in his hand, blocking Feng's path, roaring, bullshit. I said there are wild boars, so there are. You're deliberately spreading rumors to smear Brother Chu. Today I will teach you, you troublemaker who disrupts class unity. The atmosphere turned tense instantly. The surrounding classmates were frightened and retreated, not daring to breathe. Everyone knew that Zhang Chang was an athlete known for his volatile temper, and now he was wielding a rough wooden stick. If a fight broke out, it would surely lead to serious consequences. However, at the center of the storm, Feng did not even blink. He slightly lowered his center of gravity, his fingers on the wooden spear subtly adjusted their point of force, his eyes fixed intently on Zhang Chang's wrist that gripped the stick. As long as this muscle-bound fool dared to swing the stick, Feng was absolutely confident that within half a second he could directly pierce through his ribs with the blunt end of the spear, teaching him the harsh truths of the wilderness. At this critical moment, a stern female voice suddenly rang out, "Zhang Chang, what do you think you're doing? Put the stick down now." Ying stepped forward in front of Feng. Her beautiful eyes were devoid of the fear she had shown in the jungle, replaced by the absolute authority of a counselor, cold enough to seem as if it could freeze one in place. "Why, Yin teacher?" Zhang Chang was momentarily shaken by Ying's sudden imposing presence, his hand holding the stick freezing in midair. "You all keep talking about the collective and caring for the girls. Feng has already selflessly shared the location of the water source with everyone. If you are ungrateful, that's one thing, but wanting to force him to hand over his self-defense weapon to serve as your labor." Ying coldly swept her gaze over everyone present, her eyes scanning like a spotlight over Chu Jie, Wang Hao, and the students cowering behind, watching the drama unfold. "He found the water, and he has told you the location. He has been more than generous. I am your counselor, but I am not your babysitter, and neither is Feng. Put away your bureaucratic antics and moral coercion." Ying's words struck with conviction, completely tearing away the veil of warmth. Chu Jie's face turned from pale to green. Ying's blatant declaration had utterly trampled his authority before the entire class. "Teacher Yin, what do you mean by this? Are you going to protect him and abandon all of us?" Chu Jie gritted his teeth, attempting to pressure Ying into submission with the weight of the group. "It is your freedom to stay here and wait for the rescue team, or to follow this liar of a chairman. But I choose to follow the one who can lead me to survival." Ying did not spare a glance at Chu Jie, turning directly away, her voice filled with determination. On the surface, she spoke with resolution, but the moment she turned, her gaze shot through the crowd, like lightning landing precisely on Lin Mushui in the distance. In Ying's eyes, there was no longer the coldness she had shown while reprimanding the students. Instead, they were filled with complex implications, urgency, command, and a mother's unreserved protective instinct. That look seemed to say, "Mushui, stay close to me, trust him." The two had long cultivated a silent understanding for communication through their gazes to avoid suspicion at school. Leaning against the old banyan tree, Lin Mushui's heart jolted. Though she was dizzy with thirst, her mind was exceptionally clear. Ever since Feng and her mother emerged from the woods, she had been silently observing. Chu Jie had only a few sour wild fruits in his possession, and he was using them as bargaining chips, basking in the flattery of others, while Feng, having exposed Chu Jie's lies, generously pointed out the water source, remaining as steady as a mountain in the face of Zhang Chang's threat. More importantly was her mother's attitude. Lin Mushui understood Ying too well. Her mother was a person with a strong need for control and extreme rationality. If Feng were truly just a troublemaker, her mother would never place her life and safety in the hands of an ordinary male college student in such a dire situation. Unless Feng had demonstrated survival skills in the jungle that made her mother absolutely submissive. "Aunt Yin, what a presence." Feng chuckled lightly beside her, brushing aside the weeds in front of him, casually tossing out a line. "The water is 3 miles north from the fruit tree depression. As for how long you can survive, that depends on your own luck. I won't play house with you anymore." Watching Feng and Ying turn to walk into the shadow of the jungle, the crowd stirred. A few girls huddled together, whispering anxiously, "Why don't we follow Teacher Yin? Feng seems to really know the way, and they look clean. They must have washed their faces," suggested a girl with a ponytail softly. "Are you crazy?" Another girl quickly pulled her back. "Chairman Chu said there are wild boars in the forest. What if Feng is lying to us? Besides, if we leave, Chairman Chu will definitely hold a grudge. When the rescue team comes back to school, will we still have our overall scores?" Yes, teacher. Yin has always been biased, and now she is siding with Feng. "We should stick with the larger group for safety. There is strength in numbers." The instinct for self-preservation and herd mentality were on full display at that moment. Most students, although desperate for water, looked at the dark, eerie jungle, and then at so many peers huddling for warmth, ultimately retreated in cowardice. Just when everyone thought this was merely an unpleasant farce, preparing to endure hunger and thirst while waiting for rescue, someone said, "Wait a minute." A cold, hoarse voice, yet filled with a kind of resolute determination, resonated in the quiet clearing. Everyone was taken aback. They saw Lin Mushui, the once sweet and frail Ice Mountain school beauty who had been leaning against the old banyan tree, slowly standing up while supporting herself on the rough trunk. She did not look at the stunned classmates around her, dragging her weary legs. She stepped forward, her pace unsteady, but her direction unwaveringly pointed towards the edge of the jungle. "Mushui, are you crazy? Chu Jie panicked. He had always coveted Lin Mushui, and how could he bear to watch his coveted prey follow that troublemaker Nie Feng away? He rushed forward, blocking Lin Mushui's path, directly handing her the few wild fruits wrapped in leaves, trying to make a last-ditch effort. It's dangerous to leave the group and go into the jungle with that loser. Stay here. If you stay, I'll give you all these fruits. I promise to bring back water first for you to drink. Under the extreme temptation of thirst, the few green wild fruits exuded a deadly allure. The girls who had just been flattering for a piece of fruit now looked at Lin Mushui with jealousy. However, Lin Mushui stopped in her tracks. She slightly turned her head, looking at the sour wild fruits in Chu Jie's hand, and then glanced at his mud-stained sneakers. A scornful smile curled at the corners of her mouth. Your big picture and caring for the girls are merely a means to exchange for others to serve you like dogs. Keep your fruits and go feed those willing to obey you. Lin Mushui's voice was not loud, but it rang clear like a resounding slap. Keep your fruits for those who would listen to your commands. After speaking, Lin Mushui showed no hesitation, directly bypassing the ashen-faced Chu Jie and walked straight through the crowd. The sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting onto her mud-stained white dress, yet it could not overshadow her cool and aloof demeanor. Seeing her daughter finally make the right choice, Ying, standing at the edge of the jungle, heaved a long sigh of relief in the shadows where others could not see, her eyes unavoidably growing warm. And Nie Feng, watching Lin Mushui walk up, pale, yet with stubborn bright eyes, felt a tinge of admiration in his heart. Despite being so thirsty that she could barely stand, she managed to refrain from calling out "Mom" in front of everyone. Instead, using the opportunity to slap Chu Jie in the face, she completed her stance in line, smoothly, perfectly preserving Ying's secret. This Ice Mountain school beauty, who was usually cherished by numerous boys, not only had an unusually clear mind, but also exhibited a remarkable courage in the face of danger. With this intellect and courage, she was 1,000 times stronger than those who only knew how to beg like giant infants. Nie Feng's tightly pressed lips curved slightly upward as he casually brushed aside the thorny vines with his spear. Welcome to the team, miss. The open space behind her grew increasingly distant as the noisy voices faded away, gradually drowned out by the chirping of insects in the jungle. After completely breaking free from the sight of the main group, Lin Mushui, who had been holding on with a sense of pride, finally let go. Having gone over 20 hours without a drop of water, and after expending too much energy confronting Chu Jie earlier, her legs weakened, and she lost control, stumbling forward. Mushui, Ying, walking ahead, exclaimed, instinctively wanting to help. But a shadow moved faster than her. Nie Feng, as if he had eyes on the back of his head, suddenly turned around, his long arms stretching out to accurately wrap around Lin Mushui's delicate waist, pulling her into his embrace. With a thud, Lin Mushui's cheek collided heavily against a solid, heated chest. A scent mingled with the fragrance of jungle foliage, and the unique hormonal essence of a young man rushed forcefully into her nostrils. Lin Mushui's mind went blank for a moment. Growing up under her mother's strict discipline, it was the first time she had such intimate physical contact with a peer. Through the thin fabric, she could even distinctly feel the astonishing warmth radiating from the well-defined muscles of his chest and the strong rhythm of his heartbeat. Be careful, Lin de Xiaohua. A teasing low voice came from above her as Nie Feng said, in the wild, even if you want to stage a scene, there are no cameras here to bear witness. Lin Mushui's pale cheeks suddenly flushed with two bright red spots, wanting to break free as if shot. Yet the large hand that held her waist was as steady as a vice, only releasing her slowly after confirming she was stable on her feet. Mom. Lin Mushui took a step back, weakly leaning against Ying's shoulder. Then she raised her head with some effort and looked at Nie Feng with a complex expression. Because their mothers had been best friends for over 20 years, she certainly knew that Nie Feng understood their true relationship better than anyone. However, the two of them had never been particularly warm towards each other, being the kind of childhood friends who acknowledged each other's existence but never crossed boundaries. But in that fleeting moment, this transparent person who used to sit at the back of the classroom playing games exuded an unexpectedly aggressive masculine aura that left her, the typically aloof school beauty, feeling a surge of anxiety. Now that there are no outsiders, you can drop the... Nie Feng jammed the wooden spear into the muddy ground, looking at the mother and daughter in an embrace, a half-smile on his face. Seeing you two trying to avoid suspicion at school, acting like strangers, makes me feel exhausted for you. Now that there are no outsiders, you can drop the act. Ying shot him an annoyed glance. However, that glance lacked some of the authority of an elder and instead revealed a hint of a mature woman's playful pout due to the indescribable experiences of the previous night. Still laughing. Just now seeing her being pressured by that bastard Chu Jie nearly broke my heart. Ying wiped the dirt off her daughter's face with her sleeve while softly comforting her. Mushui, it's all thanks to Xiao Feng. If he hadn't saved me and found water for us, I really wouldn't know what to do. As she mentioned, saved me. Images from yesterday flashed uncontrollably in Ying's mind of Feng, tearing open her shirt buttons to perform CPR, and their lips tightly pressed together. Ying's ears instantly turned scarlet, her gaze becoming evasive, unable to look at Feng. This subtle shift in emotion might have gone unnoticed by others, but for Lin Mushui standing less than 10 centimeters away, it was like a spotlight in the darkness. Lin Mushui's radar went off instantly. She knew her mother too well. As a single mother raising her daughter alone, her mother was usually commanding and unyielding at school. When did she ever show such a shy and dependent expression like a lovesick girl when talking about a boy? Moreover, her mother's white shirt seemed to have missed a couple of buttons, faintly revealing a large expanse of fair skin. Lin Mushui bit her lip discreetly, her gaze towards Feng suddenly filled with an inexplicable scrutiny and subtle jealousy that even she couldn't articulate. Don't rush to reminisce, just a few steps ahead is the water source. Feng, seemingly unaware of the undercurrents between the mother and daughter, naturally turned to lead the way. Before long, pushing through a thicket, a clear mountain spring appeared before the three of them. Under the sunlight, the water surface sparkled like the most tempting allure in the world. Lin Mushui could no longer maintain her usual cold demeanor, quickly walking to the edge of the spring, kneeling down, without a care for her image, and scooping a handful of spring water to drink. Wait! A warm hand suddenly covered her hand. Feng had squatted down beside her at some point, his rough fingertips gently rubbing against her tense hand. Drinking cold water too quickly when extremely dehydrated can cause stomach cramps. Feng's voice was soft, but carried an undeniable authority. Hold it in your mouth to moisten it, swallow half, and spit the other half out. Drink it in 3 sips. The two were so close that Lin Mushui could even see Feng's thick eyelashes and felt the reassuring warmth radiating from him. I got it. Lin Mushui obediently withdrew her hand, her heart skipping a beat. Following Feng's instructions, she held the cool spring water in her mouth and swallowed it little by little. After a few sips of water, her parched body finally regained its vitality. She lifted her head, droplets of water still clinging to her lips, a few strands of wet hair sticking to her fair and slender neck. A picture of both vulnerability and wild beauty that made Feng's throat involuntarily move. Now that we've had enough water, it's time to get to business. Feng forcefully averted his gaze, standing up to hide his physiological reaction. This place isn't safe at night. We must find a place to spend the night before dark. He led the mother and daughter away from the water's edge, finding a large, inward-leaning rock face on a higher ground facing south. It barely formed a natural windbreak. Although there was no roof to shield from wind and rain above, it relied on the sturdy boulder behind, needing defense only in the front and sides with a relatively open view. We'll make do under this rock face tonight. Feng surveyed the area, tossed aside the wooden spear, and rolled up his sleeves. Aunt Yin Mushui, this area is relatively safe. You two rest at the base of the rock face while I gather some dry firewood around here. We must make a fire tonight. He arranged everything naturally, as if it was his duty to command this small group. Ying nodded obediently, preparing to sit down with her daughter. Wait a moment. But Lin Mushui suddenly spoke up, brushing off the dirt from her white dress, and walked straight up to Feng. In her usually cold eyes, there was a stubborn determination at this moment. Feng, I've recovered my strength. Lin Mushui looked directly into his eyes, her tone very serious. No matter how you see me at school on this deserted island, I'm not the kind of delicate flower who only hides behind others screaming and waiting to be served. If there's any work I can do, just let me know. Ying opened her mouth instinctively to stop her, but seeing the determination in her daughter's eyes, she ultimately held back. Feng lowered his head, his gaze brazenly sweeping over Lin Mushui's muddy, but still curvaceous. That unabashedly aggressive gaze made Lin Mushui feel as if electric feathers were brushing against her skin, making her uneasy all over. All right. Just as Lin Mushui was about to lose her composure, Feng suddenly smiled. He'll gather the heavy firewood. You collect some dry pine needles and bits of leaves nearby, the drier the better. Also sweep away those moldy old leaves under the rock face and lay down clean banana leaves as bedding. He leaned in a little closer, his warm breath almost brushing against Lin Mushui's earlobe. Lin de Xiaohua, this place has wind coming from all sides. How comfortably we sleep tonight depends entirely on your bedding skills. Lin Mushui's ears instantly turned crimson. She held back the unusual ripples rising in her heart and gritted her teeth. Leave it to me. Watching her daughter turn to pull grass, and then looking at Feng, who was walking into the jungle with the wooden spear, Ying stood in place, gently biting her red lip. For some reason, seeing these two childhood acquaintances in such a subtle interaction made her, as a mother, inexplicably feel a hint of faint, indescribable anxiety. The sun completely sank below the horizon, and the light within the jungle faded at a visible pace. Feng walked alone through the dense underbrush. Once he was out of the sight of Ying and Lin Mushui, he no longer needed to consciously restrain his aura. Taking a deep breath, the unnamed breathing technique he had been forced to practice since childhood began to operate quietly within him. With the rhythm of his prolonged breathing, Feng's heartbeat began to stabilize and grow strong. The world around him underwent a marvelous transformation in his eyes. His dim vision became clear, the rustling of leaves in the breeze, the muffled sound of distant waves crashing against the rocks, even the subtle sound of a beetle crawling over dry leaves 10 meters away was precisely captured by his senses. Suddenly, a faint noise caught Feng's attention. He instantly halted, crouching low like a stealthy cat peering around a large banana tree for the source of the sound. In a low-lying area less than 15 meters ahead covered in juicy berries, a plump wild gray rabbit weighing about 7 or 8 pounds stood with its long ears erect, alertly glancing around while quickly nibbling on fallen fruits. Animals on the deserted island rarely see humans. Although this rabbit maintained its instinctive caution, it clearly had not realized that death was imminent. Feng held his breath, tightly gripping the sharpened wooden spear. His mind instantly calculated the wind direction, distance, and trajectory. In the next moment, he forcefully pushed off the ground, his waist powering his right arm, which shot out like a taut bow, hurling the wooden spear forward. Whoosh! The spear tore through the air, emitting a sharp whistle. The plump rabbit, hearing the wind, attempted to flee, but the spear's speed was simply too fast. With a dull thud, the sharp spearhead, carrying tremendous kinetic energy, accurately pierced the rabbit's neck, pinning it firmly to the ground. The fat rabbit kicked its hind legs violently twice before falling completely still. Tonight's hearty meal is secured. Feng walked over to pull out the spear, satisfied as he weighed the heavy prey in his hands. However, he did not immediately return to the camp. Instead, he turned towards the wind-sheltered slope of a cliff at the jungle's edge. Just having meat was not enough. In the high-temperature, high-humidity tropical island, the human body loses a significant amount of sodium ions through sweating. If salt is not replenished, one can quickly experience weakness in the limbs, dizziness, and even suffer from hyponatremia, leading to death. Reaching the edge of the cliff, Feng carefully searched the pockmarked rocks that had been battered by the waves and scorched by the sun. Soon he discovered a layer of white crystalline substance at the bottom of a natural stone pit the size of a basin. This was the sea salt left behind after the evaporation of seawater. Feng carefully scraped the coarse salt with a stone chip, wrapping it in a broad banana leaf. This substance was not only mixed with mud and sand, but also contained a large amount of impurities like magnesium chloride, making it bitter and difficult to swallow, directly potentially causing diarrhea. It must be purified before consumption. Carrying the prey coarse salt and a large bundle of firewood he picked up along the way, Feng set off on the path back to the camp. At the camp on the cliff midway up the mountain, Lin Mushui was struggling to lay down a large bundle of golden hay on the flat ground at the innermost part of the cliff. Her once ethereal white dress was now not only speckled with mud, but also had several tears at the hem. Yet she worked diligently, as if nothing was wrong. Mushui, take a break, I'll let me handle that. Ying watched her daughter, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, with a heart full of concern. No, Mom, I can manage. Lin Mushui wiped her forehead with the back of her hand, and indifferently spread the last handful of hay, stepping on it firmly. Feng is right, we can't have idle people on this deserted island. I don't want to become a burden to you all, because I can't do anything. Hearing her daughter's words, Ying felt a mix of emotions. On one hand, she was pleased with her daughter's growth, and on the other hand, the image of Feng's slightly rogue and assertive face involuntarily surfaced in her mind. In less than half a day's time, that boy who usually had no presence at school had managed to convince her proud daughter, the campus belle, to willingly lower her pride and do hard labor. This absolute control over the situation gave Ying a strange sense of unease. Oh, it seems that Lin, the campus belle, is much better at organizing than I had imagined. Suddenly, a cheerful voice came from not far away. Both mother and daughter turned their heads simultaneously. There stood Feng, shouldering a large bundle of firewood, holding a wild gray rabbit in one hand and a bulging leaf package in the other, striding back toward the cliff. Upon seeing the plump rabbit, Ying and Lin Mushui's eyes instantly brightened. You really caught something. Lin Mushui gasped in surprise, her mouth slightly agape. She had thought it would be impressive enough if Feng could find a few wild fruits, but who knew he brought back a feast? Just lucky ran into a blind one that bumped into a tree. Feng casually remarked as he tossed the firewood onto the ground. Immediately afterward, he threw the wild gray rabbit and a sharp-edged thin stone directly at the feet of Lin Mushui and Ying. Since both of you said you wouldn't be idle, let's divide the work for this meal. Feng brushed the dirt from his hands, pointed at the rabbit on the ground, and spoke with a tone of authority. He'll start the fire and find a flat stone slab. This rabbit is for you two to handle. Skin it, gut it, clean out the insides, and then wash it in the nearby stream before bringing it back. As his words fell, the air around the base of the cliff seemed to freeze. Ying and Lin Mushui looked down at the wild rabbit on the ground. The rabbit's neck still bore a bloody hole, its fur stained with dark red blood, and its half-open eyes seemed to look at them with a sense of grievance. Lin Mushui felt a tumultuous churn in her stomach. Having never seen a live chicken killed growing up, she would frown upon seeing blood-streaked ribs while getting her meal in the school cafeteria. Now she was asked to gut a dead rabbit herself. Lin Mushui's face turned pale instinctively, taking half a step back, looking to her mother for help. Ying was in no better shape than her daughter. As an urban beauty, she usually bought fish that had already been killed at the supermarket, even finding cutting pork too greasy, let alone dealing with a wild animal exuding warm blood and a foul smell. Feng, this is too bloody, we can't handle it. How about you do it, and we'll help you start the fire. Ying bargained, forcing herself to speak. Starting a fire is a technical task. Who among you two has the strength of my Qilin arm? Feng, with his back to them, swiftly arranged the dry grass for kindling while not turning back to pour cold water on them. The fifth rule of wilderness survival is to overcome your civilized sense of shame and physiological discomfort. Today it's a dead rabbit. If tomorrow you find a dead snake, do you expect me to chew it up and feed it to you? Though his words were somewhat harsh, they struck the last remnant of hope in the hearts of the mother and daughter like a hammer. Lin Mushui bit her pale lips. She recalled how she had just sworn that she would never be a mere ornament. If she now hesitated to even touch a dead rabbit, how would she differ in Feng's eyes from those girls in the camp outside, who only wagged their tails to plead? Mom'll do it. Lin Mushui took a deep breath, bent down, and picked up the sharp, thin stone. Mushui, don't be stubborn. I'll help you, Ying said, seeing her daughter was determined. I am going to cut now. Lin Mushui's hand trembled slightly as she aimed the stone at the rabbit's belly and made a decisive slice. The stone was very sharp, and due to her lack of control, it directly cut through the intestines below. An indescribable stench mixed with the smell of fermented grass immediately assaulted their senses. Ugh! Ying couldn't hold back and retched quickly, turning her head to take deep breaths. Lin Mushui's eyes were red from the stench, yet she stubbornly held her breath and reached her hand into the bloody cavity, pulling out the colorful entrails. The warm, slippery feel, still steaming, gave the icy school beauty goosebumps all over. Her white dress inevitably became speckled with dark red stains. Not far away, Feng was quickly rubbing two sticks together to create fire while observing the actions of the mother and daughter from the corner of his eye. Seeing them, though pale and trembling, still grit their teeth to clean out the entrails and strip off the skin, Feng revealed a smile of appreciation. They were very adaptable. This was the kind of teammate who could survive in the wilderness. Hurry up, and just a reminder, don't rupture that green gallbladder, or we'll have to eat bitter roasted rabbit tonight. Feng reminded them at just the right moment. Got it, Lin Mushui replied irritably. After the initial fear and nausea, their survival instincts finally allowed them to set aside their burdens. After about 20 minutes of fussing, a rabbit, skinned and somewhat misshapen, was finally prepared. The mother and daughter carried the meat stumbling to the creek outside the camp, washing and rinsing it repeatedly until the obvious bloody smell was gone, finally returning to the cliff base with a sigh of relief. At this time, Feng had already built a bright bonfire in the windbreak outside the cliff. The orange flames leaped up, instantly dispelling the surrounding chill. Feng took the cleaned rabbit meat and skewered it with a sharpened stick, but did not immediately roast it. Why aren't you roasting it? My stomach is about to collapse from hunger. Ying looked at the fire and swallowed hard. After all the earlier fuss, she was genuinely starving. Roasting meat without salt is not only nauseating, but also means we won't have the strength to walk tomorrow, Feng said while opening the package of coarse salt wrapped in banana leaves. Looking at the yellowish crystals mixed with fine sand and dirt inside, Lin Mushui and Ying exchanged glances. This is salt. Can we eat this? Lin Mushui questioned her existence, feeling that this thing was not much cleaner than, you can't eat it raw. It needs to be dissolved in water, filtered to remove the dirt and impurities, and then heated on a hot stone slab to recrystallize and purify it. Feng clapped the dirt off his hands, his brow slightly furrowed. However, we've encountered a problem. Filtering requires a container for the water. Feng helplessly spread his hands. We can't possibly filter mud water with our bare hands, can we? The mother and daughter were stunned. Indeed, in this wild mountain, where would they find pots and pans? What do? We can't eat roasted meat without salt. Lin Mushui's voice trailed off. There's something we can use. Feng stood up, looking towards the dark night outside the jungle. In the morning, we drank 2 green coconuts by the beach, and those empty coconut shells can be used as containers for water and filtering. But the coconut shells are still on that beach, or I have to go back and get them. Hearing that Feng was leaving, Ying and Lin Mushui's expressions changed instantly. At this moment, the sky outside was completely dark. A gust of cold wind swept through the jungle, making eerie sounds that resembled a woman's wailing as it passed through the gaps in the leaves. In the distance, occasional low growls of unknown wild beasts could still be heard. The flickering bonfire, although warm, cast long shadows in the depths of the cliff, making them appear clawed and menacing. You want to go now? Ying's voice trembled uncontrollably as she grabbed Feng's sleeve, her eyes filled with fear. Feng, it's too dark. How about we just skip the salt tonight and make do? No. Feng shook his head firmly. After sweating so much today, if we don't replenish our salt intake tonight, we won't have the strength to escape if we encounter danger tomorrow. Moreover, the coconut shells can also serve as water storage in the future. They must be retrieved. He patted Ying's hand reassuringly. Don't worry, I've added enough firewood to this fire. It's burning brightly and wild beasts won't dare to come close. You two stay by the fire. I'll be back soon. With that, Feng grabbed the wooden spear and turned to leave. Wait. This time it was Lin Mushui who spoke up. This ice-cold school beauty, usually fearless, bit her pale lower lip tightly, her beautiful eyes filled with uncontainable panic. How could they, two unarmed women, stay at the bottom of this cliff, exposed and vulnerable to any venomous snake or wild beast that might spring out? Just thinking about the fear of being swallowed by darkness made her scalp tingle. What's wrong? Feng paused. We want to go with you. Lin Mushui blurted out. Don't be ridiculous. Feng frowned. Moving through the jungle at night is dangerous and exhausting. If you follow me, I might not be able to take care of you if an emergency occurs. We will absolutely not hold you back. Seeing her daughter's determination, Ying also immediately reacted, clinging to Feng's arm like a frightened rabbit, pleading, Feng, please, I beg you. This place is too scary. What if there are wild people on this island? What if there are snakes? Leaving us here is like leaving us to die. Looking at the usually high and mighty counselor and the cold, beautiful school beauty, now clinging to him like two helpless attachments, he sighed inwardly. All right, he finally said. He tightened his grip on the wooden spear, feeling the two incredible soft touches from his arms, shaking his head helplessly. You can come along, but there's one condition. Once we leave the firelight, no matter what sounds you hear, you must not scream. Stay right behind me and step in my footprints. We promise to be obedient. Ying and Lin Mushui nodded vigorously like chicks peck. Feng picked up a thick piece of wood that was burning brightly to use as a torch. Let's go, my two young ladies. Just consider it a pre-dinner walk. Accompanied by the swaying firelight, the trio stepped once more into the dark, deep night of the deserted island. The night wind rustled through the forest, producing a sound akin to a soft wail. Ying and Lin Mushui clung tightly to the hem of Feng's shirt, wishing to press themselves entirely against him. The two goddesses, accustomed to being the center of attention at school, now appeared as timid as startled quails in the dimly lit woods. Whenever the nearby bushes rustled slightly, both of them would shudder violently, inadvertently pulling Feng along with them. Ladies, we are here to collect coconut shells, not to face execution. Feng raised the torch, feeling the soft touches and tight grips on either side, and sighed helplessly. If you keep tugging like this, my shabby shirt will be declared a casualty ahead of time. Stop with the sarcasm, move faster. Ying bit her lip, not daring to look around at the surrounding. Fortunately, having traversed this path during the day, Feng relied on his exceptional sense of direction to lead them swiftly out of the forest and onto the familiar beach. The cool moonlight spilled across the sea, and on the beach lay the two empty green coconut shells they had drained earlier. Feng walked over, picked up the shells, and without lingering on the emptiness of the beach, quickly led the mother and daughter back the way they came. Mission accomplished, time to head back. After nearly half an hour of going back and forth, the three of them finally returned to the cliffside campsite on the hillside. On the way, Feng stopped by the stream next to the campsite to wash the two coconut shells inside and out, then filled them with clear fresh water before bringing them back. Looking at the dancing campfire, the mother and daughter finally breathed a sigh of relief, as if they had returned to the human world. Having been away for a while, the fire had dimmed considerably, leaving only a few glowing embers. Feng quickly added some dry twigs to the fire and blew gently. The orange flames sprang back to life, dispelling the chill under the cliff. Only then did Feng pick up the prepared wild rabbit, carefully skewering it with a sharpened stick and positioning it at the edge of the fire to roast. As the temperature rose gradually, the moisture on the surface of the rabbit meat dried up, followed by golden fat. The fat dripped onto the charcoal below, producing a tempting sizzling sound, and a rich aroma of meat began to waft through the air. Alas, what a pity! Feng stared at the sizzling fat bursting in the charcoal fire, unable to help but smack his lips. What's wrong? Is it burnt? Ying, focused on the roasting meat, immediately tensed up upon hearing this. The meat isn't burnt, I just feel sorry for the lost fat. Feng continued to rotate the stick at a steady pace, explaining with expertise, on a deserted island, this high-calorie animal fat is like soft gold. It is the best sustenance for maintaining stamina. When we roast it directly over an open flame like this, all the fat drips into the ash and is wasted. Once we have the means to acquire a clay pot or an iron pan, we should stew the meat in water, consuming both the soup and the meat together, ensuring that no nutrition is lost. All right, Professor Nya. Ying, touching her flat stomach, looked longingly at the roasted meat. Right now we're using coconut shells we just picked up as bowls for filtering salt. Where are we going to find an iron pot? Just being able to eat hot roasted meat is something to be grateful for. Gur. As if to support her mother, Lin Mushue's stomach also voiced a loud protest. The icy school beauty completely abandoned her expression management at this moment, staring hungrily at the meat on the spit and swallowing a large gulp. Seeing this, Nya Feng stopped the chatter and picked up the banana leaf bundle filled with coarse sea salt, dumping the yellowish crystals mixed with fine sand into one of the coconut shells filled with fresh water. He grabbed a clean stick and stirred quickly. Soon the coarse salt dissolved in the water, turning into a murky mixture floating with unknown debris. Can this really be eaten? Ying looked at the muddy substance in the bowl, her brow furrowed tightly. That's why it needs to be filtered and recrystallized. Nya Feng tossed aside the stick, clapped his hands, and scanned the two women with a scrutinizing gaze. Feeling his gaze, which bore a hint of evaluation and appraisal, Ying and Lin Mushue instinctively crossed their arms over their chests and took half a step back. What are you planning to do? Lin Mushue asked warily. Filtering requires a piece of clean cloth that is tightly woven and doesn't shed fibers. Nya Feng touched his chin and analyzed seriously. Aunt Yin, your chiffon shirt has poor water permeability and the holes are too large but won't do. Lin, your skirt is white, but it's mostly made of synthetic blended material, which won't filter well and can produce toxic substances when exposed to hot stones. Hearing that they wouldn't have to tear their clothes, both women let out a sigh of relief. But soon Ying realized something. Then what do you plan to use? My t-shirt has already torn several holes. I need it for sun protection during the day and warmth at night. Nya Feng sighed, wearing a tragic expression of, if I don't suffer in hell, who will? And said, there's no choice, I can only sacrifice my last stubbornness. After saying this, he handed the torch to Ying and strode over to a large rock at the back of the cliff. Rustling. The sound of a belt being unbuckled and fabric being removed came from behind the rock. Ying and Lin Mushue exchanged glances, a rather terrifying thought arising simultaneously in their minds. He wouldn't be. Lin Mushue's eyes widened, her voice trembling. Plop. A pair of deep gray, still warm men's cotton boxer shorts was thrown out from behind the rock, landing precisely on the clean stone slab next to the fire. Immediately after, Nya Feng emerged from behind the rock, holding up his outer pants without a change in expression. Clearly this guy was now in a completely natural state underneath. Use this, it's 100 cotton, highly absorbent, and has perfect pore size. Plus it's high quality that my mom just bought for me at the mall last month, absolutely won't shed fibers. Nya Feng pointed at the pair of underwear on the ground, his tone as professional as if he were marketing some high-tech filth. Lin Mushue, the ice-cold school beauty who had been pampered since childhood and had barely held hands with a boy, covered her mouth in disgust at the sight of the men's underwear that, while not dirty, was filled with personal aura. Ying's face turned pale, her worldview shaken by an unprecedented impact. She trembled as she pointed at the fabric. You can't be serious. You want to use your worn underwear to filter the salt we are going to eat. This is too nauseating. Nauseating. Aunt Yin, you're being naive here. Nya Feng, far from feeling embarrassed, sat cross-legged with confidence. When Bear Grylls was surviving in the wild, he drank his own urine to stay hydrated. Squeezing water from elephant dung was a regular occurrence. This pair of pure cotton boxers is brand new, just changed before boarding the ship the day before yesterday. Compared to the parasites and toxic bacteria on the island, it's as clean as a sterile surgical gown. Moreover, the salt water that will be filtered out will be dripped onto a scorching stone slab for high-temperature crystallization. At several hundred degrees, what bacteria would survive that? Nya Feng's reasoning perfectly merged the scientific theory of wilderness survival with his outrageous behavior. The mother and daughter were rendered speechless by his response. Rationally, they knew he was right. Without salt, they wouldn't even have the strength to walk tomorrow. Yet emotionally, looking at an item of clothing that belonged to a boy her age, Lin Mushue turned her head, unable to overcome the mental hurdle. Nya Feng observed their reaction and didn't push further. He bent down to pick up the underwear. All right, since you both are so burdened psychologically, I'll just go to the nearby stream and wash it out a couple of times. Is that okay? He said, grabbing the dark gray fabric and heading towards the stream outside the camp. Wait. A pale, soft hand suddenly reached out, grasping the other end of the fabric. Nya Feng turned around, surprised to see Ying. At that moment, Ying's cheeks were flushed as if they could bleed, her eyes filled with embarrassment, not daring to look at Nya Feng. Yet her action was surprisingly resolute. You stay here to tend the fire and roast the meat. I'll go wash it. Consider it a way to repay you for finding water and food today. Besides, you're right, we don't keep idle people. I must do something. After being saved, cared for, and even having everything dominated by him, the mature counselor had developed a fearfully submissive dependence on Feng deep down. Washing a piece of clothing was trivial compared to starving on a deserted island. Mom. Lin Mushui was completely stunned, her worldview shattered. Her usually proud and aloof mother, who had mild obsessive-compulsive tendencies, was actually going to wash a male college student's underwear by the stream. Shut up, you stay here, and add fuel to the fire. Ying glared at her daughter with the authority of an elder to cover her embarrassment. Then she snatched the boxers from Feng's hand, her face red, and almost fled towards the nearby stream. Watching her mother flee in a panic, Lin Mushui's worldview faced a dimensional blow. She turned to look at the boy who sat back by the fire, calmly turning the roasting meat. In the firelight, Feng's profile was chiseled, his gaze deep and focused, exuding an inexplicable. A rather dangerous thought suddenly emerged in Lin Mushui's mind. If they had to stay on this deserted island for another 10 days or so, would her seemingly unbreakable mother completely succumb to this guy's rhythm? 5 minutes later, Ying returned with the pure cotton fabric, clean and wrung out from the stream. She kept her head down the entire time, not saying a word, directly shoving the fabric into Feng's hands, then retreating back to her daughter's side, pretending to focus intently on the fire. It's been washed quite well, thank you, Aunt Yin. Feng generously complimented. Then he laid the clean piece of cotton fabric flat in a hollowed-out banana leaf and slowly poured the murky salt water from a coconut shell over it. The ultrafine pores of the cotton material worked wonders. All the mud impurities and seaweed fragments were firmly trapped on the surface of the fabric. The salt water that seeped through the fabric and dripped onto the banana leaf, although still slightly yellow, had become clear and transparent. The final step. Feng lifted the clear salt water and poured it slowly onto the already scorching bluestone slab at the edge of the fire. Sizzle. The salt water met the high-temperature stone slab, instantly boiling and releasing large plumes of white steam. As the moisture rapidly evaporated, a uniform and delicate layer of white crystals miraculously formed on the surface of the previously smooth stone slab. Most of the magnesium chloride impurities that caused diarrhea and bitterness remained in the mother liquor. After high-temperature crystallization, what remained was primarily relatively pure coarse sea salt. Feng carefully scraped the white salt grains off with a clean stone piece. Then, like a magician chef, he evenly sprinkled the precious coarse salt over the wild rabbit meat that was sizzling and oozing fat. The fat and salt underwent a marvelous chemical reaction at high temperatures. An intoxicating aroma of meat burst forth, instantly exploding throughout the cliffside campsite. It was a deadly allure, raw and primal, exclusive to the wilderness. Just moments ago, Lin Mushui was still troubled by the underwear filter, but at this moment the scent of meat completely obliterated her concerns. Her eyes were fixed on the golden, crispy rabbit leg, her throat uncontrollably swallowing a large gulp of saliva. As for the underwear, it faded into oblivion in the face of that meat aroma. With a sizzling sound, the last drop of clear oil fell onto the blazing charcoal, erupting in a small burst of sparks. The heat is just right. Feng snapped his fingers in satisfaction, taking down the wild rabbit, perfectly roasted with a crisp exterior and a rich, savory aroma. He picked up a sharp stone shard and deftly sliced off the 2 plumpest hind legs of the rabbit. The first rule of survival on a deserted island is fair distribution of labor. Feng held a steaming rabbit leg on a large banana leaf and presented it to Ying with a teasing smile. This one is a reward for the logistics minister. Thanks to Aunt Yin for her unwavering dedication, tirelessly washing the most essential filtration equipment by the creek. Hearing the words filtration equipment, Ying's cheeks uncontrollably flushed again. But at that moment, the mixed aroma of sea salt and meat fat seemed to hook itself into her stomach. You really can't keep some decency in your mouth. Ying shot him a playful glare, finally setting aside her reservations and reaching out to take the glistening rabbit leg. She carefully took a bite. The crispy skin cracked between her teeth, followed by the tender, juicy rabbit meat. Though the coarse sea salt was not as refined as fine salt in her hungry state, that hint of saltiness truly gave the meat its soul. Delicious. It's really too good, Ying exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. She had eaten at many high-end restaurants in her life, but swore that none could compare to this rough roasted meat infused with the essence of charcoal. This one is for the health commissioner. Feng handed another rabbit leg to Lin Mushui, who had been drooling beside him. The betting was well done, it deserves a reward. Lin Mushui had long abandoned her Ice Queen image. She took the banana leaf with both hands and opened her mouth wide to take a big bite. The scalding juices flooded her mouth, making her gasp in surprise, yet she couldn't bear to spit it out, nodding repeatedly in a muddled manner. A few smudges of charcoal dust smeared across her fair cheeks, her greasy lips glistening in the firelight, combined with her ravenous eating style, exuded an unexpected vividness and cuteness. Watching the mother and daughter engrossed in their meal, Feng chuckled, tearing off the rabbit's front legs and back to chew heartily. Beneath the cliff, the campfire was warm, the aroma of meat filled the air, and the atmosphere was indescribably cozy. However, the joys and sorrows of humanity are not shared. While the trio enjoyed their wilderness Michelin feast, a different scene unfolded 2 to 3 kilometers away in an open area. The night wind howled biting cold. Although Chu Jie's large group had found the mountain spring according to the clues left by Feng, water could quench thirst, but could not fill bellies or keep warm. This group of university students who had never set foot in a kitchen had no idea what it meant to create fire by friction. A few boys rubbed 2 branches together for a long time, but aside from scraping their palms, they couldn't even produce a spark. Without fire, more than 20 people could only huddle together like penguins shivering in the dark woods. Wang Hao let out a loud sneeze, rubbing his frostbitten arms as he moved closer to Chu Jie, who was sitting in the center of the group. "Brother Chu, do you think Feng and teacher Yin are regretting their decision right now?" As he spoke, Wang Hao began to self-comfort in a tone filled with a sense of self-deprecating humor. "It's so dark in this forest, not even a place to shield from the wind. That hothead, Feng, even if he has some brute strength, is probably scared out of his wits with 2 delicate women by his side, right?" As soon as these words were spoken, several shivering students around them seemed to find a psychological balance and began to agree. "Definitely. Maybe they're hiding in some bush, crying their eyes out right now. Teacher Yin too, instead of staying with our big group, she had to follow that unsociable guy to suffer. When dawn breaks tomorrow and the rescue team arrives, I can't wait to see how they slink back to school." Exactly what's so good about leaving the group. Listening to the cold mockery of his classmates, Chu Jie felt quite pleased. But he couldn't help but recall the cold glint in Feng's eyes during the day. Chu Jie felt a bit unsettled, but he could not show it. Clearing his throat, he adopted the familiar authoritative tone of the student council president. "All right, everyone, let's stop with the sarcastic remarks. Their choice to leave the group was theirs alone. What we need to do now is conserve our strength and wait for tomorrow's rescue." Saying this, Chu Jie carefully pulled out the leaf-wrapped bundle of unripe wild fruit from his pocket. Upon seeing the food, everyone's eyes instantly lit up and the sound of swallowing echoed in the air. Chu Jie relished the feeling of being the center of everyone's longing gaze. He took out a slightly larger fruit, broke it in half, and handed it to Zhang Chong, the sports commissioner responsible for security, sitting next to him. "Chong, you worked hard following me to scout the path during the day. I'll have half to fill your stomach." Zhang Chong was taken aback, quickly accepting the half-sour fruit with both hands, nodding repeatedly. "Thank you, Brother Chu. Rest assured, Brother Chu, whoever dares to disobey will be the first I take care of." Having pacified the one with strength, Chu Jie then handed the remaining half of the fruit to a girl sitting in front of him, whose lips were turning purple from the cold, but was quite pretty. "Tong Tong, girls are weaker and can't stand the cold. You should eat this half." Chu Jie spoke softly, his voice as gentle as water. The girl named Tong Tong was touched to the point of her eyes turning red. As she took the fruit, she tearfully said, "Thank you, President. When we get back to school, I'll definitely treat you to a big meal." Nearby, Wang Hao and the others looked longingly at the half-fruit as it went into the pretty girl's mouth, their stomachs churning with hunger, yet no one dared to stand up and protest. After all, Chu Jie was the president and Zhang Chong had a strong fist. Everyone still harbored the social instinct of not offending the president after returning to school. Everyone bear with it. Chu Jie took the chance to paint a rosy picture. "There are only 2 fruits left. This is our strategic reserve for tomorrow. As long as we get through tonight, once the rescue team's helicopter arrives tomorrow, everyone can eat whatever they want. All right, we'll listen to the president and bear with it." A few boys holding their stomachs curled up like quails in the cold wind, continuing to dream of being rescued tomorrow. Meanwhile, at the cliffside camp, it was an entirely different world. "Phew, I've eaten too much." Lin Mushui let out a small burp without any regard for her image, casually wiping the grease from her mouth with a clean leaf. Though there were only a few pieces of roasted rabbit meat in the wilderness, the intake of such high-protein, high-fat food brought an unparalleled sense of satisfaction and happiness. She hugged her knees, sitting by the warm campfire, looking at the dark, eerie jungle outside, feeling a wave of lingering fear. "If we hadn't followed you just now, we would probably be starving and freezing over there too." Lin Mushui spoke softly, her tone lacking the usual coldness and filled with a genuine sense of gratitude. "Starvation and freezing is just the beginning." Feng tossed a heavy log into the fire, the sparks crackling. "People like Chu Jie are best at using limited resources for balance and nurturing loyal followers. Right now, everyone still clings to the illusion of being rescued tomorrow so they can endure the humiliation." Feng paused at this point. He looked at the flickering flames, his gaze no longer carrying the teasing expression from earlier, but instead a hint of barely perceptible seriousness. "In truth, I don't know when rescue will actually arrive. It may be tomorrow, or it may be 10 days, or half a month before help comes. In a place like this, no one dares to make guarantees." Ying and Lin Mushui fell silent, listening intently. but I am used to making the worst assumptions. Nie Feng's voice turned somber and calm. Once rescue is delayed, hunger will break through the limits of rationality. At that point, it wouldn't matter if the student council president or even the emperor himself came. In the pursuit of half a fruit, people can become beasts. Hearing this, Ying nodded in agreement. As a counselor, she had witnessed too much scheming within the ivory tower and understood that without the constraints of rules, human nature often cannot withstand the test. Thinking of this, she looked at Nie Feng with increasingly gentle eyes. This boy, who appeared somewhat rogue on the outside, not only possessed formidable survival skills, but also had a keen insight into human nature. He was not blindly optimistic, yet he could stabilize his footing amid the fear of the unknown. Following him was undoubtedly the most correct decision she had ever made. Ying picked up the half coconut shell she had just drunk from and naturally held it up to Nie Feng's mouth. After eating so much roasted meat, you must be thirsty. Have some water. Her voice was gentle as water, her actions revealing an unconscious intimacy and care. Nie Feng did not refuse, taking 2 big gulps. A drop of water trickled down the corner of his mouth, and Ying instinctively reached out her fair finger to help him wipe it away. But just as her fingertip was about to touch Nie Feng's cheek, she suddenly felt an exceptionally focused gaze. Ying froze and turned her head. She saw Lin Mushui sitting opposite her, staring at her suspended hand with an incredibly complex and somewhat scrutinizing expression. In that moment, the air seemed to freeze for a second. Ying's heart raced as if caught doing something wrong, and she hurriedly retracted her hand, pretending to tidy the stray hair by her cheek to mask her awkwardness. It's late. Everyone should rest early. There are many things to do tomorrow. Ying, feeling guilty, changed the subject, her cheeks reddened by the firelight. Lin Mushui said nothing, merely silently withdrew her gaze, lowering her head to fiddle with the dry grass in her hands. She was a very smart girl. The series of subconscious actions from her mother was not merely care from an elder to a younger, but the tenderness of a woman towards a man. On this isolated island, when all social identities had been stripped away, leaving only the purest dependence on survival, Lin Mushui glanced at Nie Feng, who was sitting nearby with his eyes closed, seemingly oblivious to everything. She suddenly felt that what was hardest to guard against in this wilderness might not be dangerous beasts, but rather the increasingly palpable, subtle atmosphere between these two people. The night deepened. The campfire beneath the cliff gradually dimmed, leaving only a few thick logs still emitting a faint red glow. Although the sumptuous roasted rabbit meat soothed the protests of their stomachs, in the completely exposed wilderness the fatigue of their bodies surged like a tide. Ying and Lin Mushui lay on the prepared hay mat, sleeping in their clothes. Due to the previous subtle atmosphere, neither mother nor daughter spoke, simply turning their backs to each other, each harboring complex thoughts. Half a meter away from them, Nie Feng sat cross-legged by the fire like a dedicated guardian deity, eyes closed in meditation, silently circulating the breathing technique within. Uncertain how much time had passed, the weather on the island confirmed the old saying. Just like a child's face, it changes unpredictably. Boom. A deafening thunderclap exploded in the sky above without warning, as if it were about to split the entire island in half. Lin Mushui was startled, shivering all over as she abruptly sat up from the haymat. Immediately after, a violent sea wind swept and, laden with heavy water vapor, raging through the entire forest like an angry beast. Splash! Torrential raindrops fell like beans, striking the leaves and rocks, producing a deafening sound. It's pouring. Ying was also awakened, looking at the world outside that had instantly turned into a curtain of water, her voice tinged with panic. Fortunately, the cliff that Nie Feng had chosen during the day was deep enough and sloped inward. Although the surrounding areas let in the wind, the thick rock overhead perfectly blocked the vertically falling rain, preventing the three from becoming drenched. Don't panic, just stay in the inner position and don't move. Nie Feng stood up the moment the thunder roared. He quickly piled the remaining large bundle of dry firewood next to the campfire, using his body and broad banana leaves to shield the precious flame. A gust of sinister wind blew through, carrying cold raindrops into the area beneath the cliff. The flames flickered violently, nearly extinguished, but ultimately managed to maintain a fist-sized glow. So cold. Lin Mushui hugged her arms tightly, her teeth starting to chatter uncontrollably. The temperature drop brought by the tropical storm was abrupt. While the daytime temperature was still around 30 degrees, this sudden downpour combined with the fierce wind brought the perceived temperature close to 10 degrees. They had been sweating profusely from traveling and working during the day, and their clothes were already half damp. Now, with the cold wind filled with moisture blowing on them, it felt as if they were pressed against a layer of ice. Achoo! Ying sneezed heavily, curling up. She felt her hands and feet turning icy, the speed of her blood flow slowing. After shielding the flame, Nie Feng turned to look at the two women by the faint firelight. He saw that Ying and Lin Mushui's lips were already faintly purple from the cold, and their bodies were trembling violently. This was a typical sign of mild hypothermia. If they did not take immediate warming measures on this resource-poor, deserted island, hypothermia could be more deadly than poisonous snakes and beasts. Once the core body temperature drops below 35 degrees, a person would fall into a coma or even suffer organ failure. The fire is too small and the wind is too strong, but we can't endure with this little warmth. Feng frowned tightly, making a decisive decision. Come closer to me. Saying this, he directly sat cross-legged in the center of the hay mat, spreading his arms wide. With his vigorous qi and blood, along with the support of the breathing technique, he now resembled a blazing human furnace. Ying and Lin Mushui were both stunned. Although reason told them that this was not the time to feel shy, having two women on either side of a young male student's embrace. Just the thought of it made their scalps tingle. What? Planning to freeze to death here for the sake of some illusory modesty? Feng looked at the hesitant mother and daughter, his voice turning cold. When hypothermia strikes, people can experience hallucinations and will ultimately die of exposure, with a strange smile, while stripping off their clothes. If you want to die, just say it. I'll dig a pit for you after the rain stops tomorrow. This statement was like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing the last psychological burden of the two women. Who wants to die? Lin Mushui bit her pale lips, stubbornly retorting. Yet her body honestly moved forward. However, she was still a young girl who had never even held a boy's hand, making it difficult to muster the courage to directly leap into his embrace. Instead, it was Ying, as someone with experience and having had a close encounter the previous night, who was psychologically more prepared than her daughter. Mushui listened to Xiaofeng. Life is the priority. Ying found a grandiose excuse and took the leap. She half-kneeled and moved to Feng's left side, closing her eyes, stealing her heart, and directly leaned into that broad, warm embrace. The moment her back touched Feng's chest, an incredible warmth transmitted through the thin fabric, instantly dispelling most of the cold within her. It was so warm. Ying even let out a nearly inaudible sigh of comfort, instinctively shrinking back, finding the most fitting and comfortable position to stay close. Standing beside them, Lin Mushui stared dumbfounded at her mother's smooth and surprisingly skilled move. She swore if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never believe that her usually dignified and aloof mother would display such a lazy, relaxed posture in the embrace of a male student. What are you still dawdling for? Waiting for me to send you an invitation? Feng turned his head to look at the still-dazed Lin Mushui, urging her impatiently. A gust of wind blew in from the cliff, sending Lin Mushui shivering all over. I am coming. Lin Mushui closed her eyes, steeling her resolve, disregarding her status as a campus beauty. She moved to Feng's right side, awkwardly leaning against him. The next second, Feng's sturdy right arm naturally wrapped around her shoulder, pulling her into his embrace. Thud. Lin Mushui's profile pressed against Feng's chest. The strong masculine scent mixed with the earthy smell unique to a rainy night instantly enveloped her. Feeling that astonishing body temperature, Lin Mushui's previously frozen limbs finally began to warm up slowly. But what followed was an unprecedented acceleration of her heartbeat. This was not only her first time being so close to the opposite sex. More critically, at this moment on the hay mat, Feng was sitting in the middle. On his left was her mother, and on his right was her. This absurd arrangement of embracing on both sides made Lin Mushui feel so embarrassed that her toes nearly dug into the hay beneath her. Don't move, try to curl your body up and reduce the surface area for heat loss. Feng's deep voice rang above their heads, carrying an undeniable commanding tone. Yet while he spoke with such authority, he was silently lamenting inside. Heaven bear witness, he truly only wanted to use his body heat to save them. But the problem now was that he had overestimated his self-control and underestimated the allure of the mother and daughter duo. On the left, Ying was mature and voluptuous with an astonishing figure. Having had an experience last night, she leaned against him without any psychological barriers, that incredible fullness occasionally brushing against his ribs with her breathing. On the right, Lin Mushui was youthful and lively, her figure supple. Although a bit stiff, the faint fragrance of a young girl wafting from her was simply the strongest catalyst in the world. Feng was a normal man in the prime of his life. Under the stimulation of such contrasting sensations, he had to push the breathing technique to its limits, desperately suppressing the chaotic fire within him, trying to turn himself into an emotionless block of wood. Time passed slowly amidst the storm. As their body temperatures gradually returned to normal, the awkward atmosphere not only did not diminish, but instead intensified due to their physical closeness. Lin Mushui gradually adapted to the position. She quietly opened her eyes, glancing to the left by the faint reflection of the firelight. That glance made her heart jump. She saw that Ying had fallen into a deep sleep, but her hands were tightly wrapped around Feng's waist unbeknownst to her. Not only that, but her usually serious and unsmiling beautiful face was now deeply buried in Feng's chest, her lips even curling up in a faint smile of contentment and reliance. If Ying had stretched out her hand to wipe Nie Feng's mouth during the day, it could still be vaguely explained as the care of an elder. But this current posture of relying on him while sleeping was undoubtedly the most genuine instinctive reaction of a woman who had let down all her defenses against a man. "Mom, do you even know what you're doing?" Lin Mushui silently shouted in her heart. An indescribable sourness, absurdity, and faint panic surged within her. She suddenly realized that in this isolated wilderness free from moral shackles, her greatest competitor seemed to be not only the girls outside, who would sell their souls for half a fruit. An even more frightening threat was right next to her, and she was more charming and strategic than herself. Listening to the thunder rolling outside, feeling the strong heartbeat of the man beside her, Lin Mushui gritted her teeth. Perhaps out of some secret competitive spirit, or perhaps to assert her claim. She quietly extended her slender arms, mimicking her mother, wrapping them around Nie Feng's other side. Moreover, she even deliberately buried her face deeper into his neck. Feeling the sudden softness and tightening force from her right side, Nie Feng, who was trying to meditate, stiffened suddenly. He lowered his head, glancing at Ying, who was tightly hugging him on the left, and then at Lin Mushui, who was clinging to him like a koala on the right. Nie Feng helplessly raised his head, looking at the dark top of the cliff. This stormy night on the deserted island truly felt like a deadly trial. Boom! A violent thunderclap exploded over the island, lightning tearing through the pitch-black night and illuminating the entire primeval forest in a ghastly white. For the three-person squad beneath the cliff, this was merely an amorous trial of composure and body heat. But for the clearing a few kilometers away, it was nothing short of a living hell. My clothes are soaked through. I'm freezing. Stop pushing me. Let me get closer to the tree trunk. The rain is pouring right down my neck. Over 20 college students, like ants that had lost their nests, scrambled in chaos through the dark woods. They had no idea how to build a shelter. The only way to avoid the rain was to cram dozens of people tightly under a few trees with slightly denser foliage. But the rainfall brought by the tropical storm was terrifying. The rain quickly pierced through the canopy, crashing down on them like a waterfall. The muddy ground beneath their feet rapidly turned into a quagmire. Many slipped and fell directly into the mud, drenched and filthy, utterly disheveled. "Chairman Chu, do something. We're freezing to death." The pretty girl Tong Tong, who had been given half a fruit earlier, had lost all trace of her usual refinement. She trembled all over, hugging her arms, her wet hair plastered to her face, her voice carrying a desperate sob. "What can I do? Can I make the heavens stop the rain?" Chu Jie, squeezed in the middle of the crowd, was also shivering so hard his teeth chattered. His usual gentle elegance was completely shattered as he roared in frustration. Now his heart was filled with nothing but regret. During the day, he had been too busy using those few lousy fruits to build authority and relish the pleasure of others' flattery. He had never thought to find a place that could shield them from the wind and rain. Achut! Wang Hao sneezed heavily, his face covered in a mess of snot and tears. He rubbed his arms, shivering, his voice filled with obvious remorse. If I had known it would rain this hard, I would have swallowed my pride and followed teacher Yin during the day. That kid Nie Feng is usually sneaky. He's probably already found a place to shelter from the rain with the teacher. These words pierced like a thorn into the hearts of everyone present. Indeed, when Nie Feng left, he not only carried a weapon, but also looked confident. In contrast, they themselves, staying with this so-called main group, had gained nothing but hunger and cold. "You're overthinking it." A boy nearby, his face blue from the cold, immediately retorted sourly, seeking psychological balance. "It's not that easy to find a place to shelter from the rain in these wild mountains. There are only 3 of them, and they've taken 2 women deep into the forest. They might be worse off than us shivering in some puddle right now." "Exactly. In this heavy rain, maybe they've already been eaten by beasts as a midnight snack." A few other girls quickly chimed in, as if imagining Nie Feng and the others in the worst possible state would make their own situation more bearable. Listening to the murmurs in the crowd, Chu Jie's face shifted unpredictably in the darkness. He knew very well that the group's morale was beginning to waver. If he didn't quickly paint a new enticing picture to divert everyone's attention, his authority as chairman wouldn't last until morning. "Everyone quiet down." Chu Jie suddenly raised his voice, adopting the commanding tone he used at student council meetings, and shouted, "Wang Hao is right. Nie Feng taking teacher Yin and Lin Mushui away is an extremely selfish act of individualism. He's holding our only defensive weapon. Now that everyone is in trouble, he should contribute to the collective." Chu Jie paused, his tone taking on a seductive quality. "When dawn breaks tomorrow and the rain stops, well, follow the trail and find them. If he's found a place sheltered from the wind, it becomes the common property of our entire class. For everyone's safety, we must rescue teacher Yin and Lin Mushui." In the desperate situation of hunger and cold, the veil of morality had been washed clean by the torrential rain. The phrase, "common property," instantly ignited greed in the eyes of the boys. Brother Chu is right. Zhang Chong, the sports secretary who had just eaten half of Chu Jie's fruit, immediately jumped out to pledge his loyalty. Relying on his strong physique, he shook his fist fiercely. He'll lead the way tomorrow. We're all classmates, so why should he get to feast alone? If he dares to defy the collective's arrangement, he'll be the first to teach him a lesson. With the support of Zhang Chong, the group's physical enforcer, Chu Jie breathed a quiet sigh of relief. The resentment in the crowd had been successfully redirected into a shared hatred for Feng. Over 20 college students, frozen stiff, were now holding on through the cold wind sustained only by the fantasy of plundering the rich for campsites tomorrow. The raging storm of the night finally began to subside at dawn. When the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds and fell upon the clearing before the cliff, the crisp chirping of birds echoed through the jungle. Lin Muxu's eyelashes fluttered slightly. She felt as if she had been having a long, warm dream. In the dream, she was holding a huge blazing furnace that not only radiated heat, but also carried a pleasant, reassuring scent of grass and wood. She instinctively rubbed her face against the furnace, wanting to go back to sleep. Wait, how could a furnace have a heartbeat? And why did this feel so much like human abdominal muscles? Lin Muxu's eyes snapped open. What met her gaze was Feng's face, handsome, chiseled, and terribly close. And she herself was clinging to him like an undignified octopus, her arms tightly wrapped around his waist, her right leg even carelessly draped over his thigh. The distance between them was so close that she could feel the warm breath he exhaled against her forehead. Lin Muxu's mind went blank with a bang. She, the renowned ice-cold school beauty of the university who had never even held a boy's hand, had spent the entire night entwined like a koala in the arms of a boy her age. If her admirers at school saw this, they'd probably be heartbroken enough to jump into the sea. Calm down. Sneak away before he wakes up. Lin Muxue frantically mentally prepared herself. Holding her breath, she moved with the delicate caution of a bomb disposal expert, slowly retracting her leg first. Good he hadn't woken up. Then she gradually loosened her arms from around his waist, inching backward bit by bit. Just as her fingertips were about to leave his waist entirely, a light teasing sigh came from above her head. What? The great school beauty Lin is planning to take what she wants and then run away without paying. Lin Muxue froze instantly as if struck by a paralysis spell. She slowly raised her head to meet Feng's eyes, clear, bright, and tinged with a hint of mischievous amusement. Clearly he had been awake the whole time, pretending to sleep just to watch her flounder. Who took advantage of? Lin Muxue snatched her hands back as if shocked, her cheeks flushed as red as a ripe tomato, stubbornly trying to save face. The wind was so strong last night. I was afraid you'd be cold, so I graciously blocked the wind for you. Don't be ungrateful. Watching the usually aloof, icy school beauty now blushing and stubbornly arguing, Feng couldn't help but let out a low chuckle. All right, thank you for your considerate wind-blocking service, Lin. But next time you block the wind, please don't wipe your drool on my shoulder. This shirt can't be washed. You're lying. I never drool when I sleep. Lin Muxue, both embarrassed and furious, instinctively reached to touch the corner of her mouth. She found a trace of suspicious moisture, and the awkwardness was so intense she wished she could dig a hole and bury herself on the spot. All right, I'll stop teasing you. Feng knew when to stop. He wiped the smile from his face and turned to look to his left. Aunt Yin, it's dawn time to get. His words caught in his throat. Lin Muxue also sensed something was wrong and quickly turned to look. Ying was still tightly curled up in Feng's left arm, her hands clutching his shirt. But her face showed an unnatural flush, her brows tightly furrowed, and her breathing was rapid and heavy. Most tellingly, her usually immaculate long hair was now drenched in sweat and plastered messily to her cheek. Mom! Lin Muxue's heart tightened. Forgetting all about propriety, she rushed over and reached out to touch Ying's forehead. The moment she touched it, Lin Muxue's fingers recoiled as if burned. So hot. Feng, my mom has a fever. Lin Muxue's voice was filled with obvious panic and tears. In the city, a fever was nothing. Just take 2 pills and sleep it off. But on this desolate island lacking medicine and with harsh conditions, a high fever was often the death knell. Feng frowned deeply and also reached out to feel Ying's forehead and neck. The temperature was frighteningly high. Although he had shielded her with his body heat last night, she had been caught in the cold rain earlier in the night, and coupled with the previous day's fall into the water, shock and exhaustion. This pampered bodice immunity had finally collapsed under the ravages of the tropical storm. Water. Xiaofeng. I'm cold. Ying, half-conscious, murmured unintentionally. Though her body burned like a furnace, she instinctively burrowed deeper into Feng's arms, seeking a shred of security. Don't panic. Feng firmly pressed down on Lin Muxue's trembling shoulders, his voice steady and powerful, instantly becoming the pillar of strength. It's just an acute fever from catching a chill. We caught it early, how it can still be treated. He quickly took off his jacket and draped it over Ying, then turned to Lin Muxue and began assigning tasks methodically. Stay here with her. Build up the campfire. Find a way to heat the half coconut shell we used for water yesterday over the fire and give her some warm water. Don't let her drink cold water. Okay, I understand. Lin Mushuick nodded vigorously, forcing herself to calm down. What about you? Where are you going? This cliff face can block the rain, but it's drafty from all sides. The night chill is too harsh, it's not suitable as a long-term camp. She can't be exposed to the wind anymore. Feng picked up the sharpened wooden spear, his gaze fixed on the depths of the jungle. I'm going into the woods. First to find some herbs that can reduce fever and inflammation. Second to see if there's a more sheltered and windproof place nearby. We need to build a real shelter. With that, Feng paused, his eyes turning unusually sharp. Also keep your wooden spear ready. If Chu Jie and his group come looking, don't waste words with them. If anyone gets close, stab them with the spear tip. Looking into Feng's eyes, which seemed capable of calming everything, Lin Muxua took a deep breath, and her initial panic completely settled. Go without worry. He'll protect my mom. Feng nodded, said no more, turned around, and plunged into the primeval forest, which had just been washed by the torrential rain and was thick with the scent of earth. The jungle after the storm resembled a stifling steam chamber. Feng trudged through the mud, each step a struggle. Smack! He swiftly turned his hand to slap a flower mosquito that attempted to suck blood from his neck. Once out of Ying and Lin Mushui's sight, his tense shoulders finally slumped, and he let out a long sigh of relief. He no longer had to maintain the facade of an all-powerful warrior. The bravado has been unleashed, and the burden is heavy. Feng halted, glancing at the bizarre tropical plants around him, and let out a wry smile. But the problem is, what do the herbs for reducing fever actually look like? He was quite self-aware. Although his body had been transformed by an unnamed breathing technique, his senses and physical abilities far exceeded those of ordinary people. Yet deep down, he was still a college student raised in a concrete jungle. In the cafeteria, he could hardly distinguish between stir-fried chives and stir-fried wheat sprouts. During the botany elective in his freshman year, he spent the entire time dozing in the back row. Did he really believe the nonsense in those web novels, thinking he could activate a plant encyclopedia scanning system with just a shake of his body, picking 2 or 3 pleasing green leaves to boil into soup? The image of Yanning drinking a mysterious green liquid and foaming at the mouth flashed in Feng's mind, making him shiver. It was unlikely that the rescue team would arrive in time. He and the campus beauty Lin could end up serving Aunt Yin a meal right there on the deserted island. Becoming a Shinnong was out of the question. He could never become one in this lifetime. In a wilderness devoid of antibiotics, the most reliable methods to deal with acute fever caused by catching a cold were simple: replenish plenty of vitamin-rich fluids, plus a completely windproof and warm resting environment. With a shift in mindset, the goal became clear. Why search for elusive herbs? Finding juicy wild fruits was the true path. Feng widened his eyes and began to carefully observe the terrain and vegetation distribution around him. He had to rely on the survival documentaries he had watched before, using the most basic knowledge to take a gamble. Plants that typically bear juicy fruits usually require ample sunlight. He looked up at the position of the sunlight filtering through the leaves. He decisively avoided several shaded, damp areas filled with unknown poisonous fungi and locked his target onto a sunny slope ahead. After quickly traversing through the mud for over 10 minutes, he used a wooden spear to push aside a patch of ferns. A few low wild papaya trees appeared before his eyes. The trees bore 4 or 5 greenish-yellow papayas, albeit only the size of a fist with speckled skin. But in a water-scarce deserted island, these were natural electrolytic waters for a feverish patient. Feng swallowed hard and approached the thickest tree. The trunk was slick from rainwater, and a line of brown jungle ants crawled over it. Feng paid no mind. He casually wiped the mud from his palms on his pant leg, exerted his legs, and like an agile monkey, swiftly climbed up the tree trunk that was over 3 meters high. Ants bit at his calves, causing sharp stings. He frowned but endured it. He picked 4 ripe, slightly soft papayas and fashioned a simple net with vines hanging it around his neck. Just as he prepared to slide down the tree, his gaze crossed the bushes ahead, and Feng's eyes lit up. In a hollow less than 50 meters away, there lay a dense grove of wild bamboo. What a coincidence! Feng felt a surge of joy. In the wild bamboo was the unacknowledged king of natural building materials. Hollow and segmented, it could serve as both cups and pots. With exceptional toughness, it was the perfect framework for building shelters and making fences. Ying, now burning with fever, simply couldn't endure being moved around in the mud. The only way was to bring back some bamboo. He needed to block up that drafty cliffside cave and create a sealed greenhouse for her. Without hesitation, Feng leaped from the tree and dove into the bamboo grove. Lacking a knife or an axe, he simply searched the ground for a sharp-edged quartz stone. Selecting a green bamboo the thickness of his wrist, Feng aimed at the node at the bamboo's base, gripping the stone tightly with both hands and frantically rubbing it against the bamboo like a saw. With his terrifying arm strength, the bamboo skin quickly bore a 2-centimeter deep circular groove accompanied by a grating sound that made one's teeth ache. The rough edge of the stone cut into his palm, causing blood to seep out. But he didn't stop for a moment. Break already. Feng discarded the stone, steadied his stance, tightly embraced the mid to upper section of the bamboo, and let out a low growl. Using the principle of leverage, he forcefully pushed in the opposite direction. Crack! The resilient green bamboo emitted a crisp sound and was forcefully broken by this strange strength. There was no time to worry about the neatness of the break. Feng repeated the process. He pushed his physical limits, and in less than 15 minutes, he violently snapped 3 of the longest thick bamboos. He also cut 2 clean short bamboo segments to use as water kettles. Using thick vines, he tightly bundled the bamboo into a bundle. Feng slung this heavy load of building materials over his shoulder. Considering the time, he had already been out for almost half an hour. Leaving 2 unarmed women, one of whom was burning with fever at the campsite, made him feel uneasy. I hope Miss Lin can be a bit stronger and not cry at the slightest rustle of the wind. Feng adjusted his breathing, hoisted the bamboo, and rushed back to the cliffside campsite along the same path at full speed. Meanwhile, in the camp at the cliff halfway up the mountain, Lin Muxue was enduring the most agonizing moment of her 19-year life beside the bonfire. Ying was wrapped in the coat, left by Feng, her body still curled into a ball. Her cheeks were flushed, and her smooth forehead was dotted with fine beads of sweat. Her cracked lips parted slightly, unconsciously mumbling some incomprehensible nonsense. Lin Muxue knelt beside her, her hands trembling slightly. Following Feng's instructions before he left, she found a few relatively dry twigs and carefully added them to the fire. The flames leaped up, suddenly warming her cheeks. Outside the cliff, as the sun rose, the temperature rapidly soared, and the entire jungle turned back into a hot and humid steam room. Her front was scorched by the flames while her back was enveloped by the damp heat. This suffocating torment left her feeling utterly powerless. Water. Mom will get you some hot water. Lin Muxue forced herself to calm down. She picked up the coconut shell filled with half a shell of clear water from yesterday, attempting to balance it on a few stones near the fire to heat it. However, as the Ice Queen who had never done manual labor, she struggled with this task. As soon as she placed it there, the base was unstable. The coconut shell tilted, and the water nearly spilled into the fire. She instinctively reached out to steady it. Hiss! Her fingertips touched the scorching stone, causing her to gasp in pain. Tears instantly welled up in her eyes. She quickly pinched her fingers against her earlobe to cool them down. Looking at the meager, still not fully heated clear water, an unprecedented feeling of grievance and helplessness surged within her. Back at school, even when faced with the toughest final exams or the most persistent suitors, she could always handle them gracefully with her aloof demeanor and clever mind. But now, in the face of illness and wilderness, her once proud intelligence and beauty had all turned to waste paper. She blankly raised her head, gazing at the boundless green jungle outside the cliff as if it could swallow everything. Feng had been gone for a long time. Fear grew wildly in her mind like wild grass in a dark corner. What if he encountered a large wild beast? What if he got lost in that complex maze? Even a darker and more realistic thought flashed. What if Feng thought that bringing 2 defenseless women was a burden, especially since one of them had a high fever and severely slowed down his pace for survival? What if he simply found an excuse and slipped away to seek survival alone? After all, on this island far from human civilization, no one is obligated to risk their lives for others. As soon as this thought emerged, Lin Muxue felt her heart tighten, as if gripped by a large hand, almost suffocating her. No, it won't happen. Lin Muxue shook her head vigorously, trying to banish this horrifying thought from her mind. She remembered Feng's decisive action when he took off his coat for her mother. She recalled his steady gaze as he promised her before leaving, "I will protect my mom." And last night, in the midst of the storm, that strong, warm embrace which she had shamelessly invaded for an entire night. He is not that kind of person, Lin Muxue bit her pale lower lip silently, yet firmly telling herself. She carefully clamped the coconut shell with 2 sticks and slowly moved it to the edge of the perfectly heated coals. Then she stood up. Grabbing the sharply pointed wooden spear, she stood like a warrior guarding her territory, staring intently in the direction of the jungle. At that moment, from the distant bushes, an unusual rustling sound suddenly echoed. It was not the sound of leaves blown by the wind. It was someone or something large approaching by stepping on the dry twigs. Lin Muxue's heart leaped to her throat, her hands gripping the spear tightly. "Feng, are you back?" she asked tentatively, her voice trembling. No one answered. The chilling footsteps grew even denser and more hurried. Zooming out on the muddy path less than 50 meters from the cliff camp, Chu Jie and the sports committee member Zhang Chong were leading 4 equally hungry and emaciated boys. Like a pack of hounds smelling blood, they fixated on the wisp of blue smoke rising from the cliff below. They had endured a night of torrential rain and had trudged through the mud on empty stomachs for over half an hour. Everyone had reached their physical and mental limits. Chu, I really can't go on anymore. A weak boy wearing glasses shivered, ready to retreat. Why don't we go back? That kid Feng has a sharpened wooden spear. What if he really fights us? Useless. Are you going back to wait for death? Zhang Chong turned his head, viciously cursing in a low voice. He slapped the back of the boy's head. Don't you smell the scent of charcoal wafting in the wind? They are definitely cooking. Who knows, they might even have some good food. Chu Jia wiped the mud off his face. His eyes were bloodshot from hunger. He deliberately lowered his voice with a tone of undisguised agitation and greed. Everyone think about the cold we just endured, and then think about Feng's arrogant face yesterday. Why is it that we are all classmates, yet he can hide with two beautiful women in a shelter roasting food, while we have to suffer in the mud waiting to die? This is unfair. We need to take back what belongs to the group and rescue Teacher Yin and the school beauty. Hunger and jealousy are the deadliest poisons. They can easily destroy the dignity and morals that modern civilization has bestowed upon these university students. Hearing about the beautiful women and the possibility of food, the remaining boys swallowed hard, their last bit of hesitation completely swallowed by greed. Let's go rob that prick. Zhang Chong tightened his grip on the stout wooden stick and led the way, pushing aside the last banana leaves obstructing their view. The cliff camp suddenly appeared before the eyes of these hungry wolves. The broad banana leaves were roughly pushed aside. Accompanied by the dull crack of broken branches, Zhang Chong, reeking of mud and sweating heavily, was the first to charge into the cliffside camp. Following closely behind him were Chu Jia, Wang Hao, and three others resembling ragged wanderers who had just crawled out of a muddy pit. They were covered in mud, their hair plastered to their scalps, gasping heavily due to extreme hunger and the oppressive heat of the jungle. These 6 big boys tightly gripped rough wooden sticks, mentally prepared for a 6-against-stone confrontation, ready to use brute force to subdue Feng if he resisted. However, when they finally saw the situation in the camp, everyone froze in place. The entire cliff base was dry and sheltered from the wind. An orange campfire was still burning, driving away the mosquitoes in the jungle. Beside the fire, on a clean slab of stone, lay half of a roasted rabbit that had not been finished yesterday. Though it had cooled, the layer of roasted golden oil still shimmered enticingly in the firelight. And that sharp-witted Feng was surprisingly absent. In the large camp, there was only Ying curled up on a straw mat unconscious, and Lin Mushui holding a wooden spear, standing guard in front of the fire. Feng is not here. Wang Hao's eyes widened like those of a skinny monkey as he blurted out. His voice carried a sense of ecstatic delight at the unexpected good fortune. Hearing this, the few boys who had been cautious at the back instantly straightened their backs. Chu Jia's taut posture relaxed completely. He quickly scanned the camp, confirming that the annoying figure was indeed nowhere to be found, and a flash of greedy light flickered deep in his eyes. But he knew all too well how to present himself. Even though he was dying to sink his teeth into that half-roasted rabbit, Chu Jia habitually adjusted the collar of his tattered jacket, striving to adopt the demeanor of a compassionate student council president. Mushui, seeing you safe has finally put my heart at ease. Chu Jia feigned a heartbroken look, his gaze landing on the unconscious Ying. What happened to Teacher Yin? Is she running a fever? I told you long ago, going solo away from the main group is absolutely unwise. Where's Feng? Why did he leave you 2 weak female comrades here while he ran off to enjoy himself? In response to Chu Jia's nauseatingly hypocritical performance, Lin Mushui bit her pale lip tightly, firmly gripping her wooden spear with its tip pointed straight ahead. Though terrified to the core, her expression remained icy. Put away your phony act, Chu Jia. Lin Mushui's voice trembled slightly from tension, yet her words were clear and powerful. You didn't come here to find us at all. You're here because you can't stand the hunger drawn by the smoke and scent of meat from our camp. Facing her blunt exposure of his thoughts, Chu Jia's expression stiffened, revealing his discomfort. Lin Mushui, that's too hurtful to our camaraderie. Wang Hao, seeing his master being put down, quickly jumped in as a vanguard. As he eagerly swallowed, his eyes glued to the half-roasted rabbit, he brazenly declared, "We're all classmates' blood is thicker than water. Now that Teacher Yin is sick as the boys, we should take over this camp and take responsibility for taking care of you." Yes, take over the camp. The other hungry boys joined in, clamoring in agreement. In their eyes, with Feng absent, and facing a sick woman and a delicate school beauty, the 6 big boys held absolute power. The moral veil of civilized society was torn to shreds under the temptation of half a roasted rabbit and a warm campfire. Brother Chu, stop wasting time talking to her. Zhang Chong had completely lost his patience. He had exhausted a lot of energy during the day and had been drenched by heavy rain all night, and his stomach was already churning with hunger. At that moment, the smell of the remaining roasted meat made his eyes shine with the glint of a starving wolf. Since Teacher Yin is unwell, she surely can't eat this meat. Zhang Chong said, licking his cracked lips as he strode towards the fire. I'll take this half-rabbit to fill my stomach first. Only when I'm full will I have the strength to work. Stop right there. Lin Mushui suddenly stepped forward, thrusting her wooden spear ahead, the sharp tip pressing against Zhang Chong's chest less than half a foot away. This is food that Feng brought back, and he started this fire. Who dares to touch it? Just try. Although Lin Mushui was slender at that moment to protect her mother behind her, and the meager resources left for survival, she unleashed an unprecedented ferocity. Zhang Chong was forced to halt in his tracks by the sharp spear. He glanced at Lin Mushui's stunning yet frostbitten face, then at the extremely sharp wooden stick, his brows knitting together. Though he was big in stature, he was still an educated university student, subconsciously holding onto the line of one must not hit a woman. Moreover, the other party was the universally recognized school beauty. Mushui, don't be ungrateful. Zhang Chong irritably scratched his head. We're not robbers. We're all classmates. Oh, what's wrong with having a bite to eat? When we get back to school, I'll just treat Feng to a barbecue. Exactly. Seeing this, Chu Jie immediately provided cover from behind, starting his favorite tactic of shifting concepts. Mushui, the wild animals on this deserted island, are originally unowned, shared by those who encounter them. Feng monopolizing the food is typical selfishness. Chu Jie stepped forward, his tone persuasive, as if he were the one standing at the moral high ground. Taking this half-rabbit is to replenish our strength for the survival of the entire class. Even if we ended up at the police station, this is an emergency escape, completely justified. This textbook-level sophistry injected a shot of adrenaline into the remaining boys. Yes, we're not robbing, we're reclaiming resources that belong to the collective. We're doing it for the bigger picture, right? Everyone shares. Why should Feng be the only one to eat while we starve? Under Chu Jie's moral endorsement, the last shred of guilt among the boys vanished. I'll say this one last time, step back. Lin Mushui's hands trembled more violently, but she still gripped the spear tightly, not retreating an inch. Feng is nearby looking for supplies. He'll be back soon. If you dare to steal from the camp, when he returns you definitely won't be spared. Upon hearing, Feng will be back soon, the previously clamoring boys paused slightly. Yesterday, when Feng wielded that sharpened wooden spear, his reckless demeanor had made them feel uneasy. Zhang Chong hesitated as well. If Feng really was nearby holding a sharp weapon, no one wanted to be the first unfortunate soul to get stabbed when they tried to seize the meat. Don't listen to her threats. Chu Jie knew Lin Mushui too well. He saw right through the false calm behind her facade. If Feng were really nearby hearing all this commotion, he would have come out long ago. He probably thinks teacher Yin is a burden with her fever, and he slipped away to find another way out. Chu Jie pointed at the half-roasted rabbit on the ground, loudly inciting, Qiangzi, make your move. While he's not here, let's grab the food. Even if he really comes back, can 6 of us with sticks be afraid of just one rebel? At worst, we'll just tie him up. This statement became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Extreme hunger overcame any trivial reservations. Damn it, the timid die of starvation, while the bold fatten up. Zhang Chong cursed, his eyes widening, no longer caring about the school beauty. Using his imposing frame of 6 feet tall, he lunged forward, relying on his tough skin and flesh to grab the wooden spear from Lin Mushui's hands. Get lost. Lin Mushui turned pale with fear, but her mind echoed Feng's instructions before leaving. Anyone who dares to approach, stab them directly. With gritted teeth, she closed her eyes, gripping the spear with all her might, and thrust it fiercely towards Zhang Chong's reaching hand. Uft! A light sound echoed. The sharp would instantly pierce the skin on Zhang Chong's hand, drawing a bloodied gash over 2 inches long. Blood gushed forth at once. Oh, you filthy bitch, you really dare to strike. Zhang Chong yelled in pain, looking at the blood on his hand, the last shred of hesitation in his eyes replaced by fury. He roared like a mad bear and slammed his palm down hard on the shaft of the spear. The tremendous force made Lin Mushui's hands go numb, and she could no longer hold onto the wooden spear, which fell with a thud into the muddy ground beside her. Without her weapon, Lin Mushui was now like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. You're asking for it. Zhang Chong shoved Lin Mushui aside, sending her staggering, and she fell heavily beside Ying. Then he eagerly lunged towards the stone slab, holding the roasted rabbit, grabbing the greasy half with both hands, ready to stuff it into his mouth. Chu Jie and the remaining 4 boys excitedly surrounded him, ready to share in the spoils. However, just as Zhang Chong's lips were about to touch the roasted meat, a voice cold enough to make one feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave suddenly came from behind the banana trees at the cliff's edge. Did you ask the owner for permission before eating someone else's food? Zhang Chong's mouth, on the verge of biting into the roasted rabbit meat, abruptly halted in midair. Everyone turned their heads in unison. Before them, the banana leaves were violently pushed aside. Feng emerged from the shadows of the jungle, his shoulder bearing 3 sturdy green bamboos, wild papayas hanging around his neck, and a sharpened wooden spear in his right hand, his expression devoid of emotion. With a loud thud, he casually tossed the heavy bundle of bamboo onto the ground, producing a dull thump that shattered the dead silence of the camp. Chu Jie's eyelid twitched violently as his gaze remained fixated on the sharply pointed wooden spear in Nie Feng's hand, his throat swallowing hard in distress. He was a shrewd person. Although they were 6 in number, having been hungry for an entire day and night, they were all armed with nothing but dull wooden sticks. If they truly pushed Nie Feng, who wielded a deadly weapon, to the brink, casually stabbing a transparent hole in anyone's stomach would not be a joke. Chu Jie's eyes shifted, and the greed and malice on his face vanished without a trace, replaced by a warm yet apologetic smile. "Oh, Nie Feng, you're finally back," Chu Jie exclaimed loudly, desperately signaling Zhang Chong. With his eyes, Xiangzi quickly put down the meat. "With that starving ghost-like appearance, don't let Nie Feng misunderstand that we're here to steal something." Although Zhang Chong wasn't very bright, he had been around Chu Jie long enough to understand the hint in those eyes. Reluctantly, he placed the half-roasted rabbit back on the stone slab, giving a dry chuckle as he took a half-step back. "Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding." Chu Jie opened his arms, indicating he meant no harm, his tone sincere and beyond reproach. "We just followed the trail to see if Teacher Yin and Mu Shui are safe. Seeing you weren't here, Xiangzi was just too hungry and acted foolishly. We're all classmates, don't take it to heart." Facing Chu Jie's sudden change of expression, Nie Feng slightly narrowed his eyes. At that moment, a violent coughing sound suddenly erupted from the straw mat. Cough, cough. "Mu Shui, what happened?" The earlier loud thud of bamboo finally jolted Ying, who had been drowsy, awake. She struggled to open her eyes, and the first thing she saw was her daughter disheveled and sitting in the mud along with several male students holding wooden sticks around her. "What are you doing?" The fierce instinct of a mother instantly overcame the weakness brought on by the fever. Ying suddenly wanted to sit up to protect her daughter, but her limbs felt weak and powerless. As she propped herself up slightly, her arms gave way, and she fell back heavily with a painful groan. "Mom, don't move." Lin Mu Shui hurriedly crawled over, shielding her mother behind her. Seeing Ying fall in pain, Nie Feng's brows instantly furrowed. Concerned, he subconsciously quickened his pace, bypassing Chu Jie and Zhang Chong, heading straight for the straw mat. "Aunt Yin, your fever hasn't subsided, don't move around." Just as Nie Feng's attention was entirely drawn to Ying, his back was completely exposed to Chu Jie and the others. In an instant, the feigned piety in Chu Jie's eyes was replaced by a menacing glare. He gritted his teeth and nodded sharply at Zhang Chong and Wang Hao beside him. "Damn." Zhang Chong, already reedied from hunger, gripped the thick wooden stick tightly, using all his strength to slam it down on Nie Feng's back. "Nie Feng, watch out behind you." Lin Mu Shui's pupils contracted sharply as she screamed in terror. Nie Feng's keen hearing caught the sound of wind behind him. Instinctively, he wanted to twist and dodge, but the mud underfoot was too slippery. Thud. A muffled sound. Zhang Chong's calculated blow struck solidly against Nie Feng's left shoulder and back. Hiss. Nie Feng inhaled sharply in pain, the immense impact causing him to slip, and he fell directly into the muddy puddle. The wooden spear in his hand also slipped from his grasp and rolled twice in the mud. "Spear. Quick, grab the spear," Chu Jie shouted sharply. With quick reflexes, Wang Hao lunged forward like a starving dog, seizing the sharpened wooden spear, his voice trembling with excitement. "Brother Chu, we got the weapon." "Well done," Chu Jie exclaimed with delight, as if he had already seen the dawn of victory. Nie Feng, holding his shoulder, propped himself up from the muddy pit, his gaze like that of an enraged lone wolf. If that blow had landed on an ordinary person, they probably wouldn't have recovered for half a day. Fortunately, he had strengthened himself through breathing techniques, and his muscle density was astounding, enabling him to withstand the heavy blow. He wiped the mud from his face, coldly staring at Wang Hao, who was holding the spear. Wang Hao felt his scalp tingle under that gaze. Despite wielding a deadly weapon, his hands trembled uncontrollably. "What are you waiting for? Stab him. While he's still down, take him out," Zhang Chong shouted loudly from the side. I can't do it." Wang Hao was close to tears, retreating with the spear in hand. "Brother Chu, this wood is sharpened like a knife. If I really stab him and something goes wrong, I'll get shot when I go back. I still want to take the entrance exam." Not just Wang Hao, but the other boys exchanged glances, none daring to actually stab someone with that thing. After all, they were educated college students, and the subconscious remnants of legal boundaries still lingered. Stealing food was fine, fighting was also acceptable, but to kill over half a roasted rabbit was beyond what they could dare. "Useless. If you're too scared to stab, just use the sticks. There are 6 of us, we can wear him down." Chu Jie cursed angrily. "Everyone, let's go. Beat him down with sticks." With a command, Zhang Chong and the other boys raised their thick wooden sticks and charged at Nie Feng like a pack of rabid dogs, raining blows down upon him. Nie Feng had just propped himself up half out of the muddy water when he was caught off guard and could only grit his teeth and roll on the ground. Thud, thud. He took 2 to 3 heavy blows on his broad back and arms, causing his vision to swirl. However, those few hits ignited the fierce spirit within him. Feng not only didn't retreat, but instead leaped up from the mud like an enraged beast. He took a hit on the shoulder, clenched his right fist tightly, and delivered a powerful punch directly to Zhang Chang's face. Ouch! Blood gushed from Zhang Chang's nose. Before he could retreat, Feng lunged forward, forcefully toppling Zhang Chang's massive 200-pound frame into the muddy ground. The two instantly became locked in a fierce struggle, rolling wildly in the mud. Stop using sticks. We can't maneuver. Watch out for Qiangzi. Chu Jia, watching anxiously from behind, shouted, drop the sticks. All of you jump on him and pin him down. Crush him. Wang Hao and the other boys immediately discarded their long sticks and swarmed over. The 6 big boys piled on top of Feng like a stack of pancakes, unleashing a chaotic melee in them. Some used their knees to push, others kicked wildly, while others held tightly onto Feng's arms and legs. The scene was in utter disarray, with mud splattering everywhere. Lin Mushui stood by, her eyes brimming with tears, as women typically could do little but scream in the face of such violent chaos. Stop! Stop! Don't hit him anymore. But no one paid her any mind. In the center of the muddy pit, Feng was pinned down by 6 people, suffering several heavy punches, and his clothes were torn to shreds. Yet, relying on his astonishing strength, he tightly gripped Zhang Chang's neck with one hand, while the other hand retaliated fiercely against the other 5, instinctively striking blow after blow. This mud wrestling brawl of 6 against 1 lasted nearly 2 minutes. The situation began to undergo a subtle reversal. Feng was pressed into the mud. Despite his disheveled appearance, he could clearly feel that the few guys weighing him down were quickly running out of breath. Huff! Huff! Wang Hao, who was tightly clutching Feng's arm, gasped like a deflated bellows, his grip weakening at a visibly noticeable rate. Not just Wang Hao, the movements of the other boys also began to slow down, as if time itself had been stretched. The reason was simple. Fighting is an anaerobic exercise that consumes a lot of energy. This group had expended a tremendous amount of energy yesterday, had been soaked by rain all night, and had gone hungry for a day and night. Under the stimulus of seizing food, they indeed managed to unleash the first wave of fierce attacks. But their energy reserves had long run dry. 2 minutes of intense melee had completely drained the last bit of strength from these low-energy boys. In contrast, Feng, aided by his breathing technique, had a strong heartbeat that continuously delivered a steady flow of oxygen to his muscles. Moreover, the fierce determination inherent to him made him grow bolder with each passing moment in this close-quarters combat. Additionally, he had eaten roasted rabbit meat the day before, seasoned with salt. While not at his peak condition, he was certainly much better off than these starving wretches. Tired of fighting, huh? It's my turn. Feng sneered, taking a deep breath as the muscles in his arms bulged. Get off me. With a sudden thrust of his waist, he forcefully shoved his arms outward using the slickness of the mud. Like a bull shaking off dirt, he overturned the 3 boys pressing down on him. The moment he broke free, Feng sprang up from the mud pit like a carp leaping from water. He picked up a wooden stick from the ground, his gaze turning icy, a true savage fire ignited within. You enjoyed stepping on me just now, didn't you? Before his words faded, he swung the wooden stick, accompanied by a whooshing sound, landing a solid hit on Wang Hao's outer thigh. Oh! Wang Hao let out a wretched scream akin to that of a pig being slaughtered, rolling in the mud, while clutching his thigh, completely devoid of the strength to call for help. The 3 boys next to him were terrified, scrambling backward on all fours. Feng would not give them the opportunity. He strode forward, delivering a swift and decisive kick that struck one of them squarely in the back, sending him crashing face first into the muddy water, tasting the filth. As he turned, the blunt end of the stick slammed into another boy's ribs, causing him to curl up like a shrimp, retching uncontrollably. Zhang Chang, clutching his bleeding nose, was physically exhausted, yet his innate ferocity pushed him to keep fighting. He staggered to his feet, raising his fist for one last desperate counterattack. Still dare to fight back? Feng snorted coldly, easily sidestepping Zhang Chang's slow and clumsy punch, while swinging the stick in a wide arc, striking Zhang Chang's kneecap hard. Zhang Chang's massive body, weighing 200 pounds, crashed to his knees in the mud, splashing a half-meter-high wave of mud. Feng did not relent, discarding the stick, grabbing Zhang Chang by the collar, lifting him halfway, and raising his right fist, which was smeared with mud, to deliver 2 heavy blows to Zhang Chang's face. These 2 punches were powerful and forceful, causing Zhang Chang to see stars, and the last shred of resistance within him was utterly crushed, rendering him as limp as a pile of mush. The remaining boy was already terrified beyond belief, kneeling in the mud and repeatedly bowing his head in a plea for mercy. Feng walked over without hesitation, delivering a few resounding slaps that knocked him to the ground, blood oozing from his mouth. A one-sided beating. An absolute display of brute force. In less than half a minute, the five boys who had just been arrogant and domineering now lay sprawled in the mud, groaning in pain, unable to stand up. Nie Feng's chest rose and fell slightly. He spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with mud, turned his head, and fixed his bloodshot eyes on Chu Jie, who stood at the back. At this moment, Chu Jie's face was as pale as paper, his legs trembling, as if he were dancing a jig. Seeing Nie Feng approach him through the muddy water like a death god, he stumbled back 2 steps, tripping over a tree root and landing on his backside. Nie Feng, we're all classmates, please. Don't go too far. It was Zhang Chong who led the attack on you, not me. Hitting me is against the law. Chu Jie stuttered, shamefully shifting all the blame to his subordinates at this moment, even invoking the law. You didn't care about the law when you ambushed me, but now you want to call the police because you got hit. Nie Feng stepped closer, looking down at him. Suddenly, Nie Feng grabbed Chu Jie by the collar of his jacket, lifting him off the ground like a chick. What? What are you going to do? Smack. The response was a deafening slap to the face. Chu Jie was struck so hard that he saw stars, half his face swelling, instantly blood pouring from his nose, and his hypocritical black-framed glasses flying into the mud. This slap is to teach you that one must adhere to rules. You cannot steal others' belongings. Immediately after, Nie Feng raised his right knee and delivered a fierce knee strike directly into Chu Jie's stomach. Ugh! Chu Jie's eyes bulged, his stomach churning in agony, unable to utter a single word, only letting out pained gasps. This knee strike is a gift from teacher Yin and Mu Shui. Nie Feng released his grip and Chu Jie collapsed like a lifeless dog in the mud, clutching his stomach and retching uncontrollably. Nie Feng coldly glanced at him, using his toe to flick the wooden spear that had fallen into the muddy water, sending it flying into the air, where he caught it deftly. Holding the wooden spear, he turned and walked towards Zhang Chong, who was still sprawled on the ground, pretending to be dead. Seeing the sharp tip of the spear, Zhang Chong trembled and crawled backward in fear. What? What are you doing? I can't believe this. We are all classmates. You wouldn't actually want to kill someone, would you? Nie Feng's eyes flashed with a fierce determination. Without a word, he gripped the spear tightly and aimed for the most vulnerable part, between Zhang Chong's legs, driving it down hard. Zhang Chong let out a scream that was not human, desperately clutching his groin, his eyes nearly rolling back in his head. Thud! The sharpened wooden spear did not pierce flesh, but pressed tightly against the fabric at the root of Zhang Chong's thigh, plunging deep into the mud between his legs. The tail of the spear trembled violently from the immense force. A warm liquid flowed down Zhang Chong's pant legs, spreading in the muddy water. This 200-pound man had been scared to the point of wetting his pants. Nearby, Wang Hao and the others were even more terrified, feeling a chill in their groins, as if the spear had pierced through them, losing any thought of resistance. Nie Feng pulled out the wooden spear, bent down, and picked up the half-eaten roasted rabbit from the stone slab, casually brushing off the mud. In this day and age, the threshold for becoming a thief is getting lower and lower. 6 grown men, and none of you have the guts to stab someone. You couldn't even last 3 minutes in a fight, yet you want to learn to be a bandit. While I haven't changed my mind to break your legs, get lost. Nie Feng put away his smile and spat out a single word, carrying an undeniable bloody intimidation. If you dare come within a step of my camp again, I will break your legs next time. The few people moaning on the ground felt as if they had received a great reprieve. Zhang Chong, disregarding his wet pants, and Wang Hao, limping with one leg, helped the equally wretched Chu Jie escape from the shelter of the banana leaves, not daring to linger for even a second, their retreat as awkward as could be. Watching the plague of a group finally leave Lin Mu Shui's tightly strung nerves relaxed completely. She dropped the stone in her hand, gazing at Nie Feng covered in mud and bruises, with her eyes inexplicably reddening. Though the scene of rolling and fighting in the mud was not at all handsome, even somewhat comical, this figure who fought desperately in the mud to protect them appeared taller than ever. Ying, lying on the grass mat, watched Nie Feng resolve the crisis. Although her head still throbbed, the heavy stone in her heart finally fell. Cough, cough. Xiao Feng. Ying weakly called out, her tone filled with the relief of having survived a calamity and deep reliance. Are you hurt? Is it serious? I'm fine, just a scratch. Nie Feng turned around, casually rubbing his slightly bruised left shoulder, spitting out a mouthful of muddy saliva. He looked down at his t-shirt, which had completely turned into rags, and couldn't help but sigh, complaining in a very down-to-earth manner. This shirt is totally ruined, it can't be washed clean at all. Aunt Yin, you have to reimburse me when we go back. Hearing this complaint, which seemed out of place in this situation, the mother and daughter, still immersed in fear and unease, were momentarily taken aback. Then Lin Mu Shui let out a chuckle, her eyes still glistening with tears. Ying shook her head helplessly, yet her lips couldn't help but curl upwards. This kid, no matter the time, always manages to pull people out of despair with his strange antics. Ying shook her head helplessly, the smile at the corners of her mouth not yet fully blooming, when her entire body suddenly trembled violently. Cough. So cold. As if all her strength had been drained away, she collapsed heavily back onto the straw mat, curling herself into a ball. Her cheeks, already flushed from fever, now took on an unnatural crimson hue, with fine beads of sweat continuously sliding down her smooth forehead. Having forced herself to stay alert just long enough to watch Feng drive away the thugs the moment her taut nerves relaxed, her rain-battered immune system finally gave way completely. "Mom, what's wrong?" Lin Muxu's smile vanished instantly as she rushed over and reached out to feel Ying's forehead. "Sizzling hot. Feng, my mom's burning up with fever." Lin Muxu's voice trembled with tears as panic welled up in her eyes. In the city, a fever could be cured with 2 pills and a good night's sleep, but on this desolate island lacking medicine and doctors, a high fever was often the death knell. Feng immediately dropped his playful demeanor and strode over, pressing his fingers against the side of Ying's neck. The skin was scorching hot like a tiny furnace and alarmingly dry, not a single bead of sweat. This was a classic symptom of cold-induced pore blockage trapping all the heat inside the body. "Don't panic. Crush that wild papaya and squeeze the juice into the empty coconut shell." Feng's brows were slightly furrowed, but his movements were methodical. He grabbed the green bamboo tube he had brought back, filled it with mountain spring water, and set it at the edge of the fire to heat. Once the water was warm, he poured it into the coconut shell with the papaya juice and stirred. "She's severely dehydrated. We need to replenish fluids and electrolytes first. Sit her up and get her to drink this." Lin Muxiu nodded hastily, carefully lifting Ying's upper body into her arms and bringing the coconut shell to her mother's lips. "Mom, have some water. Open your mouth." In her feverish haze, Ying instinctively resisted swallowing. Sweating profusely with anxiety, Lin Muxiu barely managed to trickle a small half-shell of the warm papaya water past her mother's lips. Yet despite the water going down, Ying's body temperature showed no sign of dropping. Instead, her breathing grew increasingly rapid, and she let out unconscious, pained whimpers. "No good. Just water won't cut it. The cold has locked her bones. She can't sweat at all. The heat can't escape. If this keeps up, the proteins will denature." Feng made a quick decision. From the discarded bamboo scraps he had chopped earlier, he selected a half section with a very smooth, rounded edge and heated it by the fire to sterilize it. "Then, what do we do?" Lin Muxiu was panicking. "Gua sha and acupressure. We'll use external force to forcibly open the blocked pores and drive out the internal heat poison." Feng walked over with the warm bamboo piece, glanced at the white chiffon shirt clinging tightly to Ying's body, and took a deep breath. First, undo the buttons on the front of her shirt and slip it down to her arms. Then turn her over face down on the mat, exposing her back and shoulders. "Huh." Lin Muxiu froze, looking at her unconscious mother, then at the vigorous young man of her own age standing before her. "What, huh?" In a doctor's eyes, there's no gender. "Do you want her to develop pneumonia from the fever?" Feng's face was utterly serious, as if the object in his hand was a scalpel, not a bamboo strip. Lin Muxiu bit her lip hard, her reason triumphing over shame. Blushing deeply, she reached out with trembling fingers and one by one undid the buttons of her mother's chiffon shirt from top to bottom. Then, half carrying her mother, Lin Muxiu slipped the soaked shirt from her rounded shoulders down her arms until her entire upper back was exposed. She carefully turned Ying over, laying her face down on the straw mat. A vast expanse of startlingly fair back skin was instantly exposed to the air. Years of self-discipline and care meant there was not an ounce of excess flesh on Ying's back. The groove of her spine was deep and alluring, her shoulder blades exquisitely elegant. Against that snow-defying, frost-rivaling skin, the black strap of her undergarment created a stark visual contrast, a maddening challenge to one's senses. Feng's Adam's apple bobbed with a difficult swallow. Forcing his gaze away, he handed the bamboo piece to Lin Muxiu. "This strip is very smooth. Scrape it firmly down along both sides of her spine, following the bladder meridian, and over her shoulders, Jianjing acupoint. You need to bring out red Sha spots for it to work." Lin Muxiu took the bamboo and, following Feng's instructions, scraped a few times across her mother's back. "No good. Your strength is like tickling. It can't penetrate the skin's surface." Feng looked at the faint pink marks on Ying's back and shook his head helplessly. The pampered school beauty had never developed such precise force or technique. "I am afraid of hurting her." Lin Muxiu was on the verge of tears. "If you don't hurt her a little, how will she get better?" Feng sighed. "Auntie Yin, please forgive my intrusion." He walked over and took the bamboo from Lin Muxiu. "Hold her shoulders down. Don't let her move. He'll do it." Lin Muxiu had no choice but to comply, pressing her hands down on her mother's soft, rounded shoulders. Feng knelt beside the straw mat, holding the bamboo strip in his right hand. To stabilize her, his left hand inevitably came to rest on Ying's slender, supple waist. The touch was startlingly smooth and scorching hot. Feng took a deep breath, clearing his mind. The bamboo strip in his hand touched the back of Ying's neck, and with practiced skill, he scraped it forcefully down along one side of her spine. Oh! The intense, aching pain instantly jolted her nerves. Ying, half-conscious, arched her long, graceful neck, letting out an uncontrollable cry of pain. With just that one stroke, a dark red shaw mark appeared on her snowy white back. Hold her down, Feng commanded in a low voice. Then came the second stroke, the third. Feng's technique was not gentle, it could even be called rough. But the essence of gua sha lies in the principle that where there is blockage, there is pain. Where there is flow, there is no pain. As the bamboo strip continued its work, more and more purplured sha spots emerged on Ying's back, finally providing an outlet for the heat toxin trapped within. But this process of invigorating blood and dispelling stasis was accompanied by an indescribable feeling of soreness, numbness, swelling, and pain. It hurts. So much. Ying's eyes were closed, her brows tightly knit, and even tears of physical distress seeped from the corners of her eyes. When a person is in extreme pain and burning with fever, their defenses are at their lowest. Instinctively seeking comfort, she twisted her body with the force of the scraping, broke free from Lin Muxu's grip, and half-turned, fiercely latching onto Feng's arm that was pressed against her waist. Gently. Feng, don't be so rough. Ying's voice was hoarse, thick, with a nasal tone, and a soft, girlish vulnerability she would never normally show. Her burning cheek pressed against Feng's arm, and in her pain, she unconsciously pulled his arm even tighter against her body. With her shirt already removed, this single movement plunged Feng's arm into an unimaginable softness and breathtaking turmoil. SSS. Feng sucked in a sharp breath, nearly dropping the bamboo strip. He was a survivor with extraordinary self-control, that much was true. But he was still a normal man. Being clutched so defenselessly by a woman of exquisite maturity, the incredible sensation and the scorching breath against his arm were like a spark igniting the blood surging through his veins. Mom, what are you doing? Lin Muxue, whose job was to hold her mother down, could only watch helplessly as her usually aloof mother, half-undressed, clung to a boy's arm, whimpering and complaining of pain. Lin Muxue's face turned crimson in an instant, so red it seemed ready to bleed. The visual impact was 10 times more shocking than Zhang Chang's earlier attempt to steal the meat. She's delirious from the fever. Her subconscious is resisting the pain. Help me turn her over a bit. I haven't finished scraping her shoulders. Feng forced himself to stay calm, but his voice carried an unavoidable hint of hoarseness. He tried to pull his arm free, but Ying held on tightly. Not only that, her long, elegant legs twisted and rubbed unconsciously against the straw mat, exuding a deadly mature allure. Lin Muxue bit her red lip and blushing leaned in to try and pry her mother away. But Ying was now like a child afraid of pain, refusing to let go, even letting out those suggestive soft moans that mixed the agony of gua sha with a hint of relief. Don't move me. It hurts. With no other choice, Feng had to work in this awkward, blood-stirring position. One arm was deeply buried in Ying's astonishingly warm and soft embrace, while the other held the bamboo strip, continuing the scraping along her neck, shoulders, and collarbone. As the dark red sha poison was continuously forced to the surface, a miracle occurred. Ying's previously dry, scorching skin finally began to exude a fine sheen of sweat. At first just a little, but soon a torrent of sweat poured out like a breached dam, soaking her undergarments and sliding down her fair skin. She's sweating. The heat is dissipating. Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief and tossed the bamboo strip aside. He felt he had sweated more in these few minutes than he had fighting those 6 boys in the mud. Especially the arm that Ying had been holding. It felt as if it had been roasted over a fire. Quickly wash that piece of pure cotton cloth in warm water and wipe the sweat off her body. Make sure she doesn't get any more drafts. Feng hastily withdrew his arm from that deadly soft haven, stood up, and turned his back to them, taking deep breaths to calm the turmoil raging within him. Lin Muxue's heart was also pounding like a deer's. Flustered, she took the warm, damp cloth and helped wipe the copious sweat from her mother's body. With the expulsion of sweat, Ying's terrifyingly high body temperature finally began to drop. Her breathing steadied, her tightly knit brows relaxed, and she sank into a deep sleep. Only after she had helped her mother back into her clothes and covered her with Feng's jacket did Lin Muxue finally collapse onto the ground, feeling completely drained. Outside the cave, the night wind continued to blow. Inside, only the occasional crackle of the campfire broke the silence. Lin Muxue turned her head to look at Feng, who was sitting across the fire washing his face with cool water. The scenes from the gua sha session replayed in her mind like a movie, her mother's snow-white back, the ambiguous moans, the unreserved dependence she showed when clinging to Feng's arm. The strange, inexplicable feeling in Lin Muxue's heart grew stronger. She suddenly realized. On this deserted island stripped of moral constraints, the boundaries between people were becoming increasingly blurred with each passing day. and her mother, who had always been aloof and detached, seemed to be falling step by step towards this powerful young man in a way she herself had not yet perceived. As time passed, the sun rose higher and higher, and the morning sunlight finally pierced through the thick clouds, illuminating this isolated, deserted island. In the banana grove over a kilometer away from the cliff campsite, more than 20 college students, battered by the rain throughout the night, were sprawled on the muddy ground, resembling a group of frostbitten eggplants. They shivered as they twisted the water out of their clothes, eagerly gazing towards the horizon of the sea. Why hasn't the helicopter arrived yet? Zhao Mingming, the most pampered girl in class, had her hair in disarray like a bird's nest, her lips purple from the cold, her voice thick with a cry. "ITLL, come soon, the storm at sea has stopped, and the rescue team must have set out already." A bespectacled boy next to her swallowed nervously, trying to hypnotize himself with words he didn't even believe. At that moment, a rustling sound came from the bushes ahead. The crowd raised their heads like startled birds, only to see Chu Jiezhongchang and 4 others supporting each other, limping out of the forest. These 6 individuals looked 10 times more miserable than them, each one appearing as though they had rolled 3 times in a muddy pit with bruises on their faces. Most exaggerated was sports committee member Zhang Chang. His nose was swollen like a garlic bulb, and he reeked of a pungent urine smell. He walked among the crowd, dodging and weaving his legs a bit weak, not even daring to lift his head, as if he had just experienced some unbearable psychological trauma. "President Chu, you're back." Several boys hurriedly approached, asking, "What happened? Did you get the supplies? Did Teacher Yin and Mu Shui make it back?" Upon hearing these questions, Chu Jie's already swollen face twitched violently. Could he possibly tell the entire class that he had taken 5 people to seize territory, only to be pinned down in the mud by Feng alone, and that Zhang Chang had even wet his pants in fear from a stick? Of course not. Did he still want to maintain the dignity of the student council president? Chu Jie quickly concocted a pained yet righteous expression. "Don't mention it. That madman Feng has completely lost his mind." Chu Jie covered his swollen cheek, gasping for breath as he began to spin a tale. "We went to pick them up with good intentions, but he was ungrateful, digging a pit full of traps around the campsite. To avoid everyone getting seriously hurt, I decisively ordered a strategic retreat. Teacher Yin and Mu Shui were threatened by him with a wooden spear, and we dared not forcefully seize them." This speech of shifting blame while preserving dignity sounded quite convincing. The uninformed classmates immediately grew indignant, expressing strong condemnation towards Feng, calling him a violent maniac and a selfish bastard. Wang Hao and Zhang Chang lowered their heads, feeling embarrassed, but tacitly cooperating with their leaders, not daring to mention the truth about the wet pants. Gulyalu. Lies may fool classmates, but they can't fool the stomach. A thunderous rumble erupted from Zhang Chang's belly, triggering a chain reaction of stomach protests throughout the crowd. Hungry. Too hungry. Since yesterday, they had only received half of a sour wild fruit. This little bit of energy wasn't even enough to fill their teeth. "Brother Chu, we need to find something to eat. If we keep waiting like this, the rescue team won't arrive, and we'll end up starving to death." Wang Hao pleaded, clutching his stomach with a grimace. Chu Jie was equally famished, his eyes blurring with hunger. He looked around and suddenly brightened, pointing at a cluster of low tree roots ahead. "There's something. Everyone look." Following his direction, the group saw a gray wild rabbit crouching at the base of the tree roots, its long ears perked up in vigilance, rapidly nibbling on a tender blade of grass. "It's a rabbit. Meat." The eyes of the starving college students sparkled with excitement. "Everyone stay quiet and surround it." Chu Jie lowered his voice to command. "Zhang Chang, you have the build, charge in from the front. Wang Hao, go block it from the left." The group crept like spies, stealthily approaching the wild rabbit. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. Go. At Chu Jie's command, Zhang Chang spread his arms wide and lunged at the rabbit like a heavy bear. The ideal was grand, but the reality was harsh. These young masters, who usually struggled to complete an 800-meter fitness test, had clearly underestimated the reaction speed of wild animals. The wild rabbit didn't even glance at Zhang Chang. With a powerful kick from its hind legs, it transformed into a gray flash, easily dodging Zhang Chang's pounce and darting straight past Wang Hao's pant leg. "Ouch, damn it." Zhang Chang missed and landed face first in the mud, his old injury on his nose crashing into a tree root, causing tears to stream down his face from the pain. Wang Hao was even worse off. Startled by the rabbit's escape, he slipped and fell flat on his back. After running a dozen meters, the wild rabbit even stopped, turned its head, and looked at the clumsy humans with its ears perked up as if mocking them mercilessly. Then it dove into the bushes, disappearing without a trace. "Useless. All of you are useless." Chu Jie cursed angrily, feeling even hungrier. It was proven that without tools and experience, trying to catch live animals in the wilderness with bare hands was simply a delusion. "Brother Chu, the creatures in this forest are too clever. We can't catch anything." Wang Hao complained while rubbing his backside. Let's go to the beach. Chu Jie gritted his teeth, settling for a compromise. The tide has gone out. There must be seafood washed up in the shallow, rocky areas of the beach. Catching crabs should be easier than catching rabbits. Half an hour later, the group arrived at a rocky area by the beach. The tide had receded, leaving the rocks covered with green moss, and the sea breeze carried a strong, fishy and salty scent. Everyone spread out and searched, turn over the stones. Grab anything that moves. Chu Jie commanded. A dozen boys rushed towards the slippery rocks like starving ghosts. Ouch! As soon as Wang Hao stepped up, he slipped on the moss and fell in a painful split, clutching his thigh and crying out in the puddle. I found it! I found it! Li Ming, the boy who had been terrified into begging for mercy in the mud by Feng, lifted a stone and shouted excitedly. In the shallow pool, a stone crab about the size of an adult's palm, waving its thick pincers, was blowing bubbles and scuttling sideways. Quick! Catch it! Chu Jie's eyes turned red. This thing was a great source of protein. Li Ming swallowed hard and reached out to grab the crab's shell. But he clearly had never experienced the brutal reality of beachcombing. The stone crab reacted surprisingly quickly. Instead of running away, it raised its strong right claw and aimed it at Li Ming's outstretched fingers, clamping down in a flash. Crack! Ah, my hand! It's broken! It's broken! Li Ming let out a scream more piercing than Wang Hao's a moment ago. The crab clung tightly to his index finger, its sharp claw even piercing the skin. Li Ming cried out in pain, desperately shaking his hand, but unable to shake it off. Idiot! Smash it with a rock. Zhang Chong saw this and quickly picked up a fist-sized pebble, rushing over to smash the crab on Li Ming's hand. Bang! Bang! After smashing it 3 or 4 times, the hard shell of the stone crab finally cracked and released its grip. Meanwhile, Li Ming's finger was already a bloody mess, swollen like a red carrot. After this bloody lesson, these pampered youths finally understood that even a crab in the wilderness is not to be trifled with. From then on, the approach changed entirely. The boys no longer dared to catch crabs with their hands. Once they turned over a crab, they swarmed around it like they had seen a sworn enemy, lifting large stones and indiscriminately smashing down without regard. Smash it to death. Let's see if it still dares to pinch people. Hey, aim better. The mud is splashing all over my face. The entire rocky area was in chaos, resembling a primitive ritual performed by a group of wild men. After a chaotic half hour, everyone was drenched in mud and utterly exhausted. Though they paid a painful price, they finally managed to gather 5 severely injured stone crabs using this clumsy and barbaric method. Looking at the crabs gasping for breath on the beach, everyone seemed to have already caught a whiff of the delicious seafood. Brother Chu, let's quickly start a fire to roast the crabs. The usually delicate and artistic committee member, Zhou Qian, looked at the crabs, disregarding her fears, and couldn't help but swallow hard. No problem. Starting a fire is simple. Chu Jie confidently patted his chest. I've seen those wilderness survival shows on TV where they just rub 2 sticks together and it ignites. Friction generates heat. Even elementary school students know that basic physics. What's so difficult about it? I can do it too. Chu Jie instructed a few boys to find some relatively dry twigs and a pile of dry leaves. He found a flat piece of wood, smashed a small pit into it with a stone, then took a straight stick, took a deep breath, and began vigorously rubbing the stick back and forth. 1 minute passed. 3 minutes passed. Chu Jie was drenched in sweat, panting heavily, his hands turning red. However, the wood board had only produced a bit of sawdust with not a wisp of smoke, let alone any sparks. Brother Chu, are you sure your technique is right? Wang Hao anxiously watched from the side. What do you know? This would you try it. Chu Jie, shaking his sore arms angrily, threw the stick to Wang Hao. The next half hour turned into a large-scale self-torture relay race. Wang Hao, Zhang Chong, and even a few girls took turns. Everyone was blushing, gritting their teeth. Ah, it hurts so much. Wang Hao suddenly let out a scream, dropping the stick and raising his hands. His palms were roughened by the bark, forming 4 translucent blisters, one of which had even burst oozing. The others looked at their own hands, all similarly red and raw, a sight too pitiful to behold. They gathered around the pile of lifeless dry leaves, falling into a long silence. Are you kidding me? Zhang Chong looked at the stick, barely reaching 30 degrees Celsius, his mentality completely shattered. Isn't it just a matter of turning it a couple of times on TV to produce fire? Why can't we even manage it after scraping our skin? Chu Jie said nothing. He now realized how terrifying the physical strength, skills, and experience behind those seemingly simple wilderness survival techniques truly were. This was something that students like them who had grown up in a greenhouse simply couldn't handle. Failure to start a fire meant they could only look at those high-protein sea crabs without being able to cook them. Gurgle. A tightening pain twisted in Chu Jie's stomach. He looked at the few stone crabs on the ground still bubbling, and his gaze gradually became frenzied. No more fire. Chu Jie gritted his teeth, picked up a sharp-edged stone, and said, "We'll eat them raw." The surrounding girls were horrified. Brother Chu, how can we eat that? It's full of parasites and it smells so fishy. If you want to live, don't be picky. To maintain his image as a leading figure, Chu Jia steeled himself and picked up a stone crab. With a loud bang, he smashed the crab's hard shell, revealing the translucent crab meat and the yellow-green internal juices. A nauseating smell of the sea immediately assaulted him. Chu Jia closed his eyes, pinched his nose, tilted his head back, and stuffed that half shell of crab meat into his mouth. Crunch, crunch. The hard shell shards scraped against his gums, piercing his oral mucosa. The fishy, salty juices flowed down his throat. The nauseating raw taste surged straight to his brain. Gag. After only chewing a couple of bites, Chu Jia felt a wave of nausea, almost throwing up but he relied on his survival instincts, clenching his mouth shut tightly and forcefully swallowed the bloody raw crab meat. Seeing the usually meticulous student council president take the lead in eating it raw, the other starving boys also disregarded their disgust and picked up stones to smash the crabs. Crunch. Gag. The beach turned into a scene of an unpleasant raw food eating broadcast. The boys' mouths were smeared with yellow while the girls, with tears streaming down their faces, closed their eyes and swallowed. Each person was engaged in a painful struggle against their physiological instincts for that meager protein. Meanwhile, on the other side of the crowd, Su Jiao, the pretty girl second only to Lin Mushui in appearance, was squatting behind a rock. She gagged and spat out the remaining raw crab meat in her mouth, tears mixed with the fishy smell at the corners of her mouth flowing down. Jiao Jiao, stop crying and rinse your mouth with fresh water. A somewhat flattering voice came from beside her. Li Ming, who had just been pinched by a crab, came over. One hand wrapped in a bloody cloth, the other holding a broken plastic bottle bottom he had picked up somewhere, filled with fresh water they had collected from the stream earlier. Su Jiao glanced at him, took the plastic bottle bottom with red-rimmed eyes, and rinsed her mouth. The clean water finally suppressed the nausea in her stomach. She looked at Li Ming's swollen face and his pitiful finger, unable to help but complain. Li Ming, didn't President Chu say you were going to snatch the campsite? What happened that you came back looking like this? Plus, you couldn't even start a fire. When will this kind of life end? In times of vulnerability, one often speaks without thinking. Hearing the complaints from the girl he admired, coupled with the fact that Li Ming had just suffered greatly, a surge of resentment had long been building inside him. He glanced at Chu Jia, who was holding his stomach and sulking, lowered his voice and gritted his teeth, saying, Su Jiao, let me tell you something from the bottom of my heart. You must not tell anyone. Actually, there is no trap at all. Li Ming swallowed hard, his eyes still reflecting deep fear. The six of us were beaten back by Feng, who was alone in the mud. What? Su Jiao's eyes widened in disbelief, almost exclaiming, quickly covering her mouth, he took on all six of you alone. Exactly. That kid is ruthless. To cover up his own cowardice of kneeling and begging for mercy, Li Ming described Feng as a merciless killing machine and casually revealed Zhang Chang's embarrassing incident. Xiangzi, with his robust physique, was scared into wetting his pants right on the spot. I was lucky he only slapped me once. Moreover, I saw with my own eyes. Li Ming leaned in closer, his voice carrying an uncontainable envy and longing. Feng's campsite is sheltered by a cliff with a big warm bonfire burning and a clean stone slab beside it holding half a roasted rabbit. They are roasting meat and eating it there along with teacher Yin and Lin, the campus beauty. Unlike us who are here gnawing on bloody raw crabs alongside this useless Chu Jia. These words struck Su Jiao's taut nerves like a hammer. The sheltered cliff, the bonfire, the roasted rabbit. These words painted a heavenly picture in Su Jiao's mind. She glanced at her classmates still munching on crabs on the beach, suddenly feeling a chill run through her, even a sense of despair. In desperate situations, no secret can be kept. Especially explosive information regarding survival quality. In less than 10 minutes, Su Jiao took the opportunity to excuse herself to the restroom and quietly told her best friend this news. Her friend then shared it with the boys nearby. It spread like it had grown wings. The news that Feng had defeated 6 boys and Feng's campsite had fire and roasted meat quickly circulated among the group of students with fishy and bitter mouths. The collective cohesion that was barely maintained due to Chu Jia's false promises began to show profound cracks in contrast to the enticing aroma of roasted meat. The afternoon sunlight penetrated the dense canopy, casting slanted rays upon the haymat. In the jungle beyond the cliff, the occasional sound of long cicada chirps could be heard. Ying's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she slowly opened her eyes. Before her lay the rough gray rock wall, and the air still held a faint scent of burnt grass and wood from the campfire. She tried to take a deep breath, feeling a long-lost freshness pervading her chest. The dull pain in her head, akin to being stuffed with lead, had completely vanished. Aside from the stickiness from the large amount of sweat, her body temperature had returned to normal. The fever had Ying let out a long sigh, propping herself up on the hay mat, preparing to sit up. However, at the moment, her brain fully rebooted and her nerve endings reconnected. The bizarre memories from the morning caused by the high fever started to play uncontrollably in her mind, as if someone had pressed the play button. the stinging sensation of bamboo strips scraping against her back, her uncontrollable writhing, followed by a freeze frame of her tightly clutching a strong, scalding hot arm. Not only did she cling to it, but she also rubbed her burning cheeks against the person's arm. The worst part was that the words she had blurted out at that moment echoed clearly in her mind. Be gentle. Feng, don't squeeze so hard. It hurts. The voice was soft, delicate, and laced with a thick nasal tone akin to a lovesick girl teasing her boyfriend. Moreover, all of this happened while her clothes were half removed and her daughter was squatting nearby wide-eyed. Ying felt a rush of heat surge to her head, as if her recently reduced body temperature had skyrocketed back to 40 degrees in an instant. She hastily covered her face, wishing she could dig a hole in the hay mat beneath her and bury herself on this deserted island forever. How embarrassing. She truly had no face left to meet anyone. After all, she was a dignified counselor in the management department, a close friend of Feng's mother for over 20 years, and a relative who had watched this boy grow up. Usually in the school office, just a frown from her would make Feng too afraid to even breathe. Yet this morning, she had actually held onto his arm in disarray. If this got back to the school, she might as well jump off the roof of the teaching building. Mom, you're awake. Just as Ying was covering her face and screaming internally, attempting to avoid reality, a cool voice, tinged with concern, came from beside her. Lin Mushui. Ying's body stiffened. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to engage in an inner struggle. Then she lowered her hands, trying to put on a stern face, attempting to disguise the flush on her mature visage as mere post-sleep laziness, and adopted the most familiar counselor demeanor she used at school. I'm awake. Ying straightened her collar, feigning calmness as she cleared her throat. I took a nap, sweated a lot, and feel much better now. Lin Mushui approached with half a coconut shell, her gaze filled with complex emotions as she observed her mother. The moment she scrutinized Ying, the latter felt even more flustered. As long as you feel better. Lin Mushui handed over the warm water, her tone carrying a hint of tentative inquiry. This morning you were talking nonsense with a high fever. I thought you weren't going to make it. Thanks to Feng for giving you guasha, or this deserted island might have gained a beautiful ant specimen. The term guasha was enunciated with unusual clarity by Lin Mushui. The sip of water Ying had just taken almost made her spit it out. She swallowed hard, coughing repeatedly. Cough, cough. While in a state of high fever, the pain receptors become excessively sensitive, leading to involuntary physiological reactions and delirium. Those are pathological and shouldn't be counted. Ying blushed, earnestly attempting to salvage her dignity with biological knowledge. However, I really need to thank Feng. Where did he go? Is that what you call an involuntary physiological reaction? Who has a physiological reaction that involves clinging to someone's arm without letting go? Lin Mushui silently commented in her heart. However, seeing her mother's "there's no silver here" demeanor and her forced calmness, she couldn't bring herself to fully expose it. Lin Mushui pointed outside the camp. I'll see if I can find some wild fruits for dinner. Just as she finished speaking, the bushes outside the cliff were pushed aside. Feng entered carrying a wooden spear and holding 2 clean wild papayas. Upon seeing Feng, the psychological defense Ying had just built crumbled halfway. Her gaze uncontrollably fell on Feng's left arm. That arm had smooth muscle lines, and there seemed to be a few faint red marks from scratches. Without a doubt, they were from her unintentional scratching when she was afraid of the pain earlier. Aunt Yin, you're awake. Feng set the papaya on the stone slab, his gaze sweeping over Ying's flushed cheeks, a smirk of suppressed amusement, curling his lips. Looks like that guasha session this morning wasn't in vain. The heat toxins have all come out. Your complexion looks more radiant than when you drink goji tea in the school office. Ying felt uncomfortable under his gaze, but she couldn't retaliate, so she could only force herself to climb the slope. Yes. I feel much better. Feng, you really worked hard this morning. As a senior and a teacher, I should have taken care of you, yet I ended up causing you such trouble. She deliberately emphasized the words senior and teacher, trying to draw an insurmountable boundary between them. However, Feng was not swayed by her tactics. In this wilderness, the titles of civilized society had been washed away in last night's torrential rain. It wasn't hard, just my arm suffered a bit. Feng said casually while cutting the papaya with a shard of stone. Aunt Yin, I didn't expect you to be so sensitive about pain, and the contrast with how you usually command people in the office is quite stark. I almost thought I was giving guasha to a little girl. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Mushui, who was drinking water beside them, couldn't hold back and choked violently. As she coughed, she glanced at her mother with the expression of "See, the eyes of the masses are sharp." Ying's face turned beet red. Her usually authoritative and beautiful eyes widened in shock, staring at Feng with a mix of shame and anger, her chest heaving fiercely. Feng, what nonsense are you spouting? Ying raised her voice, but it lacked any real force, instead betraying a sense of embarrassment and anger. I was sick. When sick, the body is weak, and some uncontrolled actions are quite normal. As a junior, you shouldn't make jokes about such matters with your elders. All right, normal physiological reactions, I understand. Feng generously handed over half of the cut papaya to Ying. Though he verbally conceded, the certainty in his gaze made Ying feel as though she had been stripped bare before him, leaving no pretense behind. The three of them gathered around the fire, starting to eat this somewhat belated papaya meal. The atmosphere fell into a strange silence. Ying took small bites of the papaya, her eyes not daring to glance towards Feng. Her mind was a tangled mess. Rationality incessantly reminded her, you are the counselor, you are her mother's friend, you must be dignified, you must be composed. But once her gaze accidentally swept over Feng's sharply defined profile, or that sturdy arm, the embarrassing scenes from earlier would grow wildly like weeds. Meanwhile, Lin Mushui, sitting nearby, acted like a keen radar detector. She quietly ate the papaya, her eyes darting back and forth between her mother and Feng. She knew Ying too well. If it were some inconsequential boy who had offended her, Ying would definitely have coldly scolded him with the harshest words, then completely cut ties. But now, although her mother was yelling at Feng, the tone and the way she averted her gaze were far from angry. It was clearly a mix of embarrassment and petulance after having her thoughts exposed. Lin Mushui's fingers tightening around the papaya peel. On this isolated island, as survival pressures stripped people down to their purest instincts, the layer of senior facade on her mother had evidently begun to crumble. After finishing the papaya, Ying stood up, brushing the fruit residue off her hands. To quickly escape the suffocatingly ambiguous atmosphere, she decided to take the initiative to find something to do, re-establishing her position as the manager. Feng, since we are temporarily stranded here, I think we must formulate a detailed survival plan. Ying took a deep breath, her tone finally regaining some of her usual competence, such as resource allocation, firewood collection, and how to leave distress signals around. Plans can be made, but I have already set the rules for the past 2 days. Feng interrupted her, standing up and propping the sharpened wooden spear against the ground. He did not look at Ying's slightly astonished face, his voice calm, but carrying undeniable authority. In this camp, there are no counselors and no elders, only survivors who must work to eat. And, Yin, since you have already recovered from the fever and regained your strength. Feng pointed at the leftover wild fruit peels, the greasy stone slabs from roasted meat, and several empty coconut shells used for water from last night. Your task today is to clean up the camp's waste, and then wash these stone slabs and coconut shells by the creek. The temperature is high on this island, and if not cleaned properly, it can attract mosquitoes and scavengers. Ying was taken aback. She opened her mouth, instinctively wanting to rebut, with you actually ordered your elder to do this rough work. But when she met Feng's clear, profound, and unclouded eyes, she suddenly found herself at a loss for words. She realized that Feng not only didn't give her special treatment due to their previous ambiguity, but instead used the most direct way to pull her back into the harsh reality of wilderness survival. In this place, there were no privileges, only value exchanges. Yet after the initial shock, Ying felt inexplicably relieved. No more need to painstakingly maintain that fragile facade of seniority. No more worries about losing face as a counselor due to a minor mistake. In this man's dominion, she only needed to follow orders. Being a compliant follower was far easier than being a strong woman in school. Okay. Ying lowered her head, a gentle smile unconsciously surfacing on her lips, one that even she herself didn't notice. I'll go clean up. I'll make sure to wash them thoroughly. Watching her mother pick up those greasy stone slabs and empty coconut shells without complaint and head towards the creek, Lin Mushui's worldview was again shaken. Was this still her domineering mother, who wouldn't even wash an extra bowl at home? Lin Mushui turned her head, watching Feng, who was meticulously checking the trap ropes as the alarm bells in her heart began to ring louder than ever. At 3 in the afternoon, the camp in the banana grove was shrouded in an indescribable sense of gloom, accompanied by waves of nauseating sour odor. It has been proven that nature's punishment for humanity always arrives swiftly and precisely. The stone crabs caught after the tide, although rich in protein, also carry a multitude of seawater bacteria and parasites. The consequences of eating raw seafood manifested in a collective outbreak just a few hours later. Ouch! I can't take it anymore, my stomach hurts so much. Sports committee member Zhang Chang clutched his cramping belly, his face pale, his legs shaking as he rushed multiple times towards the nearby bushes. Not just him, but more than half of the entire group who had eaten raw crabs began to vomit and have diarrhea. The cries of anguish and dry heaves echoed throughout. The university students, already weakened from a night of heavy rain, were now utterly exhausted and collapsed in the mud, lacking even the strength to curse. The situation for Student Council President Chu Jia was no better. He endured the tumultuous pain in his stomach, leaning against a tree trunk with his eyes closed, attempting to fend off hunger and illness through sleep. At the edge of this hellish camp, Li Ming, fingers wrapped in rags, crouched behind a moss-covered stone, whispering to the striking girl in his class, Su Jiao. Neither of them had diarrhea, as they had barely managed to grab a few crabs that morning, thus inadvertently escaping a disaster. But not having diarrhea did not mean they could continue to endure this despair of waiting for death. Jiao Jiao, we can't stay here any longer. Li Ming lowered his voice, glancing back at the classmates rolling on the ground, unable to help but swallow hard. That scoundrel Chu Jie is about to collapse from his own suffering, who following him will only lead to death. But, didn't you say that Feng is very fierce this morning? Su Jiao, clutching her stomach that was churning with hunger, looked pale, yet her eyes showed some hesitation. What if we run over and he drives us away? Fierce or not, he has fire and meat. If I can have just one bite of roasted meat, even if I become his subordinate, it would be 100 times better than gnawing on raw crabs here. Besides, you are so beautiful. If you speak sweetly to him, can he really have a heart of stone? This remark struck a chord with Su Jiao. She looked down at her dirt-stained dress. Usually at school, she was one of the popular girls pursued by many. When had she ever endured such suffering under the sun? Fine, I'll listen to you. Su Jiao weighed the pros and cons, nodding emphatically. Let's go. The two took advantage of the distraction to stealthily slip into the dense banana grove. Once out of sight of the main group, the two resembled frightened deer, stumbling along the trail that Chu Jie and the others had fled earlier. After trudging through the humid jungle for nearly half an hour, when Su Jiao was about to collapse from exhaustion, a faint crackling sound mixed with a strange fragrance drifted into their nostrils. It was a subtle scent of wood ash laced with a rich aroma of meat. There's fire. There's food. Li Ming's eyes instantly lit up as he pulled Su Jiao forward. Pushing through the last dense frond, the two hid behind a thick tree trunk and peeked out. The sight before them made these two university students who had rolled in the mud for a day and night instantly realize what it meant to witness the disparity of the world. Not far away, halfway up the mountain, a massive gray cliff had an inward concave shape, forming a natural windbreak. At the center of the cliff, a roaring bonfire blazed vigorously, with orange flames happily licking a large bamboo tube resting above. The bamboo tube was bubbling with steam, releasing enticing whiffs of bone broth. Next to the fire, a thick, dry layer of golden hay was spread out. And that person whom they regarded as a grim reaper, Feng, was currently sitting cross-legged by the fire. He held a sharp stone shard, leisurely peeling a thick green bamboo with a focused and content expression. Beside him, the Ice Mountain school beauty Lin Mushui, though her skirt was slightly soiled, had her hair neatly arranged. She was carefully tending to the embers with a small stick, her cheeks glowing in the firelight. No diarrhea, no panic of hunger. This place was simply a luxurious open-air hotel on a deserted island. Gulp. Su Jiao and Li Ming simultaneously swallowed hard. Just as the two were excitedly preparing to rush out for help, someone suddenly approached from the stream below the cliff. Xiao Feng, I have washed those coconut shells and stone plates repeatedly with stream water, and the grease has been scrubbed off with fine sand. How do you want to place them? Accompanied by a gentle voice, Ying walked into the camp carrying several clean stone plates and coconut. Though her white chiffon blouse was somewhat wrinkled, she appeared radiant, her cheeks glowing with health, showing no sign. Just place them to dry next to the fire. Thank you, Aunt Yin. I'll please sit down and rest for a moment. The rabbit bone soup in the bamboo tube will be ready soon. It's no trouble. Oh, working up a sweat makes me feel lighter. Ying quickly arranged the cleaned utensils neatly, then naturally sat down by the fire, accepting half a wild papaya from Lin Mushui as a pre-meal fruit, taking small bites. This scene completely stunned Li Ming and Su Jiao, who were hiding behind the tree. They exchanged glances, both seeing strong shock in each other's eyes. That's Teacher Yin, the renowned beauty counselor of the Business Administration Department. Now she is actually washing dishes by the river like a dutiful and gentle wife. Moreover, her tone towards Feng, which resembled that of a superior giving orders to subordinates, was filled not with dissatisfaction, but with an evident delight. However, after the initial shock, a stronger desire surged forth. In this camp, as long as one works, not only is there a safe shelter, a warm campfire, but one can even enjoy a steaming bowl of fresh meat soup. Let's go. Li Ming gritted his teeth, pulling Su Jiao, and suddenly emerged from behind the tree. Feng, Teacher Yin. The abrupt shout shattered the tranquility of the camp. Feng's hand holding the stone paused slightly as he raised his head, calmly scanning the source of the voice. Lin Mushui immediately stood up, watching the two uninvited guests with vigilance. Li Ming and Su Jiao stumbled out of the bushes and stopped about 5 to 6 meters away from the camp. Though they weren't as disheveled as Chu Jie and his group in the morning, they were equally exhausted and weak, gazing hungrily at the bamboo tubes over the fire. Feng. Li Ming pointed his finger wrapped in a torn cloth at Feng, looking at him with a face full of flattery. Chu Jie's side is completely finished. They started eating raw crabs, and now more than half of them are vomiting and have diarrhea, unable to even stand. We really can't hold on any longer. We are all classmates. Could you let us join you? Su Jiao hurriedly seized the opportunity, playing to her strengths. She was already beautiful, and now she deliberately tidied her slightly messy hair, looking pitifully at Nie Feng. Nie Feng, classmate. Su Jiao squeezed her voice soft and sweet, even with a hint of a spoiled tone. We really can't stay over there any longer. Just look at how hungry I am. She leaned forward deliberately, her big watery eyes blinking, her gaze clearly suggesting, as long as you are willing to take us, and I am willing to do anything for you. Washing clothes, cleaning, or anything else is fine. Can you bear to see your classmates starve and suffer? This obvious flattery and flirtation, combined with Su Jiao's striking face, had a considerable impact on any vigorous young male college student in such a desolate environment. Sure enough, upon hearing that delicate tone, Lin Mux's brows instantly furrowed tightly. She let out a cold snort inwardly. She had seen many girls like this in school. Under the pretense of working, they were actually trying to exchange their beauty for a long-term meal ticket and shelter. She instinctively turned to look at Nie Feng, anxious to see his reaction. Ying also slightly frowned. As a mature woman, she was all too aware of such little tricks employed by young girls. However, she did not speak up, for in this camp, only Nie Feng could make decisions. Faced with Su Jiao's sugary bombardment, Nie Feng set down the green bamboo in his hand, stood up, and dusted off the bamboo shavings on his hands. He not only showed no expression of lust, but instead wore a slightly amused smile. Beautiful Su, save your energy. Nie Feng casually tossed a piece of firewood into the fire, his tone not revealing the usual cold-bloodedness, but instead showing a sense of seasoned clarity. In this desolate wilderness, pouting and playing cute won't cook a pot of meat. Beauty can't buy calories. If I take in a vase that can only flirt tomorrow, everyone will be drinking the northwest wind. Su Jiao's charming demeanor instantly stiffened, her face alternating between green and white, clearly not expecting that her usual tactics would be met with rejection. However, I'm generally easy to talk to. Nie Feng changed the subject, pointing at the open space outside the cliff wall. If you want to stay, I won't drive you away. But this is not a shelter. If you want to survive with me, you must exchange it for labor. No problem. Brother Nie, just tell us what to do. Li Ming, seeing an opportunity, quickly patted his chest to assure him. Do you see those dry pine needles and dead branches around? Nie Feng pointed at the edge of the woods, laying down the rules. Your task now is to collect enough firewood to burn through the whole night, plus 2 large bundles of dry grass to cover the ground. If you finish before dark, you will get a bowl of hot soup. If you don't finish or slack off, turn left when you go out, you can go back to continue gnawing on raw crabs. He didn't use threats of breaking legs or cold reprimands. It was simply the most straightforward exchange. You work and I provide food. If you don't work, then forget it. Upon hearing these so-called capitalist oppressive terms, Su Jiao, who had initially felt awkward, and Li Ming, who was filled with trepidation, not only did not complain, but felt a sense of relief. All right, well, go right away. The two didn't even bother to rest, continuously thanking him before turning and diving into the nearby woods to gather firewood. Watching the 2 energetic figures from behind, he turned and looked at Nie Feng, somewhat perplexed. Xiaofeng, I thought you would directly drive them away. After all, Li Ming was with Chu Jie this morning when he came to steal our things. Ying quietly asked, why don't you hold a grudge at all? Nie Feng had returned to the campfire at some point, casually stirring the rabbit bone soup in the bamboo tube. He glanced at Ying, his tone revealing a seasoned practicality. Aunt Yin, this has nothing to do with holding grudges. In this desolate wilderness, if we truly want to build a long-term shelter against wind and rain, can we rely solely on the 3 of us to work until the monkeys come back? The more people there are, the greater the strength. Free labor should not be wasted. As long as the rules are set firmly, the larger the team, the more resources can be collected. And with more people keeping watch at night, it will be safer, naturally increasing our chances of survival. Upon hearing Nie Feng's exceptionally clear calculations, Ying not only did not feel embarrassed, but her cheeks flushed slightly. She obediently responded with an picking up a small branch beside her to help poke the coals, her movements gentle, like a little wife who dared not retort after being scolded by her husband. I'll listen to you. From now on, the matters in the camp will be decided by you. Looking at her mother's submissive demeanor, and then glancing at Nie Feng, who had just decisively rejected Su Jiao's flattery. Lin Muxiu, sitting opposite, silently hugged her knees but couldn't help but let a small smile curve at the corners of her mouth. This guy? Although his words were not always pleasant, sometimes he really did give people a sense of security that was almost infuriating. As dusk fell, the light in the forest gradually faded, but the atmosphere in the cliff campsite was unusually... Brother Nie, do you think we have enough firewood? If not, we can go collect more. Li Ming, drenched in sweat, dragged a large bundle of dry branches back to the camp with several cuts on the back of his hand, but he didn't even frown. Instead, he beamed as he reported back. Following his gaze, Nie Feng was returning from the small creek on the outskirts of the camp, holding 2 large plump seabirds that he had just cleaned. The wild rabbit and bone soup from yesterday had already been completely consumed by the 3 of them at noon. To fulfill the promised reward for the newcomers, Feng had taken advantage of the remaining light to scout the forest's edge, casually using a wooden spear to catch these two plump, oblivious birds resting on low bushes. Beside him, Su Jiao, who used to be pampered and delicate, was now holding a bundle of thick, dry pine needles, panting heavily, with several streaks of black soot smudged across her fair face, resembling a coal miner just emerging from a pit. Just put them there. Feng tossed the clean seabirds onto the stone slab and tapped the embers at the edge of the fire pit with a stick. You two will sleep on the outermost straw mats tonight, responsible for keeping the fire alive. If it goes out, you can pack up and leave tomorrow. Understood. We guarantee to complete the task. The two of them felt as if they had been granted a royal pardon and hurriedly arranged the firewood neatly. Feng wasted no time seasoning the two plump seabirds with coarse sea salt and placing them directly on the campfire to roast. Before long, golden fat dripped onto the embers and the rich aroma of grilled meat spread throughout the camp. Li Ming and Su Jiao squatted nearby, gulping saliva, their eyes nearly bloodshot with anticipation. When the meat was ready, Feng began to implement his principle of distribution according to labor. He tore off the thickest breast and leg meat and shared it with Ying and Lin Mu Shui, keeping a large. Then he tossed the remaining wings, neck, and two meaty backbones onto the clean banana leaves in front of Li Ming. Though it wasn't the choicest meat, it was genuine, seasoned with coarse salt and the smoky flavor of charcoal. Compared to gnawing on the stinky rock crabs on the beach, this was a true delicacy. Li Ming and Su Jiao grabbed the grilled meat, stuffing it into their mouths without caring about the heat. At the moment the meat juice burst in their mouths, tears streamed down their faces as they ate, further solidifying their resolve to be diligent workers under Feng. The rules and hierarchy of the campsite were completely cemented during this meal of contrasting grilled meat. Ying sat closer to the fire, admiring Feng's adept use of both kindness and authority, and just as she was about to turn to say something to her daughter, she noticed that Lin Mu Shui beside her seemed a bit off. Lin Mu Shui, who had been nibbling on the grilled meat earlier, suddenly set down her food. She clutched her abdomen tightly, her cheeks, which had been flushed from the campfire, lost color at a visible speed and turned pale as paper. Her body was rigidly arched, her legs tightly pressed together, and beads of cold sweat formed on her forehead. Mu Shui, what's wrong? Did you eat too quickly and your stomach feels upset? Ying was startled and quickly leaned in, lowering her voice to inquire. Lin Mu Shui bit her pale lip tightly, feeling a familiar cramping pain deep in her abdomen, along with the unsettling sensation of a warm liquid uncontrollably flowing downward. Her mind buzzed, and she felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. How unfortunate to come at this critical moment. She got her period. In a civilized university campus, it would just mean some stomach pain for half a day, a quick trip to the supermarket for a pack of sanitary pads, and then back to the dorm to drink some hot water and sleep it off. But here, on this hot, humid, muddy island with no clean underwear to change into, this was an absolute double disaster, both physically and psychologically. The lack of sanitary supplies meant that before long, blood would inevitably stain her only dress. In this germ-ridden steamer, it could easily lead to a deadly infection. Even more terrifying was the feeling of helpless embarrassment. Not only were there two new classmates in the campsite, but there was also a young male university student as the absolute leader. How could a girl who was usually so proud and aloof at school possibly face the boys while dealing with such matters? It's nothing. I might have caught a chill. Lin Mu Shui forced a smile that was more painful than crying, grabbing a large banana leaf nearby, awkwardly holding it in front of herself. Ying, having given birth, could read the situation. Seeing her daughter clutching her stomach tightly, crossing her legs, and looking embarrassed, she quickly pieced it together. Ying's expression changed. She knew all too well how troublesome it was to have a period in the wild, especially when they truly had nothing at all. You sit still, Mom will go boil some hot water for you. Ying stood up in a bit of a panic, wanting to grab a bamboo, but at that moment Feng, who had been sitting opposite with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. After undergoing transformation through the nameless breathing technique, his senses were far sharper than ordinary people's. A faint yet unmistakable sweet metallic scent wafted into his nostrils with the cool sea breeze of the night. Feng's gaze instantly sharpened. He abruptly turned his head, his eyes scanning Li Ming and Su Jiao not far away, confirming that their external injuries had long since scabbed over. Then his gaze fell upon Lin Mu Shui, who was tightly clutching her abdomen, her face pale, and using a banana leaf to shield her lower body. Are you hurt? Feng stood up and strode towards Lin Mu Shui, his brow slightly furrowed. Where are you bleeding? Lin Mu Shui was startled by his sudden approach and instinctively recoiled. No, I'm not hurt. She shook her head in panic, her voice trembling due to her guilt. It's just, my stomach is a bit uncomfortable. It'll be fine after some rest. Feng remained silent, looking down at her from a height. His gaze swept over her pale cheeks, then to her tightly clasped hands over her abdomen, connecting the dots with the strange scent in the air, and Ying's awkward expression as if she wanted to say something but held back. Nie Feng's mind turned slightly, and he immediately understood. All right, stop putting on a brave face. He sighed, showing neither embarrassment nor mockery. Instead, his tone turned serious. Lin Mu Shui, this is a deserted island, not your school's girls' dormitory. Do you know that in the wild, the scent of fresh blood can waft several kilometers away with the wind? Those sensitive to smell, like jungle wolves, wild boars, or even poisonous reptiles, will take this scent as a signal for a meal. Do you want to put the entire camp at risk of becoming dinner for wild beasts just to save face? Hearing this, Lin Mu Shui's already pale face lost all color. She hadn't expected that what she found difficult to mention, her menstrual period, would be seen by Nie Feng as a tactical vulnerability that could attract deadly danger at any moment. The emotions of shame, fear, and helplessness intertwined, instantly breaking down her psychological defenses. What can I do? Lin Mu Shui's eyes reddened, instantly tears welling up as her voice became as pitiful as a child who had done something wrong. I didn't want this to happen. There's nothing in this wretched place. I don't even have a change of clothes. I can't just bury myself. Seeing her in tears, Ying felt heartbroken and rushed over to hug Lin Mu Shui, turning to look at Nie Feng with a hint of reproach. Xiao Feng Mu Shui doesn't want this either. Girls have a hard time during their period. Don't scare her. Right now, the most important thing is to think about how to deal with this. Facing Yin Ying's complaints, Nie Feng remained silent. He walked over to the fire, picked up his sharpened long spear, and casually grabbed a burning torch. I was merely stating the facts and had no intention of blaming her. Nie Feng waved the torch in the air a couple of times, confirming the fire was steady before turning to the mother and daughter. You two stay by the fire, don't go anywhere. If that Li Ming lets the fire go out, I'll hold you accountable. Don't worry, brother Nie. As long as the fire is alive, we're alive. Li Ming, who was gnawing on a bone nearby, quickly reassured him. Where are you going? Lin Mu Shui looked at Nie Feng, who was fully armed and ready to head out, her heart racing momentarily, forgetting her stomach pain. At this point, the sky outside had turned completely dark, and the jungle seemed to conceal countless monsters with their gaping mouths. The occasional hoot of an owl sent chills down one's spine. I'm going to find you some sanitary supplies. Nie Feng weighed the spear in his hand, his tone as calm as if he were just going to the convenience store downstairs to buy a pack of cigarettes. If you head east for about a kilometer, there's a patch of red mangrove swamp at the edge. I noticed during my exploration in the daytime that there are several clusters of wild cotton flowers there. Once dried, they absorb moisture well and are soft, perfect for your situation. This deserted island is teeming with bacteria. If you really use those muddy banana leaves to make do, you'll definitely end up with a high fever from infection tomorrow. I don't want to be a human heating pad again. Hearing Nie Feng's blunt statement, which was devoid of any both Lin Mu Shui and Yin Ying's faces turned bright red. Especially Yin Ying, as the image of her holding on to him tightly replayed in her mind upon hearing the term human heating pad. But after the initial embarrassment, what surged in Lin Mu Shui's heart was an immense shock and an unprecedented sense of gratitude. For her embarrassing physiological issue, this man was willing to risk his life in the treacherous night to venture into a swamp that was hardly dared to be approached even during the day to find wildflowers for her. Don't go. Lin Mu Shui didn't know where her strength came from, suddenly standing up and taking 2 steps forward, grabbing the hem of Nie Feng's clothes. It's too dark outside. The swamp must have poisonous snakes and crocodiles. It's too dangerous. I can manage with a few layers of banana leaves. I'll just endure it. Please don't go. Looking at Lin Mu Shui, who usually treated him coldly at school, but now was readied and desperately pulling at his clothes, pleading with him. Nie Feng felt a hard string in his heart being touched uncontrollably, yet he still appeared steady as a rock. I've already said that banana leaves are not breathable and unsanitary. Not even divine beings can save you if you get infected. Nie Feng reached out his rough hand, decisively peeling Lin Mu Shui's hand away from his clothes. Enough. I'm a light sleeper, and I just don't want to be woken up by wild boars coming after me, following the scent of blood in the middle of the night. After saying that, Nie Feng no longer gave her a chance to retort and strode out of the light of the campfire. Watching that tall figure gradually merge into the darkness, Lin Mu Shui stood dazed in place. The dull pain in her abdomen continued to assault her, but in her heart it felt as though a blazing ember had been stuffed inside. An indescribable, bittersweet, yet solid emotion deeply embedded itself in Lin Mu Shui's usually closed-off heart at that moment. Leaving the shelter of the campfire, the darkness deep within the jungle instantly engulfed Nie Feng like a tide. Although the thunderstorm above had long ceased, cold droplets continued to fall from the treetops. Pitter-patter. The sound of water droplets hitting the leaves was particularly jarring in the silent night. Nie Feng took a deep breath and began to circulate the breathing technique within him. As the flow of blood and energy accelerated, his pupils constricted slightly, and the darkness, which had been impenetrable, gradually revealed a vague grayish-white outline. His hearing and sense of smell also heightened to an incredible sharpness. After trudging through the muddy jungle for about 20 minutes, the stench of decaying leaves in the air grew increasingly intense, mixed with a foul odor reminiscent of sewage backflow. The ground beneath his feet changed, as well, from soft wet soil to sticky black sludge. With each step the muck climbed over his ankles, making a dull squelching sound as he pulled his foot out. He had reached the mangrove swamp. This place appeared eerie and terrifying during the day, and at night it became a wild festivity for countless poisonous insects, snakes, and ants. Using the faint moonlight, Feng cautiously scanned his surroundings. The gnarled aerial roots of the mangrove trees resembled ghostly hands reaching out from the ground, intertwining with claws bared. This job is truly not meant for humans. As he pushed aside the thorny vines blocking his path with a wooden spear, he secretly complained in his heart, "Lindaxe, you owe me a huge favor. Once we return to school, you must treat me to a month of luxurious dishes at the cafeteria's top floor." He cautiously felt his way along the edge of the swamp. This wild cotton tree liked to grow on the high ground with ample moisture, and its features were quite distinct. After searching for about 10 minutes, Feng's eyes lit up. About 5 meters ahead on a raised mound of earth stood several not-so-tall trees. On the branches hung open seed pods, spilling out large tufts of soft white fluff. "Found it!" Feng's heart surged with joy as he quickened his pace, wading through the muddy water to reach the mound. He carefully examined the cotton flowers which sheltered under the windward leaves had not been dampened by last night's downpour, remaining dry and soft. This material, with its excellent absorbency and breathability, was practically a premium sanitary product. To prevent it from getting dirty, Feng took out a clean banana leaf he had specifically brought from the camp and carefully collected all the accessible cotton flowers, wrapping them up with care. Then he tore a flexible vine from nearby and firmly tied this precious sanitary package to a position slightly above his lower back, ensuring it would not get wet when he waded back. Done, time to go home. Feng patted the package at his waist and turned to retrace his steps. Just as he turned around, a very faint but exceptionally dull splash sounded from the mire to his left, less than 3 meters away. That was not the sound of wind stirring the water's surface, but rather something massive was breaking through the muck, silently sliding toward him. At the same time, a nauseatingly strong stench overwhelmed the swamp's own foul odor, assaulting Feng's nostrils. Every hair on his body stood on end at that moment. The deadly sense of crisis left him no time to think. Relying entirely on the primal instincts brought by the breathing technique, he exerted his legs, powerfully leaping like a leopard toward the open ground to the right. Splash! Just half a second after he leaped, the previously calm surface of the mire erupted violently. A massive mouth full of fangs bearing the stench of blood viciously bit down where Feng had just stood. Mud splattered everywhere. Feng rolled on the ground, once quickly knelt on one knee, gripping the wooden spear tightly, and looked up. When he saw the full form of his attacker, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. It was a massive reticulated python, measuring at least 4 to 5 meters in length with a body as thick as an adult's arm. At this moment, this fierce jungle overlord was coiled in the muck, raising its enormous head high with cold vertical pupils glowing an eerie green in the darkness, fixating on Feng, its escaping prey. Hiss! The giant python flicked its scarlet tongue, its thick muscles writhing beneath the scales, producing a teeth-grating sound. "I was careless, too focused on finding cotton. I forgot this place at the Waterland interface is its dining hall." Feng gritted his teeth, a layer of cold sweat forming in his palms. If it were daytime or in an open area, he would have absolute confidence in outsmarting this cold-blooded creature. But it was night now, surrounded by roots that could trip him in knee-deep mud. Once entangled by this beast, its terrifying constricting power could easily break his ribs one by one. There was no way to retreat. The python's burst speed was incredibly fast, leaving his back exposed was tantamount to seeking death. "Since you want to make me your midnight snack, let's see who eats whom." A fierce glint flashed in Feng's eyes. He did not back down. Instead, he took a step forward, letting out a low growl, gripping the wooden spear tightly with the spear tip aimed directly at the python's vital spot. Seemingly enraged by this provocation from the bipedal creature, the massive python's body coiled like a spring before turning into a shadow, opening its terrifying wide mouth and lunging directly at Feng's face. "Come at me." Feng's eyes widened as he pushed his breathing technique to the limit. Under the adrenaline rush, the python's lightning-fast strike seemed to slow down slightly in his vision. Instead of retreating, he leaned sharply to the left. The massive snake's head narrowly grazed his right shoulder, a strong gust of wind even stinging his cheek. In this fleeting moment, due to the close proximity, the python's rough, hard scales akin to file blades scraped against a sharp, broken root from the mangrove. Slash! A 3-inch-long gash was instantly carved into Feng's bare left shoulder. The sharp pain jolted his nerves and blood began to flow, trickling down his arm. Yet Feng did not even frown. He gritted his teeth, firmly gripping the end of the wooden spear, harnessing the twisting force of his turn to concentrate all his strength in his arms. Die, you bastard! Nie Feng roared, waiting for the moment the giant python missed its strike, its old strength expended, and new power not yet generated. He aimed for the vital spot beneath the python's thick neck and plunged down with all his might. Thud! A dull sound of a weapon piercing flesh echoed. The extremely sharp wooden spear, propelled by terrifying kinetic energy, not only pierced through the python's tough scales, but also drove straight through its body, pinning it firmly to the hard soil at the bottom of the mire. Hiss! The python let out a chilling cry. Its massive body began to thrash and roll violently. Its thick tail whipped about like a wild steel whip, splattering mud and foliage everywhere. It attempted to coil its body to break the spear that pinned it down. But Nie Feng was not about to give it that chance. He firmly pressed down on the end of the spear with both hands, putting all his weight into it, enduring the python's tail striking his back and legs several times, leaving fiery red marks. But he never loosened his grip. Want to turn the tables? Not a chance. Nie Feng gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. He freed his wounded left hand, feeling around in the mud for a fist-sized stone with sharp edges. With the stone aimed at the struggling snake's head pinned to the ground, he struck down. Bang! 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 Each blow was heavier than the last. This was undoubtedly a raw, no-frills brawl, every punch landing with brutal force. After a series of heavy hits, the giant python's hard skull finally shattered, and its wildly thrashing body gradually lost strength, leaving only weak convulsions as a reflex. Confirming that the massive creature was utterly dead, Nie Feng finally gasped for breath, collapsing onto the muddy ground beside him. His entire body ached as if its bones had been dislocated, especially the burning gash on his left shoulder from the scales and roots, which was oozing blood. The mixture of blood and mud made him look like a Shura freshly crawled out of hell. Yet he did not complain. In this lawless wilderness, getting injured was nothing unusual for survival. Nie Feng rested for 2 minutes, regaining some strength. He instinctively reached behind his waist. Feeling that the package wrapped tightly in banana leaves, untouched by any mud or blood, was still safe, he let out a sigh of relief. You got lucky. Nie Feng stood up and walked up to the lifeless giant python. He kicked the stout snake body with his foot, a satisfied smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Though he had sustained some injuries, this was solid, high-quality, lean meat weighing dozens of pounds. Earlier at the camp, those 2 seagulls were tasty, but barely left anything after sharing among 4 adults. With this giant catch, not only would tomorrow's rations be secured, but the day after as well. This top-tier beast meat would not only fill their stomachs, but also make a nourishing soup. It seems Lin Muxu's menstrual cycle has unexpectedly provided an extra meal for the camp. Nie Feng pulled out his wooden spear. He grabbed a broad leaf and carelessly wiped it across the wound on his left shoulder, applying pressure to stop the bleeding. Then he resembled a seasoned hunter returning triumphantly. He single-handedly hoisted the giant python's tail onto his shoulder, letting the snake's blood and mud flow down his back. With one hand protecting the clean cotton flowers at his lower back and the other dragging the heavy prey, he stepped through the muddy ground, striding out of the suffocating dark swamp. In the cliff, camp time seemed to have frozen. The firewood in the campfire occasionally crackled, causing Lin Muxue, who sat by the fire, to shiver. She hugged her knees tightly, her eyes fixed on the dark forest where Nie Feng had disappeared. Half an hour passed. Other than the rustling sound of leaves and the wind, there was no other noise. Mom, he can't really be in trouble, can he? Lin Muxue's voice trembled, her eyes filled with red veins. The cramping pain in her abdomen came in waves, but at that moment, she could no longer care about the torment of her physiological period. Her mind was filled with the image of Nie Feng plunging into the night for her. Ying sat beside her, her brows tightly knit. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails nearly digging into her flesh, suppressing her inner panic to reassure her daughter. Don't think too much. Xiao Feng is so capable. He can crush even venomous snakes. With one move, he will be fine. The swamp is difficult to traverse. He might just be delayed. Meanwhile, at the outer edge of the campfire, Li Ming and Su Jiao huddled together, shivering on the straw mat. Although they had eaten their fill of grilled meat in the dead of night, surrounded by the monstrous shadows of trees, they were too frightened to even breathe. Just when everyone's hearts were in their throats, a heavy and dragging sound of footsteps suddenly came from the bushes outside the camp. Something is coming. Li Ming jumped up in fright, grabbing a burning stick, his legs trembling. Ying and Lin Muxue also stood up simultaneously, their heartbeats skyrocketing. Accompanied by the sound of mud being trampled, a tall silhouette slowly emerged at the edge of the firelight. As soon as they recognized the newcomer, the camp erupted with 4 completely different gasps. Nie Feng, bare-chested, strode into the light of the fire. He was covered in foul-smelling black mud with 3 deep, bloody gashes on his left shoulder, exposing flesh. Blood mixed with mud flowed down his well-defined muscles to his abdomen, giving him the appearance of a Shura just emerged from an ancient Roman gladiator arena. Even more chilling was the thing he bore on his right shoulder, a giant patterned python as thick as an adult's arm and 4 to 5 meters long. The python's head was smashed to bits, drooping limply on Nie Feng's back, still twitching nervously. Mom! A snake! A huge snake! Su Jiao let out a scream that could pierce eardrums, rolling her eyes and collapsing to the ground in fright. The torch in Li Ming's hand fell with a thud at his feet, his legs buckling as he fell into the mud, staring at the colossal creature, nearly wetting himself. Nie Feng, Lin Muxiu, didn't even look at the terrifying giant python. Her gaze was fixed on the bleeding gash on Nie Feng's left shoulder, her eyes instantly reddening, tears streaming down like beads. She rushed forward recklessly, even forgetting the pain in her abdomen. Enough, stop crying. Nie Feng casually threw the several-kilogram giant python down beside the campfire with a loud bang, shaking the ground. He turned his head to look at Lin Muxiu, who was crying with her face stained with tears, raising an eyebrow slightly. I told you crying is the most useless thing on this deserted island. Though Nie Feng's tone was harsh, his movements were surprisingly nimble. He reached behind his waist and untied the bundle wrapped in banana leaves with vines. Then in front of everyone he carefully opened the banana leaves. Inside was a large ball of snow-white soft wild cotton, even carrying a faint plant fragrance. Although Nie Feng was covered in blood and filthy mud, this bundle he protected at his lower back was pristine, not a drop of mud or a trace of blood on it. Take this. Nie Feng stuffed the cotton into Lin Muxiu's arms, his tone as calm as if handing in homework. This cotton absorbs water and is breathable. Use it as a makeshift padding in your clothes. Remember to change it every 4 hours and throw the used ones into the fire to burn. Lin Muxiu cradled the pristine white cotton in her hands. She looked up again, her gaze falling on the gruesome wound on Nie Feng's shoulder, which was still oozing blood. The stark visual contrast and psychological shock felt like a heavy hammer shattering the aloof, reserved facade she had painstakingly maintained at school. Suddenly she stepped forward without thinking, wrapping her arms around Nie Feng's uninjured right arm. Are you crazy? Why would you hurt yourself like this? Lin Muxiu cried without any semblance of composure, her forehead pressed against Nie Feng's muddy arm, tears falling in heavy droplets onto his skin. From childhood to adulthood, countless boys had sent her flowers, luxurious gifts, and sought her favor in various ways. But no one had ever risked their life against a man-eating giant python at night for her minor embarrassment. In that moment, this blood-soaked man became her only faith in this desolate wilderness. Hiss! Don't rub against me, I'm covered in mud, you won't be able to change clothes later. Nie Feng inhaled sharply. Being tightly embraced by a well-figured girl of the same age, especially with the sweet scent of a young girl wafting from her, even Nie Feng, no matter how composed, felt the blood rushing south. Quick, Muxiu, go take care of things. Leave this to me. Ying finally snapped back to reality from her shock. She hurried over, pulling her daughter away, her eyes filled with unmasked concern. Li Ming, stop playing dead on the ground. Ying turned, regaining some of her authoritative demeanor, pointing at the stunned Li Ming. Quickly take that empty coconut shell to the creek to fetch water, hurry. Li Ming, startled by Yan Ying's shout, snapped back to reality, scrambling to grab the coconut shell and running toward the creek. Lin Muxiu, holding the cotton, walked to the darkest corner at the deepest part of the cliff, using the stones for cover to deal with her physiological embarrassment. By the campfire, only Nie Feng and Ying remained. Sit down. Ying pressed Nie Feng's uninjured shoulder, making him sit on the stone slab. Li Ming quickly brought back a shell of clean water. Ying placed the clean water near the embers to warm it slightly, preventing it from being too cold for the wound. No towels. I'm sorry, Xiao Feng, bear with it. Ying glanced around, then unhesitatingly reached for the hem of her chiffon shirt. Rip! She directly tore off a relatively clean piece of fabric from her shirt. With a corner torn off, the shirt instantly became asymmetrical, and as Ying bent down, a shocking patch of her pale, delicate skin became visible. But at that moment, Ying could not care less about the risk of exposure. She soaked the fabric in warm water, wrung it out partially dry, knelt beside Nie Feng, and began to carefully clean the mud and blood from his left shoulder. The wound isn't deep, it didn't hit any muscles or bones, it seems to have been scraped by some rough object. While wiping, Ying carefully examined the wound, her voice filled with deep concern and fear. What on earth did you encounter? That giant snake. A patterned python ambushed me from the water. Nie Feng casually replied, as if discussing a trivial matter. I was lucky to dodge it. That thing weighs dozens of kilograms of pure lean meat. Protein supply for the next couple of days is sorted. Ying paused slightly, raising her head to look at the rugged profile so close to her. In this lawless wilderness, this man had used his blood and life to uphold a protective umbrella for her. Ying's gaze involuntarily softened. In the shifting water light, the gentle and dependent aura of a mature woman could almost melt a person's bones. Her movements became increasingly gentle. The warm, damp cloth carefully wiped the wound on Nie Feng's shoulder, then gently followed his pectoral muscles, meticulously cleaning the dried mud off his body. They were extremely close. The unique fragrance of a mature woman mixed with the scent of sweat kept invading Nie Feng's nose, especially when she knelt and leaned down the deep, unfathomable valley at her neckline swayed right beneath Nie Feng's eyelids. Aunt Yin. Nie Feng cleared his throat, his muscles tightening uncontrollably. It's just a surface injury. Rinsing it with water is enough. No need to be so meticulous. Don't move. Ying lightly chided, not retreating, but leaning closer. She bent down, getting near Nie Feng's shoulder wound, puffing warm breath gently onto the injury. Who? The warm, moist air blowing on the wound brought a tingling itch more deadly than direct contact. As the atmosphere grew increasingly charged, even Su Jiao, who had been playing dead beside them, sensed something was off. Mom, I'm done. Lin Muxue stepped out from the shadow of the cliff after addressing her personal issue. The cotton had indeed worked, and though she still felt some pain in her abdomen, she felt much lighter overall. However, when she arrived at the campfire and saw the scene before her, Lin Muxue's steps abruptly halted. Under the flickering flames of the bonfire, her mother, Ying, was half kneeling beside Nie Feng, her clothes disheveled, revealing a portion of her fair waist. She was bowing her head, blowing gently on Nie Feng's wound, and the distance between them was less than 10 centimeters. What was even more striking was the look in her mother's eyes as she gazed at Nie Feng. That was not the gaze of an elder looking at a junior, it was clearly that of a woman aching for the man she admired. A strong sense of crisis and jealousy flooded Lin Muxue's rationality like a spilled jar of vinegar. She didn't even have time to think before her body reacted faster than her mind. Mom, you're being too rough, don't hurt him. Lin Muxue quickly walked over, forcing her way between Ying. She snatched the wet cloth from Ying's hand, scrubbing it in the water without hesitation, then turned to Nie Feng, her tone carrying an ownership she was unaware of. I'll help you wipe it. Ying was taken aback by her daughter's sudden action. With her hands empty, she was forced to step back, seeing her daughter's serious, yet clumsy demeanor. Ying, being a smart adult, could easily perceive her daughter's subtle possessiveness stemming from jealousy. In that moment, a trace of indescribable disappointment and bitterness arose in Ying's heart. But she quickly snapped back to reality, realizing how absurd her thoughts were. She took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the strange feelings within her, and attempted to regain her elder's composure to mask the embarrassment. You are right, Muxue is detail-oriented. You help Xiao Feng clean up. He'll go and deal with that snake to prevent it from rotting in the heat tomorrow. With that, Ying turned and walked toward the dead giant python, leaving the two with a slightly flustered back. Lin Muxue did not look at her mother. Holding the wet cloth, she began wiping Nie Feng's chest just like her mother. However, she clearly underestimated the tactile impact of muscle. When her fingertips touched his solid, warm abdominal muscles through the wet cloth, Lin Muxue's fingers trembled suddenly and her ears flushed red. Lin, are you wiping off mud from me or polishing me? Nie Feng couldn't help but tease softly at the sight of Lin Muxue, who was so tense she didn't dare breathe too forcefully. No need to be so careful. I'm not made of clay. You? Shut up. Lin Muxue bit her red lips, glaring at him reproachfully. That glance was filled with charm, completely losing the aloofness she usually maintained at school. In the early morning, the first rays of sunlight on the island pierced through the mist, casting a glow on the cliffside camp. The air was infused with the unique fragrance of wet earth after the rain. Nie Feng woke up very early. He stretched, feeling the wound on his left shoulder, which had formed a thin scab after a night of rest. Although there was still a twinge of pain when he moved, it did not hinder him significantly. He walked to the open space at the edge of the camp, preparing to deal with the spoils from last night's battle. However, when he saw the current sorry state of the giant python, he couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Last night, in order to ease the awkwardness of her daughter fighting to clean herself, Ying had resolutely declared, "I'll take care of that snake." At this moment, the massive creature measuring 4 to 5 meters long was merely dragged to a thicket away from the campfire. Its body was covered with 7 or 8 large banana leaves, as if the jungle overlord were being tucked in for a peaceful rest. The funniest part was that there were several shallow white scratches on the snake's skin, which hadn't even broken the scales. Clearly, the instructor, who usually wouldn't dare to kill fish, had brandished a stone slab in the pitch-black night, gesturing at the giant python for quite some time. Ultimately, under the double pressure of the smell of blood and fear, he chose to abandon resistance, simply covering it up as if to block out the reality. Indeed, Aunt Yin has it tough, Nie Feng said with a smile, shaking his head, not wanting to undermine the woman's cute dignity. He turned around and walked to the outermost straw mat. Li Ming lay sprawled at the edge of the mud, sleeping like a dead pig. Meanwhile, Su Jiao deliberately kept her distance, not only maintaining a noticeable gap between them, but also trying to curl her petite form closer to the side of the fire, where she could see Nie Feng more clearly. Bang bang. Nie Feng kicked a stone near the feet of the two, saying, "Daylight has arrived. It's time to get to work." The two jolted awake, scrambling to their feet, with faces full of fear, worried that they would anger Feng by waking up late. Go drag that big long worm under the leaves over there down to the creek. Feng pointed to the pile of banana leaves, casually handing a sharp, thin stone shard to Li Ming, his tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Skin it and remove the innards. Cut the meat into strips about 2 fingers wide and scrape off the yellowish-white layer of fat on the belly separately and wrap it in banana leaves. The two were momentarily stunned, quickly nodding as they approached the pile of banana leaves. Last night, although they had taken a distant glance, now in the bright morning sunlight, they faced the 4 to 5 meter long behemoth with its head smashed to pieces up close. The pungent smell of fish mixed with the stench of blood assaulted their senses. Li Ming could not help but feel his legs go weak, his stomach churning. Su Jiao covered her mouth tightly, retreating several steps, nearly brought to tears by the odor. How could they, who had never seen a chicken killed, be expected to skin and gut such a terrifying python? The physiological resistance was almost worse than killing them. The two exchanged pale-faced glances, neither daring to touch the cold, rough scales of the snake. What? Can't bring yourself to do it? Feng crossed his arms, his tone not as cold as the day before, but still carrying an air of pragmatic expectation. There are no idle people on this deserted island. I am responsible for hunting, and you are responsible for processing. That's the rule. If you want to survive and eat warm snake meat, you have to overcome your delicateness. If you can't manage it, then your food for today will just be sea breeze. Though his words were harsh, they lacked the previous day's ferocity, replaced by a clear boundary of business-like clarity. We can do it. Brother Nya, we can do it. Li Ming gritted his teeth, his hands trembling. Compared to the panic of possibly being kicked out yesterday, Nya Feng's clear rule of exchanging labor for food made him feel much more secure. With a steely resolve, he grabbed the cold, slippery tail of the giant python. If you do well, I'll give you extra rations at noon, Nya Feng added casually. Upon hearing there would be meat, a glimmer of desire for high-calorie food finally sparkled in the eyes of the two, who had been initially resistant, especially in Su Jiao. She suppressed the nauseating physical discomfort, glancing at Nya Feng, who was tending the fire like a ruler of the wilderness. Her mind was filled with thoughts of how to elevate her status in this camp. If she couldn't handle even this little task, how would she showcase her value? How could she naturally climb up to that warm straw mat? Su Jiao took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the urge to vomit. She deliberately straightened her chest, which was still proud despite being dusty, and threw Nya Feng a sweet smile, filled with charm and flattery. Then she turned around, gritting her teeth as she and Li Ming, together one in front and one behind, clumsily dragged the heavy giant python toward the creek. Having arranged the tasks for the two new recruits, Nya Feng rekindled the fire and started boiling water. Before long, a rustling sound came from deep within the cliff. Lin Muxue stepped out, adjusting her somewhat disheveled skirt. After a long night of rest, coupled with the physical protection of the cotton flower, her spirit had recovered considerably, and the heaviness in her lower abdomen had lessened greatly. She glanced at her still sleeping mother, and images from last night flashed through her mind, her mother half kneeling to tend to Nya Feng's wounds, and her own and her mother's bodies entwined around Nya Feng. Her cheeks flushed slightly. An unprecedented sense of territorial crisis surged wildly in Lin Muxue's heart. She absolutely could not allow her mother to continue caring for him like this. If this continued, who knew what sparks would fly in this wild and desolate mountain landscape? Nya Feng, good. Lin Muxue quickly walked to the fire, trying to make her voice sound as natural as possible. Is there anything I can help? Nya Feng, who was adding firewood, did not look up as he replied, the injured should rest. You can just keep an eye on the fire. I'm not tired. Lin Muxue stubbornly refused this offer. She noticed a half-eaten roasted seabird on a clean banana leaf nearby, and immediately picked it up, saying, since your shoulder is injured and it's inconvenient, let me help you heat the meat. Saying this, she clumsily emulated Nya Feng from last night, finding a sharpened branch and awkwardly skewering the cold seabird meat to roast over the fire. Unfortunately, the delicate young lady was not adept at managing the heat. After a mere 2 minutes, the grease from the bird meat dripped onto the charcoal, igniting flames that almost singed her fingers. Oh! Lin Muxue exclaimed, hurriedly pulling the meat back. Thud! A piece of charred meat fell. What happened? Did you burn your hand? At this moment, Ying was also awakened by the commotion outside. She quickly dressed and stepped out, immediately spotting her daughter's flustered appearance. Ying glanced at Nya Feng, then at her daughter, whose face was full of frustration. As someone who had been through it, she could easily tell that her daughter was eager to take charge of the work this early in the morning as a declaration of authority. The sour feeling from last night, when her daughter had forcefully pushed her away, surged back to her heart. Muxue, you've never done this kind of rough work. You don't understand the weight of it. Let mom take care of it. Ying walked forward and took the skewer of roasted meat from Lin Mushue's hands without allowing any argument. With practiced movements, she placed the meat at a safe distance, flipping it occasionally with an elegant and composed demeanor, as if she were not roasting meat on a deserted island, but preparing a steak in her own open kitchen. Mom, I'm grown up now. Oh, I need to learn to do something. Lin Mushue bit her silver teeth, unwilling to back down. You barely slept last night taking care of me. You should rest over there. Mom isn't tired. Ying didn't even raise her head, her voice gentle, yet imbued with an unarguable elder's authority. Feng saved our lives yesterday and got hurt. We must be grateful. Taking care of his meals and daily needs is the duty of someone in my position as an elder. You little girl are clumsy, but don't make his wounds worse. Watching her mother take such a firm stance using elder and gratitude to assert dominance, Lin Musue bit her red lips in anger. This was clearly a covert deprivation of her right to provide emotional value within this small group. The stunningly beautiful mother and daughter pair began their first subtle and secretive confrontation by the makeshift campfire over something as trivial as the right to care. Sitting nearby, Feng observed the undercurrents of competition between the two women. He kept his eyes on his nose and his nose on his heart, wisely choosing to remain silent. Interjecting between two jealous women was undoubtedly the most unwise choice in wilderness survival. As the atmosphere grew increasingly subtle, Li Ming and Su Jiao returned drenched in sweat, and with weak legs carrying the processed snake meat on large banana leaves. Brother Nya, everything is ready. Li Ming, suppressing the turmoil in his stomach, presented a large bag of translucent yellow-white fat to the stone slab. All the fat from the belly has been scraped off, not a bit was wasted. Well done. Feng finally found an excuse to break the awkwardness. He stood up, took the cleaned coconut shell from yesterday, and poured all the snake fat into it, then placed it over the milder embers of the fire. Not long after, as the temperature rose, bubbling sounds began to emerge. Large clumps of snake fat started to melt, transforming into clear, bright oil, filling the air of the entire campsite with a richer, meaty aroma than last night's roasted bird. It smells so good. Su Jiao and Li Ming squatted nearby, the nausea from processing the snake corpses completely washed away by the pure scent of meat, and their mouths watered. This is a good thing. Feng gently stirred the snake oil in the coconut shell with a clean stick. On tropical islands, high-calorie pure fat is the soft gold for survival. Not only can it be used for cooking to add calories, but when cooled it can be applied to the skin to ward off mosquito bites. Most importantly, it has excellent antibacterial and astringent properties, making it an exceptional wound medicine in the wild. Upon hearing the words, wound medicine, the mother and daughter who had just been subtly competing brightened their eyes simultaneously. Feng, you need to apply some medicine to your shoulder to prevent infection. Ying reacted quickly. She immediately found a clean, smooth stone slab nearby, carefully scooped out a bit of hot, clear snake oil, using a leaf as a cushion for her hand. She walked over to Feng, gently blowing on the oil to let its temperature drop slightly. Take off your shirt, Annie will apply it for you. Ying's voice was soft enough to drip with tenderness, her eyes filled with unhidden concern. There's no need to trouble yourself. Oh, I can do it myself. You can't reach your back with your left hand. Don't be stubborn. Feng cleared his throat. Ying did not allow him to refuse, half kneeling beside him, extending her long, delicate fingers to dip into the warm snake oil, gently dabbing it on the 3 bloody scratches on his shoulder caused by the snake's scales. The fingertips of a mature woman were soft and delicate, carrying a hint of coolness. The warm snake oil applied to the inflamed wound instantly melted away, bringing a wave of soothing, tingling comfort. Does it hurt? He'll be gentler. As Ying applied the oil, she leaned closer, gently blowing on the wound. The two were very close. From Feng's perspective, he could just see Ying's focused eyes and the deep heart-tracing scenery at her neckline, due to her half-kneeling position. Mom, it looks like the snake oil has dripped onto his back. Let me help him wipe it off with a leaf. Lin Mushue could not bear to watch this scene. She immediately grabbed a clean leaf and squeezed into the small gap between the two, using the motion of wiping away the oil to assert her presence. You don't need to wipe. The more you rub, the less it absorbs. Ying subtly shielded her position with her body. Sandwiched in the middle, Feng felt the mature fullness on his left and the youthful softness on his right. He took a deep breath and silently recited the multiplication table in his heart, attempting to shift his increasingly honest physiological attention. On the other side, Li Ming, who was responsible for roasting the snake meat, was trembling at the sight. Holding a skewer of sizzling, dripping snake meat, his eyes reflected not just a desire for food, but a profound admiration for Feng. With endless exquisite beast meat to eat, a warm and safe campsite, and 2 stunning beauties competing to tend to him, and roast meat, how could this be mere survival on a deserted island? This was nothing short of a royal feast. Li Ming took a bite of the scalding roasted snake meat, silently vowing in his heart, Even if Chu Jie and Zhang Chong came to drag him back, as long as Nie Feng didn't kick him out, he would cling to this opportunity, with all his might, embracing the glorious identity of a worker. However, Su Jiao, squatting not far away, had her thoughts completely off the roasted meat. Holding a skewer of snake meat, she stared longingly at Nie Feng, surrounded by Ying and Lin Mushui, unable to resist, gently biting her lower lip. In civilized society, her beauty would attract attention from boys wherever she went. But on this morally unconstrained deserted island, what good was it to be just a laborer who gathered firewood and washed meat? Only by becoming the woman of this strong man could she truly enjoy the privileges and protection here, even being able to eat steaming snake meat while others starved. Su Jiao glanced at her still youthful and alluring figure, though slightly dusty, and silently made up. Even if there were counselors and Lin Mushui blocking her way, she would find every possible means to climb onto Nie Feng's warm haymat sooner or later. It was 10 in the morning. The banana grove 2 kilometers away from the cliff camp was now a ghastly scene reminiscent of a post-apocalyptic refugee camp. Although the tropical downpour from the night before had long ceased, the rainwater soaked into the ground, covered with fallen leaves and mud, and under the scorching summer sun the entire grove had turned into a suffocating natural steam room. The stifling heat, humidity, and the persistent stench of decay tormented every person here. However, these harsh external conditions paled in comparison to the collapse occurring within their bodies. The mass gastroenteritis caused by eating raw stone crabs yesterday had somewhat subsided after emptying everyone's stomachs, but the severe dehydration and hunger that followed were the real harbingers of death. Water. Who still has water? A pale-faced boy slumped against a thick banana tree trunk, his lips cracked like a parched riverbed, his eyes unfocused and staring blankly at the treetops. Around him, a dozen others were similarly sprawled out, their conditions no better. Most of the camp's inhabitants lacked even the strength to stand, resembling desiccated corpses slumped in the mud with despair gleaming in their eyes. Among this group, the student council president Chu Jie leaned against a protruding tree root, his face dark enough to drip with water. His own condition was hardly any better. Yesterday, the diarrhea had left him weak and his stomach burned with pain. To make matters worse, the chin that had been scraped by Nie Feng's wooden spear was now swollen and inflamed due to dirt and sweat. The throbbing pain in his chin constantly reminded him of the humiliation of being treated like a dog and driven out of the camp yesterday. Beside him, his top henchman Zhang Chong resembled a despondent mound of flesh. Zhang Chong cradled his right wrist, swollen from being struck by Nie Feng. His entire forearm looked like a steamed bun, occasionally letting out weak groans devoid of any of the athletic committee's former authority. Yet despite his weakness, Chu Jie still strained to maintain an upright posture, desperately preserving his facade as a leader. He knew all too well that in this fragile group, if he showed even a hint of cowardice, the starving crowd would devour him alive. Brother Chu, why hasn't the rescue team arrived yet? Wang Hao, usually the one running errands and flattering others, was now starving to the point of seeing stars. He swallowed a dry lump in his throat, his voice weak as a mosquito's buzz. We've only had half a sour fruit and a raw crab in the past 2 days. If this continues, everyone will meet their end here. Chu Jie felt his irritation peak, but still forced himself to maintain the air of authority, gritting his teeth as he scolded. What are you panicking for? The storm at sea has long stopped. The rescue helicopter must be hovering nearby. Everyone hold on a little longer, talk less, and close your eyes to conserve energy. Hold on. With what can we hold on? Wang Hao forced a bitter smile, his eyes scanning the crowd with a dazed expression. Suddenly he froze. As if discovering something unbelievable, Wang Hao rubbed his eyes vigorously, his half-squinted eyes suddenly wide open. Hey, wait a minute. Wang Hao suddenly raised his voice, his hoarse tone standing out starkly in the lethargic grove, even cracking slightly. Where are Li Ming and Su Jiao? Hearing these names, the students sprawled on the ground turned their heads with effort. They looked around at each other and finally realized that Li Ming and Su Jiao, who should have been among them, had indeed vanished into thin air. Jiao Jiao said she was going to relieve herself yesterday afternoon, and then didn't come back. A girl named Tong Tong, who usually got along well with Su Jiao, spoke hesitantly, panic lacing her voice. Li Ming also disappeared yesterday afternoon. They wouldn't have been taken away by a beast, would they? On this treacherous deserted island, going missing often equated to death. Immediately, an unsettling stir arose among the crowd, with a few timid girls even starting to sob softly. Yet under the extreme hunger, Wang Hao's mind raced. He suddenly recalled the scene from yesterday afternoon, when Li Ming and Su Jiao had been hiding behind a rock whispering while he gnawed on a crab by the beach. He vividly remembered Li Ming's expression, a strange mix of jealousy and yearning. They aren't dead. Wang Hao slapped his thigh, excitedly wanting to stand with the help of a tree trunk, but his legs buckled, and he fell back down. Ignoring his disheveled state, he pointed in the direction of the cliff camp and shouted loudly. Those two must have gone to join Nie Feng. They couldn't hold on and ran over to be his lackeys. This statement was like a spark thrown into a pile of dry wood, instantly igniting a frenzy in the refugee camp. What? They went to join Feng. Exactly. It's been a whole night. If they had run into a beast, there would have been some commotion. Their absence means Feng must have taken them in. In dire straits, the greatest fear was never to die together. It was the thought of gnawing on mud and suffering from cold and hunger while others betrayed their class and feasted nearby. Just the thought of Li Ming and Su Jiao possibly sitting next to a warm fire enjoying delicious food ignited a strong longing and jealousy that pierced through the numbness of these university students to reality. Many boys' eyes gleamed with green light, their throats involuntarily swallowing. Some even fidgeted, exchanging tentative glances as if weighing whether it was still worth it to run over and join. Seeing the morale about to collapse, Chu Jie's face turned ashen. He understood human nature all. Once this group felt that Feng's side was a paradise, he, the student council president, who couldn't even produce a rotten fruit, would instantly become worthless trash. Everyone be quiet. Chu Jie, not knowing where he found the strength, suddenly stood up, leaning against the tree root. He pointed at Wang Hao's nose, summoning every ounce of authority, and yelled sharply, "Wang Hao, what nonsense are you spouting here? Use your pig brain to think. Why would that twisted, violent Feng take them in for no reason?" Chu Jie shot a sharp glance over the students with glimmering eyes, initiating his most adept form of fear-mongering. "What did Feng do to us yesterday? Are you all blind? Zhang Chang's wrist is still swollen. With his cruel personality, if Li Ming and the others ran over, they would definitely be treated as slaves and exploited to the bone. Who knows, they might have had their legs broken last night and been tossed into the woods to feed wild boars. Whoever thinks they have a long life can go find him right now. Oh, I won't stop you." This half-true, half-false intimidation was like a bucket of ice water poured over the students who had just begun to stir. Indeed, would someone like that truly kindly take in their classmates? To support Chu Jie's suppression, Zhang Chang, sitting on the ground, gritted his teeth and forced himself to stand. Although his right arm was swollen like a pig's trotter and his legs felt weak from hunger, he still deliberately tightened his facial muscles, brandishing his intact left fist and glaring around fiercely. "Brother Chu is right. Anyone who dares to waver the morale here, I won't even let Feng lift a finger. I will take care of them myself." Looking at Chu Jie's anger and Zhang Chang's massive left fist, the group of university students who had been tamed by societal rules for years allowed their innate fear and submissiveness to take over once more. The flicker of unrest that had just ignited was forcibly suppressed by force and authority. Wang Hao shrank back, no longer daring to speak, and obediently slumped back into the mud. The others also lowered their heads, continuing to huddle like ostriches, numbing themselves with fantasies of rescue is coming soon. On the surface, Chu Jie successfully maintained his precarious rule, and a potential mutiny was Chu Jie sat back on the tree root, quietly sighing in relief as he reached up to touch his subtly aching chin. However, he did not notice that in the low-hanging eyes of these people, although there was fear of Feng, the resentment stemming from jealousy had not disappeared. Deep within their aching stomachs and parched throats, the seed of their roasted meat to eat on Feng's side had already been deeply planted, just waiting for the next desperate opportunity to break ground and grow into a towering tree capable of destroying everything. It was noon. The blazing sun hung overhead, roasting the tropical island like a massive sauna. In the banana grove, not a breeze stirred, the stifling humidity mixed with the smell of mud on the ground, forming an invisible net that suffocated everyone. The dual torment of dehydration and hunger had driven the atmosphere in the refugee camp to a freezing point. No one spoke, not even a groan was spared. Only the rough, dry sounds of breathing echoed between the tree trunks. Chu Jie leaned against a tree root, his heart growing more anxious. He was a student council president, skilled in political maneuvering, and his mind was certainly not dull. He could clearly sense that the gazes of his classmates sprawled on the ground around him had changed. No longer were they filled with the awe and flattery of the past, but rather a numbed, beast-like glint. Especially Wang Hao's earlier speculation that Li Ming and Su Jiao had gone to seek refuge with Feng felt like a toxic thorn embedded in everyone's hearts, ready to trigger a thunderstorm at any moment. "We can't just sit here waiting any longer. We must find something for these people to do to divert their attention." Chu Jie licked his cracked lips, forcing himself to muster authority as he spoke. "Wang Hao, Li Ku, and you three boys are the ones with relatively better stamina in the group." Wang Hao, whose name had been called laboriously, lifted his eyelids and looked at him weakly. "The rescue team is on the way, but we must prepare for both possibilities." Chu Jie commanded with righteous authority, "You three form a search party, go around the outskirts of the forest, and see if you can find any wild fruits or edible items. Remember, don't go too deep, a safety first." Upon hearing this, Wang Hao felt a surge of inexplicable anger. Everyone was so weak and starving. Why were only they sent out to do the hard labor? "Chugo, what about you guys? Wang Hao gritted his teeth, his tone laced with resentment. I must stay here to oversee the big picture. Chu Jie remained unperturbed, pointing to Zhang Chong, who was groaning while clutching his wrist, and the girls sprawled on the ground. Xiangzi is injured, and the girls are weak. If we core members all leave, who will protect everyone if a wild dog or boar shows up? Also, if a helicopter flies overhead, there needs to be someone capable of sending out a distress signal. These words sounded grandiose and flawless. Although Wang Hao cursed Chu Jie's ancestors in his heart, he could only resign himself to his fate, due to years of habitual obedience to the president, especially with Zhang Chong glaring at him fiercely. Fine, we'll go. Wang Hao supported himself on a tree trunk, calling to the equally unwilling Li Ku and Zhao Peng. The three trudged forward with heavy steps, grumbling as they entered the thicket. The process of searching on foot was nothing short of a painful self-torture. Three young masters who usually had to draw lots to decide who would pick up takeout in the dormitory now found it more challenging than climbing to the heavens to find food in the perilous wilderness. Ouch! What bit me? Li Ku screamed after barely 10 minutes in the woods, frantically slapping the back. A mosquito the size of a fingernail was crushed, leaving behind a pool of blood and a quickly swelling bump. Stop shouting, save your breath. Wang Hao, holding a twig, listlessly stirred the waist-high weeds while scanning the surroundings. There were no wild fruits in sight. Even in this edge zone, there wasn't a single edible mushroom. They even spotted a green grasshopper, and the three stared at it, swallowing their saliva for a long time, but ultimately could not bring themselves to eat it as they watched it hop away. After wandering under the scorching sun for over an hour, the three returned with nothing but scratches from thorns and a dozen mosquito bites. Their stamina was entirely depleted. I can't go on, how go, I really can't move anymore. Zhao Peng sat down heavily in the mud, gasping for breath. If we keep going, we'll faint in the woods. Let's head back. Wang Hao wiped the sweat off his face, his eyes filled with indignation. That bastard Chu Jie sent us out to be cannon fodder while he comfortably sits in the shade under the trees. He really treats us like fools. The three of them agreed to return empty-handed. To minimize detours, Wang Hao led the way down a hidden path. Just as they pushed aside a dense patch of banana leaves with less than 30 meters to the camp, a low whisper suddenly drifted from behind a massive banyan tree. Wang Hao immediately halted, raising a finger to his lips, signaling the two behind him to be silent. The three crouched low, using the waist-high weeds as cover, quietly inching forward. Peering through the gaps in the leaves to see what was behind the banyan tree, Wang Hao's pupils dilated in an instant, as if the blood in his body had surged back to his brain. Behind the banyan tree, Chu Jie and Zhang Chong were crouched low, sneaking around. In Zhang Chong's uninjured left hand, he surprisingly held 3 quail egg-sized gray-spotted wild bird eggs. Chuga, what luck? Zhang Chong lowered his rough voice, his face all smiles. I just went over to that patch of grass to pee and happened to stumble upon a low bird's nest. There are these 3 eggs still warm. Well done, Xiangzi. Chu Jie looked at the 3 bird eggs, his eyes glinting with greed, as he unhesitatingly took 2, leaving only 1 for Zhang Chong. Xiangzi, don't blame Chu Ge for taking more. In these special times, resources must be allocated to the core. As Chu Jie carefully cracked the top of the bird egg against the tree bark, he confidently justified himself. We are the soul and power support of the team. If we fall, this team is finished. As for Wang Hao and the others, they'll survive a couple of days without food. When the rescue comes, well, still be the ones in charge. Chu Ge is right. Good steel should be used on the cutting edge. Giving them food is a waste. Zhang Chong nodded in agreement, eagerly cracking open the bird egg in his hand. The two, like vampires, tilted their heads, aiming at the tiny broken hole, directly sucking the raw, fishy bird egg liquid into their mouths. Slurp, slurp. The greedy sounds of sucking and the satisfied swallowing echoed exceptionally clearly in the quiet corner. Hidden in the bushes, Wang Hao gripped the weeds tightly, his nails filled with dirt. His eyes turned bloodshot in an instant, his stomach churning from extreme hunger, but the nausea and anger in his heart were more searing than the acid in his stomach. Special supply. Even in this dire situation where everyone could starve to death at any moment, these 2 bastards, full of the big picture and the collective rhetoric, were secretly indulging in special rations. Special supply. Even in this dire situation where everyone could starve to death at any moment, these 2 bastards, full of the big picture. Don't move. Wang Hao grabbed Zhao Peng's arm tightly, the veins on his forehead bulging. Though enraged, his mind remained exceptionally clear. Although Zhang Chong has diarrhea, he's still in good shape. In our current state, if we rush out, we won't get any food, and we'll end up getting beaten instead. Wang Hao stared intently at Chu Jie, who was wiping his mouth, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his lips. If we're going to die, let's die together. We'll quietly retreat and tell everyone about this. I want to see if Chu Jie's grand vision can suppress 20 starving madmen. The 3 suppressed their urge to kill and silently retraced their steps, then took a long detour, pretending to have just returned from outside as they walked back into the camp. While Chu Jie and Zhang Chong had yet to return from behind the banyan tree, Wang Hao immediately approached a girl named Tong Tong and several male classmates. Everyone listen to me. Wang Hao lowered his voice, his tone dripping with undisguised resentment and madness, elaborating on the scene he had just witnessed. At first, some were reluctant to believe it. No way. Chu president just said he would treat us like family. Tong Tong weakly shook her head. Bullshit. His mouth must still be smeared with egg yolk. If you don't believe me, just look for yourselves later. Zhao Peng growled through gritted teeth. Lies can be packaged seamlessly. But in the face of such a betrayal as eating alone, all packaging becomes fragile foam. Watching the twisted faces of Wang Hao and the others due to anger, the remaining few students in the camp finally realized a brutal truth. The student council president they had always trusted and obeyed not only had no intention of rescuing them, but even regarded them as expendable pawns. Despair, the humiliation of betrayal, and the fiery hunger in their stomachs suddenly fermented among the crowd, coalescing into a terrifying undercurrent capable of destroying everything. 5 minutes later, a steady sound of footsteps approached from the edge of the camp. Chu Jie and Zhang Chong returned slowly, pretending to have just patrolled the safety of the camp. Chu Jie even tidied his jacket collar, striving to make his expression appear serious and compassionate. He sat down on the familiar tree root in the middle of the crowd, cleared his throat, and said, Wang Hao, you're back. What did you find at the edge of the forest? There was no response. It's okay if you didn't find anything. Everyone, don't lose heart, safety first. Chu Jie began his well-rehearsed speech as usual. I know everyone is struggling right now, but as long as we unite and stick together. If we can just hold on for a few more hours, the helicopter will definitely. Chu Jie's voice gradually faded. It even inexplicably caught in his throat, because he suddenly realized that the atmosphere around him had become eerily unsettling. There were none of the submissive responses of the past. No one weakly shouted, Chu Go is right. Over 20 people, whether the usually most obedient girls or the most honest boys, were all staring at him intently. There was no trace of awe or servitude in their gazes. Only a chilling greenish glint of resentment. Like a pack of wolves that hadn't eaten for 3 days and nights, they were fixated on a piece of meat exuding a foul odor. Among them, several people's gazes were unmistakably focused on the corner of Chu Jie's mouth, where a very fine, yet glaringly yellow dried egg liquid was hanging. Though the temperature in the air was terrifyingly high, Chu Jie suddenly shivered. He felt that what he was sitting on was not a tree root, but rather a powder keg with the fuse burned to the end. The atmosphere in the banana grove was so eerie that it felt as if the very air had solidified. Chu Jie sat on the tree root, feeling a tingling sensation on his scalp. His earlier impassioned speech about persistence landed like a punch into a cotton ball, not even causing a splash. Over 20 pairs of eyes were fixed intently on him, or rather on the corner of his mouth. Those gazes were akin to that of a weasel starved for half a month, having spotted a chunk of fatty meat on the cutting board filled with unabashed resentment and greed. Chu Jie felt a chill in his heart and instinctively raised his hand to wipe the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. He found a sticky, slightly fishy, semi-dried substance on his skin. Looking down, he saw a shocking bright yellow that under the sunlight's refraction was even more dazzling than a police siren. This was the egg liquid he had accidentally smeared on his mouth while stealing bird eggs. Chu Jie's mind exploded, his heartbeat skipped a beat. He finally understood why the eyes of this group had suddenly turned ghostly. They must have figured something out. Yet Chu Jie was a seasoned student council president, and at times like this, as long as he remained unembarrassed, it was others who would feel awkward. Ahem. Chu Jie maintained a calm facade, wiping his hand on his pants, attempting to gloss over the situation with a clumsy lie. I just went to scout the edge of the forest and accidentally brushed against a yellow plant's sap. This island's things are really strange, or it even smells a bit fishy. Suddenly a muffled sound interrupted Chu Jie before he could finish. The beautiful girl Tong Tong, who had previously shared half a sour fruit, finally succumbed to extreme hunger and the weakness from diarrhea. Her eyes rolled back and she collapsed directly into the muddy ground. Tong Tong. Tong Tong, what happened to you? A few girls nearby screamed in fright and hurriedly rushed over to shake her. A male classmate who secretly had a crush on Tong Tong turned red with anxiety, looking up at Chu Jie, his voice tinged with an obvious cry. President Chu, Tong Tong has fainted. You need to think of something fast. If this continues, she will die from dehydration. At this critical moment, if Chu Jie could show even a hint of empathy and responsibility, he might barely maintain his crumbling authority. However, having been stared at by everyone earlier had made him irritable, and his inherently self-serving nature had completely taken over in the panic. Her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed directly into the muddy ground. Tong Tong. Tong Tong, what happened to you? A few girls near. The last thing we need right now is to make a fuss. Move her to the shade of the tree and leave her alone. The more we fuss, the more we exhaust our collective strength. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire refugee camp fell silent. The male classmate who had a crush on Tong Tong looked at Chu Jie in disbelief, as if he had just met this class leader who usually preached morality. Leave her alone. She's a living person, our classmate. This cold-blooded remark struck like a match, igniting the powder keg. To hell with the plant sap. To hell with collective strength. Wang Hao could no longer hold back. He suddenly stood up from the mud, kicked a rotten piece of wood aside, and with bloodshot eyes pointed at Chu Jie, cursing, "Chu Jie, you hypocritical bastard, what are you trying to pose as a big shot for? What for the greater good? What preserving core strength? Just now you and Zhang Chong were hiding behind that big banyan tree, secretly devouring 3 bird eggs with yolk all over your mouth. Do you think everyone is blind? And now when it comes to your own find of bird eggs you don't want to share, you sneak away to treat it as private property. Your version of collectivism is just making us your free food searchers while you enjoy the special treatment, right? If stealing food made others jealous, then this blatant double standard and exploitation were nothing short." When Wang Hao publicly ripped off this fig leaf, the crowd erupted into uncontrollable clamor. It really is egg yolk. They really stole food. How shameless. Why do we have to hand over what we find, but they can eat their bird eggs themselves? The so-called collective is just a cover for him to suck our blood. Anger, humiliation, and the hatred of being exploited as fools catalyzed by hunger transformed into a tide of resentment tightly surrounding Chu Jie and Zhang Chong. Chu Jie's face turned crimson. He knew that if he couldn't suppress this matter today, he would be finished. Wang Hao, you are spitting blood. You are dividing the collective. Chu Jie jumped up frantically, pointing at Wang Hao, trying to raise his voice above everyone else's. So what if it's true? I and Zhang Chong are the management. If it weren't for us maintaining order, you all would have starved to death long ago. In special times, resources tilt towards the core management. That's the rule everywhere. He still thought it unfair, believing that eating a few bird eggs was a just reward. This blatant double standard and sophistry made everyone present feel nauseated. What the hell are you, the core? Wang Hao sneered. Without you we wouldn't have to be deceived into starving to death like this. Is rebellion. Simply rebellion. Chu Jie trembled all over and turned to Zhang Chong beside him, gritting his teeth and shouting, "Qiangzi, this kid has gone mad, shaking the morale. Teach him a lesson. Let him know who calls the shots in this collective." Zhang Chong, although he had been suffering from diarrhea all day, felt his legs a little weak. Moreover, his right wrist had been swollen from being hit by Feng with a stick yesterday, and it still hurt so much he couldn't lift it. But deep down he was an athlete, and with his physique he felt he could easily handle a Wang Hao who was nothing but skin and bones. "How's he? Are you asking for it? How dare you talk to Brother Chu like that?" Zhang Chong forced himself to stand, his facial fat quivering. He lumbered over with long strides like a heavy bear rushing in front of Wang Hao. Although Wang Hao was furious, he was indeed so hungry that he could barely stand straight. Seeing Zhang Chong's towering figure approaching, Wang Hao instinctively recoiled. "To hell with you." Zhang Chong swung his uninjured left fist and smashed it toward Wang Hao's cheek. Though weakened, the punch lacked force like a half-starved old lady. But Wang Hao was even weaker. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. Wang Hao was caught off guard, taking the full brunt of the punch on his left cheek. He grunted, and his entire body, like a kite with a broken string, was knocked down into the mud, a trickle of blood leaking from the corner of his mouth. "With your pathetic shrimp-like state, you dare to jump out and be a troublemaker." Zhang Chong felt rejuvenated after landing the hit, as if regaining his former glory. He stepped forward, pressing his knee firmly against Wang Hao's chest, raising his left fist to rain blows down on Wang Hao's head. Let this be a lesson for spreading rumors, for dividing the collective. 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits. The dull sound of punches echoed through the forest. Wang Hao guarded his head with both hands, his face covered in blood. Mud mixed with blood dripped down, looking utterly tragic. The surrounding boys instinctively shrank back, their eyes flashing with fear. After all, Zhang Chong's fists were not something any of them could withstand. Watching the scene as power was reasserted through violence, Chu Jie finally wore a smug, cold smile. As expected, these sheltered flowers would obediently submit when shown a bit of strength. However, both Chu Jie and Zhang Chong overlooked one crucial problem. When a person is pushed to the brink of true despair, they no longer know what pain is. Wang Hao, pinned to the ground and receiving a one-sided beating, did not immediately surrender as he had. Feeling the taste of blood in his mouth, the rage of being oppressed by double standards, the anger of betrayal finally broke through the cage of rationality. "They'll spread whatever the hell I want." Wang Hao suddenly let out a beast-like roar. He could not care less about protecting his head. He lunged forward, tightly hugging Zhang Chong's thick thigh, pressing against his chest, opened his mouth, and bit down hard on Zhang Chong's calf. He bit down with all his might, as if wanting to tear off a piece of flesh. "Oh, damn it!" Zhang Chong screamed in agony. He never expected that Wang Hao, usually the most cowardly, would dare to fight back using such a street-fighting tactic. Zhang Chong, in pain, released the knee, pressing down on Wang Hao, and began to wildly strike Wang Hao's back with his left fist, shouting, "Let go! You better let go! But Wang Hao was like a mad dog that refused to let go of its prey, blood dripping from his mouth, his eyes fixed on Chu Jie, standing aside, letting out a chilling smile. Hit me. If you dare kill me today. You blood-sucking beast using the collective as a facade. Even if I die here today, you won't have it easy. Wang Hao, with his bloodied face and frenzied smile, deeply pierced the eyes of every hungry boy nearby. The air was thick not only with the stench of blood, but also with a long-suppressed restlessness that was finally about to erupt. Extreme hunger caused the stomach acid to gnaw mercilessly at the stomach walls. They needed food. They needed warmth. Yet now the chairman who preached about the bigger picture and urged them to endure was hiding behind a tree, secretly eating bird eggs. Damn it, if we're all going to die anyway, why should we let them eat their fill while we starve? Among the crowd, Zhao Peng, who had just followed Wang Hao to search for fruits, stood up first, his eyes ablaze. Though his legs felt weak from hunger driven by rage, he found an unexpected strength and charged forward, delivering a powerful kick to Zhang Chong's back. Let go of Haozi, you bastard who's acting like a dog for others. Zhang Chong was being viciously bitten on the calf by Wang Hao, gasping in pain. Caught off guard by the kick to his back, his already weakened body from diarrhea lost balance, and with a thud, he collapsed like a mound of flesh into the muddy ground. Zhao Peng, you're courting death. Zhang Chong spat out mud, furious and embarrassed, trying to get up to retaliate. But he forgot that his right wrist had been swollen by a wooden spear struck by Feng yesterday, leaving him unable to exert any strength. He could only push with his uninjured left hand. Everyone attacked together. There are only two of them, what's there to be afraid of? Another informed boy, Li Ku, shouted loudly, picking up a clump of mud from the ground and hurling it at Zhang Chong's face. The power of example is immense. Seeing the once high and mighty sports committee member struggling in the mud, the remaining boys who had been hesitant were suddenly consumed by the fervor of survival, their fears replaced. Indeed, no matter how strong Zhang Chong was, he was just a sickly figure with a few days of diarrhea and a disabled hand. Beat him. Make him spit out the bird eggs he ate. Instantly, 5 or 6 of the usually most obedient, least noticeable boys in the class surged forward like a horde of zombies smelling blood. This was not a martial arts duel based on skill, but a shameless kindergarten-level mud brawl. No strength to throw, then use your nails to scratch. Use your teeth to bite. Use the mud in your hands to smear in your opponent's eyes. Oh, who the hell is gouging my eyes? Let go. Don't pull my hair. Even though Zhang Chong was physically larger, he couldn't withstand being pinned down by 4 or 5 starving boys. His left fist had barely swung twice before someone stepped on it, sinking it into the mud. This is rebellion. You all are simply revolting. Chu Jie stood aside, completely dumbfounded. His fair face was contorted with fear, instinctively pointing at the group of frenzied boys and shouting, "Stop. Anyone who dares to strike again will find that I will report you to the academic office upon returning to school and deduct all your comprehensive assessment credits. You won't get your diploma." In the past, this statement would have loomed like the sword of Damocles over all the university students. But on this island where food was scarce, this threat sounded ludicrously absurd. To hell with your credits. Someone in the crowd shouted. Then a mixed projectile of decaying leaves and mud flew through the air, landing squarely on Chu Jie's impassioned face with a loud slap. Mud and water flowed down his nose and into his mouth, both foul and disgusting. Ugh! Chu Jie bent over and vomited violently. Before he could straighten up, a boy rushed from behind and kicked him in the back of the knee. Chu Jie gasped in surprise, his knees buckling as he collapsed into the mud. The inflamed wound on his chin from yesterday's scrape hit a protruding tree root. Chu Jie cried out in pain, tears streaming down his face as he rolled on the ground, the last remnants of his authority as chairman physically crushed in that moment. 10 minutes later, this ridiculous yet tragic uprising finally came to a close. Zhang Chong and Chu Jie lay in the mud like 2 dead dogs, bruised and battered, covered in muck, even their breaths sounding weak. Wang Hao got up from the ground, casually wiping the blood and mud from his face with the back of his hand. Despite receiving a beating, he felt unusually exhilarated at that moment. Do you see? This is the fate of treating us like monkeys. Wang Hao gasped for breath, scanning the tired but resolute faces of his classmates around him. Previously, Feng pointed out the location of the pond for us, proving he is 1,000 times more reliable than these 2 selfish hypocrites. Wang Hao waved his arms excitedly. But as everyone can see, just drinking water won't keep us alive. Those who want to survive, pack your things and follow me to the cliff camp to find Feng. Even if it means washing his feet, it's better than being cannon fodder for Chu Jie here. Brother Hao is right. Let's go. Zhao Peng was the first to respond. I'm going too. I can't stand being in this damned place any longer. Tong Tong, who had just been awakened by classmates pouring water on her during the chaotic brawl, weakly yet firmly nodded in agreement. In the face of survival instinct, a large group of over 20 quickly assembled. They paid no heed to the groaning Chu Jie and Zhang Chong lying in the mud helping each other as they moved forward like a vast refugee convoy resolutely heading towards the cliff camp. All that was left for Chu Jie was a more miserable Zhang Chong and a scene of devastation. At this moment, the area outside the cliff camp was vibrant with activity. Feng sat on a stone slab, holding a sharp stone shard in one hand slicing at a short bamboo thorn, while casually directing the others like a foreman. A dozen meters ahead of him, Li Ming, who had rushed over to pledge allegiance yesterday, was sweating profusely, vigorously, smashing a thick green bamboo with a stone block. Meanwhile, Su Jiao rolled up her pant legs, exposing a fair stretch of calf. Not only had she meticulously cleaned all the empty coconut shells by the creek, but she was also busily transporting a large bundle of freshly collected dry pine needles to the fire. Though both were covered in dirt, their spirits were surprisingly high. Half an hour ago, Feng had fulfilled his promise. Using the snake oil he had previously boiled, he cooked each of them a small segment of bamboo for snake oil soup. With the high-fat, high-calorie broth in their bellies, they felt every pore in their bodies relax, energetically working as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Don't worry, brother Nye. I promise to clean this bamboo thorn better than my own face. Li Ming shouted back, his tone filled with obsequious flattery. Just then, Li Ming's movements suddenly halted. He straightened up, nervously pointing towards the bushes ahead. Brother Nye, there seems to be some commotion over there. A large group of people is coming. Feng slightly raised his head, his deep gaze looking through the gaps in the jungle. Soon the banana leaves ahead were pushed aside in clusters. Wang Hao led 20 or so ragged, emaciated students helping each other as they limped out of the jungle. When this refugee-like group first laid eyes on the smoldering campfire, the residual oil stains from snake meat on the stone slab, and the rosy-cheeked Li Ming and Su Jiao working diligently, everyone's eyes widened. The scent of high-calorie remnants in the air excited their senses of smell and taste. Nya. Wang Hao, who was at the front, took a couple of quick steps, but just 5 or 6 meters away from the fire pit his legs buckled, and with a thud, he collapsed directly into the mud. We were wrong. We shouldn't have listened to that bastard Chu Jie. Wang Hao, with his bruised face, looked up at Feng with eyes filled with desperation and longing. Brother Nye, Chu Jie's camp has completely fallen apart. We can't hold on any longer. Just drinking water won't fill our stomachs. We can do the work that Li Ming and the others can do. Please take us in. Following Wang Hao's lead, Zhao Peng, Li Ku, and several girls like Tong Tong all looked at Feng with eyes that were nearly pleading. Hearing the commotion, Lin Mushui, who had been caring for her mother deep in the cliff, also came out. Seeing her former classmates reduced to such a state, her eyes flickered with compassion. But she understood the current situation very well, quietly standing behind Feng and leaving the decision entirely to him. Feng set down the bamboo thorn in his hand and slowly stood up. He brushed off the debris on his hands and looked down at the group of former university students who once considered themselves the pride of the heavens. His mind raced. These 20-plus mouths just a few days ago would have been a huge burden and trouble. He wouldn't have even glanced, but now the situation was different. He had enough power to intimidate them, and they had just been completely shattered by hunger and Chu Jie's hypocrisy. On this perilous, deserted island, establishing a truly safe and sustainable shelter couldn't be done. The people before him were no longer troublesome classmates, but excellent free labor that had been tamed by harsh reality. However, no matter how useful the labor, it must be restrained with the tightest reins. There is no such thing as a pill for regret in this world, and tears are utterly worthless here. Feng's gaze swept over the crowd, his voice not loud, but carrying a chilling and resolute undertone. I have a bad temper and no spirit of altruism. If you want to stay and have something to eat, fine. But this is not a refugee camp, and we won't engage in any hypocritical games of democratic voting or collective sharing. He slammed the sharpened wooden spear onto the nearby stone slab. With a dull thud, many people If you want to survive, remember this one ironclad rule. Here, my word is the absolute law. All work arrangements and resource allocations are determined solely by me. If I tell you to go east, you must not go west. Work hard, and you will have food. If anyone dares to slack off or plot behind my back. Feng sneered, his gaze sweeping across the bruises on Wang Hao and the others' faces. Chu Jie might just toy with you verbally, but I will break your legs and throw you into the marsh to feed the snakes. Of course, Feng would not truly resort to such brutality. With so many people and various thoughts, he needed to establish authority with a few harsh words, or else he couldn't manage at all. Surprisingly, upon hearing this declaration of cold-blooded tyranny, the university students who had just experienced Chu Jie's moral coercion and double standards felt not a trace of resentment, but rather as if they had been granted amnesty. Compared to hypocrites who spoke of righteousness while stabbing others in the back, Feng, who laid out the harsh rules plainly and directly, provided them with an unprecedented sense of security. There was no hypocrisy, no exploitation. As long as they obeyed the arrangements completely and worked hard, they could earn food and preserve their lives. It was the most solid promise in this apocalyptic world. No problem. Brother Nye, from now on our lives belong to you. Yes, we will follow Brother Nye's arrangements. No objections. Wang Hao and the others scrambled to their feet looking like stray dogs that had found their master, their faces filled with fervor and absolute obedience. Looking at these 20-plus instantaneously submissive cheap laborers, a satisfied smile finally broke out on Nye Feng's face. The twilight glow bathed the campsite at the cliff's edge. What was once a tranquil corner with only 3 people now buzzed with activity like a bustling construction site. Nye Feng sat boldly on the smooth stone slab at the highest point, playing with a sharp stone in his hand, fully embracing the role of the foreman of the deserted island. Wang Hao, take 10 boys to the bamboo grove behind. Choose only the thick green bamboos to chop down, leaving a slanted stump at the base for easy insertion into the ground as a foundation. Zhao Peng, you take the remaining boys to collect vines nearby. The thicker and longer the better. Toss them into the shallow creek to soak and enhance their toughness. Move quickly, everyone. Got it, Brother Nye. We will complete the task. Wang Hao and Zhao Peng shouted in unison as if they were pumped with adrenaline, leading a group of boys charging into the jungle. These young masters, who usually couldn't be bothered to sweep the floor in the dormitory, now unleashed astonishment. The reason was simple. On the massive banana leaves at the campsite's edge lay the unmistakable corpse of a giant python, skinned and stripped of its innards, measuring 4 to 5 meters long. Even in its lifeless state, the enormous body, thick as an adult's arm, along with the lingering aura of primal ferocity in the air, made this group of newcomers gasp in awe. Oh my goodness! Is this a python disaster? Zhao Peng's legs trembled slightly, his eyes nearly popping out. Look at your reactions. What's all this fuss about? Li Ming, who had just smashed a bamboo, approached. Wiping the dirt off his face, he puffed out his chest, full of the pride and arrogance of a senior employee. Brother Nye single-handedly took this thing down in the dark, swampy terrain. You should have seen the scene. It was simply divine. Stick with Brother Nye and work hard, and soon such hearty meals will become our daily fare. Hearing Li Ming's boastful words, the new boys looked at the tall figure sitting above with a newfound admiration, replacing their initial trepidation with a sense of worship and absolute submission to the strong. A man capable of tearing apart such a jungle overlord could surely help them survive. After assigning the eager boys their tasks, Nye Feng shifted his gaze to the remaining 10 or so girls. As Li Ming mentioned earlier, he and Su Jiao have already processed this giant python to some extent this morning. You are tasked with using stone chips to cut all this meat into uniform pieces about 2 fingers wide. After cutting, rinse them in the creek one last time, and they'll be ready for cooking. The girls, who usually flinched at the sight of fish being killed, were now wide-eyed with excitement at the sight of this high-protein, pure lean meat after being hungry for 2 days and nights. We're on it. Several girls immediately rolled up their sleeves and began awkwardly, yet earnestly cutting up the snake meat. Su Jiao, having already seen blood that morning, naturally became the little leader among the girls, occasionally adopting a senior's stance to provide guidance. Her inner calculations to rise in status were crackling away. While cutting the meat, Su Jiao deliberately chose a spot closest to Nye Feng with a great line of sight. Her light-colored knit short sleeve, though already quite soiled, clung tightly to her body from the sweat, accentuating her alluring youthful curves. Each time she cut the snake meat, she intentionally straightened her back, showcasing her enticing figure. Occasionally, she would glance up with a slightly worshipful and flirtatious gaze, secretly stealing glances at Nye Feng. Nye Feng certainly noticed this class flower's little antics. In a civilized society, he might have avoided such green tea tactics. However, on a deserted island, as the absolute authority, how could he ignore such eye-catching benefits? Nye Feng did not adopt a stern, lecturing tone to admonish her for being vulgar. Instead, he openly let his gaze linger on Su Jiao, unabashedly taking her in. Receiving Nye Feng's aggressive and masculine gaze, Su Jiao not only did not shy away, but felt her heart race, her cheeks flushing, and she cut the meat with even more vigor. Nice cutting skills. Nye Feng chuckled lightly, a hint of mischief in his tone, leisurely complimenting. Keep it up. If you do well, I'll treat you to some extra rich soup tonight. This double-edged compliment made Su Jiao's heart swell with sweetness. She knew she had successfully caught Nye Feng's attention. Thank you, Brother Nye. I will give it my all. Su Jiao giggled, her voice soft enough to drip with sweetness. Standing behind, Nye Feng, Lin Mushui witnessed the entire scene. She secretly gritted her teeth, cursing Su Jiao the vixen 100 times in her mind. But in this wild and desolate place, she couldn't impose the moral standards from school on others. All she could do was turn away in frustration and run to help her mother prepare utensils. As the night fell completely, 2 massive bonfires were lit around the campsite. The green bamboo the boys had chopped piled up into a small mountain. Above the main bonfire, Nye Feng arranged a row of sturdy bamboo tubes side by side to create a makeshift cooking pot. Chunks of python meat along with the bones previously stripped were tossed into the bamboo tubes, adding clear mountain spring water and a few wild papayas to enhance flavor, finishing with a sprinkle of coarse sea salt. Before long, the water in the bamboo tubes began to boil vigorously, and a rich, milky white meat broth wafted a powerful aroma that reached the heavens. The students who had been starving for days and were now nearly frantic gathered around the bonfire like hungry wolves, swallowing hard as their throats produced a chorus of gurgles. "The meat is tender, it's time to eat." Feng stirred the pot with a thinly peeled bamboo slice, nodding in satisfaction. However, he did not personally serve this group of starving individuals. He turned to Ying, who had been quietly accompanying him, and formally handed her the wide bamboo slice he was using as a ladle. "Aunt Yin, for serving food, it's best to leave it to you as the head steward." Ying was momentarily taken aback. She gazed at the bamboo spoon that Feng had handed over, then glanced at the pairs of green, longing eyes surrounding the campfire. As a clever career woman, she instantly understood the deeper meaning behind Feng's gesture. In the hungry wilderness, the one who holds the power of food distribution holds the authority of life and death over the crowd. Feng was declaring with his actions her unshakable status as the second-in-command, or even Madame Ba. A strong sense of trust and empowerment struck Ying's soft heart. "All right, leave it to me." Ying did not hesitate. She took a deep breath, accepted the bamboo spoon, adjusted her slightly messy collar, and channeled the dignified aura of her former counselor as she approached the large bamboo pot. "Everyone line up in 2 rows. Hold your clean coconut shells or half bamboo tubes and come in order." Ying's voice was crisp and strict, carrying an undeniable sense of authority. If this were yesterday morning, this group of starving boys would have rushed in a frenzy to snatch the food. But now, seeing the imposing and formidable Feng behind, Ying, even with 10 times their courage, they wouldn't dare to act recklessly. More than 20 people lined up obediently. "Wang Hao, you worked the hardest moving stones today, so this one with bones is for you. Li Ming, you hurt your fingers, but kept working, so it'll give you an extra scoop of soup." Ying's method of distributing food was very fair and meticulous. She not only called out each person's name accurately, but also commented on their labor achievements for the day. The students who received the hot soup looked at Teacher Yin with eyes filled with deep respect and gratitude, devoid of the previous insincerity they used to show at school. In this cruel jungle, Teacher Yin was no longer a paper tiger who merely deducted points. She was a true living bodhisattva who held their sustenance in her hands. After serving the 20-plus people outside, Ying used the cleanest coconut shell to scoop a bowl full of rich, milky bone soup, which contained 2 pieces of the most tender stewed snake meat. She carried this special meal back to the innermost part of the cliff camp. At that moment, Feng was resting on a straw mat. Ying did not raise herself above him as an elder. Instead, she knelt gracefully beside Feng with her legs together. "Xiao Feng, eat it while it's hot. You worked the hardest today." Ying's voice was gentle and soft, her eyes brimming with unconcealed tenderness. Not only did she bring the coconut shell to Feng's mouth, but she also delicately pinched a slightly cooler piece of snake meat with her slender fingers and personally fed it to him. This treatment, reminiscent of ancient wives serving their returning husbands from battle, greatly pleased Feng. He opened his mouth without hesitation and bit into the tender snake meat. "How does it taste? Is the seasoning appropriate?" Ying asked expectantly. "The flavor is superb." Feng swallowed the meat, gazing at Ying's beautiful face that was so close. In his eagerness to be fed, a drop of glossy meat juice accidentally landed on the corner of Feng's mouth. Without a second thought, Ying naturally extended her fair fingertip and gently wiped it away. The warm touch from her fingertip made both of them pause slightly. Feng took the opportunity to raise his hand and grasped Ying's hand that was still hovering in the air. Ying's delicate wrist was held by that strong hand, causing her heart to race. Feng did not let go his thumb, even boldly rubbed her smooth hand for a moment. He looked at Ying's eyes, which had suddenly become somewhat watery, and lowered his voice to a volume only they could hear, chuckling softly, "Aunt Yin, you are becoming increasingly competent as the housekeeper, not only managing outside, but also taking care of my logistics so meticulously." Ying's cheeks visibly flushed, resembling a ripe peach. She symbolically struggled a bit, but did not exert strength to pull her hand away, or instead she playfully glared at him. "How improper. There are so many students watching outside." Ahem. Just as this ambiguous exchange was about to heat up, 2 deliberate coughs suddenly interrupted from the side. Lin Mushui, holding her share of soup, plopped down angrily on the other side of Feng. She deliberately slammed the half-bamboo tube she held onto the stone slab, making a loud thud. "The water is too hot. Feng, can you blow on it for me?" Lin Mushui bit her red lips, acting like a little girl vying for affection, and unceremoniously shoved the bamboo tube into Feng's other hand, abruptly breaking the pink bubble between the two. Taking the opportunity, Ying blushed and withdrew her hand, pretending to tend to the fire. Feng looked at the pair of competitive mother and daughter, secretly amused, and helplessly raised the bamboo tube to blow on the hot soup for the school beauty. Meanwhile, outside the camp, Wang Hao, Zhao Peng, and others were drinking the extraordinarily delicious snake meat bone soup from their coconut shells. The scalding soup flowed down their throats into their stomachs, instantly dispelling the cold and despair that had accumulated within them for 2 days. Many boys shed tears as they drank. They secretly lifted their heads to glance towards the inner camp. Amidst the flickering firelight, the school beauty whom they once felt was too dazzling to even look up to in school was now obediently leaning beside Feng, waiting for him to cool the soup, while the beautiful counselor teacher, Ying, was gently gazing at Feng, her eyes shimmering. In that moment, social hierarchies were crushed to dust by a bowl of soup. In the eyes of these students, Feng was not only an unbeatable killing god, but also an absolute tyrant of the deserted island. And for them, being able to sip hot soup in the territory of this tyrant was simply the luckiest thing in this life. After dinner, a sense of laziness filled the cliffside campsite, a lingering effect of being well fed. However, as the night completely enveloped the deserted island, the cold sea breeze, a remnant of the tropical storm, once again showcased its merciless power. Except for the inner campsite, which was somewhat sheltered at the deepest part of the cliff, the more than 20 students on the outskirts soon began to shiver from the cold wind. Achoo! Wang Hao let out a loud sneeze, glancing at the girls nearby who were huddled together for warmth. A mischievous idea crossed his mind. Good, this sea wind is too cold. If we keep freezing all night, everyone will catch a cold. What if, for the sake of survival, we disregard the formalities and huddle together for warmth, boys and girls? As soon as this suggestion was made, several boys' eyes lit up. Being able to legitimately snuggle with the pretty girls from their class on a grass mat in such a desolate wilderness was something they wouldn't even dare to dream about on normal days. The girls, on the other hand, changed their expressions, and Tong Tong and Zhou Qian even recoiled slightly in resistance. Although they were cold, the thought of sleeping closely with a group of boys who were usually not very clean was utterly unappealing. Yet they did not dare to voice their objections and could only nervously look towards Feng, who was sitting higher up. You want to huddle for warmth? Feng, holding a fire stick, casually poked the campfire without raising his head, his tone dripping with a chilling sarcasm. Sure. Anyone who wishes to squeeze into the girl's side should go find a rock and smash their third leg. They'll consider you a sister and let you pass. As soon as he said this, Wang Hao and the other boys suddenly felt a chill below their waists, quickly clenching their legs together and waving their hands. No squeezing, no squeezing. We boys have enough heat, we'll manage on our own. Feng thrust the fire stick into the ground, his voice not loud, but undeniably authoritative. Boys sleep on the left side of the fire, girls on the right side. Leave a 2-meter walkway in between. If anyone sleepwalks and crosses the line with their hands or feet, they'll have to roll back to the beach and gnaw on raw crabs tomorrow. Did you all understand? Upon hearing this, the girls on the outskirts breathed a sigh of relief. Their gazes towards Feng were suddenly filled with profound gratitude and a sense of security. On this lawless, deserted island, Feng not only provided them with food, but also used absolute force to protect their innocence and dignity as girls. Soon the grass mats on the outskirts were clearly divided into 2 distinct camps. On the boys' side, a dozen or so rugged men huddled together like sardines for warmth, begrudgingly enduring the smell of each other's sweat and dirt. Meanwhile, the girls' side was a much more pleasing sight, especially Su Jiao, who was the most cunning. When dividing the grass mats, she firmly pulled Zhou Qian and a few other girls to move their spots to the edge closest to the inner campsite wall. In the middle of the night, Su Jiao pretended to turn over, deliberately extending her fair, shapely thigh out from the grass mat, resting it almost half an inch away from Feng's feet. Even if nothing truly happened, it was still great to enhance her presence before this king of the wilderness and showcase her youthful allure. On the contrary, in the inner campsite, Feng lay on the thickest, driest grass mat. To his left was the mature and gentle Ying, and to his right was the cold, stunning Lin Mushui. Both women not only carried a pleasant fragrance, but also very harmoniously acted as a human screen, shielding Feng from the breeze sneaking in from the sides. In this stark contrast of icy and fiery sensations, the boys on the outskirts listened to the howling sea wind while smelling the fragrant wafts from the inner side, almost envious to the point of tears. A night passed without incident. The next morning, as the sun rose, the temperature on the island quickly warmed up. With the needs of eating, drinking, and excreting being a natural part of life, the high-calorie stew from yesterday quickly made its impact known as the morning's bodily needs came rushing in. Wang Hao was awoken early by an urgent need to urinate. Drowsily, he unfastened his belt and walked to the edge of the campsite by a small sapling, just about to relieve himself. If you dare to urinate under that tree, you won't get lunch today. A cold voice like a bucket of ice water splashed down on Wang Hao's head. Wang Hao jolted in shock, forcing back the urge that had almost reached the gate, nearly injuring himself in the process. He turned to see Feng sitting on a rock, playing with a sharp stone shard. Nya go. Wang Hao awkwardly adjusted his pants, forcing a smile. I really can't hold it anymore, so can I go a bit farther into the bushes to take care of it? Stop right there. Feng stood up, his gaze sweeping over the boys and girls who were gradually waking up and also clutching their stomachs while looking around. If over 20 people start relieving themselves like wild dogs around the campsite, this place will turn into a paradise for flies and parasites in less than 3 days. On this deserted island, if dysentery breaks out due to contaminated water or waste, not even the divine can save you. After saying this, Feng called out the names of Wang Hao, Zhao Peng, and Li Ke, tossing them a few thick flat wooden sticks. You three take a few boys and go 50 meters away from the downwind side of the campsite. Find a spot with soft soil and dig a deep pit 2 meters deep and 1 meter wide. Use banana leaves to create a partition down the middle to separate the boys' and girls' sides. From today on, everyone must use that pit for their business, whether it's number 1 or number 2. Feng pointed at the ashes left from last night's fire, establishing a strict rule. After using the toilet, you must cover it with the dry soil and ash prepared next to it. The ash is highly alkaline and can kill bacteria and eliminate odors. Anyone who dares to be lazy and not bury it will face the consequences themselves. Wang Hao and the others did not dare to voice any complaints. In the face of the ironclad rule of no work, no food, the boys obediently took the wooden sticks, clenching their legs, and scampered off to the downwind side to dig the dry toilet. After arranging the sanitation infrastructure, the campsite gradually became lively. The boys were divided into groups, chopping bamboo or moving stones. Under Ying's direction, the girls were methodically organizing the campsite supplies. Everything was progressing towards an orderly wilderness tribe. However, one person seemed out of place. Lin Muxue sat on a stone at the deepest part of the cliff, her legs tightly pressed together and her hands nervously folded in front of her. Her cold, stunning face was currently filled with an unspoken anxiety and embarrassment. The wild kapok flowers that Feng risked his life to retrieve last night were indeed useful, but they required frequent changes during her period. In the past, there were only 5 of them in the camp, and she only needed to hide in the corner while her mother kept an eye on her. But now there were over 10 vigorous boys from her class in the camp. Although these boys were deterred by Feng's authority and did not dare to act recklessly, they would occasionally cast their glances towards her and Ying while working. Under the scrutiny of all, Lin Muxue felt that even standing up and moving a little was an invasion of privacy. She was on the verge of breaking down. Ying quickly noticed her daughter's predicament. As someone who had been through this, she understood all too well how uncomfortable her daughter felt. Putting down her task, she approached Feng, who was binding the fence with vines, and spoke in a low voice. Xiao Feng. You see, there are so many people in the camp now. Muxue. Her situation is special, and it's really inconvenient. Is there any way to give her a slightly more secluded place? Feng paused his work and glanced at Lin Muxue, who was sitting on a rock looking as anxious as a lamb waiting for slaughter. He certainly understood what Ying meant by inconvenient. Not only Lin Muxue, but even Ying herself must feel uncomfortable in front of this group of boys. Indeed, we can't make it difficult for the chief steward and the hygiene committee. Feng nodded, not making excuse. Protecting the privacy of women in the territory is not only a matter of humanity, but also to prevent those hormonally charged boys from developing improper thoughts. He set down the vines and called over Zhao Peng, who had just finished digging a hole, to lend a hand. The two of them went to the deepest part of the cliff where Feng and the others had originally slept and drove 4 long bamboo poles deep into the ground, forming a rectangular frame. After that, Feng had the girls bring over a large number of broad banana leaves. Using fine vines, he densely bound these towering banana leaves to the bamboo frame, overlapping them without leaving any gaps. In less than half an hour, a natural private room was erected at the deepest part of the camp, shielded on 3 sides by banana leaves and leaning against the rock wall. All right, this will be your exclusive territory from now on, you two. Feng brushed the dust off his hands and pointed at the green makeshift screen. Without my permission, any boy who dares to step over this banana leaf will have his legs broken. Upon hearing this, the boys in the distance instinctively shrank back their necks and quickly withdrew their furtive glances, while Lin Muxue let out a long sigh of relief. She lowered her head, murmured a thank you in a voice as soft as a whisper, and hurriedly carried the bundle of cotton into the secluded room. Inside the screen, Lin Muxue finally felt a long-lost sense of safety. Taking a deep breath, she unzipped the white dress that was stained with mud and had become somewhat stiff, carefully sliding it off to reveal a set of form-fitting light pink underwear. However, just as she turned her back to the entrance to reach for the new cotton, an unexpected guest fell from the crevice of the cliff above her head. A green, bumpy jungle frog. Thud! A jungle tree frog about the size of a fist landed squarely on Lin Muxue's smooth. Its bulging dead fish-like eyes stared coldly at her, and the icy, slimy sensation instantly traveled up her foot. Girls have an instinctive fear of cold-blooded amphibians, let alone that it had landed unceremoniously right on her bare foot. Oh! Lin Mushui was startled, her scalp tingling instinctively, letting out a high-pitched scream as she stumbled back 2 steps like she had been electrocuted. Outside the screen, Ye Feng had just set down the extra vines when he heard the scream from inside. His expression changed instantly. On this deserted island where poisonous insects and snakes abound, what deadly creature could have slipped into the newly built shelter? Rescuing her was like putting out a fire. He didn't have time to think further and dashed forward, swinging his hand to roughly pull aside the banana leaf curtain at the entrance. What happened? Did you get bitten by a snake? Ye Feng's words were cut off as his voice caught in his throat. As the banana leaves were fully lifted, sunlight poured into the dark interior of the screen. The school belle, who usually dressed so modestly and appeared as aloof as a flower on a high mountain, was now standing there still shaken, wearing only that set of form-fitting light pink attire. Her flawless skin, as delicate and white as mutton fat jade, was dazzlingly bright under the sunlight. Below there were astonishing curves that were full and perky, along with straight, slender legs devoid of any excess flesh. Hearing the movement at the entrance, Lin Mushui instinctively turned her head. When she saw Ye Feng staring directly at her, her mind exploded like a bomb. Oh! Lin Mushui let out another short scream, hurriedly grabbing the white dress that had fallen to the side to cover her chest, crouching down like a startled rabbit. You! Don't look! Turn around! Lin Mushui was so embarrassed and furious that her voice turned teary, and even her long neck and ears turned as red as if they could drip blood. This was the first time in her life that she had exposed herself in such a revealing manner in front of a boy. Facing this unexpectedly splendid view, Ye Feng did not panic and turn away like a pure-hearted boy. Instead, he openly admired it for a couple of seconds. Then his gaze fell on the tree frog that had jumped away from her foot and was hiding in the crevice of the rock. So, Ye Feng leisurely released his grip, allowing the banana leaf curtain to fall back down and block the view. He stood outside using a tone that was somewhat mischievous and aggressive, lightly tossing out, "Lin, the school belle, you can't blame me for this. Your scream was so terrible that I thought you were bitten by a venomous snake. But honestly, your figure is truly impressive. With such assets, wearing loose sportswear every day in school was a you rogue." Inside the screen, Lin Mushui stomped her feet in embarrassment and anger upon hearing his blatant teasing. But strangely enough, after the initial panic and shame, being seen in such a state by him, and even receiving such direct praise, did not evoke much disgust in Lin Mushui's heart. On the contrary, an odd flutter of excitement mixed with a hint of vanity, being satisfied, brushed gently across her heart like an electrified feather. She tightly clutched her white dress in front of her, listening to Ye Feng's footsteps moving away, her heart racing as if it would leap out of her chest. On this primitive island governed by basic laws, this thin layer of banana leaves seemed to not only block the outside view, but also invisibly tore down the most ambiguous and secretive barrier between young boys and girls. As noon approached, the temperature at the cliffside campsite became increasingly stifling. "Brother Nye, the pit is dug, and the partition is up." Wang Hao, panting, returned to the campsite with Zhao Peng, Li Ku, and several other boys responsible for digging. They were as exhausted as if they had just been pulled from the water, beads of sweat covering their foreheads. Ye Feng set down his work and followed the group to inspect the site 50 meters downwind. These rich young men certainly didn't dare to slack off in order to earn their meals. They took turns digging, first using the flat, hard wooden sticks carved by Ye Feng as shovels to scoop out the soft earth. Then they used broad banana leaves and smooth stones as makeshift dustpans to carry the soil. They managed to dig out a rectangular pit 2 meters deep and 1 meter wide. In the center, they erected a screen using thick bamboo poles and dense banana leaves, perfectly dividing the pit into 2 sections, designating a male toilet and a female toilet. The bottom of the pit was freshly turned yellow soil, clearly visible under the bright midday sun. A small pile of dry soil was thoughtfully stacked beside the pit. Nearby was a pile of ash brought over from the campsite. "Good job." Ye Feng nodded in satisfaction, gesturing towards the campsite. "Go wash your hands and find Aunt Yin for the meat soup for lunch." "Thank you, Brother Nye." Several boys ran with a designated area for relief. The girls who had been holding it in all morning could finally address their urgent. When the delicate girls arrived at the newly constructed latrine, their expressions were still somewhat awkward despite the sturdy screen made of banana leaves blocking their view. After all, this was still a semi-open wilderness. But to be fair, this was 100 times better than hiding behind bushes where poisonous insects could appear at any moment. At least here the view was relatively open and they didn't have to worry about bugs crawling beneath them. After using the toilet, they could cover up with ash to disinfect and deodorize. This greatly enhanced their sense of safety in the wilderness. However, the thicket nearby rustled in the sea breeze, producing a soft whoosh sound. This still made a few timid girls feel uneasy. The grass around here is pretty dense that looks a bit scary. Su Jiao held her stomach, her eyes darting. She immediately turned around and jogged back to the campsite. Approaching Feng, who was chopping wood, Su Jiao intentionally lowered her voice. She used her tried-and-true green tea strategy, speaking in a sweet voice. Brother Nia, the grass around the toilet is too high. I'm afraid there might be snakes hiding in there. Could you stand guard outside for me? Just for a little while. Feng paused his chopping. His gaze unabashedly scrutinized Su Jiao from head to toe. It must be said, although this class flower had some tricks up her sleeve, her figure was indeed a pleasing sight on the deserted island. The fitted knit shirt clung to her body, due to sweat showcasing her proud curves. A mischievous smirk spread across Feng's face. He took half a step forward, instantly closing the distance between them. Be a bodyguard for the class flower. Feng slightly lowered his head, his warm breath nearly brushing against Su Jiao's forehead. Sure, but survival on a deserted island is all about equitable exchange. My fee for being a personal bodyguard is quite steep. What are you planning to pay me? Su Jiao didn't expect Feng to respond so bluntly. He even teased her in return. Feeling the strong male hormones wafting toward her, her heart raced and her cheeks flushed. Instead of retreating, she playfully met his gaze. Then, Brother Nia, what do you want me to pay with? I don't have anything right now, just. She deliberately bit her red lips, leaving a pause filled with infinite. Her gaze lingered on him. Feng chuckled lightly. He reached out his rough hand and unceremoniously pinched Su Jiao's fair, smooth cheek. All right, put away your little tricks to entice. Feng's tone carried a hint of playful insight and a condescending attitude. That patch of grass has already been trampled down by Zhao Peng and the others. There isn't even a grasshopper left. Where would the snakes come from? Go on, don't hold it in. If you're really scared, you can move your grass mat half a foot closer to me while you sleep tonight. Upon hearing this statement laced with an obvious hint of permission, Su Jiao's heart blossomed with joy. She knew that she had finally made her mark in the eyes of this tyrant on the deserted island. Thank you, Brother Nia, I'm going now, but you mustn't peek, okay? Su Jiao playfully rolled her eyes at him. Then she swayed her slender waist contentedly and walked away with. The nearby boys were left wide-eyed. They swallowed hard, envious of Feng's effortless demeanor. Meanwhile, Ying, who was deep within the cliff organizing the grass mats, paused slightly in her actions. Watching Su Jiao's swaying figure, she felt an inexplicable surge of intense unease. However, with some being distracted, there were naturally others who truly needed protection. Lin Muxue sat behind the banana leaf screen where the wardrobe malfunction had just occurred. She kept her legs tightly closed, a hint of painful flush on her cool cheeks. She also needed to go to the toilet, and more urgently than anyone else. The arrival of her menstrual period combined with the sudden cold sensation of a tree frog dropping onto her foot earlier left her with a significant psychological shadow. Now just the thought of squatting in such a weedy area made her feel like a frog with warts or a slippery snake would jump out from the bushes at any moment. Mom. Lin Muxue peeked out, looking at Ying, who was adding water to a pottery jar with a pleading gaze. Her voice was tinged with a hint of tears. Can you accompany me over there? I'm too scared to go alone. Ying was busy preparing warm water for everyone in the camp, her hands covered in mud and ash. Oh, Muxue, my hands are filthy right now, I can't leave. Ying glanced at her daughter's anxious expression, knowing well what she feared. She turned her head and naturally looked at Feng, who was cleaning a wooden spear. Xiao Feng, Muxue was frightened by the frog this morning. If you have nothing to do, could you help Annie out and accompany her over there? Just stand a little further away to give her. Lin Muxue's face flushed crimson, practically ready to bleed. Letting a boy accompany her to the toilet. Moreover, it was that same boy who had seen half of her body and had boasted about his ample resources in such an aggressive tone. Mom, what are you talking about? Lin Muxue stomped her feet, anxiously wishing she could cover her mother's mouth. I don't need him to accompany me. In that case, I won't go. Don't be willful. Holding it in during your period can lead to illness. Ying spoke with the authority of an elder, then looked at Feng with a gentle expression. Xiao Feng, I'm sorry to trouble you. It's no trouble. Helping the steward is the responsibility of a foreman. Feng stood up, casually resting the wooden spear on his shoulder. He walked up to Lin Muxue. Seeing the flustered look of the school beauty who seemed ready to find a hole to hide in, Feng couldn't help but smile mischievously. Let's go, Miss Lin. Your personal bodyguard is here. Lin Muxue bit her lip tightly. Reason told her she should firmly refuse. But the bloating pain in her lower abdomen, along with the fear of the unknown in the bushes, eventually overpowered her insignificant sense of shame. She lowered her head, following Feng silently, like a little student who had made a mistake, slowly making her way to the outdoor toilet. The two walked in silence. When they reached about 5 or 6 meters from the outer edge of the toilet, Feng halted. He turned around, facing away from the makeshift women's restroom made of banana leaves. With a firm voice, he said, "You can go in now." "Oh, I won't look back. I promise not even a fly will get in." Seeing his broad and upright back, Lin Mushui took a deep breath, as if gathering courage for herself. Only then did she cautiously walk around the banana leaves and approach the rectangular pit. The pit was dug deep, lined with large leaves on both sides. Though simple, it was indeed a 5-star treatment in the wilderness. Lin Mushui nervously glanced around, confirming there were no bugs or frogs. Her hands trembled slightly as she lifted her mud-stained white dress and untied her undergarments. As her clothes slipped away, in the still and windless wilderness, even the slightest rustle of fabric became exceptionally clear. Lin Mushui was so nervous she didn't dare breathe heavily. She squatted down, starting to relieve herself. Splash! The sound of clear, continuous water echoed abruptly in the quiet air. Lin Mushui's mind instantly felt like it was on fire. She felt as if she had been thrown into a steamer burning hot. How embarrassing. That sound, Feng standing just a few meters away would definitely hear it clearly. Just thinking about how that boy was currently turned away from her, listening to the sounds of her using the toilet, Lin Mushui wished she could instantly jump into the 2-meter deep pit and bury herself. Feng. Lin Mushui was filled with shame and anger, her voice trembling slightly from the intense embarrassment. You cover your ears. Cover my ears. What if a venomous snake approaches and I can't hear it? How can I protect you? Outside the screen, Feng's voice came slowly, even carrying a hint of justified teasing. Miss Lin, it's not good to be in denial about your ailments. We're all common people eating grains. What's the big deal about this sound? You can't expect me to shut down my hearing too, right? You rogue. Lin Mushui was so angry her teeth itched, but she had no way to argue with him, because he was indeed making a valid point. However, this suffocating silence, combined with the clear sound of water, was truly the ultimate torment to her mental defenses. Just then, a sudden rustling sound came from the nearby bushes. After experiencing the trauma from the frog, Lin Mushui instantly became a startled bird. She froze in fear, instinctively letting out a scream. What was that? Don't be scared, it's just a running mouse. Feng didn't budge, his voice steady like a mountain. I've already scared it away with my wooden spear. Hearing this calm response, Lin Mushui's wildly beating heart miraculously settled down. But the fear of squatting alone in the deep pit still lingered in her heart. Feng, are you there? Lin Mushui squatted there, her hands tightly gripping her dress. Her voice softened, carrying a sense of reliance and pleading. She didn't even notice herself. I'm here, I haven't run away. Feng replied, amused. Then, don't be quiet. This school beauty, usually so aloof and confident on stage, was now blushing as she made a rather ridiculous request. Say something. Make some noise, or I'll be scared. She needed his voice to drown out the embarrassing sounds of her toilet. More importantly, she needed his voice to confirm her sense of safety. Standing outside, Feng nearly burst into laughter. Having a boy chat with a girl while she was using the toilet. This treatment, you probably couldn't find a second instance in the entire university campus. Alright, shall I sing you a lullaby? Or recite the digits of pi? You can choose. Just talk, don't stop. Lin Mushui bit her red lip, throwing caution to the wind, and then let's talk about that frog from earlier. Feng looked up at the sky, his tone filled with teasing malice. You know that frog has pretty good taste. Out of so many places it chose to jump on your foot. Do you think Miss Lin's foot is particularly white like a piece of top-grade marble? Feng, shut up. Don't mention that frog. Lin Mushui was so angry she nearly lost her balance. Her cheeks, which had paled from fear, were now flushed with embarrassment. Not mentioning the frog. Then let's talk about something else. Feng didn't keep quiet. Instead, he became more animated. When those banana leaves fell this morning, I noticed you were hiding quite well in your usually baggy sportswear. That pink undershirt. Oh, don't say that. Lin Mushui collapsed, protesting wildly inside, wishing she could bite her own tongue. You big rogue. I didn't mean for you to act like a rogue when I asked you to talk. Why did she even ask him to talk? This was simply inviting a wolf into the house. But strangely, in this shameless bickering and teasing, Lin Mushui's fear of the unknown environment was completely washed away by the intense embarrassment and anger. All her attention shifted to this annoying yet infuriating boy. Amidst Feng's incessant teasing, Lin Mushui finally relieved herself. With a flushed face, she carefully wiped herself with the soft broad leaves she had prepared earlier and replaced them with fresh wild cotton. After a short while, the sound of rustling clothes came from inside. Then there was the noise of dirt and ashes being used to cover the bottom of the pit. I'm done. Lin Mushui's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. She lifted the banana leaf curtain and walked out with her head down. Due to her earlier embarrassment, her cold and beautiful face was now adorned with an enticing blush. Even her slender neck glowed with a hint of pink. She didn't dare to look at Feng, lowering her head and quickening her pace, wanting to run back to the camp. Why are you walking so fast? Did you find gold on the ground? Feng turned around. Seeing her panicked and cute demeanor, he felt quite pleased and followed her. Mind your own business. Lin Mushui stopped, turned around, and shot him a fierce glare. biting her red lip, her eyes filled with warnings and a sense of intimacy that only the two of them understood about this morning and what just happened. If you dare to say even a word in the camp, I'll fight you. Seeing her fierce yet harmless demeanor was like a paper tiger. Feng leisurely put the wooden spear back on his shoulder, a playful grin appearing on his face. Which incident are you referring to? The one where I saw someone's back, or the one where I heard someone's entire toilet live broadcast? Go die. Lin Mushui was so embarrassed, she almost broke down. In a fit of rage, she raised her foot and stepped hard on her muddy sports shoes. Then with a red face, she ran back to the camp without looking back. Feng stood there watching her hurriedly retreating figure filled with youthful vitality. He brushed off the dust from his shoes and chuckled. On this cruel, deserted island, such jokes filled with hormones and a sense of reality were indeed a wonderful diversion. Lin Mushui hurriedly ran back to the camp. Her coldly beautiful face was now as red as a ripe apple. To mask her inner awkwardness, she swiftly slipped into the women's area, formed by banana leaves. After taking several deep breaths, she barely managed to calm her racing heart back into her chest. Within 2 minutes, Feng sauntered back with a wooden spear. A satisfied smile lingered on his face, indicating that he was in high spirits. Ying sat by the fire, turning the snake meat hanging on the rack, while discreetly observing the expressions of the two. One was a daughter who had fled in embarrassment, her face blooming like a peach blossom. The other was a young man strolling leisurely, his face full of warmth. Even a fool could guess that something secretive had transpired between them outside. Ying's movements paused slightly, her heart filling with an indescribable bitterness. However, as a wise adult, she understood that jealousy was the most useless emotion in the wilderness. She not only showed no signs of discomfort, but instead stood up naturally and handed Feng half a coconut shell filled with warm water. Xiao Feng, you've worked hard. Have some water to soothe your throat. Ying's voice was gentle and soothing, like a spring that could calm all restlessness. Thank you, Aunt Yin. Feng took a sip of water, keenly sensing a hint of unnoticeable sorrow in Ying's gaze. He found it amusing in his heart. This exceptional mother-daughter duo, one proud and reserved, the other mature and sensible, were subtly competing in this small wilderness camp, creating a unique flavor. However, now was not the time to indulge in romantic sentiments. With so many mouths to feed in the camp, it was essential to fully exploit this group of free labor. Wang Hao, Li Ming, Zhao Peng. Feng put down the coconut shell, clapped his hands, and called over the group of people in the distance who were gathering dry branches. His sharp gaze swept over the group, and his mind quickly calculated the personnel arrangements. Including him and the mother-daughter pair, there were a total of 23 people in the camp. 12 boys along with 8 girls, excluding Ying and Lin Mushui. All 12 boys will go to that bamboo forest from yesterday. Feng pointed to the cleared flat ground below the cliff, establishing today's construction task. The tropical island has high humidity. Sleeping directly on the ground at night will lead to rheumatism within 3 days. Your task is to build a raised bamboo bed about 10 centimeters off the ground on this flat area. Cut the thick bamboo into half-meter-long stakes, drive them into the ground for the foundation, and lay flat bamboo boards on top, binding them with vines. Upon hearing the magnitude of the project, several boys exchanged glances and couldn't help but swallow hard. If this were at school, it would surely be a heavy physical task that would have them complaining incessantly. As for the 8 girls, Feng turned his head, scanning the female classmates who were covered in dirt from working, and began assigning tasks directly. Su Jiao, Lutong, you two are responsible for collecting more dry pine needles around. We will use them for bedding tonight. Zhou Qian, Wang Yuechen, CCU 3 are in charge of soaking and peeling the vines that the boys bring back, weaving them into sturdy ropes. The remaining Li Na Zhang Ting, Zhao Qin go clear the household waste around the camp and bury it in the soil pit downwind. The division of labor was clear and unrelenting. What? Any difficulties? Feng raised an eyebrow, scanning them. If you don't want to do it, I can save the snake meat feast for tomorrow's rations. No difficulties. Absolutely no difficulties. Upon hearing snake meat feast, not only the boys, but even the 8 girls' eyes lit up with excitement. Hunger is always the primary driving force. Get to work. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and chop the bamboo. Wang Hao took the lead, rallying the remaining boys, and began wildly swinging stones to smash the bamboo. The girls quickly dispersed to busy themselves as per Feng's instructions. Feng did not personally engage in the work. He rightfully took on the role of a hands-off manager and technical advisor. He sat on a nearby stone slab, occasionally correcting their methods of binding the vines while enjoying the warm water that Ying timely handed to him. After more than 2 hours of busy work, as dusk approached, a large raised bamboo bed about 4 meters long and 2 meters wide, raised about 10 centimeters off the ground, finally took shape in the deepest part of the cliff. Although it looked a bit rough with considerable gaps between the bamboo boards, after laying a thick layer of dry pine needles and banana leaves on top, it not only prevented dampness and insects, but also provided a mattress-like elasticity when lying down. Phew, I'm exhausted. Zhao Peng collapsed onto the ground, drenched in sweat, as if he had just been pulled from the water. Not just the boys, even the 8 girls doing miscellaneous work along with Ying and Lin Mu Shui, who were helping, were all drenched in sweat. Sweat mixed with the dirt and ash accumulated over the past few days formed a sticky layer of grime on their bodies. A difficult-to-describe sour odor lingered in the air. Niegu. Lu Tong, who was assigned to collect dry grass, fanned herself with her hand, her clothes clinging tightly to her body, feeling uncomfortable as she twisted her body. This weather is too stuffy, and we all smell bad. Can we go wash up by the creek? As soon as this suggestion was made, everyone's eyes in the camp lit up, especially the girls. As young girls who valued cleanliness, going days without a bath was almost more unbearable than death. Feng glanced at their miserable appearances and nodded. Sure, bring the leaves you will use as towels and go to the creek. He stood up casually, pulling out the wooden spear stuck in the ground. However, this creek is quite small, so we need to set some rules. Feng pointed with the spear towards the direction of the water flow. The boys will go to the shallow area around the bend downstream, blocked by those large black stones. The girls will stay in the upstream deep pool. The two sides are only about 20 to 30 meters apart. Anyone who cannot control their eyes and dares to sneak a peek across the large boundary stone in the middle, I don't mind making them a eunuch on this deserted island. The boys hurriedly covered their private parts, repeatedly assuring that they would definitely not be disrespectful. The group marched toward the creek in an orderly manner. Upon arrival, Wang Hao and over a dozen boys sensibly followed the water flow, rounding the bend downstream and hiding behind the large rocks. By the pool, only Feng and 10 women, including Ying and her daughter, remained. Xiaofeng, what about you? Ying looked somewhat awkwardly at Feng, who stood on the shore without any intention of avoiding. I am the security guard responsible for keeping watch on the perimeter. Feng turned around, naturally his back to the clear water pool, his gaze sweeping across the jungle ahead. You all wash as you please, I will not turn back. If anything happens, shout for me. Although he knew he wouldn't pique, the thought of a young man filled with vigor standing only a few meters away made her uneasy. The girls were still blushing furiously. They hid behind the large boulders at the water's edge, rustling as they shed their filthy outer clothes. Splash! Splash! The sound of water splashing resonated in the tranquil jungle, as if tiny brushes imbued with magic were teasing the nerves of those who heard it. Feng stood by the shore, listening to the sounds of water and the occasional suppressed laughter of the girls behind him. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to focus on the surrounding chirping of insects. About 20 minutes later, a lazy yet refreshing voice came from behind. We're done washing. Feng turned. He saw the women dressed neatly, using large banana leaves to dry their damp hair. Though they still wore the same tattered clothes after washing off the mud, their faces appeared as beautiful as water lilies in the sunset's afterglow, breathtakingly stunning. Just as the girls were preparing to walk back together, an unexpected incident occurred. The class representative Zhou Qian, who was on the edge of the group, seemed to accidentally step on a slippery stone covered in moss. Oh no! Zhou Qian let out a delicate cry. She lost her balance and quite precisely lunged towards Feng, who stood at the shore. This lunge was perfectly timed and angled. Particularly her thin white t-shirt, which was already light, clung tightly to her body since she hadn't fully dried off. Her youthful curves were fully outlined. Facing this unexpectedly offered vanilla cake, a glimmer of amused interest flashed in Feng's eyes. He was not a man who could remain unperturbed like Lu Xiaowei. Since she had taken the initiative, he would not let the opportunity go to waste on this deserted island. Feng showed no intention of dodging. Instead, he stepped forward and extended his strong arms, firmly catching Zhou Qian as she leaped towards him. Bang! A soft, fragrant body filled with moisture crashed into Feng's embrace. Be careful, Zhou, the talented lady. Feng's powerful hand naturally wrapped around Zhou Qian's delicate waist. Through the thin, damp fabric, he could vividly feel the girl's warm, elastic skin. Zhou Qian leaned against Feng's broad chest, a charming blush gracing her cheeks. Niegu. She looked up, her eyes adorned with semi-permanent eyeliner, seemingly misty, her voice soft and sweet, as if it could drip with water. That stone was so slippery but scared me to death. As she spoke, her hands naturally clung to Feng's shoulders, gently rubbing against him. Feng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This acting would definitely make her the star of the school drama club. The stone is indeed quite slippery. Feng not only did not let go, instead he unceremoniously squeezed Zhou Qian's delicate waist, feeling the smoothness beneath his fingertips. He leaned down, bringing his mouth to Zhou Qian's ears, speaking in a volume only they could hear with a hint of aggressive teasing. However, Zhou, the talented lady, your waist is quite soft. Next time you want to lean on me, just say it. No need to use slippery stones as an excuse. My chest is always open for understanding girls. Zhou Qian felt no offense. Instead, her heart was filled with joy. She knew her ploy had paid off. As long as she could secure a place in the embrace of this wild island tyrant who would dare make her do the heavy labor in the camp. Niega, you were so annoying. Zhou Qian playfully bit her red lip, her eyes sparkling. I worked hard earlier, and my shoulders are sore. Could you please help me massage them before I sleep tonight? Sure. Feng ambiguously patted her waist, then slowly steadied her before pushing her away. As long as you perform well tonight, I don't mind preparing a special meal for you tomorrow. Their unabashed flirting and actions, though quiet, were clearly visible to all the women present. In the crowd, Su Jiao looked at Zhou Qian's smugly triumphant demeanor, her teeth clenched in frustration, her nails nearly digging into her palms. This shameless little hussy. Su Jiao cursed wildly in her heart. Earlier that morning, she had finally obtained Feng's hint that she could move the grass mat over half a foot. But before she could enjoy her benefits that night, Zhou Qian, the scheming BTCH, dared to throw herself into his arms in broad daylight. Su Jiao felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. Her gaze towards Zhou Qian seemed as if it could spew fire. And aside from Su Jiao, the girls standing beside her, Lu Tong, Wang Yuechen, and Cici, exchanged secretive glances. Originally, they held some fear of Feng's tyrannical rule of no work, no food, maintaining a sense of modesty as university students. But at this moment, seeing Zhou Qian not only avoided being pushed away by Feng, but also received promises of special meals and massages. The moral barriers of these girls, who had been tormented by the harshness of the deserted island, collapsed instantly. Indeed, in this godforsaken place where food was scarce, whoever could cling to Feng's thigh would live like a queen. Rather than spend every day peeling vines and picking trash, why not use their charm to compete with these women for the warmest, safest grass mat? A few gazes filled with ambition and jealousy silently collided in the air. Meanwhile, not far from the shore, Ying and Lin Muxue, who witnessed this scene, wore expressions that had become extremely grim. Both mother and daughter felt a surge of intense crisis and helplessness. This man was like a magnet exuding deadly temptation. As his dominance on the island grew stronger, the once lofty, beautiful girls had completely abandoned their shame for survival and privilege, flocking to him like moths to a flame. Today it was Zhou Qian, tomorrow it could be Lu Tong or Wang Yu. And just look at Su Jiao, who was seething with anger and ready to retaliate. Ying took a deep breath. She knew that if she and her daughter didn't seize the opportunity to establish their absolute status in this camp and in this man's heart, they would eventually be pushed out by these ruthless little green teas. A silent war of competition for the harem in the camp had begun. By this quiet stream, the curtain had officially been raised. The last rays of the setting sun completely vanished beyond the horizon. The women, having finished their baths, returned one after another to the cliffside camp. Although the thick layer of mud on their bodies had been washed away, both Ying and Lin Muxue displayed a lingering sense of restlessness between their brows. Clear water can wash away dirt, but it cannot cleanse the oils secreted by the human body. It certainly cannot remove the faint scent of blood lingering in the crevices of their skin from handling wild rabbits and giant pythons over the past few days. I still feel sticky all over, Lin Muxue murmured as she discreetly sniffed her arm, her brow furrowing slightly, her voice tinged with a hint of helplessness. Ying deeply resonated with her sentiment. As a mature woman, she usually took meticulous care of her skin. Now her entire body felt as if it were wrapped in an invisible film of oil, making her utterly uncomfortable. What troubled her the most was the earlier incident by the creek with Zhou Qian, where she had stumbled. Upon returning to the camp, Zhou Qian strutted around like a victorious peacock. Although she was busy, her gaze kept drifting towards Feng, her expression brimming with youthful infatuation, as if she was about to proclaim, "Tonight, I aim to win his favor." Ying took a deep breath. She understood clearly that if she did not take the initiative, the atmosphere in the camp would inevitably be swayed by these unscrupulous young girls. Xiao Feng. Ying approached Feng, who was tending to the campfire, and naturally sat down beside him. I noticed that even after bathing, everyone still has an odor. The humidity on this deserted island is heavy, and if we can't wash properly for an extended time, it's easy to develop rashes and skin diseases. Do we have any local remedies to address this? Ying was not merely expressing a need, she seamlessly stepped into the role of the household manager. Feng turned his head, looking at Ying's face, slightly dewy from the mist. He certainly caught the scent of the women, a mix of sweat and the outdoors. There are indeed methods. Feng clapped the ash from his hands, standing up. In wilderness survival, as long as there is fire and animal fat, cleanliness is not a problem. He walked to the shaded area where the food was stored, bringing back a spare coconut shell filled with snake oil. The snake fat inside had been boiled down to a clear, transparent oil. Although some had been consumed during the earlier meal, more than half remained. Feng took another empty coconut shell and carefully scooped a large handful of the completely burnt white ash from the bottom of the fire. Mix this pure white ash with a small amount of clear water and stir it evenly. Feng began stirring the murky ash water with a stick, but his brow gradually furrowed. This is troublesome. The alkaline water must be filtered very cleanly, without a trace of impurities. My pure cotton boxer shorts have already become our camp's exclusive salt filter. I can't use them to filter soap liquid again, can I? He lifted his head, scanning Ying with a half-joking sigh. In this remote wilderness, where can I find another pair of fine mesh cotton underwear to serve as a new filter? Upon hearing the words cotton underwear, Ying's cheeks instantly flushed with a layer of crimson. A few days ago, she would never have dreamed of doing such an absurd thing in front of this group of students. However, after experiencing the competition crisis by the creek, just now Ying's mind was consumed by a single thought. She must demonstrate her unwavering support and irreplaceable value in front of this man. She could not let Zhou Qian find any opportunity. Wait a moment. Ying bit her red lip, suddenly stood up, and without looking back dashed into the depths of the cliff into the area, surrounded by banana leaves designated for women. Rustle, rustle. A faint sound of fabric rubbing came from behind the banana leaves. Sitting nearby, Lin Mushui was combing her hair when she heard the noise and suddenly turned her head, her eyes widening in disbelief as she caught a glimpse of her mother's silhouette. In less than half a minute, Ying emerged from behind the screen, her head lowered. She dared not even look Feng in the eye as she quickly walked to the fire, thrusting a piece of black cotton fabric still warm and exuding a mature fragrance directly into Feng's hand. Use this. It's 100% pure cotton. Ying's voice was barely audible, so shy she wished to find a crack in the ground to hide in. I just washed it by the creek. It's very clean. Feng stood there holding the small piece of fabric which still held a tempting warmth, utterly stunned. He had merely complained casually earlier, thinking he might have to spend some time finding a piece of fine palm net to make. Who would have thought that the usually dignified and elegant counselor would actually take off her intimate clothing to support? Feeling the soft texture in his hand, and seeing Ying's expression of embarrassment mixed with a hint of secretive eagerness, Feng took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the surge of blood to his head. Ahem. Aunt Yin, your sacrifice for the collective construction is truly tremendous. Feng cleared his throat, seriously spreading the piece of black cotton fabric over the empty coconut shell. He picked up the murky ash water and slowly poured it in. The ultrafine pores of the cotton fabric worked wonders once again. Soon a slightly yellow, slippery, clear alkaline water was filtered. This is natural alkaline water. Feng returned the essential black fabric to Ying and began to pour the alkaline water into the coconut shell filled with warm snake oil. Animal fat combined with strong alkali will undergo a saponification reaction under sustained high temperature. As Feng explained this basic chemical principle, he carefully placed the coconut shell containing the mixture of snake oil and alkaline water on a few red-hot stones. Aunt Yin, I have a technical task for you. Find a clean stick and stir continuously in one direction without stopping until the liquid inside becomes thick like paste. Ying, her face flushed, tucked the fabric away and brightened at Feng's instructions. Are you making soap, eh? This is called wilderness soap. Feng smiled. Although it won't smell as fragrant as the shower gels you usually use, and it might even be a bit coarse, it's definitely excellent at removing dirt and grease. Upon hearing that they could make soap, the few girls who had finished their tasks in the camp also curiously gathered around, with Zhou Qian eagerly leaning in the closest. But Ying gave them no chance to intervene. She firmly occupied the spot next to Feng, holding the stick and meticulously stirring the mixture in the coconut shell. As the temperature rose and she continued to stir, the oil and water that were initially separated in the coconut shell began to merge, gradually transforming into a thick pale yellow paste that emitted a subtle scent of wood ash. Almost done. Feng glanced at the heat, took 2 broad fresh banana leaves and folded them together to make a small delicate trough. He poured the paste into the banana leaves and placed them in a ventilated shady spot. Once it cools and solidifies completely, it can be used for washing hands and bathing. During dinner time, the campsite was filled with the steaming aroma of roasted meat and meat soup. 12 boys and 8 girls engaged in chores sat around the fire pit, eating heartily. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Zhou Qian wiped her mouth, her eyes sparkling. She deliberately adjusted the slightly form-fitting white short-sleeve shirt, stood up, and walked with a light step toward the inner campsite. During the day, Feng had promised her that he would prepare a special meal for her and massage her shoulders at night. She was now going to claim this privilege. However, before Zhou Qian could take 2 steps, a gentle, yet imposing voice floated in to block her path. Zhou Qian, why are you still up so late? Is there something you need? Ying stood at the edge of the inner campsite, blocking Zhou Qian's way. She held a steaming bamboo tube in one hand and a piece of freshly solidified pale yellow wilderness soap in the other. Teacher Yin. Zhou Qian paused, her smile somewhat forced. I worked too hard during the day, and Yego said he would help me massage my shoulders tonight. I was just about to find him. Oh really? Ying smiled slightly, yet her smile bore a regal calmness and grace. Xiao Feng got injured while hunting earlier. The wound on his left shoulder hasn't fully healed yet. As a classmate, you don't care about him, and yet you dare to let an injured person give you a massage. Zhou Qian was at a loss for words, caught off guard by this heavy accusation of being thoughtless. All right, go back and get some rest. We have to get up early tomorrow to weave vines. Ying did not give her a chance. She turned around, not even casting an extra glance at Zhou Qian, and walked straight toward the hay mat, where Nie Feng was resting, carrying the warm water and soap. Zhou Qian, left standing in place, watched Ying's graceful silhouette, gritting her teeth in anger, yet feeling helpless. In terms of status, she was a counselor. In terms of beauty and charm, she couldn't compare, even if she tied 10 of herself together with a piece of rope. Moreover, she was bold enough to use her intimate clothing as a filter. What could Zhou Qian possibly compete with in that regard? In this first round of confrontation, she was utterly defeated. Inside the inner campsite, Nie Feng sat cross-legged on the mat, bare-chested. Hearing footsteps, he looked up and saw Ying walking over with water. "Aunt Yin, what are you doing late at night? Are you planning to moonlight as a bath attendant?" Nie Feng glanced at the soap in her hand, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. "Stop being cheeky." Ying knelt beside him, placing the bamboo tube aside. "You rolled in mud in the swamp earlier and only rinsed with clean water tonight. There's still a lot of dried blood on your back and around your wound. If you don't clean it well, it could easily get inflamed at night." Ying's voice was gentle, carrying an undeniable concern. "Turn around. I'll help you wash your back." Nie Feng paused for a moment. In this desolate wilderness, a solitary man and woman, a charming, mature woman, offering to wash his back in the middle of the night. This scene could make even a Shaolin abbot's heart race. "Aunt Yin, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Lin Muxue is watching over there." Nie Feng lowered his voice, glancing at Lin Muxue, who was nearby, laying down her hay mat. "Muxue is one of us. Oh, what's inappropriate about it?" Ying's cheeks flushed slightly, but her actions showed no sign of stopping. After experiencing the girl's covetous stares during the day, she now had only one thought: she must keep this man firmly by her side. She submerged the slightly rough wilderness soap into the warm water, creating a small amount of not very rich, but sufficiently smooth foam. Then Ying extended her hands and applied them directly to Nie Feng's broad, sturdy back. Hiss! As those soft, slippery fingers lathered in soap foam made contact with his skin, Nie Feng couldn't help but inhale sharply. Ying's technique wasn't professional. It could even be described as somewhat clumsy. Yet it was this clumsiness combined with the smoothness of the soap foam that made each touch strikingly vivid. Her fingers traced along Nie Feng's spine, slowly moving upward. Wherever she went, the dried mud and blood were easily dissolved by the alkaline soap. "You've built quite a solid physique." Ying knelt behind him, her breathing slightly quickened. She could feel the terrifying, explosive power contained within his youthful body. Warm droplets of water slid down Nie Feng's muscular back. Ying was meticulous, carefully cleaning the grime around his left shoulder wound. To see more clearly, she had to bend down and get very close. As she moved, the astonishing fullness in front of her inevitably brushed against Nie Feng's back. Once, twice. The incredible elasticity transmitted through the thin fabric felt like electricity coursing along Nie Feng's spine to his brain. "Aunt Yin." Nie Feng's voice became slightly hoarse as he reached back and grasped Ying's wrist, which was busy playing mischief on his shoulder. "Did I hurt you?" Ying paused her movements, but her upper body didn't pull away. Instead, due to inertia, she lightly pressed against his back. "It's not that it hurts." Nie Feng did not turn around. He tightened his grip on Ying's wrist, feeling her pulse quicken. "I just wanted to remind you that this method of washing your back could easily spark a fire. Then let it burn." Ying not only didn't retreat in embarrassment like before, but instead, as if possessed, lightly rested her chin on Nie Feng's uninjured right shoulder. The mature woman's alluring fragrance mixed with a faint scent of soap enveloped Nie Feng completely. Her voice was as soft as a whisper, yet it carried a maddening allure. "Xiao Feng, I just realized today that without you I couldn't survive a single day on this island. No matter what others think or what I will face when I return to school here, I only believe in you." This murmur, akin to a confession, could even be described as an unreserved revelation of her cards, wielded a devastating power under the tranquil wilderness night. Nie Feng felt the blood within him completely boil. He was about to turn around and teach this usually aloof, yet now soft as spring water counselor a lesson. "Mom, is the soap ready? I want to wash my hands too." A cold, somewhat deliberately disruptive voice abruptly sounded behind them. Lin Muxue had approached without them noticing. She held a leaf in her hand, her gaze fixed intently on the two who were closely entwined. Her beautiful face was expressionless, but the jealousy simmering in her eyes was about to overflow. The enchanting atmosphere that had been painstakingly created was instantly doused with a bucket of icy water. Ying jumped away from Nie Feng's back as if she had been electrocuted. Her cheeks turned as red as a cooked shrimp. It's ready." She hurriedly shoved the piece of wilderness soap into her daughter's hand, lifted the bamboo tube, and said, I'll go fetch some firewood. Watching her mother flee in a panic, and then glancing at Feng, who had his back to her, taking deep breaths to calm himself. Lin Muxiua held the slippery soap tightly, gritting her silver teeth. Life on this deserted island was truly full of surprises. On the 6th morning of the deserted island, the sunlight was as blinding as ever, and tropical seabirds chirped amongst the treetops, filling the air with the vibrant vitality of nature. However, 2 kilometers away from the cliff camp, a sense of desolation permeated the banana grove. Chu Jie leaned against the trunk of a thick banana tree, chewing on the bitter taste of wild roots with vacant eyes. Since the morning of the day before yesterday, when Wang Hao led everyone in a rebellion and marched off to join Feng, he and Zhang Chang had been completely abandoned in this quagmire for a full 48 hours. For Chu Jie, these 2 days and nights felt longer than rolling through the 18 layers of hell. They were still alive, sustaining themselves on a few sour wild fruits dropped by the main group, and bravely gnawing on 2 rock crabs at the beach. The 2 men barely clung to life. But this kind of living was more torturous than death. The gastrointestinal protests from eating raw seafood left them weak and trembling in the woods over the past 2 days. The nauseating smell, akin to a festering wound, constantly eroded their sanity. The wound on Chu Jie's chin, scraped by a wooden spear, had scabbed over, yet in this humid and oppressive environment, it was always painful and itchy, driving him to distraction. Beside him, Zhang Chang, the former sports committee member, was sprawled on the ground in a hopeless manner, holding half a raw crab leg that still dripped with a yellowish liquid, unable to bring himself to eat it. Zhang Chang's once proud 200-pound frame, though it hadn't lost much weight, now appeared like a deflated ball after his stomach had shrunk from hunger. His swollen right wrist had recovered significantly after 2 days, and although it was still bruised, he could manage to exert some strength and move it. With a retching sound, Zhang Chang looked at the raw crab in his hand, his stomach churning violently, and he gagged up a few mouthfuls of sour bile. He threw the crab leg far into the mud, turned his head, and with red-rimmed eyes, his voice thick with despair, said, Brother Chu, I really can't eat anymore. If I have to eat this bloody raw thing again, I'd rather headbutt a tree. Chu Jie closed his eyes, clutching his protesting stomach tightly, sweating profusely from the pain. Just hold on. The rescue team will definitely arrive today. Chu Jie was still using that self-deceiving rhetoric for a final attempt at self-hypnosis. To hell with the rescue team. Suddenly, Zhang Chang erupted with an inexplicable fury, slamming his hand down on the muddy ground and breaking down in tears. It's already the 6th day. Not a single helicopter in sight. I don't want to die. I don't want to have diarrhea every day, and I don't want to eat raw crabs anymore. What are you going to do, Chang? Chu Jie felt a sense of foreboding rise within him. I'm going to the cliff camp. Zhang Chang's eyes were bloodshot, his face filled with a frenzied craving for cooked food. Even if I get beaten by Feng, even if I have to kneel and beg, at least I can have a bite of cooked food. You can keep your lofty airs as the student council president. Oh, I won't serve you anymore. With that, Zhang Chang dragged his heavy feet like a walking corpse, stumbling toward the direction of the cliff camp. Watching Zhang Chang's swaying figure, the last line of defense in Chu Jie finally crumbled. What pride, what power, what dignity. In the face of the burning stomach acid and the nauseating raw crab meat, it was nothing at all. Wait. Chang, help me. Let's go together. Chu Jie, humiliated, gritted his teeth, crawling a few steps in the mud with hands and feet, gripping Zhang Chang's pant leg tightly. 2 once mighty figures in their class now resembled 2 stray dogs, supporting each other as they embarked on this humiliating path of surrender. 9 a.m. The cliff camp was bustling with activity. Breakfast consisted of snake meat, and after finishing, over 20 workers were methodically engaged in infrastructure work under Feng's direction. The boys were reinforcing the barricades while the girls wove thicker vines into ropes. Everything appeared orderly, reminiscent of a well-functioning wilderness settlement. At that moment, Wang Hao was patrolling the edge of the camp with a small wooden stick, looking quite the part. He had now become the chief supervisor under Feng, and although he was also doing physical labor, he could at least enjoy a bit of the thrill of giving orders while assigning tasks. As Wang Hao reached the edge of the camp near the bushes, preparing to find a place to relieve himself, a rustling sound came from the front as someone weakly pushed through the weeds. Wang Hao was startled and quickly pulled up his pants. Squinting to take a better look, he saw 2 figures covered in mud, exuding a sour odor, helping each other emerge from the thicket. What the hell? Wang Hao took a step back in fright, scrutinizing them closely before bursting into laughter. Oh my, who did I think it was? Isn't this our esteemed Chu, who orchestrates everything, and the invincible Zhang, the head of the physical What brings the 2 leaders to inspect our grassroots construction? As Wang Hao's sarcastic tone reached their ears, Chu Jie's mud-streaked face flushed crimson in an instant, an overwhelming sense of humiliation, making him wish he could find a crack in the ground to disappear into. Once upon a time, Wang Hao had been the most obedient dog by his side. Now this dog dared to stand tall. How's he? Enough already. Zhang Chang, having lost his temper from hunger, felt his legs give way and plopped down on the ground, pleading with his eyes fixed on the pile of smoldering firewood in the center of the camp. Just give us something to eat. Even if it's the leftovers on your bones. Please, for the sake of our past as classmates. Wang Hao sneered. Classmates? When you were eating alone and sending him into the woods as cannon fodder to find food, did you think of him as a classmate? Want food? Wang Hao not only showed no sympathy, but deliberately raised his voice, drawing the attention of other students working in the camp who halted their actions to look over. Tisk tisk, shoot, didn't you say just 2 mornings ago that you would never bow to evil forces waiting for rescue in the banana grove? What's the matter? Did the rescue team's helicopter not arrive, but you ended up vomiting from eating raw crabs? Facing the collective ridicule of his former subordinates, Chu Jie gritted his teeth. He knew that if he didn't completely trample his dignity today, this group would absolutely send him back to that nauseating banana grove. Howsy? Xiaopeng, I was wrong before. I apologize to you all. Chu Jie lowered his proud head, his voice hoarse and barely audible. I want to see Nie Feng. Am willing to work. Let me do anything. Wang Hao was overjoyed at this sight, feeling as if he might fly. The thrill of dragging the once mighty figure down from his pedestal was more intoxicating than eating roasted meat. All right, since President Chu has asked for mercy, I'll go inform him. Wang Hao turned and scampered over to Nie Feng, who was guiding Lin Mu Shui and weaving vines, whispering in his ear. Nie Feng paused his work, dusted off his hands, and walked over at a leisurely pace toward the 2 pitiful figures at the edge of the camp. Behind him, Ying and Lin Mu Shui curiously followed. All 20 pairs of eyes in the camp focused on this final judgment of power. Nya, brother Nya. Upon seeing Nie Feng, Zhang Chang trembled all over, instinctively protecting his recently de-swollen wrist, his eyes filled with profound fear. Chu Jie also struggled to lift his head, meeting Nie Feng's tranquil gaze devoid of mockery, triumph, or anger. It was merely the look of someone observing 2 lifeless objects. Do you want to stay? Nie Feng asked lightly. I want to live. Just give us something warm to eat, and we'll do anything. Chu Jie had completely resigned himself, closing his eyes and awaiting the judgment of this victor. Nie Feng stroked his chin. Although these 2 looked pitiful, their injuries were mostly healed, and with half a day's rest, they would still be 2 strong laborers. Since they came to him as free labor, it would be a disservice to his title of island contractor not to exploit them a bit. All right. The dry toilet I had you dig 2 days ago is in need of 2 dedicated sanitation workers. From today onward, your task is to cover the edges of the dry toilet with dry soil and ash. Additionally, all the smelly household waste and entrails in the camp will be your responsibility to transport and bury. As soon as these words were spoken, the place fell into dead silence. Then several boys with weak self-control almost burst into laughter. To make the esteemed student council president a dung worker? This was even more devastating than killing him. Chu Jie's eyes widened in disbelief, his chest heaving violently, as if he had been gravely insulted. Nie Feng, you, don't go too far. Chu Jie's voice changed pitch, his eyes filled with humiliating red veins. I'm your classmate, how could you make me scoop feces? Dirty. Nie Feng snorted coldly, showing no signs of compromise in the wilderness. Waste and garbage are deadly sources of infection. This is a noble task that concerns the lives of over 20 people in the camp. Isn't it fitting for a president who talks about collective interests to handle it? If you feel wronged, turn left when you exit. No one will escort you. There are plenty of raw crabs outside. With that, Nie Feng turned to leave. He'll do it. He'll do it. Zhang Chang, who could care less about dignity at this point, felt his stomach churn at the mention of raw crabs. He wouldn't hesitate to do anything for a bite of clean cooked meat. Zhang Chang crawled forward, clinging tightly to Nie Feng's leg in a show of loyalty. Seeing Zhang Chang's pitiful dog-like demeanor, Chu Jie realized he had lost even the last bit of bargaining power. If he didn't agree, Zhang Chang would stay behind, and he would be left to return to the jungle alone, facing only a dead end. He'll do it. Chu Jie, in despair, closed his eyes, 2 streams of humiliating tears sliding down his mud streak. In the face of absolute survival laws, this once powerful figure in the management department had completely shattered any remaining shred of dignity. How's he take them to get 2 shovels? Nie Feng waved his hand with satisfaction. Also find 2 useless coconut shells to heat up the leftover snake bones and soup residue for our new employees. All right. Wang Hao ran off cheerfully to execute the orders. 10 minutes later, at the downwind side, Chu Jie and Zhang Chang squatted in the grass, each holding a dirty coconut shell, licking the meager remnants of food inside like 2 starving beasts. Not far behind them, 2 crude wooden shovels stood silently in the ground, waiting for them to begin their new flavorful wilderness careers. The other students in the camp watched this scene with no sympathy, only a sense of relief. On this small deserted island, the old hierarchy and rules were finally buried deep within that 2-meter dry toilet. At this moment, Nie Feng's absolute rule was firmly established without any corners left uncovered. On the sixth afternoon at the cliff camp, Chu Jie and Zhang Chong, once prominent figures, were now covered in dirt, vigorously wielding wooden shovels to fill the pit latrine with ashes and grass. Seeing these two men resignedly working hard, the last glimmer of hope in the hearts of the other students in the camp vanished. Nie Feng sat on a flat stone slab that symbolized absolute authority, casually tracing patterns in the mud with a small twig. He was tallying the territory of his wilderness empire, accounting for the large group that had surrendered 2 days ago, and Chu Jie and Zhang Chong, who were just integrated that morning. Now in this cliff camp, there were a total of 15 boys and 10 girls, making 25 mouths to feed, in a civilized society that would merely be the size of a university class. But on this resource-poor deserted island, this was undoubtedly a large group of money-devouring beasts. Food had become the greatest crisis. The dozens of pounds of python meat they had brought back a couple of days ago could sustain 3 people for quite a while. However, in front of 25 hungry college students, that amount was hardly enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. The consecutive bowls of stewed meat over the past 2 days, along with this morning's meat soup, had left even the thickest snake bones soft and devoid of any meat residue. Apart from food, another pressing concern was water. The daily water consumption for 25 people, combined with the washing and cooking needs of the girls, amounted to a staggering figure. Although the camp was only over 100 meters from the spring pool, just arranging for 5 or 6 people each day to run back and forth with coconut shells and bamboo tubes to fetch water wasted a significant amount of precious labor. For Nie Feng, who had a construction obsession, this was an egregious waste of efficiency. Wang Hao Xiaopeng, coming brother Nie. What do you need? Wang Hao had now fully adapted to the role of a sycophant running faster. Go chop some thick and long old bamboo. It needs to be straight and as long as possible. Nie Feng stood up and pointed towards the water source. Also carve some longer hardwood sticks. This afternoon, we will pipe running water into the camp. Running water. Wang Hao and several boys exchanged bewildered glances, thinking they misheard. In this desolate wilderness, without a single water pipe, how could one possibly bring in running water? Use telekinesis. Yet intimidated by Nie Feng's authority, they dared not ask further and obediently ran off to chop bamboo. 2 hours later, several long and thick green bamboo poles were moved to the clearing. Nie Feng picked up a sharpened long wooden stick and forcefully thrust it into the hollow end of the bamboo. Bang! With a muffled sound, the hard bamboo joint inside was violently pierced through. Nie Feng, like an unflagging pile driver, systematically cleared the insides of the bamboo. Do you all understand now? Nie Feng tossed the hollowed bamboo tube to the ground and looked at the surrounding boys. Hollow it out. This bamboo is a natural water pipe. The spring pool is about 2 or 3 meters higher than our camp. As long as we connect these bamboo tubes end to end using the gravitational drop, the water will flow into the camp by itself. Upon hearing this idea, the boys' eyes widened in disbelief. Wow, genius. If this works, we won't even have to walk for water. We can just lie in the camp and drink spring water. Stop flattering me and get to work. Hollow out the bamboo tubes, then fit the ends together and bind them tightly with vines. Make sure there are no leaks. After giving his orders, Nie Feng saw the boys enthusiastically getting to work. This project wasn't particularly large, but it had many intricate details, especially since they had to nail wooden stakes in a Y shape along the way to support and secure these long bamboo water pipes, ensuring the water flows smoothly downhill. Just past noon, the temperature in the jungle was frighteningly high. Nie Feng, bare-chested, personally fixed the first main water pipe at the spring. Sunlight spilled through the gaps in the leaves onto his body, accentuating the well-defined sweat-drenched muscles adorned with shallow scars, exuding a strong masculine aura. This scene was not lost on several nearby girls who were weaving vines. The literary committee member, Zhou Qian, swallowed hard, glancing at Su Jiao, who was equally eager. Ever since witnessing the scene of teacher Yin and the flower of Lin circling around Nie Feng, these moderately attractive girls in the camp had been harboring an ambition. To have a comfortable life in this camp, mere hard labor wasn't enough. They had to make their presence felt before the tyrant. Zhou Qian's eyes twinkled as she picked up a coconut shell filled with warm water and found a clean, soft broadleaf. She adjusted her slightly tattered garment that conveniently showcased her delicate collarbone, boldly strutting towards the spring. Brother Nie, after working for so long, you must be thirsty. Zhou Qian approached Nie Feng, her voice sweet as honey, as if it could squeeze out water. As she offered the coconut shell, she picked up the leaf, leaning slightly forward, prepared to wipe the sweat from Nie Feng's glistening chest. Seeing you sweat so much, let me help you wipe. The proximity, the figure, coupled with the intentional fragrance of a young girl. If it were a boy with slightly less resolve, he would probably struggle to hold onto the bamboo pipe at this moment. Before Zhou Qian's leaf could touch Nie Feng's skin, a fair, slender hand with a compelling grip suddenly reached over from the side, firmly clasping Zhou Qian's wrist. Classmate Zhou, Qian, have you completed the task of weaving vines? Ying had somehow approached the two. She had neatly tied her long hair behind her head today, and although she was dressed plainly, the aura of a seasoned and mature woman exuding an undeniable authority crushed any hint of Zhou Qian's naive charm. Why, Yin teacher? Zhou Qian was startled, her flirtatious demeanor instantly stiffening as she awkwardly attempted to withdraw her hand. The construction of this water diversion channel is crucial for the drinking water of all 25 people in the camp. The consumption of vines is significant. If you slack off and stop working, no one will have water to drink tonight. Ying not only held onto Zhou Qian's hand firmly, but also naturally took the leaf used to wipe sweat from her grasp, pushing her back a step. Her tone was calm, yet her words were piercing. I'll handle the logistics. You need not worry about that. Now go and focus on your own work. Faced with this merciless admonition from the counselor, Zhou Qian's complexion shifted from pale to flushed, and she dared not utter another word. She could only sulkily bite her red lip and turn to scurry back to the group of girls. In the distance, Su Jiao saw Zhou Qian falter and quickly tucked away her own little thoughts, obediently lowering her head to work. Having dismissed the clueless young girl, Ying turned her gaze to Feng, who was watching the palace intrigue with great interest. What's wrong? Did you feel sorry for the little girl who was trying to curry favor with you when I sent her away? Ying playfully rolled her eyes at him. She stepped closer and meticulously wiped the sweat from Feng's forehead and neck with the leaf. Her movements were gentle, yet carried a secret possessiveness understood only by the two of them. What do I have to feel sorry for? With the chief steward personally overseeing the camp's discipline is stricter than. Feng looked down at Ying's beautiful face, which was now within arm's reach. Being so close allowed him to see her long eyelashes clearly. He lowered his voice, speaking in a tone only they could hear, chuckling softly. Aunt Yin, your protective stance does have a touch of the boss lattice demeanor. Stop being a smart aleck. Ying's cheeks visibly flushed, resembling a ripe peach. Although she verbally denied it, her actions of wiping sweat did not cease. In fact, even she felt a little shocked. The moment she saw Zhou Qian approach, Feng, the surge of jealousy and crisis she felt was stronger than facing a beast. In this isolated place, she not only had to guard against the young, beautiful girls, but also her own daughter, who was increasingly showing signs of admiration for strong figures. The taboo feelings stemming from this identity dislocation made Ying feel both shameful and thrillingly stimulated. All right, the first section of the water pipe is secured. Having enjoyed the attentive service of the chief steward, Feng clapped his hands, picking up the wooden mallet on the ground. The real hard work is yet to come. For the next 3 hours, the sound of the wooden mallet striking resonated through the jungle. Feng led a dozen boys, braving the scorching sun as they advanced step by step through the complicated terrain of the underbrush. They pounded stakes, set up bamboo, and bound the connections tightly with vines. A group of boys were so exhausted they resembled dogs drenched in sweat and mud, yet under Feng's handsome leadership, none dared to complain. As the sun began to set, the last thick bamboo pipe was successfully erected at the edge of the camp. Feng brushed the dirt off his hands and walked with Ying along the newly laid bamboo channel towards the camp. At this moment, at the edge of the camp, all the students who were working stopped their actions. Holding their breath, they stared intently at the large water reservoir, surrounded by a circle of large stones with thick banana leaves at the bottom and the gaps sealed tightly with clay. On the wooden stake, sections of green bamboo pipes spanned a distance of over 100 meters, resembling a giant green dragon extending from the high jungle. Splashing, accompanied by a clear sound of flowing water, it emerged from the bamboo pipes after traveling several meters. A stream of pure, clean spring water gushed from the last suspended bamboo pipe, precisely landing in the reservoir below. Water is flowing. It's really flowing. This is amazing. Running water right at our doorstep. A deafening cheer erupted from the crowd. Wang Hao and Zhao Peng embraced each other in excitement, while even the more reserved girls could not help but cheer and jump for joy. In the wilderness, this makeshift bamboo water diversion channel was akin to a super project in modern society. From now on, they would no longer have to risk going into the jungle for water. Washing vegetables, bathing, and drinking could all be resolved at the edge of the camp. This significant leap in quality of life elevated everyone's admiration for Feng to new heights. Meanwhile, next to the latrine downwind, Chu Jie and Zhang Chong, who had been toiling away all day upon hearing the cheers from the camp, couldn't help but drop their wooden shovels and stumble over. The two were parched, their throats dry. Looking at the clear pool of spring water, Zhang Chong gulped hard. He found a clean coconut shell and carefully approached the water's edge, filling it to the brim. No one stopped them. According to the rules set by Feng, anyone who worked had the right to enjoy the camp's basic resources. Zhang Chong and Chu Jie held their coconut shells, gulping down the cool and sweet spring water. As the water flowed down their parched throats, it felt as if their very souls were being cleansed. As they drank, Chu Jie looked up at Nie Feng, who was surrounded by adoring followers, and then at the miraculous bamboo water diversion channel. The last remnants of unwillingness and resentment in Chu Jie's heart dissipated entirely as he swallowed that life-saving spring water. He had finally come to terms with reality. In the face of this man's absolute strength and survival wisdom, he no longer even had the qualification to feel jealous. The completion of the water diversion channel signified a qualitative improvement in the basic survival conditions of the cliff camp. Yet as Nie Feng gazed at the continuous flow of water, he did not feel much relief in his heart. The water issue was resolved, but the depletion of food and the lack of tools still hung over him like two swords. 25 mouths were eagerly awaiting to be fed. Relying solely on the 2 wooden spears in hand, occasionally catching a few wild rabbits or seabirds was feasible, but sustaining such a large tribe long-term was nothing short of a pipe dream. It seems I need to find an opportunity to take a chance over there. Nie Feng turned his gaze, his deep eyes traversing the dense jungle towards the other side of the island. There lay the wreckage of the cruise ship lodged on the treacherous reefs. Just days ago, a tropical storm had passed through with towering waves and turbulent currents. Venturing into the sea to salvage supplies would have been suicidal. The night was deep and still. Outside the cliffside camp, 2 bonfires crackled occasionally, their pops breaking the silence. After a full day of grueling labor, especially the intense afternoon session building the aqueduct, the 20-plus students outside were utterly drained. Even Wang Hao, who usually slept lightly, was sprawled out on a straw mat, snoring thunderously. As for Chu Jie and Zhang Chang, who had been conscripted during the day and assigned as sanitation workers, they were curled up at the farthest downwind spot, exhausted like dead dogs without even the strength to turn over. The entire camp was silent save for the faint trickle of water from the newly connected bamboo pipes. Deep within the cliff, in the women's quarters, shielded by banana leaves, Ying lay wide awake. She rested quietly on the wide, high bamboo bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. The wilderness soap she had made yesterday from plant ash and snake oil worked wonders, washing away the grime accumulated over days and restoring her skin's former smoothness. Yet the anxiety in her heart grew like wild weeds. During the afternoon's canal work, Zhou Qian's shameless advances had pierced Ying's heart like a thorn. She understood the minds of these female college students all too well. In a wilderness where food was scarce and death lurked at every turn, morality and restraint were worthless. For a bowl of warm soup or a safe shelter, Zhou Qian, Su Jiao, or even the 8 other girls doing odd jobs might creep into Nie Feng's bed on any given night. When that day came, how much influence would she, the so-called steward, have left? Moreover, yesterday evening, she had already handed over her most private undergarments to make a filter. That thin veil between them had long been reduced to a fragile membrane ready to be pierced. Rather than passively waiting for those younger girls to rise, it was better to take the initiative and make this man, who controlled everyone's fate, her sole reliance. Ying took a deep breath, a glint of resolve flashing in her eyes. She pushed aside the broad banana leaf covering her and quietly sat up from the high bamboo bed. To avoid waking Lin Muxiu sleeping beside her, she moved with extreme caution. She picked up the half-coconut shell she had prepared by the bed, which held the warm snake oil left over from the day. Barefoot, stepping on the pine needles, she moved like a nocturnal cat. Lifting the curtain of the women's quarters, she silently crept to the secluded windbreak corner that Nie Feng had partitioned off with banana leaves. Inside the narrow enclosure, Nie Feng was not asleep. Staying alert in the wilderness had long become an instinct etched into his bones. He had heard the sounds from the moment Ying rose. Not sleeping in the dead of night, steward. Making your rounds. In the darkness, Nie Feng leaned against the thick straw mat, his upper body bare, his voice laced with a knowing. Ying was startled by the sudden voice, but quickly composed herself. Since she had taken this step, she had no intention of backing down. You sweated so much building the aqueduct today. The wound on your left shoulder has scabbed, but I worried heavy labor might strain your muscles. I brought some snake oil to massage your shoulders. Her voice was soft, carrying a gentle insistence. She groped her way to Nie Feng's side and half knelt beside. A mature woman's scent mixed with the faint fragrance of plant ash soap instantly filled Nie Feng's nostrils. A massage. He chuckled lightly, not exposing the flimsy excuse. In the darkness, he precisely grasped Ying's slender wrist and pulled with slight force. She let out a suppressed, delicate cry, losing her balance and tumbling directly into his broad, burning embrace. The coconut shell fell onto the straw mat, spilling some of the snake oil. The oil spilled. Looks like Aunt Yan's massage skills aren't up to par. One of Nie Feng's large hands casually wrapped around her slender waist, while the other unceremoniously pinched her smooth chin. Feeling the mature, voluptuous, and resilient body in his arms, Nie Feng's breathing grew heavier. Xiao Feng. Ying did not struggle. She compliantly leaned against his solid chest, listening to his powerful heartbeat, enveloped by an immense sense. Feeling threatened after seeing Zhou Qian throw herself at me this afternoon, Feng lowered his head, his warm breath brushing against her ear, hitting the nail on the head. Struck by the truth, Ying's body stiffened slightly, but she did not deny it. Instead, she reached out and tightly wrapped her arms around his neck. Yes. Ying bit her red lips, her beautiful eyes illuminated by the faint firelight outside, revealing a raw honesty and allure. I admit it. I'm scared. I can't match their youth, nor do I have their unbridled vivacity. Her voice trembled slightly, carrying a desperate resolve. But I know how to take care of a man. On this island, I don't believe in rescue. I only believe in you. If you're willing to have me, he'll do whatever you say. These words completely abandoned all her dignity and restraint as a counselor and elder. On this perilous island night, such a confession of near submission was the deadliest catalyst for a man's conquering instincts. You chose this yourself. A dangerous glint flashed in Feng's eyes. Without another word, he flipped over, pinning the enchanting woman beneath him. The rough straw mat rustled with a blush-inducing sound. Ying's breathing instantly grew rapid. When the distance between them became zero, an intense, indescribable sense of transgression overwhelmed Ying's mind. She thought of her good friend back in civilized society. Pingjia. I'm sorry. I ended up with your son. Ying bit her teeth hard, a tear of shame and despair sliding from the corner of her eye. But in this brutal wilderness where even food was scarce, if she didn't cling tightly to this only tree of power, how could she protect herself? How could she protect her daughter? Intense guilt and the survival instinct to yield to reality clashed wildly in her mind, ultimately transforming into a reckless abandon. She closed her eyes, no longer thinking about her friend's entrustment, and responded to Feng with fervor. The undergarment had been sacrificed as a filter yesterday. Now she was almost defenseless before him. In this primeval jungle devoid of law and moral shackles, all pretenses were stripped away layer by layer. Feng's movements lacked any civilized gentleness or courtesy. They were filled with a beastly fervor and possession. The moment the final barrier was breached, Ying arched her fair neck, her 10 fingers digging into the muscles of Feng's back, the last shred of guilt toward her friend shattering completely. She stifled the scream that nearly escaped her throat, letting out only a suppressed, muffled groan. Outside, the sea wind howled. It masked the rapid breathing and the blood-pounding sounds of impact from the sheltered corner. The straw mat rustled incessantly under the immense force. In this primal revelry, Ying lost herself completely. The fear and anxiety since the cruise ship disaster were all released in this moment of madness. She had finally found a shoulder to truly lean on. She was no longer the counselor who had to maintain a facade, but simply a woman completely belonging to this wilderness tyrant. Meanwhile, a few steps away behind another banana leaf screen, Lin Muxue curled up alone on the wide bamboo bed, hands clamped over her ears. Her cold, beautiful face was flushed red as if it might bleed. Feng's windbreak corner was far too close. Even though Ying tried to suppress her sounds in the dead of night, the stifled moans and heavy breathing were unmistakable. Lin Muxue was no naive child. She knew exactly what was happening next door. Moreover, she had woken up when her mother quietly slipped out of bed. Hearing her mother's utterly unfamiliar voice filled with extreme pleasure and abandon, Lin Muxue felt her worldview shaken. Was that her usually dignified, elegant mother? After the shock came an indescribable bitterness and a secret, unwillingly acknowledged sense of emptiness. That afternoon, she had watched Zhou Qian flirt with Feng with some disdain and indignation. Deep down, she had even relied on the little secrets, Feng having seen her change clothes and heard her in the bathroom, to feel she was special to him. But now reality had slapped her hard. On this cruel island, a young girl's reserve and trivial flirtations were worthless. Listening to the ceaseless activity next door, Lin Muxue, it bit her lower lip hard, her eyes inexplicably stinging. She buried her head deep in the haystack, her body trembling slightly from an unutterable tension and shame. She knew. After tonight, the secret, traditional, ethical boundary between her and her mother, along with the moral education she had received for 19 years, would be utterly shattered. Before this absolutely powerful man, they were no longer lofty teachers or elders. Even their mother-daughter identity became absurd. They were merely two women who had to cling to him to survive. That night for the laborers outside the camp was one of, but for the 3 people in the inner camp, it was a sleepless night that tore apart the veneer of civilization and led to primal submission. On the 7th morning of the deserted island, sunlight penetrated the thin morning mist, casting a golden hue around the cliffside camp. The strict hierarchy of the camp was vividly reflected in the quality of sleep afforded to its members. On the muddy ground outside, more than 20 exhausted boys and girls could only lie on a rudimentary hay mat covered with a thin layer of pine needles. The high-intensity construction of the water channel yesterday afternoon combined with the security of a full stomach allowed them to sleep soundly sprawled out more deeply than in the previous days. In the innermost part of the cliffside camp, the elevated bamboo bed that had just been set up 2 days ago resistant to moisture and insects naturally became the exclusive sleeping place for Ying and Lin Mu Shui, the two privileged classes. As for Nie Feng, the absolute ruler, he enjoyed the most secluded corner of the inner camp, separated by banana leaves, sleeping on the thickest and softest hay mat. However, on that spacious and comfortable bamboo bed last night, only Lin Mu Shui spent the entire night alone listening to the corner. At this moment, in Nie Feng's exclusive corner, Ying slowly opened her eyes. She felt her entire body ache as if it had been dislocated, especially her waist and legs, as if she had been run over by a heavy truck several times yesterday. Yet in stark contrast to her physical exhaustion, there was an unprecedented sense of fullness and lightness. Looking at Nie Feng, who was still asleep beside her, and his defined profile and sturdy chest, Ying's gaze softened to the point of almost dripping with water. Last night's madness had utterly shattered all her previous reserve and pride. But she did not regret it. On this deserted island where human life was as cheap as grass, those ethereal moral shackles could not compare to a strong man capable of protecting her. Ying carefully shifted Nie Feng's arm, which was draped over her waist, and quietly sat up. As she lowered her head, her already delicate and charming face turned crimson as if it were about to bleed. On her flat and smooth lower abdomen, remnants of several dry, slightly hardened patches remained clinging to her skin with an unusual tightness. Those were the remnants left behind by this young man's terrifying self-control as he forcibly withdrew at the last moment during last night's storm. In this wilderness devoid of any contraceptive measures, such brutal restraint, maintaining a boundary, even on the edge of losing control, surprisingly allowed Ying to feel an unprecedented sense of safety and being cherished in the height of indulgence. However, the dried patches on her body felt quite sticky and uncomfortable. Blushing, she hastily searched for her scattered clothes in the hay and put them on, planning to take a quick wash by the creek before anyone in the camp woke up. Ying tidied her hair, lifted the edge of the banana leaf divider, and tiptoed outside. As soon as she stepped out, she bumped into Lin Mu Shui, who was sitting by the fire with two large dark circles under her eyes. The gazes of the mother and daughter met in the air, and time seemed to freeze for a second. Lin Mu Shui held a stick for adding firewood, her eyes fixed firmly on her mother. She looked at her mother's radiant face and the slightly flustered demeanor as she prepared to wash up. Finally, her gaze fell upon the two very conspicuous red marks on Ying's fair neck. Those were marks that could not be made by mosquito bites. Lin Mu Shui bit her lip, her mind buzzing after us. Although she had mentally prepared herself last night, seeing her mother's utterly ravished appearance still made her heart ache as if she had eaten an entire unripe lemon. Mu Shui, up so early. Ying felt guilty for a moment, instinctively adjusting her collar and even covering her lower abdomen with her hand. But she quickly adjusted her mindset. Since the events had already occurred in this camp, she was Nie Feng's woman. Taking a deep breath, she not only did not shy away from her daughter's gaze, but straightened her back, adopting a subtle attitude that combined maternal authority and the confidence of a primary wife. Last night was windy. You didn't sleep well, did you? Yesterday's snakebone soup was finished. The camp is completely out of food. I'm going to wash up by the creek and bring back some fresh water to boil. Oh, we need to make sure Xiao Feng has some hot water to settle his stomach. He still has to go out to find supplies today. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu Shui did not nod obediently as usual. Instead, she threw the stick in her hand onto the ground with a loud thud. It was hard to sleep. Lin Mu Shui's voice was somewhat hoarse, tinged with undisguised resentment and bitterness. With all the noise next door, even a deaf person would be woken up. How could I sleep? Ying's face instantly turned scarlet. She did not expect that her usually obedient and cool daughter would so bluntly tear down this veil of modesty. What nonsense are you talking about, child? Ying tried to feign calmness to cover up. Mom, there's no one else here. You don't have to pretend with me. I'm not a child anymore. I know what it costs to survive on this. Though her words were somewhat veiled, the declaration of war within was practically overflowing. Ying was stunned. She looked at her daughter who, though her words were somewhat veiled, the declaration of war within was practically overflowing. Ying was stunned. She looked at her daughter who suddenly seemed a bit unfamiliar, and her heart was filled with mixed emotions. There was shock, shame, but more importantly, a profound sense of crisis. It was over. While guarding against those green tea bitches outside, she had forgotten that she was raising a younger, deadlier white swan beside her. Just as the atmosphere between the mother and daughter was tense and could explode at any moment, the banana leaf curtain was lifted once more. Nie Feng stepped out looking refreshed, stretching his shoulders while observing the mother and daughter staring at each other by the fire. What are you two discussing so intensely early in the morning? Some national affairs. Feng walked over to the fire, naturally reaching out to pinch Ying's side, waist, a small gesture of asserting ownership that made Ying's body instantly soften. She leaned against Feng, glancing at her daughter, as if to assert dominance, her voice sweet and soft. Nothing, Mu Shui said. She didn't sleep well last night. I was just about to fetch some water to make you hot water to drink. There's no time to boil water, we're out of food and need to head out quickly. Feng smiled, not lingering on the topic. With 25 mouths to feed, everyone would wake up hungry today. Hunger can be deadly if we don't find a new food source quickly. The rules we've established will collapse within a day. He picked up the half tube of cool water left over from last night and took 2 big gulps, forcefully suppressing the emptiness swelling in his stomach, then casually grabbed the sharply sharpened wooden spear. Turning to the sleeping crowd outside, Feng shouted loudly, Li Ming, get up and get to work. Coming, brother Nia. Hearing the call, Li Ming, the first to pledge allegiance as an old employee, sprang up from the grass. He scrambled to Feng's side, a fawning smile plastered on his face. Brother Nia, what do you need? Are you hump my foot? Feng tossed a bamboo tube filled with fresh water to Li Ming. There's no food left in the camp. Today I'm taking you to the backside of the island to find some hard currency. Although they now had fresh water, their work these past few days relied solely on stones and wood, and the efficiency was simply too low. Without sharp tools, even logging to reinforce the camp was impossible. He had to go to the shipwreck area on the backside of the island to find some metal tools. If he could find a few knives or fire axes, the camp's defense would see a qualitative leap. Going to the backside of the island. Just the 2 of us. Li Ming swallowed nervously. These past few days just wandering around the camp, they nearly encountered a wild boar, and now to venture into the unknown, his small frame wasn't enough for even a beast snack. Stop talking nonsense. You're coming along to carry things, lead the way. Feng was too lazy to explain. Xiao Feng, you must be careful. If you encounter danger, don't fight back, just run back quickly. Ying stepped forward, carefully adjusting Feng's collar, her gentle demeanor resembling that of a young wife sending her husband off. Lin Mushiwe stood by, watching her mother's familiar actions, feeling a pang of bitterness in her heart, unable to articulate the discomfort. After all, she was her biological mother. She couldn't just rush in and snatch her away, but she was unwilling to be outdone. Quickly pulling out a sturdy rope she had woven from vines overnight and stuffing it directly into Feng's hands. Keep this on you, but might come in handy for exploring or climbing. Come back early. We'll be waiting for you. Lin Mushiwe looked up, gazing into Feng's eyes. In those usually cool eyes, there was now an inexplicable glimmer of hope. Watching the mother-daughter duo vying for attention, Feng felt pleased inside, but maintained a calm demeanor. He nodded, fastening the rope around his waist, and with the trembling Li Ming plunged into the dense jungle. Walking on an empty stomach was a huge drain on physical strength. The 2 traversed the humid and sultry forest for over 2 hours. Finally, the terrain began to rise sharply, and the sound of crashing waves became increasingly clear. Brother Nia, we're almost there. Climb up the windward slope ahead, and we'll reach the backside of the island. Li Ming, exhausted, cleared the brush in front of him with a stick. As they climbed to the high ridge, a strong sea breeze laden with a heavy fishy smell hit them. But when Feng stood on this ridge, overlooking the front, his pupils suddenly constricted. Previously blocked by the jungle on the beach, they had assumed this was just an ordinary deserted island. But standing higher revealed the truth. What kind of small island was this? This was merely a vast, boundless primitive continent. Gazing beyond the dark reef sea below, on the other side of the ridge, the continuous primitive mountain range lay dormant in the mist like a green dragon with no end in sight. Compared to that deep and terrifying hinterland, the cliff camp and beach, where they had been active these past few days, barely amounted to a fingernail of this island. Damn. Brother Nia, look. A ship. There really is a ship. Li Ming exclaimed excitedly, nearly jumping up, interrupting Feng's thoughts. Feng followed his pointing direction. A few hundred meters below, on a shallow area filled with black reefs, due to the recent low tide, many hidden rocks were now exposed. And in the midst of the rocky outcrops, a huge section of a white ship's hull was startlingly stuck. Although the ship had been severely deformed by the storm, and its surface was covered in mottled scratches, that familiar streamlined shape and the remaining portholes instantly awakened their memories. This is our cruise ship. Li Ming's voice trembled with excitement. Our ship didn't sink completely. The front half was washed up here. Whatever it is, as long as there are supplies, it's good. Let's go down and take a look. Without hesitation, Feng led Li Ming carefully down the steep rocky slope. The scene of the shipwreck was eerily silent, with only the hollow echoes of waves crashing against the steel wreckage. The 2 waded through knee-deep shallow water, gripping the slanted railing, and climbed onto the broken front half of the deck. Brother Nia, be careful. This deck is tilted nearly 30 degrees. Li Ming stood on the creaking floorboards, filled with trepidation. Split up and search, focusing on finding metal tools, containers, and food that hasn't been soaked. Feng instructed, kicking open a swaying hatch. The cabin was dark and damp, exuding a strong fishy smell. Most supplies had already been swept away by the sea during the storm, and what remained was soaked and ruined. However, as he passed a deformed corridor, Feng's eyes lit up. In a relatively intact red glass firebox above the wall lay a red-painted worn fire axe. The cabin was dark and damp, exuding a strong fishy smell. Most supplies had already been swept away by the sea during the storm, and what remained, with this solid modern forged steel axe, whether for chopping trees to build shelters or defending against fierce beasts, the camp's strength would achieve a qualitative leap. Brother Nye, we hit the jackpot. Look what I found. Suddenly, a suppressed voice filled with joy came from the other end of the corridor. Li Ming emerged from the wreckage of what seemed to be a kitchen storage room. He was holding a large, intact plastic bucket in one hand with a stainless steel soup pot turned upside down inside the bucket, and in the other hand, he clutched 3 or 4 sharp stainless steel fruit knives. What was most eye-catching was that he was tightly clutching a sealed plastic storage box that hadn't taken on water inside, which lay dozens of instant noodle packets and several bags of vacuum-packed snacks. Well done, grab the stuff and get ready to leave. The ship's structure is unstable and could collapse at any moment. Feng weighed the fire axe in his hand, satisfied, and turned to prepare to meet up with Li Ming. However, just as he stepped out of the corridor, his peripheral vision caught the muddy beach connected to the deep jungle below. Feng's footsteps suddenly froze on the deck. The ease on his face vanished without a trace, replaced by a chilling horror. In the damp mud, less than 30 meters from the wreckage, there was a long series of deep footprints imprinted in the ground. These were definitely not the tracks of a wild bear or tiger. Instead, they clearly exhibited the favitoed outline belonging to a human. But what made Feng's scalp tingle was the size of that footprint was a full double the size of a normal adult male's foot, deeply sunk into the mud. This series of strange footprints extended from the shadow of the wrecked ship, ultimately disappearing into the endless fog-shrouded depths of the primitive jungle. On this vast and mysterious island, they were certainly not the kings at the top of the food chain. Silence. In the muddy ground beneath the wreckage of the ship, only the mournful sound of the sea breeze whispering through the old steel plates remained. Li Ming followed Feng's gaze. When he saw the human footprints more than half a meter long and deeply embedded in the mud, the stainless steel soup pot he was holding nearly dropped onto his foot. Nye, brother Nye. Li Ming's teeth began to chatter uncontrollably, his voice trembling like a 2-stringed instrument torn apart by the cold wind. Is this the footprint of the Hulk? How could a person have feet this big? The footprint was not only long, but also extremely wide. Judging by the depth it sank into the mud, the owner of this footprint must weigh an astronomical figure beyond ordinary imagination. Feng remained silent. He crouched down and measured the footprint with the newly acquired fire axe. If we calculate based on the normal ratio of foot length to height of about 1 to 7, the owner of this footprint must be over 2 meters and 50 centimeters tall, possibly even nearing 3 meters. Adding the terrifying weight, it was like a heavy humanoid armored vehicle capable of walking upright in the jungle. Stop guessing. Feng stood up, sheathing the fire axe at his waist, his eyes flashing with an unprecedented seriousness. There are not only living beings on this island, but their physiques far exceed our understanding. We cannot stay here for long. Take your things and retreat immediately. Li Ming was already scared out. He tightly clutched the sealed box filled with instant noodles and snacks, with a bucket and pot hanging from his arm, scrambling to follow Feng, fleeing the eerie shipwreck area at the fastest speed of his life. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, in the cliff camp, a hungry gloom hung over everyone. More than 20 mouths hadn't eaten anything since last night, except for drinking their fill of clear mountain spring water. Wang Hao lay on the straw mat, staring blankly at the rock patterns on the ceiling, feeling his stomach acid, ravenously digesting his stomach lining. Brother Hao, it's been almost 4 hours since Brother Nye and the others left. Do you think something happened? Zhao Peng asked weakly. Shut your crow's mouth. Wang Hao weakly cursed. If Brother Nye doesn't come back, we'll all starve to death here. Next to the women's section deep within the cliff, Ying and Lin Mushui were sitting in the shade, but their faces looked quite grim. Ying's gaze occasionally drifted towards the jungle entrance, unconsciously breaking the stick she held into several pieces. Though Lin Mushui remained silent, her beautiful willow-shaped brows were tightly knitted, and the cramping pain in her lower abdomen from hunger became even more pronounced, causing a fine layer of cold sweat to bead on her forehead. Amidst this despairing silence, a sudden rustle of footsteps came from the bushes ahead. They're back. Brother Nye is back. Someone shouted, and more than 20 people who had been lying on the ground pretending to be dead suddenly sprang up, as if resurrected. Feng was seen leading the way, carrying a wooden spear and a bright red fire axe. Behind him, Li Ming, though exhausted like a dead dog with his clothes soaked in sweat, radiated a wild excitement, as if he had just won the lottery. Around his neck hung several stainless steel soup spoons on a string, and in his left hand, he carried a large red bucket, which was stuffed with a shiny stainless steel soup pot. Most exaggeratedly, he was clutching a transparent plastic storage box under his right arm, fearing someone would snatch it away. When everyone saw what was inside that transparent box, the entire camp collectively held its breath in that moment. Holy crap! Is that instant noodles? Wang Hao rubbed his eyes in disbelief at what he saw. Braised beef noodles, pickled cabbage noodles, and chips. I'm not seeing things right. A pot and a bucket. The students who had been so hungry they couldn't even muster the strength to speak erupted into deafening cheers. On this island, where even a mouthful of coarse salt-grilled meat could bring someone to tears, junk food produced by modern industrial assembly lines, with its bright red packaging, was more dazzling than any artwork in the world. Long live Brother Nya. Brother Nya is awesome. A group of boys was so excited that tears streamed down their faces, wanting nothing more than to rush forward and throw Nya Feng into the air. Ying and Lin Mushui quickly came out as well. Seeing that Nya Feng was safe and had brought back such a rich supply, the tension in their hearts finally eased. Xiao Feng, are you hurt? Ying hurriedly walked in front of him, instinctively reaching out to help him carry something. I didn't encounter any living creatures, just the path was difficult. Nya Feng casually planted the wooden spear into the ground and tossed the heavy fire axe onto the stone slab. The dull thud silenced the cheering boys instantly, adding a sense of reverence for this modern weapon. Everyone is starving today, let's improve our meal. Nya Feng patted the transparent storage box and turned to Ying. Head steward, let's eat. And let's try out the pot we just brought back. Okay. Ying's voice was also filled with undeniable excitement. The next half hour was more festive than New Year's in the camp. With the clear mountain spring water drawn from the reservoir and the real stainless steel soup pot, the efficiency of boiling water increased geometrically. The campfire blazed brightly. As Ying tore open 5 packets of braised beef noodles and 5 packets of pickled cabbage noodles, pouring the strongly flavored seasoning packets into the boiling water. A domineering aroma that could almost lift one's soul exploded throughout the entire cliff camp. Oh my god, this smell is too fragrant. Xiao Peng squatted by the pot, saliva flowing down like a waterfall. The cheap instant noodles which he used to disdain while gaming in the dormitory now smelled like divine elixir. More than 20 people each held a coconut shell. Ying fairly distributed half a piece of noodle cake to each person, along with a generous ladle of rich noodle soup. Slurp. The moment the first mouthful of noodle soup rich with red oil and pickled cabbage flavor was slurped into their mouths, the entire camp erupted with sounds of enjoyment. The immense calories and satisfaction brought by carbohydrates instantly soothed all their fears and fatigue. Meanwhile, deep within the innermost camp of the cliff, Nya Feng, Ying, and Lin Mushui sat together, enjoying the privileges of the core management team. Not only did they get more noodle cakes, but there were also several cleaned wild papayas beside them as dessert. Lin Mushui held the coconut shell, and although she tried hard to maintain a ladle-like eating posture, the noodles were simply too fragrant. She quickly slurped them down, even forgetting to wipe the fine beads of sweat that formed on her forehead. Seeing her adorable manner of guarding her food, Nya Feng couldn't help but chuckle lightly. He reached behind him and, like performing a magic trick, pulled out 2 colorful small bags. Plop. 2 vacuum-packed spicy beef tendon bags and a bag of original flavored potato chips landed on the stone slab between the mother and daughter. Cough, this is all the private stash that Li Ming dug up from the wrecked ship. Not much at all. Nya Feng said casually, adding a little sodium and fat. Consider it a welfare for you internal staff who helped me with my back and made my bed last night. Lin Mushui's slurping of noodles came to an abrupt halt. She stared at the 2 bags of spicy strips and chips, her eyes sparkling as if they could glow. Having spent 7 days in the wilderness with bland food, the allure of such heavily flavored snacks was simply devastating for a young girl. But thinking of the harsh words she had let slip in the morning due to embarrassment, Lin Mushui forced her face to look stern, haughtily snorting, Who cares about your internal perks? I'm a person of principles. I won't take something for free without working for it. While saying this, her beautiful big eyes were honestly darting back and forth towards the bag of chips, her throat involuntarily swallowing. Don't want it. Fine, then I'll give it to Su Jiao outside. Nya Feng pretended to take the snacks back. She was drooling over this box just now. You dare? Lin Mushui instantly lost her composure, quickly grabbing the chips and spicy strips to her chest, her face reddening as she glared at him. This was given to me voluntarily. You can't take back something that was offered. Ying, sitting nearby, couldn't help but chuckle, covering her mouth at the sight of her daughter completely at his mercy. She also didn't hold back, tearing open a bag of spicy strips and handing one to Nya Feng. Here, the great contributor takes the first bite. Ying's movements were practiced and affectionate, as if they were truly a family. Nya Feng bit the spicy strip, brushing lightly against Ying's fair fingertips. This caused the mature beauty counselor to momentarily catch her breath, a hint of spring-like warmth flickering in her moist eyes, which she herself didn't even notice. Lin Muxue, watching this scene, suddenly found her potato chips tasteless. She puffed up her cheeks, feeling a wave of jealousy rising within her. A wilderness feast filled with the charm of modern junk food ended amidst a warm and subtle atmosphere. However, as the outer students were full and sprawled on the grass mats soaking up the sun, Nie Feng's relaxed smile gradually faded. He stood up, walked over to the newly built elevated bamboo bed, and waved to Ying and Lin Muxue. Xiao Feng, what's wrong? Ying keenly noticed the change in Nie Feng's aura. She put down her work and walked over with Lin Muxue. Nie Feng drew the new fire axe from his waist, the heavy solid steel axe making a dull sound on the stone slab. There's something you need to be mentally prepared for. Nie Feng looked at the beautiful mother and daughter, his expression turning unusually serious. In the past few days, we may have been living too comfortably. Everyone thought that as long as we built the camp and found food, we could comfortably await rescue. But this place is not an ordinary deserted island. Lin Muxue's heart tightened, the flush on her face gradually fading. What? What did you see? Nie Feng did not conceal anything, describing in detail the exaggerated human footprint he saw in the mud of the shipwreck area, as well as the vast primitive continent behind the mountain ridge. A footprint twice the size of an ordinary person's? Ying gasped in shock, instinctively covering her mouth. Then, what is that thing? Wild men. Whatever it is, a creature that can leave such footprints must possess a physique and strength capable of crushing us like ants. Nie Feng tightened his grip on the fire axe's wooden handle. Moreover, the footprint is fresh, indicating that they are active in this area. Our current camp is only protected by a few thin bamboo poles and some banana leaves. If that giant or whatever else comes knocking, this layer of defense is as flimsy as paper. Upon hearing this harsh truth, the faint sense of happiness that Lin Muxue and Ying had just felt after their meal was immediately doused by a bucket of icy water. In this isolated primitive forest, you never know when you think you're the hunter whether there are even more terrifying eyes lurking in the darkness watching you closely. So what should we do now? Ying took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, and looked firmly at Nie. Abandon the fantasy of a farm stay and enter a state of preparedness. Nie Feng stood up, shouldering the fire axe, his gaze sweeping over the boys still dozing at the camp's perimeter. With this axe, many defensive projects that were previously impractical due to tool limitations can finally be put on the agenda. At 2:30 in the afternoon, it was the time when people, having eaten their fill, were most prone to spring drowsy. On the muddy ground at the periphery of the cliffside camp, Wang Hao and a dozen other boys were sprawled out on straw mats, savoring the lingering artificial beef flavor of instant noodles. This broth is practically the pinnacle of human civilization. How did I never realize it tasted this good before? Xiao Peng smacked his lips, groaning with contentment. Just as these pampered young masters were about to drift into slumber, a deafening thud exploded by their ears. Wang Hao jolted in fright, springing up from the straw mat like a startled cat. Opening his eyes, he saw Nie Feng holding a fire axe with peeling red paint, its blade deeply embedded in a dead tree stump beside them. Nap time's over. Everyone get up and work. Nie Feng pulled out the fire axe, his gaze coldly sweeping over the bewildered boys. Brother Nie, didn't we just finish work this morning? And everyone's just eaten. A strenuous exercise might cause gastric prolapse. Wang Hao grimaced, attempting a last-ditch struggle with dubious medical knowledge. Too tired. A deceptively gentle smile curled at the corner of Nie Feng's mouth. He hoisted the fire axe onto his shoulder, his tone casual. Fine. But I just saw a set of fresh footprints by the derelict ship. 1/2 meter long, twice the size of your feet. Based on the proportions, whatever made them would stand about 2.8 meters tall and weigh at least 400 Jing. Nie Feng paused, watching the boys' expressions freeze, then continued in a slow, deliberate tone. The smell of our instant noodles was so strong the wind could carry it at least 2 kilometers. If we don't have the camp fenced in by nightfall, well, be that thing's midnight snack. Anyone who wants to be the first course can lie back down and keep sleeping. These words plunged the outer camp into a deathly silence. 2.8 meters. 400 G. Wang Hao sucked in a breath, a terrifying image of a green-faced, fanged, man-eating monster that devoured college students raw flashing through his mind. Suddenly, the instant noodles in his stomach lost their appeal, replaced by a chill that shot straight to his crown. Work? We have to work. Anyone who tries to stop me will answer to me. Wang Hao was the first to jump up, grabbing a rock from the ground. Brother Nie, just point the way. I'll dedicate my youth to defending the camp. Fear, as always, was humanity's greatest motivator. Under the immense threat of the man-eater, the 12 boys erupted with an unprecedented will to survive, scrambling to receive their assignments. Nie Feng nodded with satisfaction. Take wooden spears and stones, and go cut down trees on the camp's perimeter. Fell every trunk as thick as a thigh, cut them into 2-meter logs, and bring them back. With Nie Feng's command, the cliffside camp instantly transformed into a bustling logging site. With this real modern fire axe work, efficiency achieved a qualitative leap. At the edge of the jungle, Feng seemed to transform into a tireless human logging machine. Planting his feet firmly, he powered from his waist the heavy fire axe moving in his hands like a lightweight toy. Each swing of the axe carved a massive gash into the tough tree trunk. Wood chips flew. In less than 2 minutes, a thigh-thick tropical hardwood let out a teeth-grinding crack and crashed to the ground. The boys nearby watched in stunned amazement. They had been scraping away with sharp stone flakes for ages, barely scratching the bark, while Feng had already felled 3 or 4 large trees. What are you standing around for? Trim the branches, sharpen the ends, and carry them back. Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead and barked. The boys snapped out of their daze, and like worker ants began hauling the heavy logs back toward the camp. Ying and Lin Muxue were also busy. Ying directed the girls to peel and soak the collected vines, weaving them into thumb-thick sturdy ropes. Lin Muxue had taken on the task of processing the logs. Holding a sharp piece of quartz, she crouched on the ground, painstakingly sharpening one end of each log the boys brought back. This was pure, grueling labor, rough on the hands with wood splinters flying everywhere. But this proud campus belle bit her rosy lip and worked in silence. Her mind kept replaying Feng's terrifying description of the giant footprints near the wrecked ship. On this precarious deserted island, she didn't want to be a helpless burden forever hiding behind Feng and her mother. Just as Lin Muxue was forcefully shaving off a piece of tough bark, her hand slipped. A long, hard splinter drove straight into the pad of her right index finger, breaking off inside the flesh. The pain shot through her like a bolt of lightning. Lin Muxue gasped, and the stone in her hand clattered to. Instinctively, she squeezed her finger, her eyes instantly reddening. But seeing her busy classmates around her, she swallowed the cry of pain and tried to dig the splinter out with her fingernail. But the splinter was too deep. The more she picked, the more it hurt, and soon a drop of bright red blood oozed out. Don't pick at it, the splinter will break off and cause an infection. A low voice suddenly sounded above her head. Startled, Lin Muxue looked up. She had no idea when Feng had returned to camp, his axe on his shoulder. He casually tossed the axe aside, crouched down, and without a word grabbed her injured right hand. I am fine. I can get it out myself. Lin Muxue tried to pull her hand back in a fluster. The other boys and girls working nearby were just a short distance away. This kind of tugging was far too conspicuous. Don't move. Feng's grip was surprisingly strong, holding her wrist in a firm, unyielding grasp. He lowered his head, carefully examined the dark splinter in her fingertip, and furrowed his brow slightly. They were standing very close. So close that Lin Muxue could clearly smell his intense masculine scent mingled with sweat and grass, and even feel the warm breath he exhaled onto the back of her hand. Bear with it. It'll hurt a bit. Feng didn't waste words. He pulled a small stainless steel fruit knife from his belt, one head found earlier on the wrecked ship. He briefly sterilized the blade tip over the coals of the fire, then with his left hand, holding Lin Muxue's index finger steady, he used the knife tip to precisely slit the skin over the wound. Lin Muxue let out a stifled whimper of pain, her body involuntarily flinching forward. He looked up, glancing at her pretty face, pale from the pain, yet still stubbornly gritting her teeth. Back at school you seemed like a pampered young lady who never lifted a finger. But on this deserted island you've got quite a... Feng chuckled, a hint of barely perceptible approval in his tone. If it hurts, just yell. There's no one else here. Why pretend to be a tough girl? Who's pretending to be a tough girl? Stung by his taunt, a mix of grievance and pride welled up inside her. Eyes red, she glared at him defiantly. I just don't want to be one of those useless vases who just cries at the slightest injury. Seeing her feisty bristling like an angry kitten, the smile in Feng's eyes deepened. He said nothing more to provoke her, instead lowering his head and softening his movements, gently flicking the knife tip. It's out. A bloody splinter was successfully extracted and tossed to the ground. Feng casually squeezed around the wound to expel a few drops of dirty blood, then very naturally tore a piece of clean broadleaf from nearby and wrapped it around her finger. The entire process was smooth and fluid, carrying an undeniable sense of reassurance. Lin Muxue stared blankly at her bandaged finger, her heart inexplicably skipping a beat. The rough, scorching sensation of his grip on her wrist seemed to linger on her skin, sending an indescribable tingle through her. All right, you're injured. Go rest over there. This rough work of sharpening logs isn't for you. Feng stood up and in a familiar gesture ruffled the top of her head, as if soothing a frightened pet. Lin Muxue froze completely. Never in her life had any boy given her a head pat. By the time she recovered enough to protest, Feng had already turned and walked toward the camp's perimeter. Feng, don't treat me like a child. Lin Muxue protested in a small voice from behind, her face red, but her tone sounding more like a coquettish pout. Not far away, Ying, who was organizing the vines, silently observed the whole scene. Watching her daughter's blushing, shy yet proud demeanor, Ying sighed softly to herself. This was no mere removal of a splinter. It was clearly the mutual stirring of heartstrings. Just last night, she had set aside all her dignity and given herself to him without reservation. Yet now witnessing her daughter's natural youthful flutter and the innate peer-to-peer rapport between the two, a sharp pang of bitterness and an unprecedented sense of crisis surged within Ying's heart. The afternoon sun remained scorching, yet under the relentless urging of the terrifying imaginary enemy known as the 2-meter-8 wild man, the construction efficiency at the cliffside camp rivaled that of modern assembly lines. 1, 2, 3. Heave. Wang Hao and Zhao Peng formed a team, laboring like ants carrying logs as they hoisted a sharpened wooden stake back, with great effort, throwing it into a pre-dug shallow trench at the camp's perimeter. The two were exhausted as if dragged out of water, but they dared not waste a moment to catch their breath, turning back to run into the woods once more. Feng stood by the shallow trench with a fire axe in hand, embodying the strictest chief engineer. Defensive structures cannot be casually constructed by merely surrounding them with wood. In the face of true power, it is no different than paper. Pay attention, this is not about just putting up a fence. Feng directed several boys to bury one end of the tumter-long rough wooden stake deep into the ground, while the sharpened part was angled at 45 degrees, pointing outward toward the surrounding forest. Drive them in crosswise. This is the standard form of a caltrop. A dozen boys grunted as they hammered stones to solidify the stakes. Next, Ying brought over several girls dragging thick vines soaked to an incredible resilience. Under Feng's guidance, everyone tied 3 horizontal beams, each as thick as an arm, across the row of sharp stakes angled outward. Each junction was tightly intertwined into a cross knot with peeled wet vines. Once the vines dried in the wind and lost moisture, they would contract like steel wire, binding all the stakes into an indestructible wall. Among the workers, the most diligent were surprisingly Chu Jie and Zhang Chong. For lunch, Feng had not excluded them, fairly providing the same noodles and hot soup. As that bowl of steaming noodles infused with the essence of modern industrial flavors was consumed, Chu Jie and Zhang Chong felt their souls elevated. Compared to the inhuman torment of gnawing on sour fruits and eating stinking raw crabs in the mud over the past 2 days, this was paradise. After filling their stomachs, Chu Jie's clever mind quickly shifted gears. What is face worth? Can dignity be eaten? Though Feng was tough, he was clear in his rewards and punishments. As long as one worked hard, there would be hot soup to drink, and even a straw mat beneath this safe cliff. Being flexible is the mark of a true man. Chu Jie instantly completed his self-PUA and class identification. Brother Nye, let me and Chong take care of this thick main beam. With a flattering smile, Chu Jie along with Zhang Chong struggled to carry a heavy wooden stake as thick as a thigh and more than 2 meters long to Feng. Wiping the sweat and dirt from his face, he began to lavish praise. Brother Nye, your design for this defensive structure is simply a masterclass in military strategy. This cross caltrop reinforced with vines is as solid as a fortress. Our management department needs talents like you with strategic vision to lead us. Beside him, Wang Hao, who was binding vines, rolled his eyes in disdain, inwardly cursing them as sycophants. Just as he was about to retort, Zhang Chong chimed in with a hoarse voice. Yeah, Brother Nye. In the past at school, I failed to recognize greatness. From now on, I'll leave my 200 pounds of flesh to Brother Nye. You point the way, and I'll follow without hesitation. Watching these two once mighty figures in the class now humble themselves and desperately wag their tails before him, even competing to take on tasks, Feng revealed a playful smile. He wasn't swayed by their flattery. He casually patted the thick wooden stake and said, less flattery, focus on solidifying this stake. If it falls over when the wind blows tonight, you two will be responsible for going outside the camp as bait. Brother Nye, don't worry. If this stake falls, I'll twist my head off to give you a football. Chu Jie was not afraid at all. Instead, he happily pulled Zhang Chong along, working harder than anyone else. Under the overwhelming pressure of strength and survival resources, the old power hierarchy had been completely crushed. Building simple shelters, fashioning traps to catch small animals, weaving bamboo baskets, filtering water, acquiring food, and cooking it. Feng had people cut a large number of thorny wild shrubs and poisonous brambles, stuffing them densely into the gaps of the caltrop wall. As the sun gradually dipped in the west, the last rays of twilight cast a blood-red hue over the forest. The grand construction project was finally completed. A semicircular, only and a half-meter high, terrifying caltrop wall covered in outward-pointing spikes and thorns perfectly enclosed half of the cliffside camp. Only on the side near the creek was there a simple gate made from heavy wooden logs. My dear mother, this is practically a small fortress. Wang Hao slumped behind the caltrop wall, gazing at the defensive structure he had built with his own hands, his palms blistered and sore, too exhausted to even lift a hand. Yet his eyes were filled with an unprecedented sense of solidity. Though the wall was rudimentary, the sharp wooden spikes pointing skyward were enough to pierce even a pickup truck, let alone a wild man. More than 20 students lay sprawled in the open space within the camp, gasping for breath. Although everyone was exhausted to the point of falling apart under the glow of the setting sun, they looked at the strong defense that completely isolated darkness and danger. Gone was the panic of hunger, and the shivers from the unknown monsters were absent. Everyone exchanged glances, even Chu Jie and Wang Hao shared a smile, experiencing a profound sense of accomplishment. The first ray of morning sunlight was awakened by a continuous rumbling sound. After a night of digestion, the instant noodles from noon yesterday and the barbecue from the evening had long become part of nature, properly buried in the dry toilet at the downwind. Now all 25 people in the cliff camp were playing a symphony of hunger with their bellies. Feng opened his eyes and sat up from the grass mat. Last night the camp's defensive project was finally completed. In addition, during the night, Ying, the experienced housekeeper, sneaked into a sheltered corner under the pretext of being afraid of ghosts and kept him company. The skills and cooperation of a mature woman were more effective than any sleeping pill, allowing him to have the most restful sleep on the deserted island. Everyone get up, the sun is shining on your backs. Feng stood up, stretched his limbs, and shouted loudly, "Those who want to eat gather at the camp entrance in 10 minutes. This sentence was like a spell breaking the stillness. The boys who had been lying on the ground pretending to be dead instantly sprang up like clockwork. Washing their faces and organizing their tools, their movements were as nimble as those in military training. As for Chu Jie and Zhang Chong, who had been recruited as full-time sanitation workers, although they were treated the same in terms of food rations and rest time. Because of the lingering sour smell on them, they were pushed to the very edge of the grass mat by the other boys last night. Hearing that there was seafood to eat, the two of them perked up like they had been injected with adrenaline. Zhang Chong, getting up too abruptly, couldn't control his 200-pound frame and stepped on Chu Jie's face. "Ouch, you stepped on my nose, Chong." Chu Jie covered his chin, which had just scabbed over yesterday, and his sore nose writhing in pain on the grass mat. Zhang Chong, in a fluster, tried to pull him up, but slipped and fell tumbling together, with Chu Jie eliciting giggles from the girls. 10 minutes later, Feng stood in front of the makeshift wooden gate, starting to assign tasks. Wang Hao, take 4 boys with sharpened wooden sticks and go downstream to the creek. Look for a place where the water flows, gently move stones to build a shaped fish trap with the opening facing upstream. Once done, guard it closely and stab any fish that swim in with the sticks. Got it, brother Nya. I guarantee to catch the fish properly. Wang Hao patted his chest in response. Zhao Peng, Li Ming, take the rest and follow me. Take the stainless steel pot and water bucket we salvaged from the wrecked ship, along with any coconut shells that can hold things. Feng secured a fire axe at his waist, waved his hand. Destination beach, let's go gather supplies. The grand seafood gathering army set off. Meanwhile, Ying and Lin Mushiwe, who stayed at the camp, started a fire to boil water, preparing to welcome the impending bountiful harvest. After passing through the dense banana grove about 20 minutes later, the salty sea breeze hit their faces. Since today was a big low tide, the seawater receded very far, revealing a vast expanse of intricate black reefs. Under the sunlight, the wet rocks reflected enticing glimmers. Oh my God! Zhao Peng stood at the edge of the reef, looking at the densely packed marine life before him. On those black rocks there grew wild oysters and mussels of various sizes. In the shallow pools there were occasionally a few fist-sized crabs marching around with swagger. If it were 2 days ago, this group of young masters would have felt despair at seeing these shellfish, as the shadow of eating raw crabs still lingered vividly in their minds. But now it was different. In their camp, not only was there fire, but also a stainless steel pot for making soup and bamboo tubes. These had become steaming bowls of seafood soup, in their eyes no longer the disgusting raw food. We struck gold. Brothers, dig in. Without needing Feng to say anything, a dozen boys surged toward the rocky area like a swarm of locusts. Ouch! Li Ming just wanted to pry off a palm-sized wild oyster with his bare hands, but as soon as he applied pressure, his finger was cut by the sharp edge of the oyster, making him flinch in pain. Idiot, oysters grow on rocks. Are you going to lose your fingers trying to pry them off barehanded? Feng helplessly walked over and pulled out the fire axe from his waist. He aimed the back of the axe at the base of the oyster, and with a muffled thud, the powerful impact shattered the limestone it was attached to, dropping a plump wild oyster intact. Use sharp-edged stones as chisels and another stone to smash them. Scrape this reef clean for me. Feng demonstrated, and the boys immediately followed suit, transforming into relentless mining machines. The sound of hammering echoed across the beach. Watching this group of enthusiastic free laborers, Feng nodded in satisfaction. He instructed Zhao Peng to keep an eye on everyone to ensure they didn't wander into deep waters, while he went around to the back of the palm grove, chopping a large bundle of flexible palm fronds and tying them with vines. After nearly 2 hours of work, the boys' achievements were simply astounding. The stainless steel pot and water bucket were filled with plump oysters, sea snails, and crabs with shattered claws. Zhao Peng even dragged back 2 long, thick seaweeds. Brother Nya, look, is this enough for us to eat for 2 days? Zhao Peng proudly pointed at their haul. Well done. Everyone take some back and prepare to eat. Nya Feng hoisted the bundle of palm fronds on his shoulder, waving his hand, as the large procession returned triumphantly. Upon returning to the cliff camp, seeing so many fresh seafood, the women, who had been starving, suddenly cheered. Without needing Nya Feng to instruct, Ying had already taken a few girls to receive the heavy supplies. She immediately arranged for several girls to pour out the seafood at the creek to wash it clean, while she led others to scrub the newly brought stainless steel pot with creek sand and plant ash until it gleamed. After securely placing the pot over the bonfire and filling it with clear mountain spring water. Before long, as the water in the pot began to boil, the cleaned oysters, sea snails, and fat crabs were all tossed into the true modern iron pot. Just as the seafood soup began to emit a dominant aroma, suddenly, there came a cacophony of excited shouts from the creek direction outside the camp. Brother Nya, we struck it big. We struck it big. Wang Hao came running back, soaked and looking like a drowned rat, along with 4 boys. In their hands they held 6 or 7 big, still wriggling freshwater fish strung together with flexible vines. Brother Nya, the shaped stone formation you taught us is simply brilliant. The fish swam in and couldn't find the exit. We speared them perfectly with the sticks. Wang Hao boasted about their catch. Well done. Nya Feng nodded, took a stainless steel fruit knife. Today we have plenty of seafood. Clean these freshwater fish, rub them with sea salt, and hang them by the fire to smoke them into dried fish for our reserves. After speaking, Nya Feng personally squatted by the water channel, deftly gutting the large fish. However, there was a very peculiar detail about his actions. With each fish he handled, he carefully peeled off the milky white swim bladder intact, placing it separately on a clean leaf. Brother Nya, why are you keeping these swim bladders when you've thrown away the fish intestines and entrails? Zhao Peng approached, scratching his head in confusion. These things won't even fill a gap when roasted. Nya Feng rinsed the swim bladders in clean water without lifting his head and told a highly deceptive lie. Eat. These are strategic supplies for survival. Wash them clean, rub them with plant ash to remove the fishy smell, and let them dry to become tough and waterproof. It can rain at any time here. These are far better for igniting dry grass than anything else. The boys listened, stunned for 2 seconds, then filled with admiration. Wow, Brother Nya, you truly have. All right, enough flattery. Hurry up and wash the remaining seafood. It's time to eat. Nya Feng waved his hand, sending the noisy single men on their way. Once the boys dispersed, he shook off the water droplets from his hands and stood up. He walked to the fire pit, and as he passed by Ying, who was stirring the seafood soup with a wooden spoon, he paused. Nya Feng leaned down slightly, speaking in a volume only they could hear, whispering in Ying's ear. Actually, it has an even more important strategic use. Ying was taken aback for a moment and instinctively raised her head, asking what. Nya Feng's gaze casually swept over Ying's flat stomach, and a wicked smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he spoke in a deep magnetic voice. After cleaning and applying snake oil, it's very elastic. It's the most natural method of protection. After all, in this desolate place, there isn't even cold medicine. If something were to happen, I won't be delivering. As soon as those words were spoken, Ying froze her hand with the wooden spoon, shaking suddenly. Her stunning face turned bright red at an observable speed, even her long neck showing a deep. This guy actually considered even such matters. Moreover, he used such a grandiloquent excuse to fool everyone, only secretly telling her. But beneath this extreme shame, an indescribable sense of reassurance surged uncontrollably in Ying's heart. After all, when she woke up this morning, the dry, tight marks still reminded her. She had been carrying a heavy stone in her heart, fearing that if she really won the lottery, it would be a nightmare on this deserted island. Now, looking at this man who had arranged everything flawlessly, the last trace of worry in Ying's heart completely dissipated. You? Stop talking nonsense and go wash your hands. Ying took a deep breath, forcibly calming her racing heart, and shot him a shy glare. To conceal her chaotic heartbeat, she hastily changed the subject, pointing to the girls working in the distance with a slightly worried expression. Xiao Feng, the food situation is temporarily resolved. But what about the clothes? Ying glanced down at her chiffon shirt, now barely recognizable in color with several holes in the hem. After these few days of wear and tear, everyone's clothes have basically turned into rags. Especially for the girls, if this continues, we will truly be without proper clothing. This is very inconvenient in the wild. It's not just a matter of dignity. In the tropical jungle, exposing large areas of skin is like delivering takeout to insects and mosquitoes. Nya Feng stroked his chin. That can be easily handled. He walked over to the meat drying rack beside the campsite and ripped off a 4-meter-long half-dried snake skin that had been hanging in the wind. This was shed by Li Ming and Su Jiao when they processed that giant reticulated python. It had been hanging on the branches to dry out the smell for the past few days. Snake skin is tough and waterproof. It's natural leather. Feng tossed the snake skin and the palm leaves he had just cut onto a flat stone slab, then pulled out the 2 stainless steel fruit knives he found on the wrecked ship and handed them to Ying. We can weave the palm leaves into linings and use the snake skin as an outer layer for scratch and insect protection. Feng clapped his hands looking at Ying, whose face was full of surprise. Miss Yin, I've brought you the materials and knives. How to turn these into wearable clothes depends on your skilled hands. Upon hearing that there were materials to make new clothes, several girls in the camp, including Lin Mu Shui, excitedly surrounded them. For girls who love beauty, being able to replace their dirty and ragged garments with something new was even more exhilarating than a full meal. Making clothes from snake skin. Isn't that a bit too wild? Lin Mu Shui touched the thick snake skin covered in strange patterns. Although it had been cleaned and a bit of snake oil applied to prevent cracking, it still exuded an air of respectful wildness. All right, leave it to me. Ying immediately drew upon her confidence from having been a craft club instructor in college, saying, although we don't have needles and thread, we can use thin vines as thread and sharp fish bones as awls to punch holes. Making a simple wrap skirt or vest is no problem. Without delay, while the seafood soup was still simmering, Ying grabbed the sharp fruit knife and began cutting the large snake skin on the stone slab. To prevent the snake skin from hardening and becoming uncomfortable, she carefully patted the inside with woven soft palm leaves. Mu Shui, come here, I need to measure your size. Ying held a piece of vine as a measuring tape and waved at the daughter. Lin Mu Shui obediently walked over, spreading her arms. As Ying measured her slender waist and full bosom with the vine, she turned her head to look at Feng sitting nearby. Xiao Feng, do you think this most intact section of the snake skin's belly is better for making a long skirt that goes past the knee or a short skirt that reaches the knee? Suddenly being called out, Feng was taken aback. How did this turn into a family consultation? He looked Lin Mu Shui up and down, taking in her long, straight, and shining white legs. In a place like this deserted island, if those legs were fully exposed, they would soon be marked with bloodstains. Make it a long skirt, Feng pragmatically suggested. Looks can't feed you. A long skirts protect against mosquitoes and prevent wardrobe malfunctions. After all, we have a bunch of single men here with eyes gleaming with envy. Upon hearing this straightforward remark, Lin Mu Shui was not angry. Instead, her cheeks turned slightly red. This guy, while sounding grandiloquent on the surface, was actually driven by possessiveness, not wanting other boys to see her legs. You have some sense, Lin Mu Shui huffed proudly in her heart, but couldn't help but smile at the corners of her mouth. All right, I'll listen to you, and make a long skirt. Ying nodded with a smile, her hands moving swiftly. This scene made Su Jiao, who was watching from the side, unbearably jealous. The two of them were happily engaged in wild haute couture, with the best part of the python's belly skin reserved for the campus belle, while she could only wait to pick up the remaining scraps and palm leaves. But there was nothing she could do. After all, Ying was the boss in charge of logistics. Before long, the seafood soup was finally ready. The sweetness of the oysters, the richness of the crabs combined with coarse salt created the most primal and extreme feast on this deserted island. 25 people gathered around the bonfire, eating messily. Even the girls who usually paid attention to their image were voraciously chewing on kelp. After finishing the last sip of broth, everyone collapsed on the grass mat, contentedly burping, feeling that life had reached its peak. After eating and drinking their fill, the Wild Fashion Week officially began. Ying's skills were indeed impressive. She cleverly utilized the natural patterns of the snake's skin and the weaving of the thin vines, managing to create several sets of wild battle robes that, while rough, were definitely durable. When Lin Mu Shui put on the newly made long skirt pieced together from python skin and palm leaves and walked out from behind the banana leaf screen, the air in the entire campsite fell silent for a moment. Although there was no modern tailoring, the soft palm leaf lining conformed to her figure, and the outer layer was adorned with mysteriously patterned python skin, supported by her stunningly beautiful face and impressive figure. This primitive and rugged material was transformed by her into an aesthetic wildness reminiscent of a post-apocalyptic wasteland, resembling an elven queen emerging from the jungle. Feng sat on a rock watching the transformed ice-cold campus belle before him, a glint of unabashed astonishment flashing in his eyes. How is it? Is it fitting? Ying stood beside him, smiling as she asked Feng. Very nice. Feng nodded, his gaze trailing down from Lin Mu Shui's pale collarbone to where the snake's skin waist cincher was tightly tied with thin vines, chuckling softly. As expected of the campus belle, even wearing snake skin can make her look like a model. Now they don't have to worry about getting their clothes torn in the forest and exposing themselves. This was made by my mom after working all afternoon. Don't look at it with that expression. Lin Mu Shui felt a bit awkward under his gaze, rolling her eyes at him in mock annoyance. Yet her hands were honest, smoothing out the wrinkles at the hem of her skirt, feeling sweet inside. In this harsh wilderness, having a clean, sturdy new outfit and receiving compliments from this man was far more delightful than a seafood feast. Meanwhile, Ying watched the natural flirting between her daughter and Nia Feng glancing down at her own fitted vest, made from the leftover snake skin, her expression dimming slightly. The night was deep and heavy. With the spiked barricade surrounding them, and the roaring bonfire ablaze, the cliffside camp experienced the most reassuring night since being stranded on the deserted island. On the straw mats outside, Wang Hao, Zhao Peng, and the other boys were already snoring loudly, their snores intertwining to create a rugged symphony of the wilderness. However, the atmosphere in the girls' area just 2 meters away from the boys was entirely different. Although several girls were also exhausted, the 2 hearty meals of seafood they had for lunch and dinner had filled their stomachs and revived their spirits. Moreover, they had not only received food during the day, but also some scraps of snakeskin and palm leaves to make clothes, and now they were huddled together whispering, "Hey, do you think we will ever be able to make clothes as beautiful as Lin's?" Lu Tong, wrapped in the palm leaf vest she clumsily stitched together with fine vines, looked at the crooked seams enviously in the direction of the inner camp. Her snakeskin skirt looks just like a haute couture gown. Come on, don't compare your skills to hers. We should just be grateful that we get to eat seafood every day and have materials to make even a makeshift garment. Another girl named Wang Yu lowered her voice, pouting with envy. You don't even consider who she is. Teacher Yin is the overseer of logistics, of course. She gets to pick the best materials and the fattest meat first for her and her daughter. Exactly. Another girl chimed in. Did you see how Zhou Qian tried to fawn over Niegu by bringing him water and wiping his sweat the other day? She was promptly put in her place by Teacher Yin. That mother and daughter duo has such a tight hold on Niegu. We, the working girls on the outskirts, have no chance to get close. Lying on the outermost edge, Su Jiao had her eyes closed, listening to all their whispers. She bit her lip and slowly opened her eyes in the dark. Su Jiao was a very pragmatic girl. She understood clearly that although Nia Feng was strict with rewards and punishments, those who worked hard got to eat. But in a place where food was scarce, being a firewood collector was vastly different from being the camp's hostess. The treatment was absolutely worlds apart. A few days ago, during an evening bath, Zhou Qian pretended to slip to entice Nia Feng. Though she was eventually subdued by Ying's methods, Nia Feng not only did not refuse her, but even teased her. This sent a very clear signal. This king of the wilderness was not averse to a woman's initiative. Even if Teacher Yin was authoritative, she was still a mature woman in her 30s. At just 19 years old, with youth on her side and a figure not much inferior to Lin Mushui's, why shouldn't she strive for that warmest straw mat and the best treatment? Thinking of this, Su Jiao's heart began to race. She quietly sat up, using the faint glow of the fire to survey her surroundings. Everyone was asleep. Even Li Ming, who was on watch, was dozing off against a tree stump. Su Jiao took a deep breath. She glanced down at her already tattered, light-colored knitted shirt. In pursuit of the best visual effect, she steeled herself, reached for the neckline that was already slightly frayed, and tugged it down with force. Rip! The neckline was stretched wider, exposing a large expanse of fair collarbone, and even revealing the alluring cleavage within. She also rolled up the legs of her shorts to reveal as much of her long legs as possible. After doing all this, Su Jiao crept like a cat ready to steal, stealthily moving past the bonfire, stepping on the soft pine needles, heading towards the innermost part of the cliffside camp. 10 meters. 5 meters. The exclusive spot separated by banana leaves was right in front of her. Su Jiao imagined herself lying on the warm straw, enjoying food all to herself in the beautiful future. However, just as she was about to cross the invisible boundary into the inner camp, a gentle, composed, yet piercing voice suddenly rang out from the dark corner. Su Jiao, why are you wandering around at this hour instead of sleeping? Su Jiao startled, her whole body shivering, almost letting out a scream. She quickly turned her head. There, sitting upright on a flat stone at the edge of the inner camp, was Ying. She wore a fitted vest made of snake skin that accentuated her strikingly mature curves. Holding a small stick, she was leisurely tending to the charcoal in a small fire pit. The firelight illuminated Ying's stunning face, exuding a suffocating aura of authority. Why, Teacher Yin? Su Jiao cursed her bad luck internally. Oh, why was this woman awake at such an hour guarding the door for Nia Feng? Yet her expression changed rapidly, quickly adopting a pitiful demeanor. She deliberately shrank her shoulders to appear more delicate and frail. Teacher, I feel a bit cold and can't sleep. I saw that the fire over here is more robust, so I wanted to come warm myself. As she spoke, Su Jiao boldly attempted to step forward, trying to bypass Ying to find the real target. Cold. Ying not only did not step aside, but instead stood up to block her path. Ying's gaze swept over Su Jiao's deliberately open neckline and rolled up thighs like a searchlight, revealing a meaningful cold smile. It's the middle of the night and you're dressed so coolly with your neckline almost down to your stomach. How can you not feel cold? Ying's voice was low, but each word struck the heart. Su Jiao's face turned bright red, caught in the act of her green tea intentions. She felt so embarrassed, she wished she could crawl into a crack in the ground. Teacher Yin, you misunderstood. My shirt got torn during the day while working. Su Jiao still tried to argue. Enough, put away your act. Ying's expression turned serious as she adopted her authoritative demeanor from her days managing student affairs at school. Feng set the rules a few days ago: boys sleep on the left, girls sleep on the right. The inner camp is a private area where no one is allowed to cross the boundary without permission. You keep calling him Gu, yet you disregard the rules he set. Ying stepped forward, her commanding presence palpable. If you want to warm up, the bonfire outside is large enough. If you feel the firewood isn't enough, you can go collect some from the edge of the woods right now. But here there is no place for you. Faced with Ying's relentless pressure, Su Jiao's eyes turned red with it. Relying on her youth and beauty, she couldn't help but retort through gritted teeth. Teacher, Yin, this is Nya guest camp. I just wanted to borrow a fire from him. Isn't your interference a bit too much? Is it that you want to monopolize? Whether she is interfering is not for you to decide. Before Su Jiao could finish her sentence, a strikingly graceful figure suddenly emerged from behind the banana leaf screen. Lin Mushui, dressed in a long gown radiating wild beauty, stood with her arms crossed, her gaze as cold as ice. She walked over to her mother, disdainfully surveying Su Jiao from head to toe, her tone dripping with unabashed sarcasm. If you have the time to flaunt yourself in the middle of the night, you might as well go smash some crabs down at the beach. If you are overflowing with energy and have nowhere to vent it, the dry toilet downwind still needs filling. You can go keep Chu Jie company. Su Jiao felt humiliated and furious, her eyes brimming with tears at the back of her eyelids squeezed between this mother-daughter duo's banter. She knew that with these two gatekeepers on watch, even if she stripped herself bare, she wouldn't have a chance to touch a single leaf of Nia Feng's straw mat. I'm sorry, teacher, Yin, I must have gone to the wrong place. Su Jiao bit down on her silver teeth, forcing back her tears. She turned, covering her neckline, and hurriedly ran back to the girls' area outside. Watching Su Jiao's embarrassed retreat, Ying let out a gentle sigh. In this wilderness version of Zhenhuan, she had secured a solid victory, successfully defending her territory. She turned to look at her daughter beside her, a glimmer of gratification and a smile flashing in her eyes. Well done, Miss Lin. Your words were quite sharp. That last line was really satisfying. However, Lin Mushui did not smile back at her mother as she usually did. She lowered her arms from her chest, her gaze complex, as she looked at Ying. Mom, I certainly won't be polite to outsiders. But seeing you squatting at someone else's door like a security guard in the middle of the night. Lin Mushui lowered her voice, her tone tinged with a sour awkwardness. Don't you think your territorial instinct is a bit too strong? If someone didn't know any better, they'd think you were guarding the door for your husband. As soon as this was said, Ying's smile instantly froze. She did not expect that her daughter, who had just been aligned with her, would turn her guns on her. What nonsense are you? Ying felt a pang of guilt as she averted her gaze, poking the charcoal in the fire pit with a stick, trying to mask her unease. I am the camp's overseer. Maintaining order is part of my duty. And Nia Feng has been so tired during the day, he needs a quiet resting environment. I can't just let anyone disturb him, can I, eh? Is that so? Lin Mushui leaned in a bit closer, her beautiful eyes seemingly able to see through people's hearts. She intentionally elongated her tone, suggesting, but when I went to wash my face by the water earlier, I saw someone seriously scrubbing a few strange little white bubbles. I heard that once cleaned, those things are highly elastic strategic resources. Upon hearing strategic resources and little bubbles, Ying's mind went boom as if a bomb had exploded. Those were the fish bladders Nia Feng had set aside while processing freshwater fish during the day. At night, while no one was paying attention, she had indeed blushed as she secretly took them to the stream to repeatedly scrub and clean, then hung them behind the banana leaves on her side. She thought she had been flawless, but unexpectedly her daughter had caught her. That was for Pat. Ying stammered in defense, her cheeks turning red all the way to her ears, feeling 100 times more embarrassed than when she dealt with Su Jiao. Do you need snake oil to pack tinder? Lin Mushui ruthlessly exposed this clumsy lie. Watching her mother's flustered expression, the bitterness in her heart nearly boiled over. Mom, we're all adults. Some things we can just let be understood without saying it out loud. Lin Mushui bit her red lip, her tone filled with an unprecedented seriousness and stubbornness. You can handle the outsiders like Su Jiao and Zhou Qian, but I'm here. In the future, who will be whose mistress is really uncertain. With this charged declaration of war, Lin Mushui turned and walked back to the banana leaf screen that belonged to her and her mother, leaving Ying standing alone, her hand holding the stick, trembling slightly, feeling disheveled in the wind. Her daughter had grown up. Not only had she grown up, but she was also shamelessly starting to compete with her for men. Ying looked at the graceful figure behind the screen and then glanced at Nia Feng's resting corner, feeling a wave of anguish in her heart. How would she navigate life on this deserted island from now on? At this moment, less than 5 meters away, in the exclusive spot separated by banana leaves, Nia Feng was lying on the thick straw mat, his hands behind his head. He actually had not fallen asleep at all. From Su Jiao's stealthy approach to Ying's formidable interception, and later the internal conflict filled with tension and sparks between the exquisite mother and daughter. With the keen hearing enhanced by his breathing technique, he heard all the commotion outside clearly. Heh, Feng chuckled softly in the dark, a look of delight on his face. He raised his right hand, holding a completely dried, well-processed, and elastic milky white fish bladder. He tugged at it slightly with his fingers. The quality was indeed impressive. Aunt Yan's cleaning skills were on point. Listening to these two stunning beauties outside fighting over him, even disregarding their usual dignified demeanor, Feng felt not the slightest headache. Instead, he found it quite enjoyable. This was the benefit of strength. In a civilized society, either of these women would be an unattainable goddess for countless men. But on this lawless, deserted island, with enough power and resources, he could not only establish his stronghold in this treacherous place, but also enjoy the thrilling harem tug-of war with a clear conscience. Feng casually stuffed the fish bladder under the straw mat. He turned over, adjusting into a comfortable position while listening to the sound of the sea wind howling outside. Tomorrow, besides arranging heavy labor for this group of workers, it would also be time to gather some sturdy vines and animal tendons to make some self-defense ranged weapons. In the early morning, the cliffside camp slowly awakened. After a simple breakfast of hot soup, the head steward, Ying, began to methodically assign the day's tasks to the workers. Feng sat on a blue stone at the edge of the camp, carefully sharpening his fire axe with a rough stone. The axe blade glinted coldly in the sunlight. Aunt Yin, keep an eye on the camp. Feng stood up, coiling a long snake tendon and slinging it over his shoulder. He had specifically had it extracted and dried in the shade after dealing with the corpse of the giant reticulated python. It was extremely tough. I'm heading into the depths of the forest. The half-meter-long fresh footprints remained a hidden danger. Relying solely on a wooden spear for protection was insufficient. I need to find some resilient wood to craft a longbow for ranged attacks. Ying nodded, her eyes reflecting habitual concern. Just be careful, go early, and come back early. Before Feng could step forward, a crisp voice suddenly chimed in from the side. Lin Muxua, dressed in a wild beauty, approached him in a snakeskin patchwork long skirt. On her cold and stunning face was an unmistakable stubbornness. What are you going to do? Ying frowned slightly, attempting to dissuade her. The path in the depths of the forest is treacherous. Following him will only cause trouble for Feng. Stay here and help me finish weaving those bamboo baskets. I won't. Lin Muxua not only stood her ground, but boldly retorted against her mother's gaze. I can't spend my entire life waiting behind the horse chestnut wall for you to feed me. Everyone is well aware of what the half-meter-long fresh footprints seen by the abandoned ship signify. Moreover, I have been keenly aware of the recent events occurring in the camp. Lin Muxua implied. This place is fraught with monsters outside and schemes within. I need to learn some self-defense skills from him. It's far better than living in fear every day in the camp. This child. Ying was momentarily at a loss for words by her daughter's sharp remarks. Lin Muxua's biting words reminded her of the embarrassing moment when her daughter caught her sneakingly washing fish bladders, causing her ears to redden with guilt, rendering her speechless. Feng watched the mother-daughter duo, who were secretly at odds again, and couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He certainly understood why Lin Muxua was so eager. He had heard every detail of the strategic material dispute that almost led to a declaration of war between the two women outside his door last night. This girl was clearly stimulated and filled with a sense of crisis, eager to find an opportunity to break away from the base camp and take the initiative to cut in. All right, let her come along. Feng shook the axe in his hand. It's just right, making a longbow requires a lot of tough bark fibers to mix with the snake tendons, and I'm a bit slow at stripping the bark by myself. Having an extra pair of hands would be quite helpful. Upon hearing Feng's decision, Lin Muxua's lips immediately curled into a small victorious smile. She tilted her chin at her mother and briskly followed in Feng's footsteps. Only Ying remained standing in place, watching the two figures walk into the woods, feeling both angry and helpless as she sighed. As they distanced themselves from the lively camp, the jungle gradually grew deep and tranquil. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, casting mottled patches of light on the leaf-strewn ground. Feng walked ahead, using his wooden spear to clear away the thorny bushes in their path. Lin Muxua followed closely behind him, like a dutiful little tail, stepping in the footprints he left. The two of them did not talk much along the way. It wasn't until they crested a moss-covered hill that Feng stopped in front of a sunlit slope. Lucky us, there's a small patch of wild wood here. He patted a tree trunk that was as thick as his arm with gray-brown bark. This type of wood is hard and elastic. It was the best material for making strong bows in ancient times. They'll chop the wood. You go over there and help me gather some of those long, thin, hairy vines. Be careful not to cut your hands on the thorns. Got it, foreman? Lin Muxua made a rare joke, her tone light. In this place, away from the crowd and her mother, she felt that even the air she breathed had become free and sweet. Without those scheming girls, there was also no pressure from ethical hierarchies. The two began to work separately. Crack, crack. Nie Feng swung the fire axe, the powerful force causing the whole tree to tremble slightly. After working for over an hour, both of them were covered in sweat. Let's take a break. Nie Feng laid down the two straightest woods, trimmed the excess branches with his axe, and then plopped down on a thick dead tree trunk. He pulled out the cork from the bamboo tube at his waist and took several gulps of refreshing spring water. Lin Muxue also paused her work. She wiped the thin sweat from her forehead, walked over to Nie Feng, and sat down at a safe distance of a fist's length from him. Nie Feng handed her the water bottle. Lin Muxue accepted it without a trace of disdain, taking several gulps from the rim where he had just drunk. There have been quite a few changes in the camp these days. Indeed, it's quite substantial, from a refugee camp to a primitive tribe. Nie Feng leaned against the tree trunk and casually replied, I'm not talking about the camp, I'm talking about the people. Lin Muxue turned her head, her beautiful eyes reflecting Nie Feng's rugged profile. Back in school, I thought Su Jiao was just a bit vain and Chu Jia was somewhat bureaucratic. But here they would trample their dignity underfoot just for a meal. She lowered her eyelids, her voice laced with a complex emotion. Even my mom. I can barely recognize. She used to be picky even when washing vegetables, yet now she can wash bloody snake meat without batting an eye. Even. Lin Muxue bit her lip, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks, leaving her words hanging. Even to keep me by her side, she has abandoned her previous pride, hasn't she? Nie Feng turned his head, bluntly picking up on her words. Lin Muxue stiffened slightly at the core of her thoughts. She lifted her head and looked at Nie Feng with some defiance. Do you think you're so proud? All the girls in the camp are trying to please you, and even my mom is completely obedient to you. You're practically the local emperor of this island now. Seeing this usually high and mighty school belle pouting like a jealous little girl, Nie Feng couldn't help but laugh. Lin, the great school belle, your jealousy is evident even from 3 miles away. Nie Feng not only wasn't angry, but leaned slightly closer to her. I'm not jealous. Lin Muxue retorted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, instinctively wanting to pull back. But Nie Feng suddenly reached out and firmly grasped her slender wrist. What are you running from? Nie Feng lowered his head, his gaze falling on the shallow cut on her index finger made by a thorn while she was stripping vines. His thumb gently rubbed along the edge of the wound. The rough touch sent a strange tingling sensation coursing through Lin Muxue's body. You've never done this kind of rough work before, have you? Does it hurt? Nie Feng's voice was soft, imbued with a warmth that struck straight to the heart. Lin Muxue had originally intended to pull her hand back, but the moment she heard those words, the hardened defenses in her heart suddenly crumbled. She stopped struggling and allowed him to hold her hand, her eyes misting with unshed tears. Stop pretending to be sincere here. Lin Muxue bit her lip, her voice softening, filled with deep grievance and unreserved honesty. That night, I actually never fell asleep. I was scared. I was really terrified. I was afraid that if I did nothing one day, there wouldn't even be a place for me to stand by your side. In this cruel wilderness, Su Jiao had skills, Zhou Qian had cunning, and even her own mother possessed the charm and decisiveness of a mature woman. And what about her? Besides the empty title of school belle, she didn't even know how to grasp the only man who could give her a sense of security. Looking at the girl before him who had shed all her cold facades and exposed her most vulnerable self, Nie Feng's playful demeanor completely faded away. He not only did not let go, but instead exerted a slight force on his wrist, pulling Lin Muxue into his embrace. Bang! Lin Muxue's cheek pressed against his warm, solid chest. The familiar sound of his heartbeat and the scent of hormones instantly enveloped her. What are you daydreaming about? Nie Feng's chin rested lightly on the top of her head, his voice deep and magnetic. From the day I took you away from the main force, I never intended to leave you behind. These words acted like a calming pill, firmly smashing into Lin Muxue's anxious heart. She finally stopped suppressing herself. Lin Muxue abruptly lifted her head, gripping the hem of Nie Feng's shirt tightly with both hands. In her usually cold eyes burned a fierce wildness. She did not speak, but closed her eyes, standing on her tiptoes. With a hint of awkwardness, yet an unmistakable determination, she pressed her soft lips against Nie Feng's. This initiating gesture, like a dragonfly touching the water, instantly ignited the air beneath the dead tree trunk. Nie Feng, being a normal man, could hardly remain indifferent to such an alluring invitation. He took the lead. His large hand cradled the back of Lin Muxue's head, deepening the kiss that carried the scent of the jungle and foliage. Lin Muxue let out a suppressed moan. Her initial awkwardness quickly transformed into passionate reciprocation under Nie Feng's skilled guidance. The surrounding wind seemed to still, and sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, bathing their tightly embraced bodies. As their breathing grew more rapid, the temperature in the air soared. Nie Feng wrapped his arms around her waist, applying a slight force, causing them to fall onto the patch of soft pine needles and thick moss behind the tree trunk. The moment her back contacted the soft ground, Lin Muxue opened her dazed eyes, looking at the man above her whose gaze was as intense as a wolf's. Her heart raced as if it would leap out of her chest, her body trembled slightly from nervousness, yet she showed no signs of retreat. Feng. She softly called his name, her arms wrapping around his neck. Just as the atmosphere reached its peak and the arrow was about to be released, Feng suddenly halted his actions. He straightened up, freeing one hand to slowly retrieve something from his pants pocket, as if performing magic. It was a translucent, flexible object presenting a milky white color. Lin Muxue initially couldn't, but when she focused and recognized what it was, her already flushed cheeks turned bright red like boiling water. You actually brought this with you? Lin Muxue's eyes widened in shock as she angrily punched Feng's solid chest. You big pervert. Did you plan to do something bad when you brought me out this morning? That was clearly the fish bladder that Ying had washed clean by the stream yesterday. Her face flushed. Lin, the great school belle, you're wronging me here. Feng not only showed no sign of guilt, but instead wore he skillfully pinched the strategic material between his fingers. The first rule of survival on a deserted island: never fight an unprepared battle. This is called making provisions for a rainy day. Besides, who was it that initiated the kiss just now? I'm simply responding to public sentiment. You shameless. Lin Muxue was left speechless by his rogue logic, feeling so embarrassed that she wanted to find a banana leaf to cover her face. But she didn't truly refuse. She only struggled symbolically a couple of times before allowing Feng to pin her down again. In this quiet, primitive jungle where only the sounds of birds and insects could be heard, they were far away from the noise of the camp and had no disturbances from anyone. Deep within the primordial jungle, sunlight streams through the dense, interwoven canopy, cascading like shards of gold onto the soft grass carpeted with thick pine needles and moss. Surrounded by tranquility, only the occasional chirp of birds and the rustling of leaves in the gentle breeze can be heard. But behind the thick trunk of an ancient dead tree, the air feels ignited, suffocatingly hot. Lin Muxue lay flat on the soft moss, her once wild and beautiful snakeskin patchwork dress now pushed above her waist. Her skin, as flawless and pure as mutton fat jade, radiates a mesmerizing and deadly allure against the rough primal backdrop of the jungle. Feng propped himself on one arm beside her face, looking down at the usually unattainable ice queen of the Ying, embodying the effortless charm of a mature woman, flowed like a deep, gentle lake, instinctively knowing how to complement and respond. Without his guidance, every subtle motion exuding a tantalizing allure. But at this moment, Lin Muxue was entirely different. She was too innocent, as pure as a freshly unfolded sheet of white paper, untouched by even the most basic ink. Her body was as stiff as a taut wooden board, her long straight legs trembling slightly from excessive tension. Her beautiful eyes, usually cold and proud, were tightly shut at this moment. Her long eyelashes fluttered like the wings of a frightened butterfly, the corners of her eyes glistening with a hint of shame-induced moisture. Her hands, unsure of where to rest, gripped the thick layer of moss beneath her tightly. This naivete and fear, contrasting sharply with her earlier bold kiss and declarations of dominance, created a striking visual impact. If you're scared, you can still call it off now. Feng's voice was low and hoarse, carrying a patience that even his fingertip gently brushed along Lin Muxue's tense jawline, feeling the fine layer of cold sweat that had formed on her skin. While I am not exactly a paragon of virtue, I do not have a penchant for coercing college girls in the wild. Lin, the campus beauty, this is a lifetime commitment. Once you cross this threshold, you can no longer maintain that lofty demeanor here with me. Hearing this, Lin Muxue suddenly opened her eyes wide. In those shimmering, tear-filled orbs, a flash of anger from being belittled and a wild, desperate determination emerged. Who is scared? Lin Muxue bit her red lip, struggling against the impulse to flee. Not only did she not push Feng away, but she also loosened her grip on the moss, trembling, yet resolutely climbing onto Feng's broad, sturdy shoulder. Feng, don't look down on me. If my mother could give you this, I can too. Moreover, I will be even cleaner. And this statement landed like a heavy bomb in a man's heart, infused with a unique, unreserved, sacrificial spirit of a young girl. Feng took a deep breath, the last remnants of jest in his eyes vanished, replaced by a fervor and aggression akin to a lone wolf in the wilderness locking onto its prey. This is what you brought upon yourself. He ceased the small talk, leaning down, pressing his fervent lips heavily against her incessantly chattering red lips. This kiss was no longer the tentative and reassuring brush of before, but a fierce and overwhelming. Lin Muxue emitted an unanticipated soft moan as all breath and protest were instantly swallowed. She felt like a lone boat tossed on tumultuous waves, completely losing control of her body. Feng's breath enveloped her like a tidal wave, his large, rough hands accustomed to gripping a wooden spear gliding with a chilling magic along her waist. This overwhelming and dominating touch left Lin Muxue feeling both strange and fearful, yet deep inside an uncontrollable thrill surged like electricity. Is this the power of a man? Unlike He Ying's skilled cooperation, Lin Mushue's instinctive reactions to Nie Feng's actions were all rigid evasion and tension. When Nie Feng's rough fingertips unintentionally brushed over her flat, firm abdomen, she would involuntarily flinch away, like being electrocuted, a suppressed gasp escaping her throat. This clumsy awkwardness, yet desperately forcing herself to adapt, was far more lethal than any sophisticated technique. Don't be tense, relax a little. Nie Feng noticed her muscles were taut as stone and had to temporarily halt his. He leaned closer to her ear, his warm breath grazing her sensitive earlobe, softly coaxing. If you remain this tense, you'll suffer later on. I can't control myself. Lin Mushue's voice was tinged with a noticeable whimper. She gripped Nie Feng's neck tightly, burying her face in his shoulder, not daring to look up at him. Nie Feng chuckled helplessly. He freed one hand, retrieving the strategic resource he had set aside earlier, a cleaned and dried fish bladder along with a small amount of transparent snake oil wrapped in half a leaf. As the cool, slick snake oil was gently applied by Nie Feng's fingertips to the crucial hindrance, Lin Mushue's entire body jolted, her legs instinctively wanting to close. What are you doing? Tears of humiliation streamed down her face as she bit down hard on Nie Feng's shoulder muscle, trying to stop this act that shamed her to her very soul. In the wild, conditions are primitive. Without this as lubrication, you'll get hurt. Nie Feng allowed her to bite his shoulder, his hands' movements unwavering. Compared to He Ying's body reminiscent of a ripe peach that oozes juice with a mere touch, Lin Mushue at this moment resembled a tightly closed snow lotus. Without external assistance, forcing a pluck would only tear the petals apart. With the aid of snake oil, that final barrier was gently dissolved. Nie Feng securely placed the pliable fish bladder. He gazed at the girl beneath him, her eyes tightly shut, lashes adorned with tears, so tense that she seemed to forget to breathe, and a flicker of solemnity and pity crossed his gaze. Mushue, look at me, Nie Feng commanded softly. Lin Mushue trembled as she opened her eyes, her gaze meeting Nie Feng's deep, night-sky-like eyes. From today onward, you are no longer just the lofty campus beauty, nor anyone's daughter. You are now my. As soon as his words fell, a shrill and brief scream shattered the tranquility of the jungle. The pain was so vivid and intense that her tears immediately spilled over, running down her cheeks into her hair. Her 2 rows of pearly white teeth bit down hard on Nie Feng's shoulder, and from the force, she even tasted a hint of iron. Her 10 delicate fingers dug into Nie Feng's sturdy back like a drowning person grasping for a lifeline, leaving behind shocking red marks. It hurts. Nie Feng. It hurts so much. She sobbed, her arms that once wrapped around his neck now weakly pounding on his chest, instinctively wanting to retreat. This was entirely different from the weeping, pleading gasps of He Ying from last night. While He Ying's surrender brought Nie Feng a sense of encompassing comfort akin to a deep-sea whirlpool, Lin Mushue instead brought him an indescribable tightness, resistance, and a profound sense of conquering something pure. Be good, bear with it, it will be over soon. Nie Feng endured the maddening tightness and forcefully halted his actions. He did not continue the forceful advance, but lowered his head, gently kissing away the tears at the corners of her eyes, pecking softly at her lips and nose, using patient comfort to distract her from the pain. On this perilous, deserted island, the once ruthless wild tyrant known for his decisive killings and cold indifference towards others now displayed the greatest tenderness of his life to nurture the snow lotus that had just bloomed for him. Under Nie Feng's exceedingly patient comfort, the tearing pain finally began to slowly subside. Lin Mushue's tense body also gradually softened amidst the sweat and gasps. Feeling her relaxation, Nie Feng's breath became heavy once more. He held her slender waist, initiating a gradual, yet unstoppable invasion. Initially, Lin Mushue could only grit her teeth and endure, her brows tightly knitted. But gradually, as the unfamiliar pain began to fade, a strange tingling sensation akin to electric currents coursing through her spine began to spread from the depths of her body. Nie Feng. Her whimpers, suppressed by pain, unknowingly transformed into intermittent soft gasps. This sound was no longer one of painful resistance, but rather an instinctive expression of surrender and desire from an untouched girl tasting the forbidden fruit for the first time. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, dancing with the sway of the wind, casting ever-changing shadows on their tightly entwined bodies. The rough moss and pine needles grazed Lin Mushue's delicate back, bringing a slight sting, but at that moment this sting became a potent catalyst of the wild atmosphere. In civilized society, this jungle might incite fear, but at that moment this desolate wilderness became an excellent sanctuary for them to unleash their most primal instincts. There was no moral judgment, no ethical constraints. Only the purest form of possession and being possessed. Lin Mushue's consciousness had become utterly blurred. She felt as if she had been swept into the center of a scorching storm, helplessly clinging to the only tree that could support her. Her hands unconsciously wandered over Nie Feng's broad, sweat-drenched back, feeling the terrifying explosive power of his well-defined muscles with every movement. In her mind, the image of her mother, Ying, with her compliant and even somewhat flattering mature face flashed by. But soon this image was utterly shattered. I am yours. In the throes of extreme frenzy, Lin Mushui didn't even know what all she knew was that from this day forth she would no longer need to maintain any facade of a campus beauty in front of this man, nor would she need to envy anyone. For she had already imprinted her own most precious and purest essence upon this man, like a wild emperor, marking him as hers alone. Lin Mushui, uncertain how long had passed, with Nie Feng letting out a deep muffled grunt, the forest storm that seemed to burn out one's very soul finally began to gradually calm amidst the rapid gasps. The woods returned to tranquility. Only the occasional calls of birds in the distance seemed to bear witness to this transformation in the wild. Lin Mushui lay limply on the moss, her entire body soaked through as if she had been pulled out of water. A few damp strands of hair clung to her flushed cheeks, and her once cold and proud eyes now appeared misty, exuding a charm and languor that came after being completely conquered. Nie Feng turned to lie beside her, exhaling a long breath of turbid air. He turned his head to gaze at the girl beside him, who seemed to have undergone a transformation. If the previous Lin Mushui was a beautiful ice sculpture for others to admire, then now she resembled a vibrant rose that had fully bloomed after a storm, radiating a breathtaking femininity. Moreover, compared to Ying's mature experience, the immense contrast of Lin Mushui transitioning from innocence to surrender provided an unparalleled sense of accomplishment for a man. Does it hurt? Nie Feng extended his rough fingers, gently brushing aside her stray hair, his tone carrying a rare warmth. Lin Mushui did not respond, merely giving him a playful glare. The allure in her gaze was enough to make one's bones feel weak. She moved her sore and weak body, attempting to sit up, but a tearing pain instantly surged through her. Lin Mushui inhaled sharply, her brows furrowing in pain, and she fell heavily back to the ground. Nie Feng quickly reached out to support her. It's like this for the first time, and you were a bit rough earlier. Just lie down and take it easy for now. You're still mentioning that. Hearing him candidly bring up the earlier madness, Lin Mushui's cheeks flushed once more. She pouted in embarrassment and annoyance, delivering a soft punch against Nie Feng's solid chest. But the force was so gentle it was akin to a playful gesture. If you dare tell anyone about today, especially my mother, they'll bite you to death. Lin Mushui bit her red lip, issuing a fierce warning. But upon mentioning her mother, a flicker of guilt and panic inevitably flashed in her eyes. Although in the heat of the moment, she had decisively cut off her mother's expectations. Now, thinking calmly when they returned to the camp, would her walking posture and the lingering ambiguous aura truly escape the notice of her mother, who had been through it all? Don't worry, this is our secret. Nie Feng chuckled softly, wrapping her entirely in his embrace. He knew exactly what the girl was worried about, but he didn't see it as a problem. On this deserted island, since he dared to sleep with her, he would take on that responsibility. As for Ying, that clever woman knew how to weigh the pros and cons. In this rule, where she must rely on him to survive, even a mother and daughter must accept the reality of being mutually dependent on him. The two embraced and rested for about 10 minutes. Nie Feng patted Lin Mushui's shoulder and stood up. All right, there's no time for us to linger in the wilderness. Don't forget we came out today to find materials for making a bow, Nie Feng said as he picked up the scattered clothes nearby and put them on. Then he walked to Lin Mushui's side and extended his hand. Lin Mushui, blushing, struggled to stand up due to her first taste of forbidden fruit and the rough tussle on the coarse moss. Her legs trembled, and the fiery pain in that sensitive area made it difficult for her to stand upright. She glanced down at her crumpled snakeskin skirt, now covered in a few fallen leaves. Then she looked at the patch of moss on the ground, clearly stained with some glaring red. A strong sense of shame intertwined with a peculiar feeling of belonging. How can I walk back like this? Lin Mushui looked at Nie Feng with a pitiful expression, her voice soft like a little cat. The foreman brought you out, or do you think he would let you walk back by yourself? Without further ado, Nie Feng turned around, half squatting. Come on, I'll carry you. Looking at his broad and sturdy back, Lin Mushui could no longer suppress the sweet smile at the corners of her mouth. Without any hesitation, she obediently climbed up, tightly wrapping her arms around his neck. Nie Feng effortlessly lifted her, holding a sharpened wooden spear in his other hand, and aimed for the direction ahead. Hold on tight, Miss Lin. We still need to chop a few branches of wood ahead before heading back to the camp. If your mother asks why you can't walk properly, remember to be clever and just say you sprained your ankle accidentally. Got it? Understood, you're so naggy. Lin Mushui pressed her cheek against his broad back, listening to his steady heartbeat. In this perilous primeval jungle, she felt that this was the most peaceful and happiest morning of her 19th. As noon approached, the cliffside camp was bustling with activity. The workers under Wang Hao's direction were laboriously transporting wood and hay. Make way, make way. Accompanied by the commotion, Feng pushed aside the bushes at the edge of the camp. With a bundle of trim wood clutched under his left arm and a large handful of stripped plant fibers in his grasp, he was unexpectedly carrying Lin Mushui on his broad back, while his right hand steadily supported her long thigh. The boys who were originally working instantly halted their movements, their eyes nearly popping out. Although everyone knew that the mother and daughter circled around Feng at the camp every day, they usually maintained a semblance of modesty in front of others, keeping a respectful distance. But now, this progress was too wild, too outrageous. Lin Mushui not only obediently lay on Feng's back, but also tightly wrapped her arms around his neck. Her usually cool and stunning face was now pressed against his back, exuding a kind of delicate shyness and dependence that made one feel weak in the knees. This was hardly a hard labor scenario. It was clearly as if they had just returned from their honeymoon. My goodness. Niaga, this progress is just too fast. Is this a home run? Li Ming swallowed hard, muttering under his breath, his tone sour enough to pour out 2 pounds of aged vinegar. What's going on here? What happened? Hearing the commotion, Ying, who was by the fire boiling sea salt, immediately set down her stick and hurried over. Seeing her daughter being carried by Feng, Ying's heart jumped, filled with worry. Nothing's wrong, she just wasn't paying attention while walking and accidentally sprained her ankle. Lin Mushui, like a startled fawn, quickly patted Feng's shoulder, signaling him to put her down. Feng complied, crouching down to gently place her on a dry grass mat, casually tossing the wood and fibers aside. Sprained your ankle? Is it serious? Let me see. Ying, filled with concern, quickly squatted down to check Lin Mushui's shoes. No need, Mom. I'm really fine. A little rest is all I need. Lin Mushui hurriedly pulled her legs back, her eyes darting around in guilt. Of course, she hadn't sprained her ankle at all. The place that truly hurt couldn't be shown. Ying's hand froze in midair. As a mature woman with rich experience and keen insight, how could she not see through her daughter's flustered demeanor of "there's nothing to see here"? Ying halted her movements, her gaze scanning her daughter like the most precise radar. With that look, her heart suddenly sank. First was her complexion. Although Lin Mushui tried hard to conceal it, her usually pale and cool face now radiated an astonishing flush from within. The youthful innocence around her eyes had diminished significantly, replaced by a womanly allure that even her mother found alarming. Secondly, her clothing. The dress, made from snake skin and palm leaves, not only had many odd wrinkles, but also had a few crushed pine needles and a small tuft of flattened moss stuck to her back. Most importantly was the scent. As Ying drew closer, she not only detected a strong masculine hormonal scent on her daughter, but also caught a faint yet disturbingly familiar scent of snake oil. Snake oil. Ying's mind exploded with a realization, as if a lightning bolt had shattered all the fog. She suddenly recalled the milky fish bladder she had cleaned by the creek, intending to keep it for emergencies. When she checked this morning, that fish bladder had mysteriously disappeared. At the time, she thought it had been blown away by the wind or taken by a bird. Now it seemed it had clearly been stolen by that scheming rascal Feng. Moreover, the crime scene was right in the wild, covered in pine needles and moss. Lin Mushui. Ying took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the volcanic eruption of shock, sorrow, and overwhelming absurdity she felt. She leaned closer to her daughter's ear, speaking in a voice only they could hear, gritting her teeth as she asked, "Your ankle seems quite unique. How did your back end up rolling on the ground?" Upon hearing this, Lin Mushui stiffened, her cheeks instantly flushed like a cooked crab, even her long neck showed a deep pink. She knew that in front of her mother, who had been through similar experiences, her flimsy disguise had nowhere to hide. But at this point it was too late. Instead of backing down, Lin Mushui took a deep breath and met her mother's oppressive gaze. "Mom, we're all..." Lin Mushui lowered her voice, her cool eyes holding a stubbornness that seemed to gamble everything. On a deserted island, when you find a reliable support, you have to take the initiative to go after it. You can't just wait for others to allocate it right. This sentence was like a precision-guided bomb exploding in Ying's heart. Take the initiative. This girl was clearly asserting her sovereignty, even hinting to her mother not to think she could monopolize it. Ying's chest rose and fell violently with anger, the impressive arcs making the nearby boys stare in awe. She wished she could grab this wretched girl by the ear and give her a proper lecture on ethics. But what could she say in this wilderness? Blame her daughter for being unrestrained. But this was initiated by her. Your audacity has really grown. Don't you fear the rough food in the wild will wear out your teeth? Not at all, it tastes great. Besides, Lin Mushui slightly raised her chin, a victorious smile curving her lips, it's very pure. This high-stakes exchange between mother and daughter ended with Lin Mushui as the clear winner. Ying stood up, took several deep breaths, and forced herself to suppress the vinegar that had spilled over. She turned her head and shot a fierce glare at Feng, who was standing not far away, seemingly engrossed in working with wood. This little rascal. Not only did he take everything, but now he was also playing survival games in the wild. Did he think of them as his private property on the deserted island? Feng keenly sensed Ying's murderous gaze, but chose to strategically ignore it. In the wilderness, handling women's jealousy was far more troublesome than dealing with wild beasts. The best approach was to divert their attention with absolute strength. All right, everyone step back a bit. Feng clapped his hands and placed the bundle of ji wood and plant fibers on a clean stone slab next to the fire. Wang Hao Chu Jie, come help stoke the fire. Hearing the boss call, Wang Hao and Chu Jie, who were moving stones in the distance, rushed over quickly, adding firewood to the pile. Everyone in the camp curiously gathered around. They wanted to see what bizarre treasures this wilderness king, whose combat prowess was off the charts, had brought back today. Feng ignored the crowd's gazes. He picked up the gray-brown ji wood already stripped of its branches. This piece of wood was as thick as an adult's wrist and nearly 1.5 meters long. Ji wood is hard and elastic. But before making a bow, it must be fired to shape it and increase its toughness, otherwise excessive tension can easily break it. While explaining like an old craftsman, Feng placed the ji wood high above the campfire using the heat from the charcoal to evenly roast the surface. As the temperature rose, the resin inside the ji wood began to ooze and a glossy amber sheen appeared on the surface. After about half an hour of roasting, Feng took the ji wood down using his knee to brace the middle of the wood, pulling on both ends with force. Crack! The hard ji wood emitted a creaking sound and was bent into a perfect arc under Feng's terrifying strength. Hiss! The boys watching gasped in unison. Such a thick solid wood, even 3 of them hanging on it. Feng's strength was simply outrageous. Once the shaping was complete, he took out the dried giant python sinew and the resilient vine fibers Lin Mu Shui had scraped that morning. Pure snake sinew can easily absorb moisture and soften, while pure vine fibers can easily snap. Twisting the two together creates the perfect composite bowstring. Feng's hands flew as if performing magic, tightly twisting and winding the snake sinew and plant fibers, and finally, using a bit of warm snake oil as an adhesive, he rolled it into a strong bowstring the thickness of a pinky finger gleaming with a dark yellow sheen. He firmly fixed both ends of the bowstring to the ji wood. A rugged, heavy, traditional composite bow exuding an aura of primitive slaughter was finally born on the deserted island. The entire process flowed smoothly without any modern tools, relying solely on skilled hands and a Even Ying, who had been sulking silently, was deeply captivated by his focused and wild charm, her eyes fixated on the bow. Yeah, good, that bow looks pretty cool. How far can it shoot? Chu Jie swallowed hard and tentatively. He had been to archery experience centers a few times at school, thinking it was just a sport. How lethal could it be in the wilderness? You'll know when you try it. Feng did not explain further. He chose a straight, hard wooden branch from the nearby firewood pile. He quickly sharpened one end with a fruit knife and slightly roasted it over the fire to harden it, using it as a makeshift arrow. Wang Hao, go find a sturdy deadwood stump outside and place it 30 meters in front of that big tree. Feng casually pointed toward the edge of the camp. Wang Hao hurriedly ran over, puffing and panting, bringing back a thick deadwood stump nearly half a foot thick, placing it 30 meters away before retreating like a rabbit. The camp instantly fell silent. More than 20 people held their breath, all staring at Feng. He stood tall, feet slightly apart, shoulder width. He held the bows back in his left hand, pinched the makeshift arrow in his right, resting it on the bowstring. Taking a deep breath, he activated the unnamed breathing technique to its peak. Draw! Feng let out a low, muffled roar. Instantly, the muscles in his right arm swelled like an inflated balloon, the veins popping out. As he slowly and steadily stretched, that heavy composite bow, which required terrifying strength to draw, was gradually pulled into a perfect crescent moon. The bow limbs creaked under the strain as if they would snap at any moment. At that moment, Lin Mu Shui and Ying, standing to the side, could clearly sense the destructive power contained in this bow. Release! Feng's eyes were like an eagle locking onto the deadwood stump 30 meters away. He suddenly released tension on the bowstring. Whoosh! There was no whoosh of wind like in the movies, but rather a dull, violent sound akin to a guitar string snapping. The rough wooden arrow turned into a shadow, moving so fast that the naked eye could barely track it. The next second, bang, crack. 30 meters away, that hard deadwood stump, half a foot thick along with the tree trunk behind it, emitted a sound that made one's scalp tingle. Wang Hao cautiously poked his head out from behind the trunk. When he saw the scene before him, he was so frightened that his legs went weak and he fell to the ground. That makeshift wooden arrow, lacking even a metal tip, not only pierced through the half-foot-thick deadwood stump with ease, but also retained enough force to embed a large portion of its shaft into the hard tree trunk behind. Wood chips flew everywhere. If this shot had been aimed at a person instead of a tree, the entire camp fell silent. No one spoke, and even the sound of breathing became extremely faint. Chu Jie and Zhang Chong turned pale, their throats involuntarily rolling. They had thought Nie Feng had already displayed all his strength when he had attacked them. Now it seemed if Nie Feng had this bow at that time, they wouldn't even know how they would have met their end. The lethality is barely acceptable, the accuracy is a bit lacking and needs some adjustment. Nie Feng casually hung this terrifying weapon of slaughter on a protrusion of the cliff. He turned to the stunned workers and spoke calmly. What are you all standing there for? Have you finished your work? Get to work. Right away. More than 20 people, as if waking from a dream, suddenly moved faster than ever. Looking at the students who were completely intimidated and didn't dare to harbor the slightest thought, Nie Feng brushed off the wood chips from his hands and turned to the mother and daughter sitting on the grass mat. All right, stop dazing around. Nie Feng wore a mischievous smile walking up to them. Now that the outside matter is settled, shall we housekeeper and health officer discuss the issue of ownership regarding that bottle of snake oil? Faced with Nie Feng's blunt and nearly shameless jest, Ying and Lin Mushui sitting on the straw mat simultaneously stiffened. The boys working around had already dispersed, but that did not prevent the mother and daughter from feeling as if they were being roasted over a fire. Ying's heart was in turmoil. How dare this guy directly pierce through the most secret and taboo veil? You take advantage of me and still act innocent. Ying was after all a mature woman who had seen the world. After a brief moment of embarrassment, she took a deep breath, forced herself to adopt a bit of an elder's demeanor, glared fiercely at Nie Feng. Stop being so improper all day long. Put away the bow as soon as you're done with it. This matter. No one is allowed to mention it again. After saying that, she yanked her daughter, who was also itching to find a hole to hide in, to cover her racing heart. Mushui, let's go help mom tidy up the pine needles in the back. Looking at the fleeing figures of the mother and daughter and their increasingly subtle and complex atmosphere, a pleasant smile appeared on Nie Feng's face. On this lawless, deserted island, speaking openly could save a lot of unnecessary internal strife. A night without words. The next morning, the mist over the island had not completely dissipated, yet a faint smell of smoke had already wafted through the cliff camp. Nie Feng, the water is boiled, wash your face first. Lin Mushui approached Nie Feng's straw mat holding a steaming coconut shell with light steps. Today she had tied her long hair into a neat high ponytail. Although she still wore that slightly rough snakeskin patchwork skirt, she seemed to have been rejuvenated with a hint of charming confidence in her eyes. The transformation she experienced in the jungle yesterday had given her absolute confidence to walk boldly on this deserted island. However, before Nie Feng could reach out to take it, a warm, damp cloth suddenly extended from the side. Mushui, for washing your face, it's better to use a soft cloth. How can you wash cleanly just by cupping your hands with water? Ying had come over at some point wearing a dignified and gentle smile. She naturally squeezed between the two, handed a cloth strip to Nie Feng, and even helped him smooth out his This cloth strip was the one Nie Feng had torn from his shirt to apply to her forehead when she had a fever last time. Seeing her keep such a small thing, Nie Feng couldn't help but nod in approval. As she moved, Ying caught a glimpse of her daughter out of the corner of her eye, her tone revealing the calmness unique to a housekeeper. Xiao Feng will lead a team to find supplies today. The physical exertion will be great. I've already roasted the fish jerky from the past couple of days over the fire. Make sure to pack more for him later. You are still young and don't understand the importance of caring for others. Let mom handle these details. This remark sounded like an elder's care for a junior, but the condescending undertone was enough to ripen the wild fruits in the distance. Lin Mushui did not back down. Instead, she slightly raised her chin and met her mother's gaze without showing weakness. Mom, you have to manage the meals and sanitation for more than 20 people every day. It's already hard enough. This little task of serving tea and pouring water can be handled by me, the daughter, to avoid being accused of being unfilial. Lin Mushui deliberately emphasized the word daughter, curving her lips into a meaningful smile. Besides, yesterday in the forest, Nie Feng didn't complain about my youth and lack of understanding. Right? Upon hearing this unabashed retort, Ying's hand trembled and her cheeks instantly flushed with 2 shades of red. She was so angry that she gritted her teeth secretly. This wretched girl not only seized the opportunity yesterday during the day, but now she even dared to flaunt her little victory in front of her. Caught in the middle, Nie Feng wiped his face with the warm cloth while secretly delighted in his heart. The divine battle between this exceptional mother and daughter early in the morning was even more exciting than a performance by the Daiyun Society. However, while watching the show was fun, business could not be delayed. All right, you two, stop being busy. Nie Feng tossed the cloth back onto the stone slab, casually tore off a piece of dried fish from the side, and chewed it vigorously. The meat in the camp has completely run out. Relying solely on this dried fish and kelp, 25 people will starve and have to gnaw on tree bark within 3 days. Nie Feng stood up, slinging the heavy mulberry wood bow he had just made yesterday over his back, and casually secured the fire axe at his waist. Hearing that they were going to find food, Ying and Lin Mushui immediately ceased their internal conflict, both displaying worried expressions. You work so hard every day, why not just scout the area today? Don't go too deep. Ying urged softly. It's fine as serving the people is not hard. Feng turned his head looking at the boys outside the camp who were eagerly waiting for their meal. Wang Hao, Zhao Peng, and Zhang Chong. You three grab the sharpened wooden spears and thick vines and come with me. As their names were called, Wang Hao and Zhao Peng jumped up excitedly. Going hunting with Feng, although risky, guaranteed that they would be the first to get the most succulent meat. Zhang Chong was so excited that he was almost brought to tears. Since surrendering, he had been punished to clean the latrines, and every day he had been marinated in the smell. Now being personally chosen by the boss to go out as muscle meant he had finally come into his own and re-entered the critical evaluation period of the core team. Coming, brother Nye. Where are we going to catch rabbits today? Zhang Chong eagerly approached with a stick in hand. Rabbits? How many rabbits are enough for anyone to eat? Feng sneered, his gaze scanning the depths of the jungle. Today we are going to a farther place to try our luck and see if we can bring back something big. Half an hour later, the foreman team left the safety range of the camp and ventured deep into the unknown primitive jungle. Wang Hao and Zhao Peng walked on either side, while Zhang Chong, relying on his sturdy physique, led the way with a stick, and Feng held the mulberry wood bough in the middle. After Feng's terrifying demonstration of shooting through a wooden stake yesterday, the three boys now walked through the forest with an unrecognizable stride. Brother Nye, this bow in your hand is simply the gatling of cold weapons. Wang Hao, while pushing aside weeds with branches, flattered shamelessly, forget about wild boars. Even if a tiger suddenly appears with your arrow, it would turn into a candied hawthorn. Exactly. With brother Nye around, we can walk sideways on this island. Zhao Peng quickly echoed. For the flattery, Feng couldn't be bothered to reply. He maintained the breathing rhythm of the unnamed breathing method, his ears constantly tuned to the sounds of the wind and grass around him. The four of them walked for more than an hour, crossing a slope covered in ferns. The surrounding vegetation had grown exceptionally tall, blocking out the sun and making the air's humidity astonishingly heavy, making even breathing feel burdensome. Brother Nye, why does this place feel so eerie? Zhang Chong, walking in front, suddenly stopped, his voice trembling slightly. Not only he but Wang Hao and Zhao Peng also sensed something was off. This forest was too quiet. No birds chirping, no insects buzzing. It was so quiet that they could only hear the rustling of leaves under their feet. Shut up and lower your bodies. Feng's eyes narrowed sharply, and he instantly took the mulberry wood bough from his shoulder, knocking a hardened wooden arrow. His nostrils flared slightly. In the air, besides the smell of rotten leaves, a strong stench of blood wafted, mixed with a nauseating odor. Follow the scent of blood and move forward slowly. Feng lowered his voice, pointing the spear tip at a thicket ahead. The three boys turned pale with fear, but dared not defy the order. They could only grip their wooden sticks tightly, shrink their necks, and cautiously push through the underbrush behind Feng. When the scene before their eyes was fully revealed to the four of them, ugh! The first to see, Zhang Chong took one look, and his stomach churned violently, turning his head to the side, and began to vomit violently against a tree trunk. Wang Hao and Zhao Peng were even more frightened, their legs giving way as they fell into the mud with a thud, trembling like leaves in the wind. Even Feng, who was used to bloodshed, felt his pupils constrict to pinprick size, gasping in horror. In an open space less than 10 meters ahead, lying there was a large adult wild boar covered in coarse black hair. Judging by its mountain-like frame, this wild boar certainly weighed over 300 pounds when alive. Its tusks were over 10 centimeters long, glistening with a chilling white light, making it the undisputed ruler of this jungle. But at this moment, this ruler had died a rather miserable death. It was not killed by bites. Instead, it was torn in half from the abdomen by an incomprehensible, terrifying force. The wild boar's thick, tough skin and muscles had been completely shredded, and its internal organs were entirely ravaged. The most chilling thing was that the wild boar's incredibly hard skull seemed to have been smashed flat by some heavy object, with brain matter and dark red blood staining the ground covered in dead leaves. Was this really chewed by A.T. Rex? Wang Hao's teeth chattered, his voice trembling so much that he couldn't even complete a sentence. No, it wasn't A.T. Rex. Zhao Peng pointed at the muddy ground beside the wild boar's corpse, his voice filled with endless despair. Brother Nye, look at the footprints on the ground. Feng followed the direction he pointed. In the splattered blood and mud, there were clear impressions of several enormous footprints, each about half a meter long. They had 5 toes and were barefoot. They were identical to the footprints Feng had seen near the wreckage of the cruise ship a few days ago. The only difference was that the edges of these footprints in front of him were still oozing with blood. It was very fresh, no more than 2 hours old. Not a beast, but a human. Feng stared intently at the footprints, his voice as cold as if it had been pulled from an ice cellar. The size is close to 3 meters, capable of tearing a 300-pound wild boar in half with bare hands, and it even eats the internal organs. He lifted his head, looking in the direction where the footprints extended, his heart sinking heavily. Those massive bloody footprints were stretching along the ridge toward the deeper parts of the island. What made Feng's scalp tingle was that this ridge was less than 5 kilometers from their cliff camp's nest. Run! Brother Nye, let's hurry and run. Zhang Chong had vomited only while lacking the strength to stand, and his mind was filled with thoughts of escape. What are you panicking about? They have gone deeper into the interior and won't be back soon. Feng ignored Zhang Chong's wailing. He glanced at the blood-soaked ground, and then at the massive wild. Although its internal organs had been scooped out, and the most tender belly was torn apart, it was still a giant beast weighing over 300 pounds. Those 4 sturdy hind legs and thick back still had at least 100 pounds of prime meat and bones intact. In a wilderness where even tree bark was scarce, leaving over 100 pounds of meat behind and running away was an act against heaven. Shut up, put down the wooden spear, and come help. Feng's gaze was filled with a desperate ferocity as he directly grabbed several thick vines from the side. While those monsters haven't turned back, yet let's tie up the remaining pig carcass. We can carry it back. Brother Nye. But this is what the monster left behind. Do we still want it? Wang Hao was so frightened that his legs went weak, staring at the bloody remains with disgust. Nonsense. This leftover still has at least 100 or 200 pounds of meat and bones. It's enough for the whole camp for several days. Feng yanked up Xiao Peng and Wang Hao, scolding. If you want to live, hurry up and get started. Lift the meat and retreat immediately. The 3 boys were so frightened that tears streamed down their faces. Yet under Feng's intimidation and their extreme craving for food, they could only suppress their fear and disgust, clumsily tying up the wild boar's remains with vines. Leveraging the terrifying strength brought by the breathing method, Feng single-handedly grabbed the heavier back half of the pig carcass weighing over 100 pounds and threw it directly onto his left shoulder. You 3 carry the remaining half. Stick close to me and run. The 3 boys worked together to lift the remaining wild boar carcass, nodding vigorously, rolling and scrambling to follow closely behind Feng as they ran back. Feng tightly gripped the mulberry wood bough in his hand. In his mind, he quickly connected all the clues. The footprints near the wreckage of the cruise ship indicated that they were active along the beach. Now this torn wild boar showed that their hunting radius had already covered the outskirts of the cliff camp. Since these monsters could reach here, it was only a matter of time before they followed their traces or the scent of their more than 20 individuals to find their way. Feng understood that the leisurely game of building a base on the deserted island had completely ended at this moment. Those terrifying indigenous people hiding in the shadows had already hung the butcher's knife over the necks of the 25 modern individuals. The bloody war for survival was unavoidable. Bang! With a muffled, thunderous crash, a mangled 100-gene wild boar carcass, bloodied and torn, slammed onto the smooth stone slab at the camp's center, hurled there by Feng. Immediately afterward, Wang Hao, Xiao Peng, and Zhang Chong collapsed like sacks of wet clay beside the fire, gasping hoarsely, their faces as pallid as ash. The others, busy weaving vines or mending straw mats, were startled by the sudden commotion. Heavens above, it's meat. A colossal wild boar. After a moment of stunned silence, several sharp-eyed boys recognized the carcass on the slab and erupted into unrestrained jubilation. With over 100 gene of haunch and backstrap, everyone could feast for days. Yet before the group could gather to celebrate, Ying and Lin Muxue sensed something deeply amiss. Their eyes did not linger on the meat, but fixed instead upon Feng's glacial expression and the 3 boys trembling too violently to speak. Xiaofeng, what's happened? Ying strode forward, her delicate brows knit in concern. This boar, it was ripped apart, by hand. We ran into trouble. Feng offered no concealment. He hefted his freshly honed fire axe, his gaze slicing across the assembly like a blade, voice frigid and devoid of warmth. Everyone, drop what you're doing. Assemble here. Now. At the command of this wilderness tyrant, more than 20 university students moved without hesitation, lining up swiftly in 2 disciplined rows before the fire. I have 2 announcements, one good, one grave. Feng gestured toward the boar carcass, his tone calm and measured. The good news tonight, we feast. Unrestrained, unreserved on roasted meat. The bad news, the creature that killed this boar stands over 2.8 meters tall, possesses monstrous strength, and is already tracking us by scent, by blood, by breath. His words struck like lightning. The cliffside camp plunged into utter suffocating silence. 2 seconds later, chaos erupted, as if a single drop of water had fallen into scalding oil. It tore a wild boar apart, barehanded. That's no human. That's a beast. We're doomed. Our barricade won't hold against such a monster. The fragile sense of security the log palisade had provided dissolved completely, shattered by the revelation of a foe both towering and terrifyingly strong. Several timid girls burst into tears on the spot. The very boys who had just cheered over the meat now saw it as little more than a death warrant. Silence, now. Feng bellowed. In one fluid motion, he drew his Z-Wood bow from his back and loosed a thunderous, empty shot into the air. The explosive twang of the bowstring instantly drowned out every sob and wail. Tears are worth less than a single drop of fresh water in the wild. If you must weep, leave the camp now and dig your own grave in a place with good feng shui. His gaze swept over the petrified students, each word resonating like iron striking stone. From this moment, the camp enters maximum combat readiness. This is no longer a summer camp for children playing house. It is a battlefield. He pointed toward thick hardwood logs stacked at the camp's edge. 15 male students stepped forward. At his command, including Chu Jie and Zhang Chong, every boy flinched and obediently stepped into line. Each of you will select a 2-meter hardwood pole. Sharpen one end, using your fruit knife or my axe, until it pierces like a needle. Half an hour from now, report here, armed and assembled. The women are not idle either. Feng turned, not toward Ying, but directly to Su Jiao standing among the crowd. Su Jiao, yesterday afternoon while gathering dry pine needles near the forest's edge, weren't you slashed by a thorny wild grass? You cried out in pain and itch, and your hands swelled terribly. Flustered by being singled out, and publicly reminded of her earlier embarrassment, Su Jiao flushed, but nodded honestly. Yes, that grass is uncanny. The sap burns like fire, searing, unbearable. Excellent. A cold, ruthless curve flickered at Feng's lips as he turned to Ying. Aunt Yen, you'll lead several girls to the marshland where Su Jiao gathered yesterday. Uproot that grass, entirely, and crush it on the stone slab. Squeeze out every drop of its burning, itching sap, and apply it generously to the palisade spikes and the boys' spears. Lacking knowledge of refined toxins, they would resort to the most primal form of biochemical enchantment. A single touch would induce excruciating agony, devastating against unarmored savages. Once roles were assigned, the machine known as the Cliffside Camp surged into action with unprecedented, desperate efficiency under the shadow of imminent death. Half an hour later, 15 boys stood unevenly on the open ground, clutching hastily carved wooden spears of varying lengths. Even Chu Jie and Zhang Chong had been urgently recalled from their sanitation duties. After all, with a mortal threat looming, every able-bodied man meant another measure of survival. Feng strode forward, gripping his own finely crafted spear, and took position at the head of the formation. All that strength you waste on basketball courts and internet cafes, summon it now. His icy gaze swept over them. That beast outmatches us in raw power. Unknown, you'd be delivering your own corpses. Our sole advantages are discipline and reach. Now, on my command, feet shoulder-width apart, center of gravity low. Grip your spears firmly, points aligned. The 15 obeyed immediately. Yet in Feng's eyes, their posture, holding crude wooden poles, resembled nothing so much as elderly janitors brandishing brooms in a public park. Slack, uncoordinated, utterly devoid of lethal intent. Thrust, Feng roared. Huh. The boys jabbed haphazardly forward, weakly, erratically, each spear veering in a different direction. Wang Hao, overexerting himself, slipped and nearly impaled Zhao Peng's buttocks with his spear tip. Halt! Feng shook his head in disgust, temples pulsing with visible tension. He strode into the ranks, seized Chu Jie by the collar, and yanked him forward. President Chu, was that feeble lunge meant to clean the beast's teeth? Without hesitation, Feng snatched the wooden spear from Chu Jie's hands and demonstrated, power originates in the waist. Sink your weight onto the rear leg, then unleash explosive rotational force through the torso. Drive the spear forward. Not poke, not prod. Thrust. This is a lunge, not a poker for hornet nests. Watch closely. With a whirl, Feng pivoted and drove the spear deep into a rotten log stump, serving his target. Since childhood, his grandfather had forced him to practice Zhanzhuang, standing meditation, and qi cultivation. Though he'd never studied formal martial arts, the purest principles of integrated waist and horsepower, amplified by years of breath work and terrifying core strength, had long since become second nature. The spearhead sank 3 cun deep into the wood, so forcefully that the entire stump trembled violently. The boys swallowed hard, finally grasping the terrible elegance of true killing art. Again, 100 lunges. Fail, and you go hungry at noon. Under Feng's merciless drill, these pampered young men tasted, for the first time, the brutal rigor of Sparta. My hands are bleeding, one boy shrieked. Wrap them in cloth, and keep practicing. Better blistered palms than a severed head. Feng retorted coldly. Zhang Chong, though a physical education student with formidable musculature, found his brute strength utterly inadequate against techniques demanding total integration of core power and kinetic precision. Add to that days of grueling labor. After only 30 thrusts, his breath came in ragged bellows, and the spearhead sagged perilously low. Bang! Feng delivered a sharp, punishing kick to Zhang Chong's outer thigh, sending him staggering sideways. Did you skip breakfast? That pathetic push wouldn't even sting Lin Mushue's skin more than a sewing needle. Give me force, or die trying. Humiliated, publicly deemed weaker than a girl, Zhang Chong clenched his molars until they threatened to crack. Driven by sheer will to survive, he narrowed his eyes red-rimmed and feral and unleashed a guttural bestial roar, plunging his wooden spear forward with every ounce of his being. Once, twice, 50 times, 100 times. Sweat soaked their tattered clothing, and their arms were so sore they could barely lift them. Yet under the palpable, murderous aura exuded by Feng, this ragtag group of college students gradually developed a sense of camaraderie and fierce determination befitting warriors. The formation was no longer chaotic. When the 15 wooden spears thrust out simultaneously, the synchronized sound of them slicing through the air finally possessed a faint, heart-pounding intimidation. On the other side, the logistical work of the girls was equally bustling. Ying led the girls in collecting a large amount of thorny poisonous plants, smashing them on a stone slab with great effort to extract the pungent yellow-green venom. Teacher Yin, this poisonous plant juice is really itchy when it gets on my hands. The swelling from yesterday hasn't gone down yet. Su Jiao intentionally shook her slightly reddened fingers, standing up and twisting her waist as if to walk towards Feng. Gu is training so hard over there, I should go bring him some water and wipe his sweat. This rough work is really exhausting. Su Jiao had her own calculations. At this life-and-death juncture, if she could show her gentle and considerate side, making the tyrant feel the goodness of a woman, she could surely secure her position. However, just as she took 2 steps, Ying coldly called out to her. Su Jiao, where do you think you're going? Ying set down her task, stood up, and blocked Su Jiao's path. At that moment, Ying had fully assumed the role of the camp's chief manager. She was all too aware of the deceitful intentions harbored by Su Jiao, this little fox spirit. Teacher Yin, I think Gu is thirsty. Su Jiao feigned a pitiful expression. The men are up front practicing their killing techniques. Oh, what do you need to bring him water for? Do you want to distract them since they're so focused? Ying not only refused to let her pass, but also shoved a coconut shell filled with the stinky poison into Su Jiao's hands, her tone dripping with authority. If it's itchy, wrap your hands with banana leaves and keep working. If you find this work too taxing, I wouldn't mind assigning you to the downwind side to take over for Chu Jie in cleaning the latrine. You. Su Jiao's face turned pale, anger choking her throat. She looked up at Lin Mushue, who was observing coldly from a distance. Lin Mushue, far from being disgusted, was silently applying the poison to the sharpened wooden stakes with a stick. Her calm demeanor was even more resolute than that of Su Jiao, the class flower, who was always looking for opportunities to ingratiate herself. Su Jiao knew that with this mother-daughter pair around, her ambitions would be as difficult to achieve as climbing to the heavens. Under Ying's powerful presence and the threat of latrine duty, Su Jiao could only grit her teeth and obediently return to grinding the herbs. Watching Su Jiao fall silent, Ying finally turned around, nonchalantly tidying her hair. She picked up a half-bamboo tube filled with warm spring water and walked gracefully towards Feng, who was supervising the boy's rest. Xiao Feng, drink some water first. Ying walked up to Feng's side, offering him the bamboo tube. She didn't try to act coy like Su Jiao, but the warmth and unwavering support in her beautiful eyes were more effective than any act of flirtation. Aunt Yin truly understands me. Feng took the bamboo tube and drank it all at once. He glanced at the greenish stakes smeared with poison and the boys who were now sprawled on the ground exhausted. In just a few hours, the camp's defenses transformed from a makeshift refugee camp into a hedgehog bristling with poisonous spikes. The formation is almost ready. Feng returned the bamboo tube to Ying, his gaze shifting to the darkening primal jungle. Those monsters were able to tear apart a 300-pound wild boar, and they are certainly not mindless fools. The bloody scent of wild boar meat combined with the presence of over 20 of us will be enough to draw them in. Hearing this, Ying's heart tightened. She instinctively leaned forward a step, her shoulder lightly brushing against Feng's solid arm. Can we hold them off? Even if we can't, we have to try. Feng tightened his grip on the fire axe in his hand. No matter what monsters come, as long as they dare to show their faces, I will make sure to take off 2 of their legs first. Night finally descended. As the last rays of light were swallowed by darkness, the brutal training session came. The 15 boys collapsed like empty sacks beside the campfire. After hours of gripping the wooden spears, their hands were raw, and even holding the coconut shell made them tremble uncontrollably. Fortunately, Ying and Lin Mushue brought the dinner prepared by the girls, timely soothing everyone's taut nerves. Large chunks of wild boar back meat and plump hind legs were cut into cubes and simmered in a stainless steel pot until tender. Though there was no soy sauce or star anise, the addition of sea salt and some tangy wild fruits gave it a rich meat fragrance that overwhelmingly whetted everyone's appetite. Come, everyone gets a big chunk of meat, and the soup is unlimited. Ying used a large wooden spoon to serve steaming hot food to each person. This meat is so delicious. Wang Hao held the coconut shell with both hands, trembling uncontrollably, and without worrying about burning his mouth, he took a huge bite of wild boar meat. The firm texture and rich fat burst in his mouth, and at that moment, he felt that all the soreness from the day's training was worth it. Everyone devoured the food, even picking up the scraps that fell on the stone slab to lick clean. After satisfying their hunger, although their bodies remained fatigued, the panic in the camp was finally subdued somewhat by the satisfaction of the meal. After finishing the last piece of meat, Feng stood up, wiped the grease from his hands, and cast a cold gaze over the crowd. Now let's arrange tonight's night watch duties. The boys who had been lying on the ground savoring the food felt a jolt in their hearts. Knowing that monsters might approach at any moment during the night watch was no different from standing guard at the gates of hell. 15 boys will be divided into 3 groups with 5 in each group. Feng rapidly set the rules without giving them a chance to negotiate. 1 at each corner, and the remaining 1 responsible for watching the fire and patrolling. Every 2 hours shifts will change. Chu Jiezhongchang and Wang Hao, you 3 have the best stamina. Take 2 boys to guard the first shift during the most dangerous first half of the night. Upon hearing his name called to guard the first shift, Chu Jie turned pale, nearly retching from the fright of the pig meat in his stomach. Nya gu. I dug all day today, my arms can't even lift. Chu Jie attempted to plead for mercy. That's why you're on night watch. Oh, as long as your eyes aren't blind, it'll be fine. Feng shot him a cold glance. If the fire goes out, or if something approaches without making a sound, come tomorrow morning, and I will tie you up outside the camp as bait. Chu Jie and Zhang Chang swallowed hard, not daring to utter a word of defiance, only able to grimace as they picked up the poisoned wooden spears and cautiously walked towards the camp's perimeter. The rest of you hurry up and get some sleep to recover your strength. Don't take off your clothes while sleeping. Keep your weapons by your side. With Feng's final command. Except for the 5 on night watch, everyone else collapsed onto their grass mats. Extreme fatigue had them falling asleep the moment their heads touched the pillows. Soon the camp was filled with the sound of snores. Outside the cliff, the unique cold wind of the island swept through the dense banana grove, howling like a wailing ghost. 2 bonfires flickered wildly in the night wind. Feng did not sleep. He sat cross-legged at the edge of the inner camp, using the dim firelight and a piece of rag to repeatedly wipe the chipped red-painted fire axe. On this perilous first night, no one knew when the owner of the enormous footprints left in the mud would come looking for them following the scent. The calm before the storm is often the most tormenting. Night had fully descended. The night on the deserted island was never quiet. The salty sea breeze slipped through the dense treetops, creating a rustling sound. In the distance, the waves crashed against the dark reefs, the muffled roar sounding as if some terrifying giant creature was lying in the boundless darkness, panting heavily. In the center of the camp, the only small fire was still flickering. The fire was not large, nor could it be. The firewood did not fall from the sky. During the day, everyone was busy sharpening wooden stakes, extracting poison from plants, and practicing thrusts. The dry firewood they managed to gather was already limited. Feng had established a strict rule: the fire must not go out. On this deserted island that concealed a tumturate monster, as long as the fire pit still glowed, even a little, at least everyone could retain the last thread of faint safety in their hearts. As for surrounding the stakes with a wall of fire, that was purely wishful thinking. If they were to burn like that before the monster even arrived, the firewood would already be gone. Inside the barrier of stakes, several boys were stationed at predetermined positions, each guarding a different direction. Some watched the thicket, some the hillside, some the stream, and some the beach. The division of labor was clear. They were not patrolling or wandering aimlessly. They tightly clutched their sharpened wooden spears, eyes wide open, bloodshot, intently staring into the darkness. This task sounded simple, but in practice it was even more torturous than holding in one's bladder during a class. The 300-pound adult wild boar that had been torn apart earlier that day was still vividly flashing through everyone's minds. A 300-pound wild boar. That was not the 3 pounds of pork sold in the market. That thing had been ripped apart like a torn bag. If these delicate college students were caught by the monster, they would probably be swallowed whole, without even being chewed like a spicy strip. Chu Jie and Zhang Chang were stationed behind adjacent stakes. One was focused on the left thicket, while the other was fixated on the right rocky slope. The 2 held their wooden spears tightly, their postures looking very serious. If one overlooked their trembling legs that shook uncontrollably like a sieve, they indeed resembled tragic warriors of the deserted island. Zhang Chang swallowed hard, his throat moving awkwardly, and whispered, "Brother Chu, what do you think? If that tumturate monster really comes, will it eat the left first, or the right first?" Chu Jie's already pale face stiffened. "Why the hell are you asking that?" "Just to prepare psychologically." Zhang Chang's voice was trembling. Chu Jie took a deep breath of the humid cold air, striving to maintain the calm demeanor of a former student council president, and gritted his teeth. "Xiangzi, the more critical the situation, the more we need to stay calm. We can't always think about which part of us the monster will eat first. We need to analyze the problem from a strategic perspective. Zhang Chong was momentarily stunned, his clear, naive eyes reflecting confusion. What strategy? Chu Jie earnestly rambled on. According to the predatory rules of the natural world, monsters generally prioritize attacking larger, meatier, and heavier targets. That way they can gain the maximum energy reward. Zhang Chong glanced down at his arms, which were significantly bulkier than Chu Jie's, then looked at his own 200-pound frame, and his face, visibly, turned the color of liver. Brother Chu, aren't you just reading out my ID number? Chu Jie extended a trembling hand and heavily patted his shoulder, his tone filled with deep sorrow. Xiangzi, if that day truly comes, the team will always remember your outstanding contributions. Zhang Chong nearly cried on the spot. Thank you so much. Just as those words left his mouth, a sudden loud rustling erupted from the grass in front of them. A startled night bird suddenly burst from the bushes into the air. Oh! Zhang Chong let out a shrill scream, almost sweeping his wooden spear out with closed eyes. Chu Jie was no better off. Just moments ago, he had been confidently analyzing strategies, but in the next second his legs weakened, and he plopped down into the muddy ground. After sitting down, this proud student council president even tried to salvage his dignity. Ahem. I was just tactically lowering my center of gravity, using the shadows for cover to prevent the enemy from launching a surprise attack from above. Wang Hao walked over with a dark expression, his face looking blacker than the bottom of a pot. What are you two doing here, performing a ritual? Zhang Chong clutched his wooden spear tightly, his face as white as paper. Howsy, there is something. There really is something. Wang Hao glanced at the direction the night bird had flown away, as if looking at an idiot. What's something? It's Chu Jie brushed the wet mud off his backside, using the stakes for support to stand up, and cleared his throat to cover his embarrassment. I was just testing everyone's emergency response capabilities at night. Wang Hao snickered, mercilessly mocking. Well, you really committed to your testing. That fall almost buried you in the ground with fear. A few boys on guard nearby couldn't hold back any longer, covering their mouths while shaking with laughter. Chu Jie's face turned various shades of green and white, yet he still insisted. In any case, we must never slack off during the night watch. Wang Hao, uninterested in his formal speech, lowered his voice and ominously warned. If you two dare to make any more noise, I guarantee that before the monster arrives, Nye Ge will come out and strip you both naked, hanging you on the stakes as live bait. This statement was more effective than any reprimand. Chu Jie and Zhang Chong instantly shut their mouths. The two squatted back down in the mud, one clutching the wooden spear tightly, the other glaring into the darkness with wide eyes, their expressions solemn, as if attending a funeral. Meanwhile, on the other side of the inner camp, deep within the cliff's recess, the women's area, specially separated by banana leaves and bamboo by Nye Feng, had an atmosphere that was completely different from the anxious boys outside. Everyone understood that was the position of the housekeeper Ying and the ice-cold campus beauty Lin Mushui. Of course, one could also say that it was the exclusive forbidden zone Nye Feng had tacitly reserved for the two of them. Such matters did not need to be stated openly on this deserted island. The rules of the wilderness were that it was about who slept in what position, who ate the most meat, who could approach that man who held the power of life and death without reservation, and who could get Nye Feng to pause his acts with just a little charm. These details were more real and striking than any marriage certificate or status. At this moment, the air in the women's area was heated as if it were about to ignite. Outside, the howling cold wind, the occasional crackling of the bonfire, and the boys' low curses echoed. Inside, however, there was a rich, intoxicating scent of hormones and the fragrance of mature women. Ying leaned softly against a thick straw mat, her usually neatly tied long hair, now completely unraveled, messily spread beneath her. A fine layer of glistening sweat clung to her smooth forehead and slender neck. She was originally a woman who valued grace and decorum deeply. At school, the buttons on her shirt were always fastened to the most appropriate position at the collarbone, and the hem of her bodycon skirt couldn't have a single wrinkle. Even if she had to scold a misbehaving student thoroughly, she maintained the gentle, yet unassailable demeanor of a counselor. But now, what decorum, what restraint had almost been worn away to nothing by this primitive, deserted island and the domineering man before her. The snug snakeskin patchwork vest she wore had long been removed. Large patches of skin as white and delicate as mutton fat were exposed, stripped of the palm linings, covered, directly exposed to the dim light. With her slightly rapid breathing, her breathtaking curves rose and fell violently. Ying's cheeks were flushed, and her eyes shimmered with moisture, revealing a kind of dazedness, as if she had not yet recovered from some extreme stimulation. Nye Feng supported himself on one arm beside her, while his other hand played with a strand of her loose hair. He looked down at this beautiful counselor, who usually held herself high, with a smirk filled with aggression. Aunt Yin, weren't you just reminding me to not disturb those on night watch outside? Nye Feng's fingers slid down her slender neck, his tone laced with mischief. How come your voice later became increasingly enticing? Upon hearing this shameless teasing, Ying's already heated cheeks felt as if they could bleed from embarrassment. Flustered and angry, she lifted a soft, powerless hand to cover his mouth. You? Shut up. No more talking. Her voice was low, soft, and sulky. How could this have any of the authoritative power of a counselor's reprimand? It was clearly a cat that had been bullied, waving its harmless little paws helplessly. Feng chuckled lightly, not dodging or avoiding, but instead grabbing her slender wrist with a slight force. Ying let out a suppressed cry, her body uncontrollably falling back into that hot, solid embrace once more. Feng's rough hand embraced her tiny waist, and he could distinctly feel the astonishing elasticity and warmth of her mature body. Ying instinctively glanced outside the banana leaves, her eyes filled with a guilty panic. She of course knew that there were people on night watch outside, and she also knew that the girls like Su Jiao sleeping outside might not actually be sleeping like dead pigs, oblivious. She was even more aware that the relationship between her and Feng had long transcended the simple labels of aunt or teacher. But knowing was one thing, being so audaciously flirted with in such an environment separated by only a wall from the other students still made her heart race with a strong sense of guilt and shame. But what was deadly was that deep in this shame there lurked a kind of indescribable satisfaction and surrender that even she found terrifying. On this precarious, deserted island, her once cherished social identity, hierarchy, and teacher-student distance were being violently dismantled piece by piece by Feng's overwhelming masculine force. In the end, she realized that she had completely succumbed to the reassuring wild warmth of this young man. Even in this perilous night, only when held tightly and possessed by him could her heart, which hung in midair, truly settle back down. Xiaofeng, you really are becoming increasingly unruly. Ying pressed her heated cheek against his chest, her watery eyes fixed on him, complaining in a voice barely above a whisper. Aunt Yin, we are already at this point. Feng lowered his head, his lips brushing against her sensitive earlobe, chuckling softly. Don't you think it's a bit late to talk about rules now? Ying's ears instantly turned bright red. She opened her mouth, wanting to scold him a few more times, but before she could speak, Feng had already forcefully lowered his head, sealing her protest with his heated lips. Rough fingertips brushed along her sensitive nape, and his powerful hand slowly traveled up her slender waist. Their heated breaths intertwined in an instant. The flickering light of the fire illuminated through the gaps in the banana leaves, casting dappled shadows on their tightly entwined bodies. The straw mat creaked under their deepening movements, producing a sound that made one blush and race their heart. Ying's 10 fingers clutched tightly at Feng's broad shoulders, her eyes tightly closed as she bit down on her lower lip, trying to swallow back the shameful sounds that threatened to escape her throat. But some things, the more one tries to suppress, the more they erupt like a volcano ready to explode. In this moment of kindling, nearly burning away all rationality. Can you too? Pay attention to your boundaries. A voice filled with barely concealed anger suddenly drifted over from the other side of the straw mat. Ying's body stiffened instantly, as if she had been electrocuted, abruptly waking from her dazed surrender. She hurriedly pushed away, and Feng's chest fumbled to fix her disheveled vest, her face turning so red that it was unbearable to look at. How could she forget? Mu Shui was sleeping less than a meter away on the same straw mat. Lin Mu Shui sat in the shadows on the other side, hugging her knees tightly. Her usually cool and beautiful face was now filled with a complex flush, her gaze as cold as a knife tempered in ice, staring fixedly at Feng. Of course, she hadn't been asleep. Or rather, since the couple had started making noise, she had been rigidly pretending to sleep with her back turned to them. She heard the sound of fabric rubbing against each other, and even more so the suppressed gasps of her mother that still managed to slip into her ears. The distance was simply too close. Those sounds, those heated breaths, felt like barbed brushes constantly teasing her nerves. That feeling was more unbearable than death. She was not just ashamed. More dangerously, watching her mother melt into a puddle in Feng's arms ignited a surge of jealousy within her. It was so sour that even her teeth felt itchy. Mu Shui, are you awake? Ying, filled with shame, wished she could find a hole to hide in, her voice trembling. With such a commotion, how could I possibly sleep? Lin Mu Shui sneered, her tone laced with acidity. Yet the root cause, Feng remained nonchalant and carefree. He licked his lips, leaning back against the wooden post, gazing at the fuming campus beauty. Was it very loud? Why do I feel that Aunt Yin has already been quite restrained? Feng, shut up. Lin Mu Shui's chest rose and fell violently with anger as she glared at him. Lin, the campus beauty, are you really this furious? Feng raised an eyebrow, his gaze unrestrained as it roamed over her long, slender legs encased in a short skirt, before beckoning her with a finger. Come here. Lin Mu Shui's expression changed like a cat whose fur had been ruffled. Do you think I'm your pet? Just because you tell me to come over, I will. Not coming over, really. Nia Feng yawned lazily. All right then, Aunt Yin, shall we continue? We haven't finished sparring yet. You bastard. Lin Mushui was furious. She knew this guy would definitely do what he said. If he kept this up in front of her, she would surely collapse mentally tonight. She clenched her silver teeth, her face unwilling, yet her body stiffly stood up, driven by a stubborn defiance. She stormed over to Nia Feng. I'm just here to warn you, don't think everyone in this camp will pamper you like my mom. Lin Mushui looked down at him. Unlike the gentle tolerance of a mature woman like Ying, Lin Mushui's emotions were more pointed. Love is thorny and jealousy is even more so. Really? Nia Feng chuckled softly, not only unfazed, but instead suddenly reaching out with a large hand firmly grasping Lin Mushui's delicate wrist. Aunt! Lin Mushui exclaimed. In a dizzying swirl, this usually aloof campus beauty who was cold to all boys was yanked down by an irresistible force, crashing into the solid, searing warmth of his chest. Let go of me. MMM. Lin Mushui barely began to struggle when all her protests were decisively silenced by Nia Feng's domineering kiss. Nia Feng did not release her, instead he extended his arm further. In this isolated dark night on a desolate island, he forcefully pulled her into his embrace, enveloping her in a passionate warmth. The youthful firmness of Lin Mushui contrasted sharply with the softness of Ying, creating a distinct sensation that pushed his sensory experience to the edge of explosion. Lin, the campus beauty, weren't you quite eloquent just now? Why are you gasping for breath now? Nia Feng released the dazed Lin Mushui, gazing into her misty eyes teasingly. Lin Mushui bit her red lip, her hands weakly pressed against his chest, yet her body trembled uncontrollably, as if electrocuted. She wanted to retort, but under the overwhelming pressure of Nia Feng's potent masculinity, her once cold facade shattered completely. Soon, deep within the women's quarters on the hay mattress, the rustling sound of fabric rubbing the suppressed voice of a young girl was quietly carried away by the night wind through the gaps in the banana leaves. Outside, Zhang Chang's ears perked up like radar, suddenly freezing. He swallowed hard, nudging Chu Jia with his elbow. Brother Chu, did you hear that? Chu Jia was trying hard to appear detached. Hear what? Zhang Chang lowered his voice, looking tense. It seems there's some commotion inside, in the women's quarters. Could that monster have gotten in? Chu Jia's expression shifted. He remained silent for 5 seconds, looking at the simple-minded body committee member with a complex expression. Xiangzi, you should study less about monsters and learn more about human relationships. Zhang Chang looked even more confused. What do you mean? What's not a monster? Chu Jia sighed, gazing complexly toward the women's quarters. That's Nia Gu suppressing an internal. Zhang Chang. He stared blankly for a moment, finally connecting the dots, his eyes widening in shock. You want to die? Yelling so loudly. Wang Hao dashed over from the side, delivering a sharp slap to the back of his head. Wang Hao glanced in that direction, his face revealing a complex expression that all single men understood, filled with sour envy. He cleared his throat and lowered his voice, warning, everyone cover your ears. Even if you hear something, pretend you didn't. Just keep your night watch. Zhang Chang, feeling aggrieved, covered his head, muttering softly, isn't it that a monster could arrive at any moment? How can Nia Gu be so relaxed? How can he still have the mood for that stuff at a time like this? Wang Hao looked at him with a blank expression. That's why he's Nia Gu who rules the camp, while you are Zhang Chang, responsible for digging the latrines. Zhang Chang felt a blow to the chest, his heart aching so much he could hardly breathe. Chu Jia patted his shoulder, speaking earnestly. Xiangzi, recognizing the species gap between people is the first step to becoming a mature man. On the outer side of the bunk, Su Jiao undoubtedly heard it too. Or rather, since nightfall her nerves had been taut, and she hadn't slept at all. Lying flat on a somewhat rough grass mat covered with an old cloak, she kept her eyes wide open in the dark. Initially her mind was filled with the image of the wild boar that had met a tragic end during the day. But when the sticky sounds of kisses, suppressed gasps, and the burdensome creaking of the hay mattress came from the depths of the banana leaves, Su Jiao's attention could no longer return to the monsters. At 20 years old, she was a mature adult. Even without having seen pigs being slaughtered, she knew what kind of vividly alluring scene was unfolding inside. Su Jiao's legs instinctively tightened against the rough grass mat. Biting her lower lip, she felt an unbearable heat coursing through her body, a mix of sourness and jealous, unnameable fury burned wildly within her. What stung was that at this moment, lying in that man's strong and warm embrace, enjoying his protection and privilege, was not her. What heated her was that as soon as she closed her eyes, her mind uncontrollably sketched the scenes inside. The usually dignified and graceful teacher, Yin, who could command girls to work with just a glance, was now utterly compliant. The campus beauty, who usually ignored everyone, was being thoroughly coaxed into submission, begging for mercy. This was not just desire, it was a blatant symbol of power and status. Why can I only sleep outside and eavesdrop? Su Jiao shouted unwillingly in her heart. In terms of looks and figure, she believed she was not inferior to Lin Mushui, and in fact, she understood men better than her. But why every time she tried to get closer would Ying block her like a thief? The commotion inside lasted a long enough for Su Jiao to feel that her clothes-fitting clothes were soaked with some heated sweat. Until the latter half of the night. The red-faced heart-pounding sounds finally began to gradually subside. Su Jiao let out a sigh of relief, but what followed was a wave of immense disappointment. Just as she was about to turn over and force herself to sleep, she keenly heard the sound of someone dressing deep within the banana leaves in the darkness. Immediately after, a tall and upright figure emerged, carefully lifting the curtain of the door while holding that iconic fire axe. Feng went to relieve himself. Su Jiao's heart jolted violently, as if gripped tightly by a large hand. Ying and Lin Mushui were both exhausted, having fallen into a deep sleep. The two gates blocking her path had finally lost their defenses, even if temporarily. She knew how absurd and shameless the thought that sprang to her mind was. In the dead of night, secretly following a man to the outdoor toilet to block him was something that could make anyone laugh out loud. But Su Jiao asked herself, on this deserted island where death could strike at any moment, is it really worth preserving face? Those girls who cared about their image were still shivering in the cold wind, gnawing on unsalted dried fish. If she didn't seize this rare opportunity, she would never hope to squeeze into the coarse circle of the inner camp in her lifetime. No more hesitation. Su Jiao threw off the outer wrap, covering her, and for ease of movement, didn't even put on her shoes. She was only wearing the snakeskin mini-skirt she had fashioned from scraps the night before. The skirt was extremely short, barely covering the top of her thighs, and the upper part was a tight short-sleeve shirt with a very low neckline. Her bare, fair feet stepped onto the cold, muddy ground, and like a ghostly cat, she silently followed behind Feng, making her way towards the downwind outdoor toilet. Her heart raced, as if fearing the entire camp would hear her reckless actions. Downwind. It was a simple outdoor toilet made from banana leaves and bamboo. Although some ashes had been sprinkled, the smell was still far from pleasant. Feng finished relieving himself and was leisurely tying his waist with a vine belt while picking up the fire axe resting against a tree. He had just turned around and taken 2 steps when his footsteps suddenly halted. With his back to the dense shadow of the bushes, Feng didn't even glance back, his voice carrying a lazy nonchalance in the night wind come out. Stop hiding. With the sound of branches snapping underfoot and a heartbeat louder than any snoring, I could hear you from 10 meters away. In the shadow behind, Su Jiao's body stiffened, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. Since she had been discovered, hiding any longer would seem too fake. Taking a deep breath, she bit her red lip and slowly stepped out from behind the tree. The cold moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled light upon her. The pitifully short snake-skin skirt and her alluring figure emitted an unreserved aura of ambition and temptation in the dim light. Feng turned around, his deep gaze scrutinizing her, a teasing smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Su Jiao, the class beauty, not sleeping in the camp at this late hour, but dressed like this to block me outside the toilet. Su Jiao felt her legs weaken under his aggressive gaze. Yet she did not retreat. Instead, she boldly took 2 steps forward, closing the distance between them. I am not here to block the toilet. Her voice trembled, her watery eyes fixed on him. Oh, Feng smirked, then what are you blocking? Su Jiao slightly tilted her head back, puffed up her chest with confidence, and spoke in a soft tone that almost seemed to weave silk. I'm here to block you. You really have some guts. Feng chuckled lightly. Before Su Jiao could react, he suddenly stepped forward, closing the distance in an instant. His tall and imposing figure brought an irresistible sense of pressure, instantly narrowing all distance. He pushed Su Jiao against the rough trunk of a coconut tree. A strong, aggressive male pheromone, mixed with a faint scent of sweat, enveloped Su Jiao completely. Su Jiao let out a gasp, her back pressed against the rough bark, her chest rising and falling violently. Feng looked down at her, his rough fingertip unceremoniously gripping her delicate chin, forcing her to lift her head. Sneaking out to steal a man while Aunt Yin and Mushui are asleep. Feng's thumb idly rubbed against her tender lips, his voice low and husky. Do you know that getting caught while cheating will lead to a miserable outcome? Su Jiao's breathing had completely unraveled, her legs weak to the point where she could hardly stand, instinctively gripping the fabric of Feng's waist. Instead of being afraid, she met Feng's fiery gaze, slightly lifted her toes, and actively pressed her ample figure against him. I admit, I know how to play the pity card and use a few tricks. Su Jiao closed her eyes, her voice filled with a desperate determination. But tonight, I'm not pretending. As long as you want me, I'm willing to do anything. She trembled as she asked Go. When you were inside with them earlier, didn't you ask if they dared? Looking at the woman in his arms, who was completely throwing caution to the wind, radiating signals of courtship, Feng's desire reignited. This woman, though scheming, was indeed a rare find in the wild, with such a figure and her proactive allure. Here, Niafeng glanced at the outdoor toilet, emitting a strange odor nearby, a wicked smile forming at the corner of his mouth, his finger trailing down her chin dangerously towards her slender neck. Su Jiao, your taste in picking places needs improvement. You're insufferable. Su Jiao playfully punched his solid chest, but it felt more like flirting than a reprimand. Let's go. Niafeng grasped her mischief-making hand firmly, the heat of his palm making Su Jiao shudder. He pulled her along, striding deeper into the forest away from the camp. To a place without any scent. I'll let you steal as much as you want. Su Jiao was led by his strong hand stumbling behind him. The night wind blew against her, yet it could not dispel the boiling heat within her. She glanced back at the camp where only a few embers remained. She knew that from the moment she stepped out from the shadows of the trees, there would be no turning back. But at the instant, Niafeng forcibly pulled her into the dark thicket. Su Jiao's lips uncontrollably curled into a triumphant, nearly victorious smile. She had finally squeezed into the coarse circle of this wilderness by her own merit. The stream flowed hidden behind a pile of chaotic stones. The night wind emerged from the forest, rustling the blades of grass. In the distance, only a faint crimson glow from the camp remained like the dying eyes in the darkness. This place was not too far from the barricade. If there were real danger, Niafeng could return at the first moment. Yet it was secluded enough here. The rock wall blocked most of the view, and the stream gushed perfectly, masking any sounds that should not be heard by the night watch. When Su Jiao was brought into the shadow of the rock wall by Niafeng, the courage she had to confront him outside the pit suddenly diminished by half. She dared to tease. She dared to look at Niafeng and ask if she could steal a kiss. But in this deserted place, with Niafeng before her and the cold rock wall behind her, she realized her heart raced as if it would leap out of her throat. Niafeng did not rush to speak. He merely looked down at her. Su Jiao felt her face grow warmer under his gaze, and her fingers unconsciously tightened around the edge of her cloak. She tried to act calm, but the more she attempted to feign composure, the more chaotic her breathing became. The little schemes that usually worked well in front of boys suddenly felt as weak as vines scorched by fire, lacking any strength. Niafeng reached out and pinched her chin. Su Jiao was forced to lift her face. The moonlight fell on the corners of her eyes. In her gaze there was tension, anticipation, and a stubbornness of knowing she was attempting to steal something that didn't belong to her. In the next moment, Niafeng leaned down to kiss her. Su Jiao's body stiffened suddenly. She had originally wanted to say something to act coy. She wanted to test the waters again. But all sounds were stifled. Niafeng's kiss was direct. It was not the gentle and coaxing closeness she had imagined. It was more like he had seen through all her thoughts long ago, too lazy to indulge her in any games, and simply dismantled her pretense with efficiency. Su Jiao initially did not respond. She just froze, her fingers gripping Niafeng's shirt tightly. But the warmth radiating from Niafeng was too overwhelming. It was so intense that even though her back was pressed against the cold rock wall, it felt as if she were being baked by a campfire in front of her. When his palm landed on her waist, Su Jiao shivered slightly. That shiver seemed to blow away her last bit of hesitation like the night wind. She finally slowly released her grip on her cloak, instead climbing onto Niafeng's shoulder. At first it was just a test, but it became tighter and tighter. She stood on her tiptoes, clumsily and eagerly responding, as if afraid that if she slowed down even a little, this stolen opportunity would slip through her fingers. Her cloak slipped down from her shoulder. The night wind slipped into the collar. Su Jiao instinctively flinched, but was quickly pulled back into Niafeng's embrace. Between the cold and the heat, her breathing was completely disordered. Now you know fear, Niafeng's voice whispered close to her ear. It was low and teasing. Su Jiao's face blushed fiercely, yet she refused to concede. She bit her lip, her voice trembling. I am not. Niafeng chuckled softly. Your mouth is quite stubborn. Just as Su Jiao wanted to retort, in the next moment, she was pressed between the rock wall and his embrace. The sound of the stream suddenly became very loud, as if the entire night was covering for her. Su Jiao's fingers clenched tightly onto Niafeng's shoulder. She finally understood why Ying and Lin Mushui, despite appearing tough, would eventually soften in front. This bastard usually looked lazy, but when it came to the clothes, he left little room for retreat. His assertiveness was not fierce, nor was it crude. Rather, it was a possession that clearly understood what it wanted. Su Jiao had thought about many things before. She had thought about how to rise to power. She had thought about how to face Ying and Lin Mushui tomorrow. She had considered whether she was too shameless. But at this moment, all those thoughts shattered. All that remained in her mind was Niafeng's breath, the warmth of his palm, and her increasingly chaotic heartbeat. Her cloak completely fell onto the grass. The blades bent under the weight. The pebbles by the rock wall rolled gently as they were stepped on. Su Jiao initially remembered to stifle her voice. She feared that the camp would hear. She feared that Chu Jie and Zhang Chong, those two unfortunate souls, would guess wildly. She feared even more that Ying and Lin Mushui would wake up and find their way here by the sound. But soon she could not care anymore. The sound of the stream masked most of the noise. The remaining faint sounds were swept into the forest by the night wind, scattered like the pieces of a puzzle. She could only bite down hard on Nie Feng's shoulder, as if afraid that if she loosened her grip, all her embarrassing sounds would escape. Nie Feng looked down at her. Su Jiao's eyes were red and her eyelashes damp. The class flower, who usually pretended to be weak, acted coy, and used her eyes to lure others, was now completely devoid of composure. She was like a little fox that had finally sneaked into the inner circle. Trembling with tension, she still refused to back down. Even in her most frantic moments, she actively clung to him. This action deepened the look in Nie Feng's eyes. He wrapped his hand around her waist, pulling her closer into his embrace. Su Jiao felt herself melt away. She felt as if she were swallowed by the night, yet also slowly melted by the warmth radiating from Nie Feng. The wind on the deserted island was cold. The rock wall was cold too. But she felt increasingly warm. As it progressed, she could no longer tell if she was afraid or hopeful. She could only intermittently grasp Nie Feng, as if holding on to the only thing that would not abandon her on this deserted island. By the barricade in the distance, Zhang Chong suddenly perked up. "Chuga, did you hear that?" Chu Jie, who had been drowsy, nearly threw his spear in surprise at Zhang Chong's push. "What now?" Zhang Chong's face was peculiar as he lowered his voice. "It seems there is movement near the stream." Chu Jie listened intently for a few seconds. Then his expression became even more complicated than Zhang Chong's. The sound was faint, intermittent, and covered by the stream. But the more it was concealed, the more one was led to imagine. Zhang Chong's face turned pale. Could it be that a monster dragged someone to the water's edge? Chu Jie quickly covered his mouth. "Shut up." Zhang Chong's eyes widened. Chu Jie glanced at the vacant spot, where Nie Feng had been, then at the empty grass mat, where Su Jiao had been, as if suddenly enlightened. He said in a very weary tone, "Xiangzi, that's not a monster." Zhang Chong blinked. Chu Jie sighed. "That's Nie Gu opening a new battlefield on the deserted island." Zhang Chong. He understood, yet it felt like he did not fully comprehend. After a long while, he quietly asked then, "Nie Gu won't be tired, right?" "He is Nie Gu." Zhang Chong thought for a moment, finding it quite reasonable. But he felt even worse inside. In this survival situation on a deserted island, some people stood guard like it was a funeral, while others ventured out at night with girls following them. The disparity between people was sometimes greater than that between a person and a wild boar. By the stream, it was unknown how long had passed. The wind paused for a moment. The grass blades slowly bounced back before bending again. Su Jiao leaned against Nie Feng, her whole being so soft she could barely stand. Her hair was a bit disheveled, her cheeks flushed beyond reason, and her gaze no longer as clear as when she arrived. The shrewdness she had in attempting to steal away had long been exhausted. Now even raising her hand to adjust her cloak felt laborious. She could only lean against Nie Feng, gently panting. Nie Feng looked down at her. "Can you still walk?" Su Jiao's face turned beet red. She raised her hand and punched him lightly. "Why are you even asking?" Her voice was somewhat hoarse, unlike the sweetness she usually feigned. It sounded as though it had been softened by the night wind and the stream together. Nie Feng laughed. "Weren't you quite fierce when you blocked me earlier?" Su Jiao bit her lip and glared at him. But that glare lacked any lethality. Instead, it was quite adorable. "Isn't that because of you?" She could not bring herself to finish her sentence. Nie Feng helped her pick up her cloak and draped it back over her shoulders. The action was not particularly gentle, but neither was it dismissive. Su Jiao looked at his hands and suddenly felt a pang in her heart. She knew she had stolen this moment tonight. She also knew that when she returned tomorrow, Ying and Lin Mushui would not give her a pleasant face. But at least for now, she was no longer just the person who couldn't sleep due to the noises inside. She had truly been taken in by Nie Feng. Even if the beginning was not dignified, even if she had squeezed through the door while Ying and Lin Mushui were too exhausted to stay awake. But having come in was still having come in. Su Jiao couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. Nie Feng looked at her. "What are you laughing at?" Su Jiao blushed and said softly, "I just feel. If someone asks me how I got together with you in the future, I can't just say I blocked you outside the pit, can I? Nie Feng also laughed. Quite commemorative. Su Jiao glared at him in embarrassment. "You're still saying." Nie Feng pinched her cheek. "Fine, I won't say." Su Jiao was softened by his gesture. After hesitating for a moment, she gently grasped Nie Feng's hand. "Nie Gu, moi. If tomorrow teacher Yin and Lin Mushui scold me." She bit her lip, her eyes filled with unease. "Will you help me?" Nie Feng looked at her and laughed lightly. "No." Su Jiao was taken aback. "Huh." Nie Feng said nonchalantly. "You stole it yourself, you bear it yourself." Su Jiao felt wronged. "You're so heartless, aren't you?" Nie Feng pinched her chin, looking down at her. "But they won't really do anything to you, just make you work more." Su Jiao's eyes brightened slightly. "Really? If they really wanted to do something, they would have kicked you out of the inner camp." Nie Feng's tone was lazy, yet it reassured Su Jiao quite a bit. She understood. Ying would be jealous. Lin Mushui would wear a cold expression. They would use rules to pressure her, make her work harder, and let her know that the inner circle was not so easy to enter. But as long as Feng acknowledged her, she would no longer be just a peripheral girl who could easily be kicked out. That was the most important point. Su Jiao gently nodded. Then he'll work harder tomorrow. Feng glanced at her. Your resolve is quite high. Su Jiao, blushing, leaned a little closer to him, her voice softening. Then will you still let me come in the future? Feng's smile was ambiguous. Depends on your performance. Su Jiao bit her lip, but her eyes sparkled. This sentence was already enough. In the distant camp, the bonfire had dwindled to just dark red embers. The sky had not yet brightened. But Su Jiao suddenly felt that this night was not as cold as before. The sky gradually brightened. The morning on the deserted island was anything but gentle. The sea mist slowly crept out from the depths of the forest, lingering on the blades of grass outside the barbed wire, resembling a layer of pale cold sweat. Chu Jie and Zhang Chong, who were on the first watch during the first half of the night, had long been relieved. The two lay at the edge of the boys' area, sleeping like two tattered sacks just dragged back from the battlefield. Zhang Chong sprawled out a hint of suspicious drool at the corner of his mouth. Chu Jie looked a bit more presentable. He lay on his side, still clutching the wooden spear, his brow furrowed, as if he continued to preside over an emergency student council meeting in his dreams. As for the content of the meeting, it was probably about who should be eaten first according to organizational protocol. The last watch was held by Wang Hao, Li Ming, and a few other boys. Wang Hao's eyes were bloodshot. He held the wooden spear and slowly walked a circle along the outside of the barbed wire. Li Ming followed behind him. Li Ming wasn't particularly capable, but he had one advantage. He was obedient. Whatever Feng asked him to do, he did. Wherever Wang Hao told him to keep watch, he kept watch. Unlike Zhang Chong, who would start pondering life while keeping watch. He wasn't like Chu Jie, who would become so nervous that he could come up with 3 strategic explanations for himself. Li Ming whispered, "Brother Hao, it's almost dawn. Does that mean it's safer?" Wang Hao did not answer immediately. He looked at the grayish forest outside the barbed wire, and after a few seconds he said, "Don't think that way." Li Ming was taken aback. Wang Hao lowered his voice. "Gu said last night that if that thing really has a brain, it loves it when people think there's..." Li Ming's face turned slightly pale. Wang Hao glanced at him, his tone less harsh. "Don't be afraid, just keep an eye on your side. I'm not asking you to rush out and fight monsters. I'm asking you to shout out if something feels wrong." Li Ming nodded. "I understand." He was indeed scared. But fear or not, he didn't run away or slack off. This was why Feng was willing to use him now. The camp was not lacking in scared people. Everyone was afraid. The difference lay in that some could still work after being scared while others would just drag behind. As the two approached the side, near the forest, Li Ming suddenly stopped. His gaze fell on a spot a bit farther out from the barbed wire. It was not directly in front of the barbed wire, but rather a patch of tall grass and scattered stones at the edge of the forest. It was still a good 10 steps away from the barbed wire. The light from the small fire did not reach there. Last night, when looking out from the camp, all one could see was a dark silhouette of trees. Li Ming squinted. "Brother Hao." Wang Hao stopped. "What is it?" Li Ming raised his hand and pointed at the patch of tall grass. "That area. Has it been trampled by something?" Wang Hao followed his finger to look. At first he couldn't see clearly. The morning light was too faint and the fog was heavy. The grass blades were bent under the weight of dew, appearing disordered. But after looking more closely, Wang Hao's expression gradually changed. This was not ordinary wind-blown grass. Grass blown by the wind would bend in one direction. But there was a spot that looked as if something heavy had stepped on it. The grass blades were pressed outward from the center. The wet mud next to the scattered stones was also deeply sunken in one spot. Wang Hao did not approach recklessly. He first raised his hand to stop Li Ming. "Don't go over there." Li Ming immediately halted. Wang Hao crouched down, looking out from behind the barbed wire. The more he looked, the colder his back became. There indeed was a footprint on that patch of mud. It was incomplete. Only the front half was visible. It looked like that thing had stepped at the edge of the mud and then retreated back into the grass, hence leaving an incomplete outline. But even just half a footprint was terrifying. The front end vaguely showed a few large toe prints. Each toe print was more exaggerated than a normal person's thumb. The soil was pressed deeply, indicating that the thing was extremely heavy. It had merely stopped outside the forest edge, standing there watching the camp for an entire night from the darkness, which the firelight could not reach. Wang Hao swallowed hard. In that moment, he finally understood why Feng had emphasized last night that that thing might observe. Ordinary beasts do not behave this way. Wild boars, upon sensing human presence, either run away or charge. Wolf packs would circle around, but leave a trail of chaotic footprints. But this thing was different. It only left behind a half footprint. It did not trample around. It did not charge. It did not test the strength of the barbed wire. It did not rush toward the firelight like a mindless beast. It had come. It had looked. And then it had retreated. This calmness was far more chilling than directly charging in. Li Ming's voice tightened. Brother, how should we call Nye Ge? Wang Hao took a deep breath. Call. He did not, because Nye Feng had said that when something is amiss, the first thing is to stabilize the situation and not scare everyone out of their wits with one loud shout. Wang Hao turned around and called out in a low voice towards the inner camp, Nye Ge. There's something going on in the woods. Wang Hao's voice was not loud. He did not dare to shout. Nye Feng had instructed that when something is truly wrong, the first action should not be to yell, but to stabilize the situation and not scare the entire camp. But even with his voice suppressed, this sentence felt like a cold wooden splinter piercing into everyone's nerves in the camp before dawn. Nye Feng almost opened his eyes the moment the sound fell. There was no bewilderment of just waking up in his eyes. One moment he seemed asleep, and the next he was sitting up casually grabbing the fire axe beside him. Ying and Lin Mushui were still deeply asleep. They had been thoroughly exhausted by Nye Feng's antics in the first half of the night, and were indeed worn out to the extreme, only stirring slightly at Wang Hao's shout, yet not fully awake. Su Jiao was awake, or rather she hadn't really been in a deep sleep. After quietly returning from the stream in the later part of the night, she lay back on her grass mat, turning her back to everyone, pretending as if she had been sleeping there all along. But her body couldn't lie, neither could her heart. With her eyes closed, her mind was as chaotic as a pile of coconuts overturned by monkeys. At one moment, she heard the sound of the stream. At another, she recalled Nye Feng's unabashedly mischievous gaze when he looked at her. Then again, she remembered Ying's gentle, yet dangerous gaze, and Lin Mushui's face cold as a blade. Thus, when Wang Hao shouted, her first reaction was not about the monster, but rather her guilt. Su Jiao suddenly opened her eyes, almost thinking that her secret of sneaking away had been exposed. When she heard there's something going on in the woods, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. But just as that breath was halfway out, fear came rushing back. The woods. The situation. In the current context of the deserted island, these two phrases were equivalent to the king of hell knocking at the camp door with a list in hand. As Nye Feng walked out with the fire axe, Ying finally woke up. She rubbed her forehead, her back still aching a bit. Just sitting up, the fatigue washed over her like a tide. First, she glanced at Nye Feng. He was already outside. Then her peripheral vision caught Su Jiao. Su Jiao had also sat up. Her movements were a beat slower than usual. She lowered her head, her ears uncomfortably red, and her fingers subconsciously tugged at the edge of her snakeskin skirt. Ying paused for a moment. She truly had no idea when Su Jiao had gone out last night. Nor did she know when Su Jiao had returned. But she wasn't a little girl. Some things didn't require witnessing firsthand. Just a glance at the woman's demeanor in the morning, and then observing her awkward gait, was enough to draw a rough conclusion. Moreover, Su Jiao's current expression was hardly that of someone startled awake by a monster. Rather, it resembled someone who had snuck a bite of something in their mouth, not yet wiped clean, being called up for assembly. Ying did not speak immediately. She merely glanced at Su Jiao. That gaze was light, yet it made Su Jiao's back tense. Su Jiao quickly lowered her head, pretending to arrange her grass mat. Lin Mushui woke up a little later than Ying. Upon opening her eyes, she saw Ying staring at Su Jiao. Following Ying's gaze, Lin Mushui's expression instantly turned cold. Su Jiao sat at the edge of the grass mat, her cheeks flushed, her gaze evasive. As soon as she saw Lin Mushui awake, she immediately averted her eyes. It was too obvious. So apparent that Lin Mushui found it hard to pretend she didn't understand. She narrowed her eyes and coldly said, Su Jiao. Su Jiao's body stiffened. Oh. Lin Mushui stared at her. Did you sleep well last night? Su Jiao's face turned bright red. It was okay. Lin Mushui sneered. It was quite okay. Ying gently coughed. Now was not the time to settle accounts. Wang Hao was still waiting near the barbed wire, and they had no idea what was going on outside. She suppressed the complex anger within her, picked up the wooden spear beside her, and stood up. Let's go check it out. Lin Mushui glanced at Su Jiao. We'll talk later. Su Jiao. Suddenly, she felt that the unknown monster outside was perhaps not as terrifying as the three words Lin Mushui. On the other side, the boys' area was already in chaos. To be precise, not all the boys were in chaos. The last watchmen were still relatively calm. Wang Hao and Li Ming stood inside the barbed wire, their faces grim, but they did not shout or run out recklessly. The real chaos was with Chu Jie and Zhang Chong, who had been relieved from the first watch and were now trying to sleep. When Zhang Chong bounced up from the grass mat, his eyes hadn't even opened yet, and his mouth was already surrendering. The monster is coming. Who will it eat first? I volunteer to be last. Chu Jie also sat up with the wooden spear, his hair a mess, as if a bird's nest had taken residence in it. He was dazed for 3 seconds before instinctively assuming a serious expression, like a cadre organizing a meeting. Everyone, don't panic. The first watch personnel may have completed their historical mission, but we are still spiritually with the camp. Zhang Chong rubbed his eyes as he looked at him. Brother Chu, didn't we finish our shift a long time ago? Chu Jie hesitated for a moment. Our bodies may have clocked out, but our responsibilities haven't. A boy nearby chimed in. You two were snoring just now, while responsibility was sound asleep. Chu Jia. Zhang Chong. Wang Hao turned back and scolded in a low voice. Stop the nonsense, something has definitely been here. This statement was more effective than a splash of cold water on their faces. Chu Jia and Zhang Chong instantly sobered up. The two, gripping their wooden spears, crawled toward the barbed wire. Just as Zhang Chong was about to peek outside, Feng pressed his hand on the back of his head, pushing him back. Don't stick your head out. Zhang Chong shrank back in fright. Oh. Feng walked over to Wang Hao. Where? Wang Hao pointed to a patch of tall grass and scattered stones near the forest edge. There. It's not right next to the barbed wire, but a bit further out. Li Ming saw it first. Li Ming's face was still a bit pale, but his voice was steady. Brother Nia, I noticed that patch of grass looked odd, so I called Brother Hao to take a look. Feng didn't rush to speak. He crouched down, looking in the direction Wang Hao pointed. That spot was still a good 10 steps away from the barbed wire. It wasn't close. The small fire had only illuminated the center of the camp, and the light was already weak. Moreover, the fog was heavy in the later part of the night. When looking outward from the fire, the light would suppress visibility, making the forest edge appear almost entirely dark. And that patch of high grass and scattered stones just happened to be tucked behind a shadow cast by a protruding tree. From inside the barbed wire, one could only see a deeper shadow. Unless it was dawn, it would be difficult to discover that something had stopped there. Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. His vision, enhanced by the unnamed breathing technique, allowed him to see more details. That small patch of tall grass had not been blown down by the wind. Grass blown by the wind would bend in one direction, but the grass there was pressed outward from the center. It was as if something heavy had stood there for some time. In the wet mud next to the scattered stones, there was it was incomplete. Only the forefoot and a few thick toe prints were visible. It looked like that thing had stepped at the edge of the mud and then retreated back into the grass, hence not leaving a complete footprint. But even just half a footprint was enough to send shivers down one's spine. That footprint was far larger than an ordinary person's foot. The soil had been pressed down deeply. This indicated that the thing was extremely heavy. More crucially, it had not approached the barbed wire. It had not touched the poisonous thorns, nor had it left any traces of having breached the defenses. It simply stood in a position that the firelight could not reach, watching the camp for a while from the darkness. Then it left. This was far more terrifying than it charging directly. Zhang Chong's face turned green as he stammered, Niega. Is this a footprint? Feng nodded. Yes. Zhang Chong swallowed hard. Is it possible that someone stepped here last night after going to the toilet? As soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted it. Su Jiao's face instantly flushed. Lin Mushui shot him a cold look. Zhang Chong wished he could slap himself. Why did he have to bring up something so inappropriate? He was certain that his mouth would eventually lead him to feed monsters. Chu Jia quickly intervened, looking serious, as he said, Xiangzi, don't talk nonsense. A normal person's foot couldn't possibly be this big. Zhang Chong muttered, but Nia Gu isn't a normal person. Feng turned to look at him. Zhang Chong immediately changed his tune. But Nia Gu's feet were quite civilized. Ying walked over, following his gaze, her brows slowly furrowing. Xiao Feng, why didn't the night watch notice? This question was quite crucial. It wasn't a reproach, but rather a confirmation of the issue. Wang Hao's expression tightened, and he immediately replied, Teacher, Yin, it was my fault. After the fog rolled in during the latter half of the night, it was hard to see the edge of the forest. I was mainly focused on the front of the barricade and a few gaps, not expecting that thing to stop in the darker corners outside. Li Ming quickly added, I didn't see anything either. It was pitch black over there last night with tall grass, making it impossible to distinguish anything. Feng waved his hand. It's not your fault. Wang Hao was taken aback. Feng stood up and pointed to it. Stood in a very tricky spot. The firelight couldn't reach it. Looking from inside the barricade, it was blocked by tall grass and scattered stones. Moreover, with the fog in the latter half of the night, you were focused on the barricade and gaps, making it indeed hard to see it. As he spoke, his tone slightly deepened. The problem is it knows that standing there makes it hard to be seen. Once this was said, everyone around fell silent. Even Zhang Chong, who had just been joking, shut his mouth. Chu Jie's face gradually paled. He looked at the half footprint and said with difficulty, Nia Gu, do you mean? It didn't just pass by, eh? Feng glanced at him. Would you stand outside someone else's window in the dead of night? Chu Jie fell silent. Zhang Chong instinctively chimed in. That's called being a pervert. Feng nodded. So what came last night was a perverted giant foot monster. Everyone. If it weren't for the terrifying footprint, they might have thought he was joking. However, Ying couldn't smile. She looked at the fallen tall grass, her voice lowered. It didn't attack the barricade or touch the poison spikes, right? Feng looked at her. Ying was indeed clear-headed. Even if she had just woken up, and even with the anger still simmering about Su Jiao stealing from them, she could still grasp the key point immediately. Feng nodded. Didn't touch them. Lin Mushui tightened her grip on her short wooden spear and said coldly, Does it know the barricade is dangerous? Not necessarily knows about the poison, Feng said, but it at least knows that sharp spikes firelight in crowds are not to be casually approached. Wang Hao's expression grew grim. This is no ordinary beast. Feng nodded. Ordinary wild boars might have rushed in last night, but this thing did not. It was observing. Su Jiao, standing at the back of the crowd, looked somewhat pale. Just now she had felt guilty for being seen through by Ying and Lin Muxue, but upon seeing that giant footprint her guilt instantly turned into fear. Last night she and Feng had exited from downwind. If that thing had been at the forest's edge at that time, if it had been watching from the dark, the more Su Jiao thought, the colder her palms became. Ying thought of this as well. She glanced at Su Jiao, her expression complex. She was angry, but at this moment she felt more fear. Su Jiao had indeed been bold last night. She had stolen from them, and it truly made both her and Lin Muxue uncomfortable. But if something had really happened to her outside, it would no longer just be a matter of jealousy. That would be a matter of life and death. Lin Muxue also looked at Su Jiao with a cold expression. Now you know to be afraid. Su Jiao's lips moved, but she didn't retort. She was indeed scared. Last night by the creek, she thought she had finally seized an opportunity. But now she realized that while seizing that opportunity, she had almost put herself right under the monster's nose. Feng did not continue to make jokes at this moment. He looked at everyone, his voice deepening. Listen carefully. Everyone immediately fell silent. Last night it didn't rush the barricade, not because it was afraid. It also wasn't because it was poisoned. It didn't even touch the barricade at all. It was just standing at the edge of the forest watching us for a while. Zhang Chong whispered, "What was it watching us for?" Feng turned to look at him. It was watching how many of us there were. Watching if the fire would go out. Watching how often the night watch changed. Watching if there were gaps in the barricade. It was also watching to see if anyone left the camp at night. As the last sentence fell, the air became slightly still. Su Jiao's face turned red and pale. Lin Muxue shot her a cold glance. Ying said nothing, only took a gentle breath. Zhang Chong instinctively looked at Chu Jia. Chu Jia immediately put on a serious expression, as if he had not been the one eavesdropping on gossip last night. Feng continued, "From now on no one is allowed to leave the inner camp alone at night. If you need to go to the latrine, you must inform the night watch in advance, and at least 2 people must go together." Zhang Chong weakly raised his hand. "Niega, what if I want to go?" Feng looked at him. "Fine, Chu Jia." Chu Jia's face changed. "I refuse. Refusal is invalid." Zhang Chong looked at Chu Jia, his expression complex. "Brother Chu, I didn't expect our brotherhood would ultimately develop into going to the latrine together." Chu Jia's face turned pale. "Shut up, I'd rather negotiate with the monster." Zhang Chong felt wronged. "You'd rather find the monster than accompany me." Chu Jia said seriously, "Monsters may not be harmful." The tense atmosphere around them was slightly eased by these two. Ying nearly couldn't hold back her laughter. Lin Muxue also turned her face, her lips twitching slightly, but she quickly suppressed it. Feng was too lazy to pay attention to these two lively ones. He turned to Wang Hao. "Today we need to cut down all the tall grass on this side of the forest." Wang Hao immediately nodded. "Understood." Li Ming's face turned a bit white, and he quietly asked, "Niega, do we go out to cut it?" "I'll lead the team," Feng said calmly. Li Ming immediately sighed in relief. "That's no problem. As long as Feng was there, he would dare to try anything, even going to trim the monster's landscaping." Feng continued, "Add another row of angled spikes outside the barricade. We don't seek to block it, but at least make it impossible for it to approach silently." Wang Hao nodded. "I'll lead the crew to do it. The campfire can only keep one going at night." Feng glanced at the pile of charcoal fire in the center of the camp. "But adjust its position a bit, move it a little closer to the forest so that the firelight can reach the dark corners." Ying immediately understood. The consumption of firewood will increase. "So today we need to send more people to collect firewood," Feng said. "But we cannot burn in a circle, we don't have that many resources." Zhang Chong murmured, "We are indeed very poor right now." Chu Jia nodded. "The island's finances are severely in deficit." Feng looked at them. "You two are responsible for collecting 2 more bundles of firewood today." Zhang Chong. Chu Jia. Wang Hao sneered from the side. "The finance department is personally going to the grassroots level." Chu Jia took a deep breath, trying to save face. "This is called going deep into the front line to understand the people's sentiments." Zhang Chong said with a mournful face, "I understand so much that my arms hurt." Feng then looked at Ying. "Water and food will be as usual today, but don't let people eat too much. We will continue training in the afternoon." Ying nodded. "I'll arrange it." Ying said softly, "We also need to continue supplementing the poison plant juice." As she said this, her gaze swept over Su Jiao subtly. Su Jiao's heart suddenly thumped. She understood that gaze all too well. Gentle calm, yet with a strong impact. If Lin Muxue was openly stabbing people, then Ying was like offering a knife with a smile and asking if it hurt. Lin Muxue also crossed her arms and coldly added, Su Jiao seemed quite energetic last night. She should be able to make 2 more portions today. Su Jiao's face instantly flushed. She instinctively wanted to refute. But as the words came to her lips, she swallowed them back. She felt guilty now. Very guilty. After all, it was indeed her who sneaked in last night, while Ying and Lin Muxue were sound asleep taking someone away. Now after being scolded a bit, she really had no confidence to retort. Feng, however, glanced at her. Su Jiao stood there looking down, her ears turning red and her feet feeling. Others might not notice, but Feng could see it. This girl had been bold last night. But boldness aside, her body was not made of iron. If she were to make the poison plant juice early in the morning, she would probably not last long before turning herself into a mess. Feng lightly cleared his throat and said casually, All right, let Zhang Chong and Chu Jie handle the poison plant juice. Zhang Chong, who had been watching the fun nearby, froze upon hearing his name. Huh. Chu Jie was also stunned. Gu, is this still our business? Feng looked at them. You two were on the first night watch last night, full of energy and sharp observation, making you very suitable for this detailed work. Zhang Chong's mouth twitched. Gu, I feel like you are praising me, but it also feels like a sentencing. Chu Jie nodded solemnly. Xiangzi, be confident it's a sentence. Lin Muxue frowned and looked at Feng. What about her? This her naturally referred to Su Jiao. Su Jiao's heart tightened, and she secretly glanced at Feng. Feng's expression was natural. Su Jiao will help Aunt Yin with breakfast and water today. Ying's eyebrows moved slightly. This task sounded busy too. But compared to squatting in front of the stone mortar to pound poison plant juice, it was much lighter. Lin Muxue immediately sensed something was off and coldly laughed. You really know how to arrange things. Feng said seriously, she didn't sleep well last night. Letting her pound poison plant juice could lead to a mistake, and if the juice ends up in the food, everyone would ascend together. Su Jiao's face turned red. What did not sleep well last night mean? How could he still bring it up? Lin Muxue was so angry that her teeth itched. You know why she didn't sleep well, don't you? Feng nodded. I know, which is why it's a reasonable arrangement. Lin Muxue. Ying almost couldn't hold her composure. She took a deep breath, trying to maintain her image as the gentle head of the household. Xiao Feng, you are being blatantly biased. Feng looked at her, smiling calmly. Aunt Yin, she did indeed tire herself out last night. Su Jiao nearly buried her face in the ground on the spot. Zhang Chong's eyes widened instantly. Chu Jie reacted quickly and covered Zhang Chong's mouth. Don't ask. Zhang Chong blinked desperately. Chu Jie murmured in a low voice. If you ask, today won't be about pounding poison plant juice, but about being pounded. Zhang Chong immediately became obedient. Ying's face turned red as well, unable to help but glare at Feng. Can you pay attention to your words? Feng shrugged. I have been paying attention. Lin Muxue said coldly. If you weren't paying attention, the entire camp would have understood. Zhang Chong murmured. Actually, it's pretty much the same right now. Chu Jie quickly kicked him again. Feng lazily pointed at the stone mortar. Chu Jie, Zhang Chong, stop whispering over there. Poison plant juice 2 portions. Zhang Chong said indignantly. Gu, I was on the first watch last night, and now I have to pound plants today. Is this reasonable? Feng nodded. Reasonable. You have more meat, so you're durable. Zhang Chong. Chu Jie sighed. Xiangzi, don't struggle. The island doesn't have labor arbitration. Su Jiao stood beside them, lowering her head, but her heart suddenly softened. Feng wasn't publicly protecting her. He didn't say any overly sweet words either. He even intentionally teased her about last night, making her feel like she wanted to find a hole to hide in. But she could tell. He was shielding her. Ying and Lin Muxue could also tell. So Lin Muxue was even angrier, and Ying felt more helpless. Su Jiao bit her lip and said softly, Gu, I can work too. Feng looked at her. No one said. He pointed at the clay pot and bamboo water container. Go help Aunt Yin boil water, and also divide the breakfast. After saying that, he added, don't overexert yourself, take it slow. Su Jiao's face instantly turned crimson. Ying, Lin Muxue, Zhang Chong. Chu Jie took a deep breath and whispered, Xiangzi, do you understand now? Zhang Chong looked confused. Understand what? Chu Jie's tone was profound. This is called different fates for the same labor. Zhang Chong looked at the wooden spear in his hand, then at Su Jiao, and finally sighed deeply. I get it. Chu Jie asked, get what? Zhang Chong's face was filled with sadness. In this camp, some people work overtime because they are pampered, while others work overtime because they are unfortunate. Chu Jie patted his shoulder. Xiangzi, don't be sad. Zhang Chong looked at him, touched. Brother Chu, are you trying to comfort me? Chu Jie shook his head. I meant to say you belong to the latter group, and it's quite stable. Zhang Chong. The fear that had originally been suppressed by the giant footprint in the camp was slightly alleviated by these words. But Feng's gaze quickly returned to the depths of the forest. Joking aside, the battlefield aside, that thing outside wouldn't just turn around and leave because they were bickering in the morning. Last night it was only watching. Tonight it might not just be watching anymore. After the discovery of the giant footprints, the camp did not return to sleep. The day had already dawned. The sea mist slowly retreated from the depths of the forest, clinging to the grass blades with moisture. The sun had not fully climbed the treetops, yet the air carried a stifling heat. The half-imprint from last night weighed heavily on everyone's hearts like a stone. It did not charge at the barricades. It did not step on the poisoned thorns. It did not crash into the camp. It merely stood in the shadowed corners of the forest, watching them all night long. This was more unsettling than a direct assault, because a direct assault at least revealed the enemy's location. But that thing last night lurked in the darkness. The night watch did not see it. The sleeping ones were unaware. It was like a pair of eyes hidden in the grass, quietly staring at the camp, observing the firelight, the barricades, the changing of the night watch, and those who left the camp in the dead of night. Thus, Feng did not allow too much time for everyone to indulge in wild thoughts. Fear is most potent when idle. When people have nothing to do, they easily frighten themselves. Once busy, at least their minds would focus on whether their arms were sore, if there was enough firewood, and where to move the next log. Finish breakfast, and let's get to work right away. Feng slung the fire axe over his shoulder, his voice not loud, yet it tightened everyone's hearts. Today we have 3 tasks. First, clear the tall grass beyond the forest. Second, add a row of angled spikes outside the barricades. Third, move the fire pit a bit towards the forest tonight, to ensure the light can reach that dark corner from last night. After he finished speaking, he scanned the crowd with his gaze. No one should think this is just busy work. That thing from last night could hide behind the grass and watch us. Tonight, I will shave the grass clean. It likes the shadows, so I will uncover the shadows. If it wishes to hide and observe. Feng's lips curled slightly, his eyes cold as the axe blade. Then I will gouge out its eyes. With these words, the terror that had been pressing down on the camp suddenly found a crack to escape. Everyone was still afraid. Fearful as they were, at least they had a direction. It was not about waiting in the camp for the monster to return. It was not about trembling in the darkness with wooden spears. Instead, it was about actively clearing away its hiding places. This feeling was direct. It was also exhilarating. Wang Hao immediately stepped forward to start assigning tasks. Now he was responsible for execution within Feng's system, his voice much firmer than before. Previously, he had been a sycophant scurrying around Chujia. Now he had become the one arranging work for Chujia. This shift made many feel strange. Especially Chujia. Chujia held a wooden spear, his expression complex. Zhang Chong murmured beside him. Brother Chu, Wang Hao is starting to sound more and more like a foreman. Chujia glanced at Wang Hao, who was busy assigning tasks, his lips twitching slightly. Xiangzi, the world has changed. Zhang Chong sighed. He used to bring you water, and now he makes you move wood. Chujia paused for a moment and replied seriously. This indicates an important principle. Zhang Chong immediately asked, what principle? Chujia sighed heavily. One must be cautious in choosing sides. Zhang Chong thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Wang Hao overheard and turned to glance at them. You two should stop reminiscing about the past. Nie Gu said Zhang Chong will move wood and Chujia will clear grass. Chujia frowned. Wang Hao, you're arranging me quite smoothly now. Wang Hao was completely unperturbed. Nie Gu instructed me to do this. That single remark shut Chujia down. Zhang Chong struggled to stifle a laugh. Chujia looked at him. What are you laughing at? Zhang Chong quickly restrained his expression. I wasn't laughing, I just think Lao Wang is quite successful now. Wang Hao snorted. Don't keep calling me Lao Wang, I'm younger than you. Zhang Chong replied seriously, should I call you Xiao Wang then? Wang Hao. Chujia patted Zhang Chong's shoulder. Xiangzi, if you keep talking you might end up doubting your life while moving wood today. Zhang Chong immediately shut his mouth. The camp quickly sprang into action. The boys were divided into 3 groups. The first group went with Feng to clear the tall grass at the forest's edge. The second group, under Wang Hao's command, moved wood to reinforce the outer angled spikes. The third group was responsible for gathering firewood nearby, working in teams of 3, ensuring they did not stray out of sight of the camp. No one dared to act alone. That footprint from last night had shattered everyone's sense of safety. The women were also busy. Ying did not participate in the external cleanup. She stayed in the inner camp, overseeing the girls as they managed water, breakfast, and bamboo tubes. The water needed to be heated in batches. The bamboo tubes had to be counted. Every boy going out to work had to be able to drink a sip of water upon returning. Not for comfort, but to avoid dehydration. Once the sun rises on the deserted island, people sweat quickly. Chopping grass, moving wood, and dragging vines may not seem as thrilling as fighting monsters, but in practice, it was far more exhausting than running 10 laps around the playground during military training. Ying stood by the fire, her sleeves rolled up, her long hair simply tied back with vines. She was tired last night, but as day broke, she remained the one capable of managing the camp's logistics. Warm water, food, and the division of labor among the girls became organized under her command. She did not shout loudly. With just a glance and a gesture, several girls knew exactly where to go. This was the position she held in the camp. It wasn't solely granted by Feng. It was built piece by piece over the past few days. Lin Mushui was guarding the inner camp with two braver girls. She held a short wooden spear standing between the women's quarters and the fire. Anyone wanting to wander must first pass her test. When she wore a cold expression, even the usually chattering girls dared not ask many questions. Su Jiao was not assigned any heavy tasks today. Feng had just taken her in last night. It was unlikely he would throw her into toxic grass juice or would moving tasks first thing in the morning. That wasn't being forceful. It was heartless. So he only let Su Jiao follow Ying to manage water and breakfast. Light work, but not idle work. Su Jiao understood this. It was a way for Feng to shield her. Ying and Lin Mushui also understood. Lin Mushui was quite displeased about it. She watched Su Jiao counting the bamboo tubes with her head down, her voice cold. You were quite spirited last night, and now you get assigned light work. Su Jiao's face turned crimson. Keeping her head down, she did not dare to retort. Ying cast a gentle glance at Lin Mushui. Mushui. Lin Mushui pursed her lips and fell silent. Ying looked back at Su Jiao. She did not publicly humiliate Su Jiao, but simply pushed a row of bamboo tubes in front of her. Wash these clean. When the people out clearing return, you will be responsible for distributing to them. Su Jiao quickly nodded. Okay. Ying's voice was gentle, but carried weight. Entering the inner circle does not mean you get to avoid work. Su Jiao paused. She lifted her gaze to meet Ying's eyes before quickly looking down again. I understand. That's good to hear. Ying did not say more. Yet Su Jiao felt a sense of relief in her heart. She knew Ying was subtly admonishing her. But within that admonishment, there was also a sense of acceptance. At the very least, Ying did not cast her out. She did not tear their relationship apart in front of everyone. This was already the best outcome for Su Jiao. However, the gazes of the other girls in the women's quarters were not as... Some envied her. Some were jealous. Some pretended not to see, but their hands shredded the grass leaves into tiny bits. The arts committee member Zhou Qian stood not far away. She had once sought opportunities to get closer to Feng. She even pretended to trip and fell near Feng once. At that time, she thought she was already quite proactive. But now seeing Su Jiao, she realized that her little actions were akin to a primary school student submitting homework. Su Jiao had directly taken advantage of Ying and Lin Mushui's deep sleep last night to sneak away. That kind of courage Zhou Qian had to admire. Yet admiration aside, she felt a pang of bitterness inside. She lowered her head to wipe the bamboo tubes. A girl beside her whispered, Zhou Qian, do you think Su Jiao will be able to sleep inside from now on? Zhou Qian pressed her lips together. If you ask me, who should I ask? The girl lowered her voice again. Teacher Yin and Lin Mushui will surely not let her off easily, right? Zhou Qian glanced at Su Jiao, who was blushing and working diligently. She appeared both shy and obedient. Yet she was no longer the same. At the very least, Feng had just publicly reduced her workload. This point was observed by all the girls. Zhou Qian felt even more bitterness. What if they don't let her have it easy? She spoke softly. She has already entered. This statement brought a moment of silence among the few girls nearby. On this deserted island, entering was not an abstract term. It meant getting closer to Feng. It also meant gaining an invisible layer of protection on this increasingly dangerous island. They were not ignorant. Some simply did not dare. Some had no opportunity. And some had begun to reassess their courage. Ying observed all these gazes. She was very clear in her heart. After Su Jiao's success last night, the thoughts of the women in the quarter would surely become chaotic. Previously, when everyone looked at Ying and Lin Mushui, they merely thought of them as special. One was Feng's instructor, and the other was Feng's class flower. They seemed to have a natural reason to be close to Feng. But Su Jiao was different. Su Jiao had fought her way in on her own. This would send a very dangerous signal to the other girls. As long as one had enough courage, perhaps they too could enter. Thus, Ying had to establish rules. She set down the bamboo tube. She was holding her voice soft, yet heard by several girls around. Don't just watch the excitement. If you want to get closer to the safe zone, you can. If you want Feng to notice you more, that's fine too. A few girls simultaneously paused in their actions. Ying's tone remained gentle. But in this camp, no one can rely solely on their looks to get by. Someone needs to boil the water. Someone needs to gather firewood. Someone needs to crush the toxic grass juice. Someone needs to tend to wounds. Someone needs to count the supplies. She glanced at Su Jiao, then at Zhou Qian and the other girls. Anyone who wishes to compete must first do their own tasks well. This statement did not explicitly call anyone out, yet it suppressed everyone's subtle thoughts. Zhou Qian lowered her head and fell silent. Su Jiao also pressed her lips together, silently washing the bamboo tubes more carefully. She understood that Ying's words were not only directed at others, but also meant for her. Last night, she had taken a step forward through sheer courage. But to stand firm, she needed skills. Outside the camp, the cleanup had begun. The tall grass at the forest's edge looked even more uncomfortable in the daylight compared to the night. The grass half a person's height was densely packed together with vines entwined beneath it, occasionally revealing slick, uneven stones. That thing from last night had been hiding in this area. No. To be precise, it had been standing behind this area, using it to shield its view. Feng did not let everyone rush in blindly. He first used a wooden spear to poke through the outer layer of grass, confirming that there were no poisonous snakes and pits before swinging the axe down on the first patch of tall grass. The fire axe fell. Crack. A bush as thick as a wrist was cleaved in two. The axe blade swept across, bringing down a large area of vines and grass. The movement was decisive and clean, as if giving the forest a haircut. Everyone felt revitalized. Feng stood at the front, his voice steady. Pairs of two. One to cut, one to watch. Don't just bow your head to work. If there's movement in the grass, retreat first, do not be reckless. Wang Hao immediately began assigning tasks. His command style was no longer as tentative as before. Who would go left, who would go right, who would drag the cut grass back to the camp for covering, and who would pick out usable sticks for the angled spikes, were all clearly arranged. Chu Jia watched all this, feeling a strange taste in his heart. Wang Hao had once been his subordinate. Now Wang Hao was arranging tasks for him. Yet Chu Jia had to admit that Wang Hao was indeed more useful now than before. Previously, they had muddled through the student council, competing over who could say pretty words, who could put on airs, and who could gather people to form factions. Now it was about who could get a bunch of frightened students moving. This was not something that could be upheld by merely the student council president's eloquence. Zhang Chong dragged a bundle of cut grass past, panting heavily. Brother Chu, stop daydreaming. Wang Hao is glaring at you again. Chu Jia frowned. Did he ever dare to glare at me before? Zhang Chong pondered. Never dared. Chu Jia was about to nod. Zhang Chong added, but now he dares. Chu Jia. He gritted his teeth and swung the stone knife down hard at the vines before him. Get to work. Zhang Chong was taken aback. Brother Chu, why are you suddenly so spirited? Chu Jia maintained a blank expression. I don't want to be glared at by my former subordinates anymore. Zhang Chong thought this reason was a bit petty, yet very genuine. Clearing the area was tiring. It was more exhausting than practicing thrusts. At least thrusting was a single motion. Chopping grass was different. The grass leaves could cut your hands. The vines could trip your feet. The wet mud was slippery. The stone knife was dull and would get stuck after a few chops. Many boys quickly developed red marks on their palms. Some people had their forearms cut by grass leaves, and as droplets of blood emerged, they were quickly washed away by sweat. But no one dared to call for a stop, because with each foot of ground cleared, the feeling of being watched by darkness diminished. Tall grass fell in patches. Sunlight finally penetrated the previously dark forest edge. The damp soil, scattered stones, and broken branches were gradually exposed. The half-imprint of the giant footprint became clearer. In daylight, it appeared even more terrifying than when first discovered in the morning. The toes were thick. The palm was broad. The soil was deeply sunken. Zhang Chong crouched beside it and compared his foot, his face turning pale immediately. That foot could crush half of me. Chu Jia passed by him, looking down for a glance. Xianzi, be more confident. Zhang Chong's eyes lit up. Are you trying to comfort me? Chu Jia replied seriously, more like half of you. Zhang Chong nearly struck him with the stone knife. As they continued clearing, Wang Hao suddenly shouted, Niagu, there are more traces over here. Everyone immediately halted. Feng walked over. Wang Hao pointed at a patch of grass that had been pressed down very low. This spot was not far behind the half-imprint of the footprint. The grass was not flattened by footsteps. Instead, it appeared as if something massive had pressed down on it. Feng crouched down, reaching to part the grass roots. In the wet mud lay several shallow, long marks. They did not resemble footprints. Rather, they looked like impressions left by fingers pressing into the mud. They were very thick, very long, much larger than an ordinary person's fingers. The surroundings instantly fell silent. Li Ming's face turned somewhat pale. It was lying here watching us. No one answered, because the answer lay plainly before them. That thing had likely not been standing to watch last night. Instead, it had been crouched behind the grass, hiding its body lower. The firelight could not reach it. The night watch could not see it. But it could see the camp. It could see the campfire. It could see the barricades. It could see the women's quarters and the boys' quarters. It sent a chill down their spines. Wang Hao's voice tightened. Brother Nia, is this thing a beast or a human? Feng stared at the claw marks, not answering immediately. If it were a beast, it shouldn't have finger marks, so human-like. If it were a human, the size would be too exaggerated. Deep within the desolate island, something far more complex than they had imagined was clearly hidden. He stood up. I don't know for now. Zhang Chong's face turned paler. Even Brother Nia doesn't know. Feng glanced at him. I'm not an encyclopedia of this desolate island. Chu Jia said seriously, but you're practically a legend to us. Feng said indifferently, less flattery, more grass cutting. Chu Jia immediately bowed his head to work. All right. Not long after, Li Ming found something else wedged in a crevice among the rocks. Brother Nya, there's something stuck here. He didn't dare touch it recklessly, only pointing at the crevice with his wooden spear. Nya Feng walked over, crouched down, and gently pried it out with the tip of the spear. It was a small piece of bone, about half a palm in length. One end was sharpened. The other end was wrapped with some blackened rattan fibers. It didn't look like a natural break. It seemed more like a roughly polished bone spike. Wang Hao's expression shifted at the sight. Is this a tool? The moment the word tool was spoken, the air around them seemed to thin out for an instant. Footprints only indicated the creature's size. Claw marks only showed it resembled a human. But tools were different. Even the crudest bone spike meant it wasn't a beast acting purely on instinct. It could utilize objects. It knew how to hide. It could observe their defenses. Zhang Chong swallowed hard. Brother, Nye doesn't know how to use weapons. Chu Jie forced himself to stay calm. Maybe it uses them for picking its teeth. Zhang Chong stared at him. Do you think that explanation comforts anyone? Chu Jie was silent for a moment. It comforted me for a second. Nye Feng held the bone spike, his gaze turning somber. He didn't panic. Instead, he smiled. It was a cold smile. Interesting. Zhang Chong was on the verge of tears. Brother Nye, I don't find this interesting at all. Nye Feng tossed the bone spike to the ground and gently pressed it down with the axe blade. It watched us last night. Today, let's see what it left behind. He looked up toward the depths of the forest. Keep clearing. Clear out this entire area. It likes hiding in dark corners, so it'll shave those corners bare. This sentence reignited everyone's strength like a spark. A monster that could observe was terrifying. One that could use tools was even more so. But Nye Feng's approach was more direct. You hide in the grass. I cut the grass. You rely on shadows. I clear the shadows. You lay here watching us last night. Then today you'll tear open the spot where you lay and let the sun shine in. This thrill wasn't something shouted out loud. It was carved out stroke by the stone knives, wooden spears, and fire axes in their hands. The tall grass continued to fall. Vines were dragged back to the camp. Usable branches were sharpened into angled stakes. Unusable leaves were piled aside to dry for tinder or ground cover. The boys were drenched in sweat. Some were so sore they couldn't lift their arms, gritting their teeth and switching hands to keep dragging. Someone slipped and fell into the mud, cursed as they got up and kept working. Zhang Chong had it the worst. He was big, so he carried the most wood. Every time he tried to slack off, Wang Hao stood nearby watching him. Zhang Chong finally couldn't take it anymore. Wang Hao, you never treated me like this before. Wang Hao handed him a log. I wasn't enlightened before. Zhang Chong hugged the log, his face full of grievance. Why does your enlightenment cost me carrying wood? Chu Jie, dragging vines nearby, said gloomily, Qiangzi, don't ask. Just say the tide of the times has rolled over us. Zhang Chong was so tired, he was rolling his eyes. This tide is pretty heavy. In the camp, the atmosphere in the women's quarters was also shifting. Su Jiao wasn't slacking off anymore. After washing the bamboo tubes, she took the initiative to help Ying organize the pottery jars for water distribution. When the first group of boys returned drenched in sweat looking for water, she handed it to them, her movements much steadier than before. It wasn't deliberate showing off. It wasn't intentional coquettishness. She knew many girls were watching her now, watching to see if she could coast through just by sleeping over, watching to see if she could avoid all work after being favored by Nye Feng. So she couldn't hide. A girl named Zhao Qing walked over with a few banana leaves and whispered to Zhou Qian, Su Jiao is actually working. Zhou Qian glanced at Su Jiao, her tone sour. What choice does she have? Teacher Yin is watching. Zhao Qing lowered her voice again. But Brother Nye did protect her just now. Zhou Qian paused. You want to be protected too? Zhao Qing blushed and quickly looked down. I was just saying. Zhou Qian said nothing more. But her gaze still drifted toward the forest edge. Nye Feng stood at the very front. The fire axe fell again and again. Sweat dripped down the line of his jaw. The sunlight shone on his shoulders and back, giving his young, powerful body an extraordinary sense of strength. There wasn't a woman in the camp who didn't see it. Nor was there a woman who could remain entirely indifferent. Zhou Qian watched for a while, then suddenly picked up a bamboo tube of water and headed toward the forest edge. Lin Muxue called out coldly, stopping her. Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian's steps faltered. I'm going to deliver water. Lin Muxue looked at her. Delivering water is fine. Just don't deliver it into someone's arms. Zhou Qian's face reddened. I'm not. Lin Muxue said flatly, you've fallen before. Zhou Qian. The jab hit too accurately. Lin Muxue still remembered her fake fall into Nye Feng's arms. Yanning glanced at the two of them, not immediately intervening. She couldn't completely block every girl's path to Nye Feng. The more she blocked, the more likely something like Su Jiao sneaking into his arms at midnight would happen. But she had to make the rules clear. Zhou Qian, go deliver the water. Yin Ying's tone was gentle. Give it to everyone, clearing the area, each person gets some. Not just to Xiaofeng. Zhou Qian lowered her head. Understood. She carried the water to the forest edge. This time she didn't fake a fall. She handed out the water bamboo tube by bamboo tube to the working boys. When it was Nye Feng's turn, she still couldn't help softening her voice a little. Brother, Nye, have some water. Nie Feng took the bamboo tube and glanced at her. Zhou Qian's heartbeat quickened, but Nie Feng just took a sip and handed the tube back casually. After delivering the water, go back and help Annie Yin. Zhou Qian's eyes dimmed, but she still nodded. Nie Feng said no more. It wasn't that he couldn't see Zhou Qian's intentions, but now wasn't the time to accept every flirtation that came his way. Last night, Su Jiao had bet everything. Her courage, her opportunity, her body, and Nie Feng had taken it. But today was different. The monster had been watching the camp all night. If everyone focused on vying for favor, the camp would fall into chaos sooner or later. So Nie Feng had to make it clear to everyone. Want to get close to him? Fine. But first get the work done. When the sun climbed higher, the forest edge was finally cleared into a large open space. The originally dark belt of tall grass was forcibly shaved away. Between the barricade and the forest, a bare strip of land over a dozen steps wide had been created. Mud, scattered rocks, and broken branches were all exposed to the sunlight. If anything stood there tonight, the firelight would illuminate it, and the night watch would see it at a glance. Wang Hao led the group in planting the sharpened stakes outside the barricade. They weren't placed randomly. They were angled outward, interlaced into a low, thorny barrier. It couldn't guarantee stopping that enormous monster, but at least it could prevent it from approaching silently. Anyone trying to get through would have to break the wooden stakes or go around. As long as there was a sound, the camp could react. That was what Nie Feng wanted. Not absolute safety. There was no absolute safety on a desolate island. He wanted to strip away the creature's advantage of spying, to turn passive suffering into early detection. By noon, everyone finally stopped. The boys collapsed in exhaustion, sitting at the edge of the cleared space, gasping for breath. Zhang Chong plopped onto the ground, looking like he'd just been pulled out of the water. Brother Chu, I think I smell like grass now. Chu Jia leaned on a wooden stick, barely breathing. Xiangzi, have some Zhang Chong's eyes lit up, comforting me again. Chu Jia glanced at him. You smell like a mix of grass and Zhang Chong. Wang Hao stood nearby, himself exhausted. But looking at the cleared space, there was an indescribable gleam in his eyes. This was something they had built with their own hands. Not a miracle carved by Nie Feng's axe alone, but a sense of security cleared out by everyone together. This was important, because for the first time the people in the camp clearly felt they didn't have to rely solely on Nie Feng to survive. They could do something too, even if it was just cutting grass, carrying wood, and dragging vines. But these things truly made the camp safer. Li Ming sat nearby, his hands marked with red welts from the vines. He stared at the cleared space for a long time, then suddenly said softly, tonight, if it comes again, we'll be able to see it right. Wang Hao nodded. At least it won't be so easy to hide. Zhang Chong heard this and grinned. Then my suffering today wasn't in vain. Chu Jia wiped his sweat. Xiangzi, this proves labor is the most glorious. Zhang Chong looked at him. Brother Chu, that sounds like something you'd put on a student council banner. Chu Jia was silent for a moment. Then let me rephrase. Survival is the most glorious. This time Zhang Chong didn't argue. In the camp, Ying led the girls over with water. Su Jiao carried a bundle of lighter firewood. She walked slowly, but she truly wasn't slacking off. Lin Muxue saw her walking a bit awkwardly, her lips twitching as if she wanted to make a cutting remark. In the end, she said nothing. She just coldly reached out and took half of the firewood from Su Jiao's arms. Su Jiao was startled. Lin Muxue didn't even look at her. Don't dawdle. Su Jiao lowered her head and whispered, thank you. Lin Muxue snorted. I just don't want to see you fall and make Nie Feng worry. Su Jiao's face reddened. Ying saw this from the side and a hint of softness flickered in her eyes. The tension in the women's quarters hadn't disappeared, but at least it hadn't exploded. Faced with a crisis, everyone was being forced to learn a new kind of relationship. They would compete. They would be bitter. They would be jealous. But they also had to survive together. Nie Feng stood at the edge of the cleared space, his gaze crossing the sunlit ground, looking deeper into the forest. It was still dark there. The tall trees formed a wall of green-black. The wind blew out from within, carrying the smell of dampness, decaying leaves, animal fur, and an indescribable stench. He wasn't intoxicated by this small achievement. Clearing a dozen steps of open ground was just gouging out one of the creature's eyes. It wasn't killing it, nor had it cleared the dangers of the desolate island. Nie Feng looked down at the bone spike he had picked up. The marks of grinding were clear. The spot where the wrought tan was wound still had some blackened stains. This thing wasn't as complete as a weapon. It seemed more like a makeshift tool. But a tool was a tool. It proved that whatever was in the forest had at least the most basic ability to use objects. This was more dangerous than the massive footprints, because strength could be countered by traps. Beasts could be driven off by fire and barricades. But something that could observe, evade, and use tools had to be treated as a different kind of enemy. Nie Feng gently rubbed the bone spike between his fingers, his gaze darkening. Others were still looking at the cleared space. But he saw something deeper. He saw the possibility of a lair. The possibility that there was more than one. And the beginning of a truly troublesome situation. Just then his gaze suddenly froze. On an old tree farther from the clearing's edge, a small tuft of dark brown animal hair was caught. It was short. It was coarse, caught on the bark, swaying gently in the wind. Feng walked over, reached out, and plucked the tuft of hair. The hair was very stiff. It also carried a faint rank odor. Wang Hao approached him and asked in a low voice, "Brother Nia, what did you find?" Feng looked at the tuft of hair, not answering immediately. This spot was deeper than where they had found the footprints last night. It meant the creature might have passed by here when it retreated, or perhaps it hadn't actually gone far during the day. It might be in the deeper parts, watching them clear the forest, watching them cut the grass, watching them reinforce the barricade, watching them clear away its observation post from last night. Thinking this, Feng suddenly smiled. The smile was very faint, but it sent a chill down Wang Hao's spine. It saw. Wang Hao was startled. What? Feng looked up toward the depths of the forest. Our clearing of the area, it should have seen it. Wang Hao's expression changed. Feng tossed the tuft of hair to the ground and pressed it down with the axe blade. That's fine too. Let it know we're not just going to cower behind the barricade and tremble. He turned to look at the crowd, who were tired but visibly more confident. The sunlight shone on their faces covered in sweat and mud. These people were still afraid, but they were no longer just afraid. They had cleared an open space. They had reinforced a layer of barricade. They had found a bone spike. They had seen animal hair. They had finally moved from being purely chased by fear to starting to bite back. Even if that bite was still small, but the meaning was different. Feng shouldered the fire axe, his voice steady. Back to camp. Eat, rest for half an hour. Continue training in the afternoon. Zhang Chong let out a wail. Training again. Feng looked at him. When it comes again tonight, are you planning to appeal to its mercy? Zhang Chong was silent for 2 seconds. I don't think it would understand. Chu Jie patted him on the shoulder. Zhang Chong sighed. Fine. He stood up, his legs shaking. But this time he didn't really complain for long, because he turned back and looked at the cleared space. That was what they had cut down all morning. The sunlight fell on it bright and clear. The spot where the monster had crouched and spied last night was now exposed under the daylight. It was a strange feeling, like lighting a lamp in the darkness, like slapping fear hard across the face. The crowd dragged their tired bodies back toward the camp. Behind them, the cleared space lay quietly between the forest edge and the barricade. The wind blew and the short grass swayed gently against the mud. There were no more shadows to hide that massive figure. But deeper in the forest, it was still too dark to see through. A pair of eyes seemed to be watching their departure from an even deeper place in silence. Feng didn't look back, but his hand never left the fire axe. After returning to the camp, no one mentioned Su Jiao's incident from last night. It wasn't that they didn't want to, it was simply that they lacked the energy and courage. The cleared ground by Lin Yuan resembled a wound that had been forcibly torn from darkness, exposed to the half-formed massive footprints. The several marks left by those who crouched and observed. The sharpened bone spur, and the dark brown beast fur scraped off the old tree bark. Each item served as a reminder the real danger on this island was not hunger or thirst, but rather that something in the darkness had already begun to study them. Lunch was eaten in silence. Yanning meticulously divided the water and food. Everyone had some, but not much. Eating too much would make them drowsy, while eating too little would leave them unfit for the afternoon's work. She was precise in her distribution, glancing at the faces of her peers as she handed out the bamboo tubes. She noted who had pale lips, who was trembling, and who appeared visibly dehydrated. Su Jiao followed beside her, responsible for passing out bamboo tubes and collecting empty coconut shells. She wasn't doing heavy work today, but she wasn't idle either. With her head down, she made repeated trips, the remnants of last night's blush on her face gradually turning into sweat under the sun. Zhou Qian, Zhao Qing, and several other girls were watching her. Their gazes were different. There was envy. There was jealousy. There was also a complex feeling of reevaluation. Su Jiao did not act coyly like she had before last night, nor did she take advantage of Feng's favoritism to slack off. She was aware that she was now under everyone's scrutiny. Last night, she had gained a step, but that step merely allowed her to enter the door. Whether she could stand firm depended on her actions moving forward. Ying noticed and said nothing. Lin Mushui saw as well. She wore a cold expression but did not provoke Su Jiao again. At this moment, the things in the forest posed a greater problem than Su Jiao. Half an hour later, Feng used the axe tip to sketch the terrain surrounding the camp in the mud. The cleared ground by the forest edge. The original barbed wire wall. The downwind latrine. The direction of the water source. The position of the fire pit. He didn't elaborate, simply drawing 3 lines in the mud. The first line represented the cleared area of the forest. The second line was for the slanted area. The third line represented the barbed wire wall. We can't rely solely on our eyes tonight. Feng squatted before the mud, pointing at the first line. That thing will seek dark corners, avoid fire, and may test the night watchman. So we need to set it off with sound. He lifted his head. Use dry branches, broken bamboo, empty coconut shells, and damaged bamboo tubes. Wang Hao immediately understood. To create a sound line. Feng nodded. Hang the vines lower half a foot off the ground. Don't make it too high or too obvious. Hang empty bamboo tubes and coconut shells on the vines, stuffing them with broken shells. As long as it touches them, they will make noise. Wang Hao wasted no time turning to several boys to gather materials. Chu Jie and Zhang Chong were also assigned to help. This time the two didn't chat excessively. While clearing the forest in the morning, they had already seen those traces with their own eyes. Some jokes were made just enough to ease the atmosphere. But when true fear descended, people instinctively fell silent. The camp soon became busy again. The boys were carving wooden stakes. The girls were peeling vines. A few timid students cracked open coconut shells, stuffing them with broken shells and small stones. Bamboo tubes were cut into small sections strung with vine and hung at the edge of the cleared area. When the wind blew, the bamboo tubes would only sway gently, making no noise. But if something stepped on the vines pulling the hanging strings, the broken shells inside would collide, creating a crisp sound. Feng personally tested it several times. Too loose was unacceptable. If the wind made them sound, it would drive the night watchman insane. Too tight would also not work. A larger object might even snap them directly. Finally, he adjusted it to a state that was half loose, half tight. When a person walked by, a slight trip would cause the bamboo tube to make a whoosh sound. Zhang Chong's face changed upon hearing that sound. If this goes off at midnight, it's scarier than an alarm clock. Wang Hao glanced at him. Better to wake up in fright than to sleep dead. Zhang Chong opened his mouth, but did not argue. There was truth in that. As the afternoon sun rose, the deserted island became stifling hot. Sweat trickled down everyone's necks. The cuts from the grass leaves stung painfully when they touched the sweat. Yet everyone was busy. Even the previously delicate girls were assigned by Ying to peel vines, move empty bamboo tubes, and clean water containers. Zhou Qian took the initiative to make 2 trips to the water's edge. She didn't go alone. She teamed up with Zhao Qing and another girl with Lin Mu Shui behind them, wielding a short spear. Zhou Qian originally wanted to find an opportunity to approach Feng, but this time she didn't dare to play the act of falling again. Last night, Su Jiao had demonstrated through actions that to get close to Feng, one needed to be bold. Yet today, Ying also proved through rules that mere boldness was not enough. It had to be useful. Zhou Qian handed the bamboo tube to the boys, setting up the sound line, and delivered water to Wang Hao. When it was Feng's turn, she simply handed him the bamboo tube and softly said, "Brother, have some water." Feng accepted it and took a sip. "Thank you for your hard work." Just 2 words. Zhou Qian's eyes brightened momentarily. She quickly lowered her head and walked away, not lingering. Lin Mu Shui saw from a distance, wearing a cold expression without speaking. She could block once, but not forever. Feng was increasingly resembling the fire at the center of the camp. Everyone wanted to get closer. Some sought warmth. Some sought light. Some even sought to survive. Before dusk, the new defense line finally took shape. The cleared area by the forest was completely opened up. The tall grass was cut down. The dark corners were cleared away. Places that could conceal a massive figure had now transformed into bare mud and broken grass. Further in, there was a circle of low crisscross stakes. Not high, but dense. The stakes were connected by vines to the sound lines, filled with simple bamboo tubes and coconut shells. Deeper in was the original barbed wire wall. The small fire pit in the center of the camp was also moved slightly toward the forest as per Feng's arrangement. The fire was still small. Firewood was not to be wasted. Yet the flames slanted outwards, perfectly illuminating the dark corner from last night. From the inside of the barbed wire, one could see the cleared area in its entirety. This change was very apparent. Last night it had been a patch of darkness. Tonight it was lit. Many stood behind the barbed wire, gazing at the illuminated ground, finally feeling a genuine sense of safety. Not because the danger had vanished, but because they could finally see the direction from which danger might come. This was important. The greatest fear is not being unable to fight back. It is not knowing where the enemy is. As night fell again, the atmosphere in the camp was completely different from last night. Tension still lingered. But it wasn't a scattered tension. The night watchmen took turns according to the new positions. The first shift was led by Wang Hao, accompanied by Li Ming and 3 other boys. They did not hover close to the barbed wire, but instead focused on several directions in the cleared area. Some watched the sound lines. Some watched the forest edge. Some kept an eye on the fire pit. Some monitored the path to the downwind latrine. Everyone knew where they should look. Chu Jie and Zhang Chong were assigned to the second shift. Both boys visibly sighed in relief upon realizing they were not the first shift. Yet they did not become overly smug. The second shift would be during the deepest part of the night. It would be harder to endure. The female quarters also adjusted their positions. Ying instructed the girls to sleep on the inner side, leaving a passage on the outer side. Lin Mu Shui led 2 girls to guard the short spears and spare torches. Su Jiao was placed next to Ying to help keep an eye on the water and bamboo tubes. She did not complain. In fact, she was even quieter than during the day. Last night she had snuck out. Tonight she knew she could not make the same mistake again. Feng did not stand watch. He leaned against the grass mat, the fire axe resting nearby. His eyes were closed, seemingly resting, yet his breathing was very light. The unnamed breathing technique flowed slowly within him. The sound of the wind, the crackling of the fire, the gentle swaying of the bamboo tubes, the breathing of the night watchman, even the distant chirping of insects with its intermittent variations gradually fell within his perception. Night deepened. The cleared area was illuminated in a hazy yellow. Beyond the firelight lay an even denser forest. It was as dark as a well. Wang Hao stood inside the barbed wire, his palms slick with sweat. He did not wipe them. He simply stared at the forest edge. Li Ming was on his left, gripping the wooden spear, his Adam's apple occasionally bobbing. Time ticked by. Initially, the crowd could still hear the insect chirping. Then suddenly the chirping diminished. It wasn't entirely gone. Rather, the area near the forest edge suddenly fell silent for a moment. Wang Hao's back instantly tensed. He did not shout. He simply raised his hand and gently tapped the nearby wooden stake. Thud. A very light sound. This was the signal Feng had established in the afternoon. If something fell off, first tap the wooden stake. Don't shout randomly. Feng opened his eyes. Lin Mushui also grasped her wooden spear and stood up. Ying sat up, immediately signaling the nearby girls to remain still. The fire pit crackled as it burned. The cleared area was eerily quiet. Suddenly, crash. The sound line in the left front moved. The broken shells inside the bamboo tubes clashed, producing a piercingly crisp sound. The faces of several night watch boys turned pale in an instant. Li Ming almost shouted, biting down hard on his teeth. Wang Hao tightened his grip on the wooden spear, eyes fixed sharply on the location of the sound line. There was nothing there. Only a broken branch rolled on the ground. The broken branch continued to sway gently. It seemed as if something had just thrown it out from the forest, deliberately hitting the sound line. Wang Hao's expression changed. It wasn't stepped on. It was thrown. Feng had already moved to the edge of the barbed wire. He gazed at the broken branch, his expression growing cold. It's testing the sound line. This statement was very soft. Yet everyone around heard it. A chill ran down the spines of all. That thing did not approach recklessly. It was using the broken branch to test the defenses they had set up during the day. In the forest, there were still no figures. Only the darkness outside. The firelight flickered slightly. A second broken branch flew out. This time it was aimed at the right side of the stakes. Crack. The wooden stake was jolted and the bamboo tube on the vine once again clattered. Several girls could not help but gasp softly. Ying immediately hushed them. Don't panic. Her own palms were also cold, but she could not afford to panic. If the female quarters panicked, the entire camp would be thrown into chaos. Feng did not allow anyone to rush out, nor did he let anyone throw their spears randomly. He stared into the darkness of the forest. The third broken branch was yet to come. In the dark, it felt like something was waiting for them to make a mistake first. Feng suddenly raised his hand. Wang Hao and Li Ming immediately froze. Feng did not look at them, but quietly said, "Spare torches." Lin Mushui reacted the quickest. She grabbed a torch that had been prepared earlier, ignited it in the fire pit, and firmly handed it over to Feng. He took the torch, and with the other hand picked up a spear hardened by fire. The torch was raised high. The flames pushed outward a bit. In that instant, deeper in the forest, a tall shadow moved slightly. Too fast. Too far. An ordinary person wouldn't have time to see it clearly. They only felt it resembled a moving tree trunk. But Feng saw it. Shoulder width. Long arms. Half crouched. It was preparing to retreat from behind a thick tree. Feng's expression turned cold. The breathing technique within him accelerated instantly. He exerted force with his feet, twisting his waist and back. The spear in his hand whistled through the air, piercing through the cleared area toward that shadow. Whoosh. The fire-hardened spear drew a black line through the air. The next moment, a dull thud echoed from deep within the forest. Following that was a low hoarse growl. It didn't sound like a beast's roar, nor did it sound like a human's shout. It was rough, heavy, clearly filled with pain. Everyone in the camp felt their scalp tingle. Feng had hit. That thing could dodge, could observe, could test. But it was not a god. It could be wounded. This fact was more direct than any encouragement. Wang Hao's eyes suddenly brightened. Li Ming even instinctively took half a step forward. But Feng raised his hand to stop him. Don't chase. His voice was calm. It wants to lure us out. The surge of excitement that had just arisen was forcefully suppressed by this statement. In the forest, the sound of branches breaking could be heard. That thing was retreating. Quickly. Heavily. The ground even trembled slightly beneath them. The firelight could not reach deeper within. Everyone could only hear it retreating farther away. Just when they thought it would completely leave, something suddenly flew out of the darkness. It was very fast, directly heading for the cleared area before the barbed wire. Bang! It landed on the muddy ground outside the stakes, bouncing twice before coming to a halt. It was a broken spear, the very one Feng had just thrown. The spear tip bore a dark hue, like blood, but the shaft had been forcibly snapped. The break was rough as if a gigantic hand had forcibly twisted it apart. The camp fell into an eerie silence. The earlier excitement was dampened by this broken spear. Feng stared at the broken spear. After a moment he chuckled. It was not out of fear. It was a cold laugh. It knows pain, and even remembers to throw things back. He looked up toward the depths of the forest, his voice, not loud, yet clear for everyone to hear. Good. That means it can kill. This single statement sent a tremor through everyone's hearts more than hitting the creature had. It could be hurt. It could feel pain. It could bleed. It could be enraged. That meant it was not an invincible monster. It was simply strong, not unbeatable. Feng turned to face the people in the camp. Did you all see that? No one spoke, but everyone looked at him. Feng pointed the fire axe at the broken spear. It will test us, and so will we. It tested the sound line tonight. We tested that it can bleed. The fire pit blazed behind him. The bamboo tubes in the cleared area still swayed gently. The fear in everyone's hearts had not vanished. Yet beneath the fear there was now a stronger undercurrent. That was confidence. In the female quarters, Zhou Qin tightly gripped, Zhao Qing's hand, her knuckles turning white. Su Jiao's face was pale, yet she did not retreat. Lin Mushui observed Feng's back, her gaze gradually brightening. Ying let out a long breath, the stone in her heart finally easing a bit. They had not killed the monster tonight. They hadn't even seen its full form. But for the first time they had made it feel pain. That was enough. At least tonight the camp was no longer like last night, only able to be stared at by the darkness. They had also thrust a spear forcefully into the darkness. Feng sat back down beside the barbed wire, the fire axe resting across his knees. The first shift continues to watch. The second shift takes over half an hour early. No one is allowed to leave the camp. He glanced at the forest. Tonight it may not dare to approach again. After a pause he added, but if it comes again, I want it to bleed more. The night wind swept across the cleared area. The broken spear lay quietly in the mud. The dark bloodstains on the spear tip appeared particularly glaring in the firelight. No sounds came from deeper within the forest. But everyone knew. That thing was still there. It had been wounded. And it remembered them. And they at last remembered that it could feel pain. As the night fell again, the forest grew unnaturally quiet. The chirping of insects had faded. The birdsong was gone. Even the sound of the sea breeze rustling through the treetops seemed subdued. A small fire in the center of the camp continued to burn. The flames were not large, casting an orange glow that spread out along the ground, barely illuminating the inner side of the barricade and a small patch of cleared ground. Further away, the forest remained dark. Dark as a deep well. The broken spear was discarded beside the fire pit. A trace of dark blood still clung to the spearhead. Many people couldn't help but sneak a glance. Just one look sent chills down their spines. Another glance made it feel less cold. Because it was the blood of a monster. It could feel pain. It could be injured. It could break the spear and throw it back. This indicated its ferocity, but also that it was not a ghost. However, Feng did not let the others rejoice for long. He only had Wang Hao recheck the alarm line and instructed Lin Mushui to place the spare torches within reach of the women's area. Then he specifically marked the small path leading to the outhouse downwind. 2 people must go to the toilet at midnight. You must inform the night watch. If one person dares to run around and gets dragged away by a monster, I might not be able to save them in time. When he said this, his voice was very calm. So calm that it sent chills down people's spines. The outhouse downwind was the most awkward and easily overlooked place in the camp. It was some distance from the inner camp. It was dug in the downwind area to prevent the odor from reaching the sleeping and dining areas. Surrounded by palm leaves and branches for simple coverage and mixed with ash and dry soil to suppress the smell. Usually everyone complained about it, but on a deserted island, it was truly indispensable. But now this place had suddenly become dangerous. It was the farthest from the fire, near the bushes by the downwind area. It looked harmless during the day, but at night it seemed like a crack opening up at the edge of the camp. Last night, Su Jiao had gone out through this path. No one spoke about this matter openly, but those who understood knew. Su Jiao had been sitting next to Ying all night, helping to organize the bamboo tubes and torches. She did not look for opportunities to sneak glances at Feng as she usually did, nor did she deliberately use a soft voice to act cute. She was unusually quiet, but the quieter she was, the more chaotic her heart felt. After seeing that half-imprint during the day, her back, still, last night, she only felt that she was brave enough to finally seize the opportunity to slip through the crack protected by Ying and Lin Mushui. But now that she thought about it, it was hardly a stealthy act. That was nearly getting herself right under the monster's nose. If that thing had been watching from the dark corner of the forest last night, if Feng hadn't been there, if she had gone out alone, Su Jiao dared not think further. She lowered her head, arranging the dry grass next to the torch, her fingers tightening. Ying glanced at her, choosing not to expose her tension. The earlier reprimands had been sufficient. It would serve no purpose to provoke her further with this matter. Su Jiao was not a foolish person. She knew that fear meant she still had a chance to survive. Lin Mushui, however, seemed to look at her unfavorably. Yet she merely cast 2 cold glances without further provoking her. The real danger lay outside. The inner camp could not be chaotic now. By the time the second shift of night watch took over, the night had already deepened. Chu Jie and Zhang Chong had not been assigned to the most dangerous downwind position this time. The two stood behind the barricade on the other side, clearly relieved. But only slightly. Zhang Chong grasped his wooden spear and whispered, "Brother Chu, I'm starting to miss the old evening study sessions." Chu Jie gazed into the pitch-black forest, his expression complex. "Xiangzi, only after losing something do you realize how safe evening study was." Zhang Chong nodded. "At least the teacher wouldn't throw a broken spear back at us in the middle of the night." Chu Jie did not refute him. While this statement was foolish, it was very true. On the other side at the downwind position, Lu Tao and Zhao Peng were on watch. Neither of them was particularly brave, but they had been obedient enough during the day's training. Feng was not choosing night watchmen based on who had the loudest voice or who had gotten along well in the past. He focused on 2 points: whether they listened to orders. Fear aside, could they still hold their ground? Lu Tao held his wooden spear, his eyes fixed on the bushes by the outhouse. Zhao Peng was responsible for watching the small path downwind. On the outer side of the small path leading to the outhouse, several thin vines were pressed low, lying between the bushes and loose stones. A string of simple bamboo tubes and empty coconut shells hung from the vine, filled with crushed shells and small stones. When the wind blew, the bamboo tubes would only sway gently, making no noise. But as soon as something emerged from the bushes or crept along the path toward the outhouse, that low vine would be disturbed. At that moment, the crushed shells and small stones would collide inside the bamboo tubes, the sound capable of tearing through the night. Lu Tao's throat felt dry. He did not want water. It was tension. In moments of extreme tension, the body becomes very strange. Dry mouth, sweaty palms. The stomach also does not cooperate well. Zhao Peng held on for a while, his face growing increasingly pale. Lu Tao glanced at him and whispered, "What's wrong with you?" Zhao Peng pressed his stomach, his expression contorted. "I might need to go to the outhouse." Lu Tao's face changed instantly. "Now," Zhao Peng turned green. "Can you make an appointment for that? Then you have to take me with you." Lu Tao nearly cursed. But he didn't, because if it were him with a stomachache, he too would need someone to accompany him. He turned back and called softly towards the inner camp. "Wang Hao, Zhao Peng needs to go to the outhouse." Wang Hao was checking the torches on the other side. Hearing this, he immediately turned around. He did not mock or express annoyance. At this time, any small movement could become a big deal. Wang Hao walked over quickly, glancing at Zhao Peng's face. Zhao Peng was holding his stomach, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. It did not look like an act. Wang Hao said in a low voice, "Don't go too far, let us know when you arrive. Lu Tao will accompany you. Don't let go of your wooden spear. I'll keep an eye on you from here." After saying this, he looked back at Feng. Feng leaned against the grass mat, his eyes closed as if resting. But Wang Hao knew he had certainly heard. Indeed, Feng did not open his eyes, only casually said, "Take the torch with you." Wang Hao immediately handed a lit short torch to Lu Tao. As the flame brightened, Zhao Peng's complexion improved slightly. People are like this. Even knowing that the torch might not fend off monsters, having light in hand still gave a sense of reassurance. The two walked down the path toward the downwind area, one in front and one behind. Zhao Peng walked quickly. Lu Tao followed closely behind, holding the torch up with the wooden spear tucked under his arm, his eyes not daring to stray from the surroundings. The smell by the downwind was unpleasant. A mixture of ash, damp soil, palm leaves, and the outhouse itself formed a scent that instinctively made one want to hold their breath. At this moment, Zhao Peng could not afford to be picky. He slipped behind the rudimentary cover made of palm leaves. Lu Tao stood outside, his face pale. He wanted to stay further away from Zhao Peng. The outhouse was not a place anyone wanted to linger. But he did not. He truly did not dare. Zhao Peng squatted behind the makeshift cover of palm leaves, his voice very low, tinged with embarrassment. "Don't walk away." "What nonsense, do you think I dare to walk away?" Lu Tao said it firmly, but his voice sounded shaky. A gust of night wind blew from the direction of the bushes, causing the torchlight to flicker. In that moment, Lu Tao felt as if the shadows around him were moving. He immediately raised the torch a little higher. Lu Tao stared intently at the string of bamboo tubes on the alarm line. He didn't dare to blink. But the longer he stared, the more uneasy he felt. The alarm line did not sound. The grass did not move. Everything ahead seemed still. Yet he felt something was off. That feeling was hard to describe. It was like knowing that no one was outside the door, yet always feeling there was an eye behind the crack. Lu Tao slowly swallowed his saliva. He wanted to turn back and urge Zhao Peng to hurry, but he did not dare to take his eyes off the front. So he could only suppress his voice and say, "Zhao Peng, can you hurry up?" Zhao Peng cursed softly behind the palm leaves. "Is this something I can hurry up with if I wanna?" Night fell as dark as a pool of thick ink that would not dissolve. The sea breeze wailed through the gaps in the jungle, rustling the leaves with a sound that sent chills down one's spine. From the direction of the downwind, a pitiful groan emerged from a makeshift toilet constructed of broad banana leaves and thick bamboo poles. Zhao Peng squatted above the 2-meter-deep pit, his legs uncontrollably quivering from the prolonged half-squat and overwhelming tension. He clutched the nearby bamboo pole tightly, cold sweat dripping from his forehead, falling drop by drop. "Oh my dear mother." Zhao Peng gritted his teeth, feeling a wrenching pain in his stomach akin to a meat grinder, his expression twisted as if he were a nominee for the Oscar for Best Supporting Actor in a Tragedy. "Peng Gu, are you all right?" Lu Tao called from about 5 or 6 meters away outside the banana leaf screen, clutching a sharpened wooden spear, his voice trembling like a 2-stringed instrument played in the cold wind. He was huddled beside a large stone, his eyes wide as copper bells, scanning the dark bushes around him. "Don't rush me. Please don't rush me." Zhao Peng's voice from the toilet was low, almost on the verge of tears, carrying a bitter resentment. "When you rush me, I get nervous and the valve just tightens up on its own. Do you think I want to be in this miserable place? The cold wind is blowing up my backside, and there are mosquitoes the size of basins biting my thighs. Is it easy for me?" Listening to Zhao Peng's lament, filled with bitterness and dark humor, Lu Tao would have laughed out loud under normal circumstances. But right now, he didn't even have the strength to move his lips. "It's not that I want to rush you." Lu Tao swallowed a dry lump in his throat, his back pressed against the cold stone, feeling every hair on his body stand on. "And Peng, good, don't you feel like the wind has stopped?" Zhao Peng paused for a moment. He perked up his ears to listen, and indeed the sea breeze that had been howling just moments ago seemed to have eerily ceased at this moment. The surrounding leaves stopped rustling, and the entire downwind jungle fell into a dead silence. The quiet was unsettling. Moreover, Lu Tao's voice took on a noticeable tremor as he fixed his gaze on a dense thicket less than 5 meters away, where Feng had set the alarm line during the day. "I have this feeling that in that patch of grass it's dark, as if something is watching us." In extreme panic and darkness, one's senses often become magnified, leading to all sorts of hallucinations. Zhao Peng, already terrified, felt an even colder chill run down his back at Lu Tao's words. "I'm trying to fight against this stomach cramp." Zhao Peng cursed irritably, his voice betraying a clear sense of unease and fear. "Be quiet. I'll try to finish in 2 minutes." With that, Zhao Peng took a deep breath, preparing for one final push. However, just as he exerted force in his abdomen, ready to release, his hand instinctively reached for the soft leaves beside him, meant for wiping. Crack! A loud, dull, and exceptionally clear sound of a branch breaking unexpectedly echoed in the darkness outside the toilet. This sound could not have been produced by a mouse or a wild rabbit. It was the explosive sound made by a piece of hardwood thick as a human arm broken by some terrifying force. Lu Tao shuddered violently, nearly dropping the wooden spear from his hands. He stiffly turned his head to look in the direction of the sound. Immediately at the edge of the bushes less than 5 meters away from him, the thin vine alarm line that Feng had specially set up just half a meter off the ground and covered with empty bamboo tubes and broken shells was suddenly yanked violently by an indescribably massive force. Something of monstrous proportions disregarded the vines and bulldozed through. The vine was instantly pulled taut to the limit before being violently snapped. Clang, clang, clang. Dozens of empty bamboo tubes and sharp broken shells tied to the vines crashed together in a frenzy in an instant. The piercing, sharp, and dense sound of the collisions erupted like a death knell in the dead of night. This sound in the desolate wilderness resonated like the tolling of a death bell, instantly tearing apart all the tranquility surrounding the camp. My God! Lu Tao felt his scalp explode in an instant. A chilling sensation surged up his spine. Just then, a cloud that had been blocking the moon was blown away by the night wind. The weak and cold moonlight filtered through the dense treetops, casting mottled shadows on the flattened thicket. The moment he saw the outline in the darkness, Lu Tao's pupils shrank to the size of pinpricks, as if an invisible icy hand had gripped his heart, halting its beat. In that clearing stood a terrifying shadow so large that it sent shivers down one's soul. It was neither a wild boar nor a black bear. It was a giant that exhibited a distinctly human torso structure, yet grotesquely enlarged to an unimaginable degree. In the dim moonlight, Lu Tao could clearly see that this shadow was easily close to 3 meters tall. It loomed like an insurmountable black tower in the wilderness, its body smeared with some eerie white mud or ash, reflecting a nauseating sheen in the moonlight. Its arms, thicker than a normal person's thighs, were muscular, appearing as if made up of hardened rock. In its right hand, it held a crude bone club crafted from the thigh bone of some gigantic beast, thick as a human forearm and over a meter long. The tip of the bone club was stained with suspicious dark red marks. What was most despairing was the overpowering stench that instantly filled the air with its appearance. It was a putrid mix of the smell of wild beasts, decaying corpses, and the pungent sourness of someone who hadn't bathed in ages, making one feel like they might vomit their stomach acid. Help! Help! Lu Tao's lips trembled uncontrollably as he tried to call for help. However, under the pressure of this almost tangible aura of a top predator, he felt as if his throat had been locked, unable to produce even a single meaningful sound no matter how hard he tried. A warm liquid uncontrollably flowed down from his thigh. Lu Tao wet himself. Literally, he scared himself so badly that he lost control. He was utterly drained of the strength to turn and run, his legs buckling as he collapsed into the mud. The wooden spear fell beside him, but he lacked the courage to reach for it. Meanwhile, inside the toilet, Zhao Peng's urgent urge to relieve himself was abruptly stifled by the deafening sound of the death knell. This unnatural suppression caused his insides to twist in pain. But he couldn't afford to care about that now. Zhao Peng's blood felt as if it had frozen in that instant, his hand still clutching the leaves, his pants only pulled up to his knees. He slowly lifted his head, and through the gap in the banana leaf screen caught sight of the towering three-meter horror, slowly raising the thick beast bone club aimed right at the collapsed Lu Tao. It was over. All was lost. The only thought left in Zhao Peng's mind was that he could vividly imagine the next second Lu Tao's head being smashed to bits like a rotten watermelon. Clang! Clang! The jarring sound of shells colliding not only petrified Zhao Peng and Lu Tao. It pierced through the night sky like an air raid siren, penetrating deep into the camp. In the secluded corner of the cliff where Feng was wrapped in banana leaves, he had been meditating when the sharp sound of a breaking branch reached his ears, causing his eyes to snap open. In his deep gaze there was no trace of confusion from just waking up, only endless coldness and murderous intent. When the sound of the shells crashing erupted the second time. "They're here." Feng growled from his throat like a fierce tiger that had been lying in wait, finally unleashed. He revealed his muscular upper body, grabbing the heavy mulberry wood bough beside him. With his other hand, he swiftly retrieved a bundle of hardwood arrows coated in hemp poison, tucking them into the vine quiver on his back. His movements were as swift as lightning, without a hint of hesitation. Xiao foamed. On the adjacent tall bamboo bed, Ying and Lin Mushui were startled awake by the piercing alarm. The mother and daughter sat up with pale faces. Ying instinctively called out, her voice trembling with uncontainable panic and concern. "Stay inside. No one is allowed out without my command." Feng shouted angrily without looking back. Then he exerted his long legs with force, crashing through the banana leaf curtain meant for concealment, racing towards the camp's perimeter. Outside the camp, the clearing had descended into utter chaos. Over 20 sleeping students were jolted awake by the life-threatening commotion. "What happened? What's going on?" "It's the alarm. The downwind alarm has sounded. A monster is here. The monster has really come for us." Panic spread through the crowd like a plague. A few girls screamed in fear, huddling together and shaking. "Don't run around. Grab your weapons. Form a line against the barricade." Wang Hao scrambled up from the ground. Although terrified to the core, his instinct for survival compelled him to instinctively grab a sharpened wooden spear and shout hoarsely. At such a moment, this group of university students who had never experienced true bloodshed had no concept of formation left. Chu Jie and Zhang Chong, the two sanitation workers, were utterly terrified. Chu Jie curled up in a corner of a barricade pit, trembling like a sieve, his mind filled with horrific images of tearing apart a wild boar with bare hands. Amidst the chaos in the camp, as if it were a flock of lambs waiting to be slaughtered, a thunderous roar pierced through the confusion. "Shut up." Feng, bare-chested and wielding a Ji Mu Bao, surged through the panicked crowd like a tempest, reaching the edge of the wooden gate at the front of the camp. Wang Hao, Ming, Chu Jie, grab your spears and charge out to rescue the people. The rest of you hold the barricade wall. Oh, anyone who dares to retreat a single step, I'll deal with them first. Feng gave them no time to hesitate. After issuing the order, he kicked open the ajar wooden gate and charged directly into the dark thicket below the wind. Wang Hao and Li Ming exchanged glances, gritting their teeth. They knew that if they showed weakness now, they would never survive in this camp. Clutching their poison-long spears tightly, the two steeled themselves and followed him out. Although Chu Jie's legs trembled with fear, he was named by Feng and had no choice but to follow behind, trembling. As Feng burst through the bushes and reached the clearing around the latrine, he caught sight of a scene that was enough to make one's eyes bleed. The mud giant, nearly 3 meters tall, was slowly raising the massive beast bone club stained with blood, aiming at Lu Tao, who lay helpless on the ground, entirely devoid of resistance. If that club struck true, it would crush not just the head, but the shoulder into a pulp. Damn beast seeking death. Feng's eyes turned sharp as he halted suddenly, his legs rooted like ancient trees in the mud. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew a hard wooden arrow coated in poison from his quiver with his right hand. Knocking the arrow, he pulled the string taut. His breathing technique reached its peak. Feng's muscles bulged, the veins on his arms popping up like coiled snakes. Creak, creak, creak. The heavy composite bow made of thick mu and intertwined python tendons emitted a painful screech under the strain. This bow, requiring tremendous strength to draw, was instantly pulled into a perfect crescent arc under Feng's inhuman strength. The sharp wooden arrow tip was steadily aimed at the shoulder of the 3-meter giant. Release. He suddenly let go of the bowstring. Virum. Instead of the whoosh of arrows in movies, it was a thunderous and violent sound like a snapped string. The rough wooden arrow became a blur, moving so fast that it was almost invisible to the naked eye. Thud. A muffled sound echoed as the lethal weapon struck flesh. Just before the giant's bone club was about to smash down, the arrow, charged with terrifying energy, accurately pierced into the giant's right shoulder. The immense impact forced this behemoth, weighing over 400 pounds, to stagger back half a step. The raised bone club lost its aim, crashing into the mud beside Lu Tao's shoulder, creating a boom as mud splattered, shaking the ground. Roar. The intense pain in its shoulder, combined with the sharp sting from the hemp poison, made the giant emit a terrifying roar like an injured beast. It turned its head sharply, its cruel eyes glowing with an eerie green light, locking onto the biped that dared to harm it. This was definitely not an ordinary beast. This was a humanoid species with a high combat instinct and territorial awareness. Now's the time. Go drag the people back. Feng gave the giant no chance to breathe. With a roar, he charged directly at the terrifying giant. Wang Hao, Li Ming, and Chu Jie trailing behind witnessed. Feng's arrow forced the giant back, and their heartbeats, which had nearly stopped in fear, resumed. Go, go. Wang Hao, with bloodshot eyes, led the charge. The three of them circled around the giant's front, scrambling to grab Lu Tao, who was collapsed on the ground, pulling him back like a ragged sack. Zhao Peng, are you still squatting in the pit waiting to die? Hurry up and come out. Li Ming shouted desperately at the banana leaf screen of the latrine. Inside the screen, Zhao Peng seemed to wake from a dream. He no longer cared for his image, not even pausing to wipe himself. He clutched his pants with both hands and scrambled out. Niega, save me. Save me. Zhao Peng cried as he ran faster than a rabbit, pulling up his pants. As these few scrambled to rescue Lu Tao, the enraged giant had completely descended into a frenzy. It yanked the wooden arrow out of its shoulder and tossed it aside. Although the wound was bleeding, the arrow hadn't touched any bone. It threw its head back and let out a deafening roar, swinging the massive bone club, lumbering forward like a runaway steamroller, directly charging towards Feng and the fleeing crowd. Thud, thud, thud. Each step it took in the mud produced a dull thud, causing nearby leaves to fall in a flurry. Run. Don't look back. Feng calmly observed the giant's charging trajectory. Engaging in close combat against such a monstrous force was tantamount to seeking death. He had to create distance using ranged firepower to suppress it and cover the retreat of the students behind. While maintaining a rhythmic retreat, he drew another poisoned arrow, knocking it to his bow. Shooting while moving demands high core strength and balance. But Feng's body, enhanced by his breathing technique, was like a perfect killing machine. Whoosh! The second arrow shot through the air. This arrow was aimed directly at the giant's chest. However, the giant's reaction speed was surprisingly fast, as it suddenly sidestepped while running. The wooden arrow grazed its thick chest muscles, creating a deep gash, but it failed to inflict a fatal wound. Roar! The injury only fueled its ferocity. Wielding its massive bone club, it was now less than 30 meters from Feng. The nauseating stench was already hitting Feng's face. Go! Run! Wang Hao, dragging Lu Tao, glanced back in terror. Don't worry about me, get to the barrack. Feng's expression was icy, showing no sign of panic. He knew that if he turned to flee now, leaving his back exposed to such a monster, he would be crushed into a pulp. He abruptly halted, his legs firmly planted in the mud, taking a deep breath. The third poisoned arrow was knocked. This time he pulled the mu bow to an unprecedented limit, the bow limbs screeching as if they might snap at any moment. 20 meters. 15 meters. 10 meters. The giant's bone club was raised high, carrying the whistling wind of death, about to come crashing down. Release. Feng let go of the bowstring. Virum. This thunderous arrow, fired at such close range, carried a terrifying momentum, directly ignoring the giant's evasion. Thud. Accompanied by a painful sound, the poisoned arrow struck precisely into the giant's right thigh, even piercing through to the back. Ow! The penetrating injury and the corrosive poison finally caused the out-of-control armored vehicle to lose its balance. Its massive body stumbled and thudded as it fell to one knee in the mud. The bone club in its hand lost aim, crashing down less than a meter from Feng, splattering mud that even hit Feng's face. Now's the time. As the giant knelt, Feng, not greedy for glory, turned and sprinted toward the camp like an agile leopard. At that moment, Wang Hao and the others had already dragged Lu Tao through the barricade wall's entrance, and Zhao Peng had also tumbled in, pants in hand. Go! Come in quickly! Dozens of students standing behind the barricade wall shouted hoarsely, holding their long spears. Nie Feng's speed reached its peak as he charged through the wooden gate, slamming it shut behind him. Push the wood. Jam the door shut, Nie Feng shouted. A dozen boys rushed forward, bracing thick logs against the heavy wooden gate. Everyone held their breath, tightly gripping their wooden spears, backs pressed against the barricade wall, cold sweat streaming down their foreheads. Outside the jungle, the giant's furious roars and the sound of it struggling to rise echoed. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy footsteps resounded once more. It did not retreat, but dragged its injured leg slowly, making its way to the outer perimeter of the barricade. Through the dense, thorn-laden wooden stakes, the people in the camp finally felt the terror of this monster. Its massive tower-like body cast a huge shadow in the moonlight, completely enveloping the wooden gate. The eerie green eyes peered through the gaps in the spikes, locking onto Nie Feng within the wall, as if to etch his image deep into its soul. At that moment, the air seemed to solidify, heavy enough to render breathing impossible. Outside the wooden gate of the cliffside camp, the mud giant, towering nearly 3 meters high, stood like an insurmountable black iron tower, firmly blocking the line between life and death. Though separated by a layer of crossed wooden stakes covered in poisonous thorns and brambles, the terrifying pressure of a top predator penetrated the gaps in the wood, striking the hearts of everyone inside the wall. A pungent stench mixed with the foul odor of mud and the sweat of wild beasts fermenting was swept into the camp by the night wind. Wang Hao, hiding at the back of the crowd, was uncontrollably shivering, his teeth chattering with a series of crisp, clattering sounds. He gripped the wooden spear tightly, his legs feeling as soft as 2 cooked noodles. If his back weren't pressed against the cold rock wall, he would have collapsed to the ground by now. It's coming in. Zhao Peng, who had just been crying out in joy after escaping death, now tightly gripped his belt, tears and snot smeared across his face, unable to produce a sound, only letting out a hissing breath. Outside the wall, a poisoned arrow shot by Nie Feng was still embedded in the giant's thigh. Dark red blood flowed down its massive leg into the mud. However, this minor injury did not seem to immediately cripple the monster's mobility. Instead, it ignited its inherent ferocity. Its eyes, glowing with a ghostly green light, locked onto Nie Feng, who stood at the front of the crowd through the gaps in the wooden stakes. Roar! A low, hoarse growl erupted from the depths of its chest, resonating like thunder beyond the barricade. Immediately after, the giant did not charge at the spiked wooden wall like a mindless wild boar. It extended its enormous hand, resembling a fan and covered in thick calluses and mud, directly bypassing the outer thorns, and clutched one of the large wooden stakes that served as a main beam. This wooden stake had been carried back with great effort by Zhang Chong and Chu Jia, as thick as an adult's thigh, with its base firmly embedded in the ground. What is it going to do? Chu Jia, hiding among the crowd, exclaimed with a voice that pitched high with fear. The next moment, the giant provided the answer. Its muscular arms, resembling rocks, bulged instantly, with veins twisting like small snakes beneath. It let out a mighty roar, leaning back, forcefully gripping the thick wooden stake with one hand, unleashing a terrifying strength that seemed capable of toppling mountains. Creak! The spine-chilling sound of wood tearing echoed in the silent night. Following that, the entire semicircular barricade, along with the heavy wooden gate, was violently shaken by this inhuman force. The root of the wooden stake, deeply buried in the earth, was forcibly pulled up by a few inches, causing the surrounding soil to instantly loosen and crack. The tough vines used to bind the crossbeam emitted a straining sound, as if they were about to snap at any moment. Bang! Another muffled sound. Not seeing success with its first attempt, the giant swung its other massive beast bone club down violently at the joint of the barricade. Wood chips flew. A crossbeam as thick as a wrist was smashed, leaving a huge gash. The wall is going to fall. The wall is going to fall. Several girls, frightened, closed their eyes and screamed in despair, huddling together and trembling. Hold the door. Don't you dare retreat. Nie Feng roared like a wolf defending its territory. He darted forward, pressing his shoulder against the violently trembling wooden gate. What are you spacing out for? Do you want to die? Nie Feng turned his head, his bloodshot eyes glaring at the group of paralyzed boys behind him. If the door breaks, we all become its midnight snack. Get your spears. Jab them out through the gaps. Kill it. This thunderous command finally jolted the group of college students awake from their terror. Right? They have weapons. The daytime practice wasn't for nothing. Kill this monster. Li Ming, fueled by an unknown fire, was the first to charge forward. He gripped the wooden spear coated with the poison of hemp plants, tightly exerting power from his waist, aimed at the giant shadow outside the wooden gate, and thrust it out fiercely with his eyes closed. Thud! A slight sound of a sharp weapon piercing flesh was heard. Li Ming felt the spear tip hit something hard, as if piercing through a particularly tough hide. I hit it. I hit it. Li Ming shouted joyfully. The power of example was boundless, especially in a desperate situation where there was no retreat. Go. Jab together. Wang Hao, Zhang Chong, Chu Jie, Zhao Peng, and even the usually frail boys all turned fierce in the face of death. Kill. A dozen boys surged forward like Spartan warriors, clutching their long wooden spears, rushing towards the barricade. Using the wooden gate and stakes as cover, they jabbed their poison-tipped spears wildly through the not-so-wide gaps like crazed hedgehogs. Hey, huh. The dull sounds of thrusting intertwined. Though the giant outside was tough-skinned and powerful, it was overwhelmed by humans. However, in this defensive battle through the narrow gaps, its massive size became a living target. Before it could tear through the second vine, dozens of sharp wooden spears already pierced through the gaps like raindrops. Thud, thud. Several muffled sounds followed. Chu Jie's spear grazed the giant's arm, while Wang Hao's spear tip pierced into its outer thigh. Though this group of college students lacked the strength to inflict fatal wounds, they could at most break the giant's skin. But that was already enough. Do not forget, all the spear tips were coated with the poison of hemp plants crushed by Ying and her group. As it was continuously pierced by these things which seemed like toothpicks in its eyes, combined with the ongoing fermentation of the deepest poisoned arrow in its right leg. The poison of the hemp plant, known for its strong allergenic and nerve-damaging properties, finally erupted within the giant's body through its bloodstream. The sensation felt like 1,000 fire ants were madly gnawing at its veins. A pain akin to being scorched by raging fires surged from the wound, followed by a maddening numbness rapidly spreading through its limbs. A woo. The giant in agony clutched its injured arm, letting out a furious roar that shook the mountains and forests. In this sound, the initial control of a hunter was replaced by anger and pain. Its once immensely powerful arms began to tremble uncontrollably under the influence of the toxin. It swung that massive bone club wildly at the barricade. Crack, crack. Two of the spears protruding from the wall were shattered, causing Wang Hao and Li Ku, who held the spears, to recoil in pain, their palms bleeding as they stumbled back several steps. But the giant did not take the opportunity to continue breaking the wall. It was not a mindless zombie without pain. As a high-level species capable of surviving in a harsh environment, it possessed instincts no less acute than those of humans. It clearly sensed that its strength was being rapidly drained by that peculiar burning feeling. The iron hedgehog-like shell before it was far more painful than it had anticipated. If it forcibly tore through the barricade in this state, it could very well die here. Huff, huff. The giant panted heavily, its ghostly green eyes locked onto Feng, who stood at the front of the crowd, one last time as it gazed over the wooden spikes. In its gaze there was a deep-seated hatred and a warning of vengeance. Then it let out an unwilling low groan. Dragging its poisoned arrow-embedded right leg, which was beginning to stagger, it turned its massive body step by step and vanished back into the unfathomable dark forest. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy footsteps faded away, ultimately disappearing in the sound of the wind until the nauseating stench was blown away by the sea breeze. Only after confirming that there was no movement outside did Chu Jie drop the half-broken spear onto the crisp sound seemed to drain the last bit of strength supporting everyone's bodies. Did it? Leave. Zhao Peng's legs gave way, and he slid down the rock wall like a puddle of mud, gasping for air. We survived. We're not dead. Wang Hao looked at his blood-stained hands, trembling like he had Parkinson's, and suddenly began to laugh and cry without any image of dignity. Immediately after, the entire cliffside camp was filled with alternating sounds of exhaustion and suppressed. In the back, the girls' section, Ying tightly embraced the trembling Lin Muxua. The usually delicate girls huddled together, crying inconsolably. That night, they finally understood that surviving on a deserted island was not a wilderness summer camp, but a real monster war that could tear them to shreds at any moment. Shut up. Hold back your tears. Just as everyone was immersed in the post-battle trauma, Feng's cold voice sliced through the weak atmosphere of the camp once more. He marched up to the sobbing Chu Jie, holding an axe, and mercilessly kicked him in the calf. What are you crying for? Feng looked down at the terrified college students, his gaze sharp. It was wounded. It bleeds too. It fears pain. This proves that it's not an invincible god, but just a slightly larger beast. Feng walked up to the barricade, still standing despite the gaping holes, and firmly slapped one of the wooden stakes stained with black toxic blood. Do you see this, Wally? As long as we don't panic, as long as we still hold spears, this wall cannot be broken. This resolute declaration acted like a shot of adrenaline, pulling everyone from the quagmire of despair. That terrifying monster was still driven away by their spears. Brother Nia is right. It bled too. Li Ming gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stand, looking at the black blood on the wooden spikes with a flash of determination in his eyes. We can't let our guard down tonight, but we can't stay awake all night either. We just exhausted so much energy, and if we don't sleep, no one will have the strength to work tomorrow. Take a deep breath and issue calm and pragmatic tactical orders. The situation outside is uncertain, no one knows if that monster will launch a counterattack. Absolutely do not go out to repair the wall in the middle of the night. Going out in the dark is just giving it a live target. Boys split into two groups. One group will hold the spears and vigilantly watch the gaps in the barricade. The other group will sleep to regain strength. Switch every 2 hours. With clear dispatch, the chaotic nerves in the camp finally calmed down. Yes, Brother Nye, the boys responded in unison. Under Nye Feng's absolute rationality and authority, order gradually returned to the camp. There were no complaints, no resistance. Those who usually couldn't even lift a chicken quietly picked up the wooden spears from the ground. Half of them leaned against the wooden wall, staring intently into the darkness, while the other half lay on grass mats with their weapons. Though their eyes were tired, they bore resilience forged at the edge of life and death. This night was extraordinarily long. The sea breeze remained cold, and the bonfire danced defiantly in the night. Aside from the occasional sound of adding firewood, the entire cliffside camp was quiet save for the heavy breathing. Half awake, half asleep. Everyone took turns vigilantly guarding this blood-stained line of defense, waiting for the dawn's redemption. As the first hint of grayish-white dawn appeared on the horizon, the long, seemingly endless night finally retreated silently in the sea breeze. The golden sun pierced through the dense canopy, showering light and warmth onto this secluded, desolate island. At the cliffside camp, a long-awaited sense of ease finally arrived. The 7 or 8 boys responsible for the last watch leaned against the broken barbed wire wall, exhaling a long breath of turbid air. Although Nye Feng arranged for the boys to take turns sleeping in 2 shifts last night under the suffocating pressure of the monsters potentially striking back at any moment, even those resting on the grass mat could not truly relax. Most of them were dozing off with wooden spears in hand, their eyes snapping open like startled birds at the slightest rustle outside. However, this rotation of rest ultimately played a crucial role. After half a night of meditation, the boys' stamina was barely restored, at least preventing a complete mental breakdown. Finally, the day has dawned. Wang Hao rubbed his somewhat sore eyes, a trace of relief escaping his dry. As he gazed at the sunlight streaming through the gaps in the wooden stakes, the tension that had gripped him all night finally loosened, and as he relaxed his hand, the wooden spear that had accompanied him for half the night clattered to the ground. Hearing Wang Hao's voice, the boys who were sleeping on the inner grass mats quickly got up. Rubbing their sleepy eyes and stretching their stiff necks from tension, many faces broke into silly smiles of relief as they looked at the sunlight outside. Stop laughing foolishly, get up and see the results of last night. Nye Feng was the only one in the camp still brimming with energy. He fastened his fire axe to his waist, stepped forward, and forcefully pulled open the wooden gate that had been slightly deformed from yesterday's impact. With a hint of vigilance, Nye Feng was the first to step out of the camp. Wang Hao, Chu Jie, and a few other braver boys quickly picked up their wooden spears and followed him out. When they saw the scene outside the wooden wall, everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock. The muddy ground outside the camp looked as if it had been repeatedly crushed by a heavy bulldozer. Enormous footprints deep enough to reach their ankles were scattered chaotically in the muck. And the originally sturdy barbed wooden stakes, 2 of the main beams, had already been violently pulled outward. The vines that bound them snapped into several pieces. What was most striking were the traces left by the wooden spikes and the mud. Nye, go look at this blood. Li Ming pointed at a sharpened wooden stake, his voice trembling. The tip of that stake was smeared with thick, dark blood. This blood emitted a pungent, fishy odor, and even the surrounding grass, stained with it, appeared a strange, withered yellow. It was the toxin from the hemp plant at work. Nye Feng squatted down, poking at the black blood on the ground with a twig, his gaze profound. The toxin entered its bloodstream, causing the blood to turn black and even become corrosive. This indicates that the ambush last night was very effective. It was hurt worse than we imagined. Hearing this, a glimmer of hope returned to the boys' eyes. Despite the terror they felt last night, they had indeed managed to drive away that terrifying monster with the wooden wall and their long spears. But Nye Gu. Chu Jie looked nervously at the deep jungle in the distance. It got hurt, won't it bear a grudge against us and bring more monsters for revenge tonight? This statement felt like a cold splash of water, instantly dousing the flicker of joy that had just risen within everyone. Indeed, what if it wasn't just one? What if it is a tribe? If it dares to come tonight, I wouldn't mind letting it bleed a little more. Nye Feng stood up, dusting off the dirt on his hands, his gaze sweeping over the group of workers still struggling in fear. He knew that if he couldn't stabilize their morale now, this camp would collapse before the monsters even arrived. Nye Feng climbed onto a tall rock, looking down at everyone, his voice steady as a mountain. Fear is instinctual, but don't let fear consume your minds. Look at the blood on the ground. It is not a god. It can feel pain, and it can escape. Yesterday, we only had a makeshift wooden wall to fend it off. Today, we have a whole day ahead of us. Nye Feng pointed at the broken barbed defense line, his tone filled with a sense of determination. Today, we will dig trenches. We need to sharpen more spikes. I want to turn this place into an iron fortress that would give it nightmares just by looking at it. This declaration finally reignited the boys' scattered fighting spirit. Let's do it. Nye Gu is right. If we must die, we will crush its teeth first. Zhang Chong waved his unbroken left fist, being the first to shout out loud. However, just as their spirits were high, ready to charge into battle, a very discordant gurgling sound emanated from Wang Hao's stomach. Following that, as if a chain reaction had been triggered, the stomachs of the 10 or so boys around him began to protest with thunderous sounds in succession. The life and death battle defense last night, coupled with half a night's shallow sleep, had drained a significant amount of calories from their bodies. At this moment, with their nerves relaxed, an intense hunger that felt as if it could digest their stomach walls overwhelmed them like a tidal wave. Niegu. Zhao Peng clutched his stomach, his face, pale. The bold rhetoric from earlier vanished without a trace. Repairing the wall is no problem. But can we eat something first? I feel like I could swallow a cow right now. Upon hearing the words eat, everyone instinctively turned their heads toward the kitchen area deep within the cliff wall. In their minds, they could almost taste the wild boar meat simmering in the large pot, tender and greasy. That half a wild boar was indeed a good treasure, weighing over 100 pounds, bones and all. Right, teacher? Yin Chu Jie couldn't help but swallow, looking hopefully at Ying. Even though everyone pigged out yesterday, that was only part of the scraps, right? There should still be dozens of pounds of good meat left uncooked. Let's do some meat soup in the morning. We need to eat well to have the strength to work. However, when their eager eyes fell on the inner camp, they were met with the somewhat cold faces of Yan Ying and Lin Mushui. Yan Ying walked to the fire holding an empty coconut shell, sighing without speaking. Chairman Chu, have you lost your appetite? Lin Mushui coldly retorted, her slender finger pointing to a row of branches high up on the cliff, showing no mercy. Look up, where's the wild boar meat you all yearn for? Everyone followed the direction Lin Mushui pointed and looked up. They saw dozens of evenly cut dark red strips of meat hanging densely against the inner cliff. These strips of meat were smeared with a layer of coarse salt, having undergone continuous smoking, now shriveled and firm, exuding a rich, cured meat aroma. How did it all turn into jerky? Wang Hao was dumbfounded. No kidding. Lin Mushui looked at them as if they were fools, explaining impatiently, so much meat the bloody smell could be detected from miles away. If we didn't hurry to cut and smoke it while everyone was training during the day, we would have attracted not just one wild man last night, but a whole pack. Feng jumped down from the height, brushing off the ash from his hands, echoing Lin Mushui's words to the group, still living in a dream. She is right. That is the last strategic food reserve of the entire camp. Although that monster was driven away yesterday, no one knows when it will go mad and bring a group of partners to block. In case we get surrounded in the camp and can't get out, or if it rains heavily for several days and we can't cook or hunt, these dozens of pounds of smoked meat will be our last trump card for survival. Under no circumstances shall anyone dare to make a move on this batch of strategic food reserves before the final life and death moment. I will chop off their hands directly. Did you understand? This rational and nearly cold-blooded long-term planning struck like a heavy hammer, waking everyone up. Indeed, on the deserted island, having eaten one meal without knowing when the next would come was the norm. If all the meat were consumed when disaster struck, they could only wait together for death. But everyone understood the reason. However, a starving stomach does not heed reason. Then, what will we eat? Zhao Peng's voice trembled with despair. Without food, how can we have the strength to repair the wooden wall and dig trenches? In an instant, the fighting spirit they had just gathered faced the risk of collapsing again in the face of hunger. Who said I would let you starve? Feng frowned slightly, interrupting the commotion in the camp. He turned to Yin Ying. Aunt Yin, is there any coarse salt left? There's a little bit left. Yin Ying immediately understood. Cut some fat to extract the oil, then boil a large pot of hot water, adding oil and sea salt. Everyone should first down a big bowl. Feng issued the order. The fats and salts can quickly replenish energy and maintain electrolyte balance. Use the hot soup to trick your stomach into feeling full. Having arranged the internal meals to deceive hunger, Feng picked up the red paint-chipped fire axe and took a few sharpened long wooden spears. Chu Jiezhang Chong. Feng called out their names. Here, what are your orders, Niego? The two were now completely obedient to Feng. You two take half of the group, stay at the camp to repair the wooden walls and dig trenches. Then he looked at Wang Hao, Li Ming, and Zhao Peng. Wang Hao, you and the others take weapons, bring all the bamboo baskets and vine nets and follow me. Niegu, where are we going? Li Ming swallowed hard, feeling a slight unease, but there are monsters in the jungle right now. Who said we are going? Feng smiled lightly, his gaze passing over the camp toward the vast ocean. That monster was heavily injured yesterday. It likely retreated deep into the jungle to lick its wounds. These large beasts rarely move along the unprotected beach during the day. Now is the time of the great tide. The shaped stonefish dam we built downstream a few days ago has probably trapped quite a number of foolish fish by now, thanks to the tidal influx and retreat over these past few days. Upon hearing the words catch fish, the boys who had just been dizzy from hunger suddenly had eyes that sparkled with greed, more vibrant than those of hungry wolves. Holy shit! Grilled fish. Wang Hao jumped up with excitement. Nia, go, what are we waiting for? Let's go. I feel like I could eat a whole big yellow croaker raw right now. What a character. Nia Feng laughed and scolded, waving his hand. Let's set off. We'll head to the beach for supplies. This afternoon, the entire camp will feast on grilled seafood. 20 minutes later, Nia Feng led a large group of beachcombing squad through a safe thicket of low shrubs, arriving at the edge of the main beach. The morning sea breeze carried a salty, humid scent. Since today was the time of the great tide, the water had receded far, revealing a vast expanse of intricate black reefs and scattered shallow pools. Oh my gosh, this is paradise. Zhao Peng stood at the edge of the reef looking at the dense marine life before him, nearly drooling onto his feet. Not far away on the downstream shallows, the V-shaped fish dam that Wang Hao and the others built according to Nia Feng's instructions a few days ago was now proving its incredible effectiveness. Due to the busy days of building the camp and defending against wild men, they had not had the chance to come and collect the nets. After being washed by the tides several times over the past few days, those greedy and plump fish were firmly trapped in that increasingly shallow V-shaped dead end. Look, a fish. A big fish is flopping around. Li Ming with sharp eyes spotted a fish in a puddle less than half a meter deep splashing about. What are you waiting for? Grab the wooden spear and stab it. Nia Feng laughed heartily, taking the lead as he charged down the reef. Charge, brothers. We won't stop until we eat meat. Several boys pounced into the shallow pool like a pack of starving wild men. Ouch! Holy crap! Wang Hao stepped into a water puddle covered in moss and slipped, landing hard on the ground and yelping while clutching. But the next second, a 2-pound plump fish plopped right onto his thigh. Huh! This is delivery to my doorstep. Wang Hao ignored the pain and tightly hugged the slippery fish, refusing to let go. The entire reef area instantly turned chaotic. The boys wielded wooden spears, surrounding and chasing the fish in the puddle. I got it. Nia, go look. This grouper is so fat. Zhao Peng excitedly raised his spear, the tip clearly skewering a fish still struggling. Over there, there's a crab in the rocks. It has huge claws. Don't grab it with your hands. Use stones to smash it. Last time my finger almost got crushed. Li Ming, still shaken, shouted as he picked up a pebble and rushed over. Under the pressure of survival in the wilderness, these once sheltered flowers had fully unleashed their primal instincts. They were soaked in mud and seawater, their faces smeared with black mud, but every person's face radiated genuine joy and a longing for a bountiful harvest. Nia Feng stood aside, not rushing to catch the easily captured shallow water fish. His sharp gaze swept over a concealed puddle deeper within the reef. Suddenly his eyes fixed. The wooden spear in his hand shot out like a black lightning bolt with a whoosh. A dull sound echoed as the spear accurately pierced into the mud at the bottom of the puddle. With a violent tumult and flying mud, a giant sea eel as thick as an adult's thigh and over a meter long was pinned firmly in place by the spear. Holy crap! Nia Go is mighty. The boys erupted into deafening cheers upon seeing this scene. This thing will be so oily when grilled. In just over an hour, these wolf-like boys nearly scraped the tidal reef area clean. The several large bamboo baskets and vine nets they brought were filled to the brim with heavy spoils. Not only did they catch a dozen fat sea fish and that giant sea eel, but also countless wild large oysters, mussels, and crabs with smashed claws. That's enough. We can't keep more. It would be a waste if we can't take it back. Nia Feng glanced at the sky and decisively ordered to wrap things up. Everyone carry a basket. Oh, let's head back home. Although the boys were panting heavily, each one scrambled to grab the heaviest bamboo basket. For them, these weren't just fish, they were the hopes for survival. At noon, back at the cliffside camp. Ying and Lin Mushui, who stayed behind, anxiously looked around. When they saw Nia Feng leading a group of boys emerging from the bushes laden with catches. Seeing the fresh plump fish still flopping in the nets, the entire camp erupted in cheers that could overturn treetops. We have fish to eat. No more bitter salt water for lunch today. The girls excitedly hugged each other, jumping and shouting. Aunt Yin, start the fire and set up the pot. I'm going to treat everyone to a feast for lunch today: oyster stew and grilled sea eel. Nia Feng tossed the heavy giant sea eel onto a clean stone, wiped the seawater off his face, and raised an eyebrow at Ying. I guarantee everyone will eat so well they swallow their tongues too. Looking at the bountiful seafood around, and this man who always brings miracles in desperate situations. Ying's eyes felt slightly warm, and a stunning smile blossomed on her face. All right, the housekeeper will start the fire and cook for you all. After enjoying a seafood feast, the workers began to repair the wooden fence that had been violently torn loose by the wild man last night, following Nia Feng's instructions. Nia Feng walked out of the camp holding a weathered fire axe. He crouched down in front of the muddy pit where the wild man had fallen injured the night before, prodding at the patch of dried, blackened blood with a twig. The neurotoxin from the hemp plant was extremely potent, and the surrounding grass, tainted by the toxic blood, had completely withered. Following the blood trail, a distinct path through the grass flattened by the weight of a large body led straight into the dark depths of the jungle. Wang Hao Li Ming, grab a wooden spear and follow me, Nie Feng said as he stood up, tucking the fire axe at his waist, his gaze deep. The two who were crouching down tying vines jumped in fright. Wang Hao stood up with a grimace saying, "Nie, brother Nie, where are we going? That monster just left last night. We need to confirm its retreat route." Nie Feng replied, patting the heavy Jimu bow on his back with a calm tone. "It is severely wounded, and the toxin will certainly prevent it from going far. To know oneself and one's enemy is the key to victory in every battle. I don't like having a ticking time bomb hanging at the camp entrance every day." Upon hearing Nie Feng's words, Wang Hao and Li Ming, despite their reluctance, had no choice but to follow. After all, in this camp, Nie Feng's words were akin to a decree. The three cautiously explored deeper into the forest, navigating through the flattened underbrush. The further they ventured, the taller the trees grew, blocking out the sun with their expansive canopies, and the temperature around them was noticeably colder than outside. "Brother Nie, look at the ground." After walking about 2 kilometers, Li Ming suddenly stopped, pointing at the base of a thick old banyan tree, his voice trembling. Nie Feng followed his gaze. Beside the raised tree roots lay a large patch of repulsive black vomit. It was mixed with chunks of undigested raw meat and a large amount of foul-smelling gastric acid. The soil surrounding the vomit had been corroded, leaving a small charred mark. "The toxin is active." Nie Feng crouched down, poking at it with a wooden spear. Its stomach couldn't withstand the neurotoxin from the hemp plant, causing a severe rejection reaction here. This indicated that the arrow shot last night had inflicted significant damage on the wild man. However, before Wang Hao and Li Ming could breathe a sigh of relief, Nie Feng's gaze suddenly shifted upward, fixating intensely on the trunk of the old banyan tree. Gurgle. Following Nie Feng's line of sight, Wang Hao also looked up. After just one glance, his legs turned to jelly, collapsing directly into the mud. There, about 2 meters above the ground on the trunk, was a huge dark red blood handprint. This was undoubtedly left by the wild man during its violent vomiting as it propped itself against the tree trunk with its blood-soaked palm. However, what truly instilled despair was not the giant handprint itself, but rather an object hanging on a branch. It was a pendant strung together with thick, tough animal sinews. The main body of the pendant was a grayish-white skull of an unknown beast, and beneath the skull there hung 5 or 6 pale bone joints neatly arranged. "Nie, brother Nie." Li Ming's teeth chattered in fear, pointing at the swaying, eerie totem, tears streaming down his face. Are those human finger bones hanging below?" Nie Feng said nothing, his face darkening ominously. Though he was not a forensic expert, the distinct shape of human phalanges was too obvious. Those bone joints hanging beneath the beast's bones undoubtedly belonged to some unfortunate adult. This was not just some mindless giant beast. This was a terrifying indigenous tribe that understood how to create totems, mark hatred with blood handprints, and even cannibalize their own kind. After the injured wild man vomited here, it deliberately hung this cannibal totem, symbolizing death and vengeance, on the tree trunk facing the camp, with a message that could not be clearer. "Retreat." Nie Feng turned around without hesitation. "Return the same way and move quickly." Half an hour later, the three returned to the cliff camp with ashen faces. Thud. Nie Feng directly threw the cannibal totem wrapped in leaves onto the flat stone slab in the center. The students who were working gathered around. When they saw the few pale human finger bones, a wave of terrified screams erupted throughout the camp. Several timid girls were so frightened that they covered their eyes and crouched down, sobbing uncontrollably. Even the usually composed Ying turned pale, instinctively shielding Lin Muxue behind her. "Did you all see?" Nie Feng drew out the fire axe from his waist, his gaze cold as he scanned the thoroughly frightened college students. "What we are facing is not just some guerrilla, but a group of highly intelligent, cannibalistic wild men. They not only overpower us in strength, but also hold grudges. This totem is their declaration of war." This statement shattered the last remaining illusion of waiting for rescue in the camp. "So, what should we do, brother Nie?" Zhao Peng in a panic tugged at his hair. "The barricade was torn loose yesterday. If they come in a group, we won't be able to stop them. Even if we can't stop them, we must try." Nie Feng swung the axe heavily into the wooden stump beneath him, producing a muffled thud. "From today onwards, the camp will enter a state of first-level combat readiness. Chujia, Zhangchang, take people to dig a meter down from the outer edge of the barricade. Dig a 2-meter deep and 1.5-meter wide continuous pit along the entire semicircular defensive perimeter. Li Ming, gather people to cut the hardest mozo bamboo, sharpen them to a point, and harden them with fire. I want the bottom of the pit to be filled with spikes like a hedgehog. Once done, cover the top with fine bamboo strips and fallen leaves to create the perfect camouflage. In this atmosphere where even breathing felt like a pressure of death, no one dared to voice a single complaint. More than 20 laborers, as if possessed, picked up rudimentary wooden shovels and stones and rushed out of the barricade. In the face of life and death, everyone unleashed 200% of their potential. Chu Jie and Zhang Chong even dug until their hands were covered in blisters. After seeing those human bones today, they only regretted not having two more hands, wishing they could dig the camp into an underground fortress within a day. The entire afternoon, dust flew around the perimeter of the cliff camp. Feng not only personally swung the axe to chop thick bamboo, but also continually practiced with the heavy Jimu bow that required terrifying strength, testing the elasticity of the bowstring and the penetrative power of the arrows in preparation for the impending war. Until the sun set, a continuous pit extending over 20 meters, 2 meters deep and densely filled with deadly bamboo spikes, was finally completed outside the barricade. With a layer of extremely concealed fine bamboo and fallen leaves covering the pit, the safety factor of the camp experienced a qualitative leap. Night fell. Dinner consisted of fish soup and a bit of wild boar bones. Due to the thrill of the cannibal totem, everyone ate without tasting the food. After hastily filling their stomachs, the workers outside huddled by the fire, clutching their wooden spears tightly, afraid to move. Feng sat cross-legged on a thick straw mat, his upper body bare. 2 consecutive days of intense combat. Last night, when facing the three-turtle wild man, he pulled back the heavy Ji would bow 3 times, consuming an immense amount of energy. This afternoon, he swung a heavy axe to chop hard bamboo for half the day. Even with the formidable recovery from the unnamed breathing technique, as he relaxed, now the muscles in his back, arms, and neck still ached with tightness. Who? Feng exhaled a long breath, closed his eyes, and rubbed his sore neck. Just then, a warm mist mixed with a faint scent of wood ash accompanied by light footsteps stopped behind him. Xiaofeng, are you exhausted? Ying's voice was gentle and soft, like an invisible hand gently calming the restlessness in the air. Feng opened his eyes and turned around. He saw Ying holding a coconut shell filled with warm water in one hand and a piece of light yellow wilderness soap she had crafted in the other. Today she tied her long hair casually at the back with a few damp strands sticking to her fair and slender neck. The snakeskin patchwork vest she wore was somewhat disheveled from work, exuding an irresistible mature charm. Everyone was scared to death today. Ying knelt beside Feng, placing the warm water aside. If you collapse from exhaustion, this camp will truly lack a backbone. Saying this, Ying dipped her hands into the warm water, took a bit of soap, and began to lather. Then, without reservation, she placed her soft, smooth hands directly on Feng's broad, strong back. Hiss! When those hands, warmed by a mature woman's body, began to massage along his tense spine, Feng couldn't help but gasp in comfort. Is the pressure okay? Ying leaned slightly forward, her warm breath brushing against Feng's ear. Her technique, though not as professional as a skilled masseur's, was undoubtedly a top-tier enjoyment in this wilderness where medical resources were scarce. You drew your bow 3 times last night and swung an axe all afternoon today. Your shoulder muscles are as stiff as stone. Ying lightly complained as her thumbs pressed and kneaded the acupoints on either side of Feng's shoulder. With her movements, the astonishing fullness of her front inevitably brushed against Feng's back. The incredible elasticity felt through the thin fabric was more effective than any muscle relaxant. On this panic-stricken night, shrouded by the cannibal totem, Ying knew too well what could bring true security. In this ruthless place of the survival of the fittest, only by making this man comfortable and ensuring he could not do without her could she and her daughter remain at the pinnacle of this cruel little society. The head steward's skills are becoming increasingly exquisite. Feng's eyes closed, savoring the rare warmth, spoke in a low, hoarse voice. However, Aunt Yin, if you lean forward a bit more in this massage position, I fear my muscles won't relax tonight, but rather become even tenser. Hearing this blunt tease, Ying's cheeks instantly flushed with a layer of redness, even her long swan neck radiating an alluring pink. Yet instead of retreating in embarrassment like before, she let her gaze dance and lightly bit her red lips, intentionally resting her chin on Feng's shoulder. You're just an insatiable rogue. Ying's voice was as soft as a whisper, yet carried a captivating allure. As long as you can keep us alive, however tense you want to be, Aunt will indulge you. This sentence was like a spark igniting a barrel of explosives. Feng abruptly opened his eyes, ready to pull this increasingly sensible head steward into his embrace to educate her on other wilderness survival skills. In that moment of fiery tension and intimate atmosphere, snap. The banana leaf curtain was violent. A cool voice laced with bitterness and even a hint of gritted teeth suddenly rang out behind them. Mom, is that little strength of yours enough to massage his shoulders? Let me handle it instead. Lin Mushui walked in with a large green paste wrapped in broad leaves. Today she wore a wild and beautiful snakeskin long skirt, and her originally cold and stunning face was now tightly drawn like a little leopard ready to pounce. Ying was startled, as if electrocuted, and bounced off Feng's back, her face red enough to bleed. Mushui, what are you holding? Ying stood up feeling guilty, trying to change the subject to disguise her earlier flirtatious posture that was almost glued to Feng. These are a few types of wild herbs I found by the stream this afternoon, crushed with a stone to promote blood circulation and remove bruising. Lin Mu Shui didn't even glance at her mother. She directly knelt down on the other side of Feng, placing the package of green herbal paste on the stone slab. Then, with her beautiful eyes fixed on Feng, her tone revealing unmasked possessiveness and jealousy, she stated, Feng pulled a muscle to protect everyone yesterday. I'm young and strong. Applying this herbal paste requires a lot of pressure to be effective, so mom, you just rest on the side. Saying this, Lin Mu Shui extended her delicate fingers, scooped a large dollop of green herbal mud, and pressed it directly onto Feng's tense right shoulder. Hiss, so cool. Feng was jolted by the sudden chill of the herbal medicine. Cool is good, it helps with inflammation. Lin Mu Shui did not ease her touch. Instead, under the guise of applying the medicine, she began to knead Feng's right shoulder and arm forcefully. Her technique was indeed much stronger than Ying's, but the evident flavor of punishment laced with jealousy was unmistakable. Ying stood aside, watching her daughter blatantly steal her man, feeling her temples throb. This dead girl. It was one thing to intervene during the day, but at night, she dared to disrupt the scene. Did she really think that by being a few years younger, she could dominate this camp? Mu Shui, this herbal medicine hasn't been purified. Oh, what if it causes a skin allergy? Ying took a deep breath, reasserting her authority as a mother and the main wife. She not only did not back away, but knelt beside Feng again, her hands once more laden with warm, soapy water pressed against Feng's back. It's safer to wash it clean with soap. Xiao Feng, Aunt will continue to help you wash your back. Mom, I've already prepared the herbal medicine. There's no need to waste more. Lin Mu Shui was unyielding, her grip tightening as she insisted, Feng, don't you think the herbal medicine feels better when applied? Caught in the middle, Feng felt the warm, smooth pressure from his left and the cool, fragrant kneading from his. He looked at this pair of mother and daughter who were openly tearing apart any pretense of modesty in their competition for him, and his heart was filled with joy. On the terrifying night outside, where the boys trembled in fear inside this deepest refuge of the cliff, a top-tier battlefield was unfolding that every man would dream of. Actually, Feng closed his eyes, a rogue smile resembling a master of balancing water tugging at his lips. Washing the back on the left and applying medicine on the right, working together, yields the best results. You two continue and don't stop for anything. Hearing such shameless words from a man who took advantage of the situation, Ying and Lin Mu Shui simultaneously cursed him as shameless in their hearts. But miraculously, neither the dignified and mature teacher, Yin, nor the aloof and proud Lin School Bell halted their actions. Instead, to prove that their side skills were superior, their movements became even more meticulous and vigorous. After nightfall on the island, the oppressive heat and sun of the day faded away. A gentle sea breeze carrying a faint hint of saltiness flowed through the gaps in the dense tree canopy into the cliffside camp, dispersing the lingering warmth in the air. It was midsummer, and the nights on this deserted island were not particularly cold. Instead, they offered a rare, refreshing comfort under the gentle breeze. If it weren't for the heavy shadow cast by the terrifying human bone totem scene during the day, it would have been quite a pleasant camping night. Outside the camp, Wang Hao and Li Ming, who were on guard duty during the first half of the night, were crouched between two bonfires. At this moment, both were holding leafy branches, absent-mindedly swatting away the large, buzzing mosquitoes, while vigilantly staring into the infinite darkness beyond the barricade. Smack! Wang Hao slapped his thigh, killing a mosquito that had gorged itself on his blood, and couldn't help but mutter under his breath, the mosquitoes in this cursed place seem to have come alive. One bite leaves a bump that itches like crazy. Li Ming rubbed his dirt-covered arm, but his eyes involuntarily drifted past the center of the camp, yearningly gazing towards the innermost part of the cliffside camp. Though separated by several meters, the flickering light of the bonfire cast shadows that made the illumination erratic. Yet faintly one could still see the dim glow of firelight seeping through the banana leaf screen at the back. Brother, how why is our fate so harsh? Li Ming swallowed hard, his eyes fixated on the inside, filled with unabashed fervor and longing. Here we are at midnight feeding mosquitoes and anxiously standing guard for the cannibals. Look at Brother Nya being attended by the school beauty and the gorgeous female instructor on either side. Did you hear the commotion from over there just now? This treatment is no less than that of ancient emperor's right. If I could live a day like Brother Nya, I would willingly let the monsters outside capture me and roast me tomorrow. Wang Hao sniffed, casually tossing the branch into the fire, his tone filled with admiration and resignation towards the strong. All right, stop being so envious. After all, we don't have Brother Ni's ability to single-handedly take on wild men or tear giant pythons apart. In this wilderness, if we can keep our lives, have a warm soup to drink every day and a safe place to sleep, we should consider ourselves fortunate. Wang Hao patted Li Ming on the shoulder, and spoke in a low voice. What we need to do now is to follow Brother Nya closely and cling tightly to this big leg. In the future, when Brother Nya eats meat, we will have soup. That's the way of the wise. As for those women, once we establish ourselves as core veterans in this camp, will we still have to worry about not getting our share of the benefits? Hearing Wang Hao's pragmatic advice, Li Ming nodded in agreement, quickly retracting his unrealistic fantasies and dutifully continuing to monitor the movements outside. Meanwhile, in another corner, the girls huddled together on a raised bamboo bed. Su Jiao, pretending to be asleep with her eyes closed, peered through the gaps of the cover draped over her, intently staring in the direction of the inner camp. At this moment in the inner camp, Ying and Lin Muxu's quiet competition for the right to apply medicine had come to an end. The exquisite mother and daughter seemed to be tired and were both lying on the spacious flat raised bamboo bed to rest. Looking at the thick soft bamboo bed inside, which was even lined with clean banana leaves, and then glancing at the large communal bed, where several girls were squeezed together, Su Jiao felt her fingers clench tightly against the bamboo board beneath her. That pair of mother and daughter are too domineering. Using their status, they don't even leave a crack for others. Su Jiao silently gritted her teeth. In her mind, uncontrollably memories surfaced of a few nights ago in the dim woods when she was pinned against a thick tree trunk by Feng. The burning heat of that man, the explosive power akin to a beast, and the overwhelming impact that sent shivers through her very soul were etched deeply into her being, as if by magic. Every time she recalled the indulgence of that night, Su Jiao felt her entire body weaken. At this moment, listening to the steady breathing of the girls around her and the occasional sounds of them shifting, Su Jiao's legs instinctively tightened against the rough hay mat. The air on a summer night was already somewhat humid and oppressive, and uncontrollable restlessness and emptiness surged from the depths of her body, and she could feel the fabric clinging to her skin had quietly become soaked with moisture. No, that tantalizing feeling is too tormenting. Su Jiao bit her burning red lips, jealousy and intense physical desire nearly burning through her rationality. Having already had a substantial relationship with that man and tasted the finest pleasures on this deserted island, she refused to resign herself to being squeezed outside on this communal bamboo bed with a group of women smelling of sweat. She had to come up with a way to avoid the watchful eyes of that mother and daughter, find an opportunity to sneak into that warm embrace to satisfy her cravings and solidify her position. Su Jiao took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. She quietly peeked her head out to assess the situation in the camp. The guards Wang Hao and Li Ming were chatting with their backs, turned their attention entirely focused outside the camp. As for the inner camp, Ying and Lin Muxu lay on the raised bamboo bed, clearly exhausted from the day's work of squeezing out toxic juice and cutting bamboo. They seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep, their breathing very calm. As for Feng, Su Jiao knew that he was maintaining his vigilance and did not sleep on the same bed as the mother and daughter. He slept alone about 1 or 2 meters away behind the bamboo bed. There he had made a simple partition with several large banana leaves, creating his own personal sheltered corner. As long as I move lightly and slip past that bamboo bed, I can directly sneak into his partition. Su Jiao mentally plotted her route. She gritted her teeth and made a decision. In this cannibalistic wilderness, the bold survive while the timid perish. Su Jiao slowly lifted her outer coat and, like an eel, quietly slid down from the raised bamboo bed. To make herself more appealing and facilitate her upcoming actions, she even left her worn-out sneakers off, stepping barefoot on the soft pine needle-laden ground. She was still wearing the snakeskin mini-skirt. She had modified herself. She had deliberately pulled her tight short sleeves down, exposing a large expanse of fair skin and deep cleavage. With everything ready, Su Jiao moved like a lustful and cunning night owl, crouching low and using the shadows cast by the bonfire for cover as she stealthily left the outer girls' sleeping area. 5 meters. 10 meters. Su Jiao's heartbeat raced as if it were about to leap from her throat. She successfully avoided Wang Hao and the others' line of sight, inching closer into the inner camp. Ahead lies a wide, independent bamboo bed. With the faint reflection of light, Su Jiao could clearly see Ying and Lin Muxu lying back to back on it. Ying's sleeping posture was relatively stable, while Lin Muxu seemed exhausted from working during the day, with a pale arm casually dangling over the edge of the bed, her fingertips almost touching the dirt below. Su Jiao held her breath, not daring to make a sound. Barefoot, she cautiously circled around the edge of the... As she passed by Lin Muxue's hand, Lin Muxu suddenly turned over in her sleep, mumbling something indistinct. Hiss! Su Jiao was startled, her whole body stiffening, as if she had been struck by a spell, cold sweat trickling down her back. She bit down hard on her lip, not daring to move. After half a minute confirming that Lin Muxu was merely talking in her sleep and showed no signs of waking up, Su Jiao finally let out a long breath she had been holding in. Crossing over the bamboo bed ahead was a simple partition woven from banana leaves. A flicker of wild joy flashed in Su Jiao's eyes. She reached out her trembling hands, gently parting the wide banana leaves like a nimble water snake, quietly slipping inside. The space inside the partition was not large. The ground was covered with the thickest, softest straw mat, and the man she had been longing for was lying on his back on the mat. Feng lay bare-chested, his muscular arms casually crossed over his abdomen. His perfect muscle lines emanated a suffocating masculine tension in the darkness. Su Jiao swallowed hard, feeling her throat dry to the point of burning. She slowly knelt at the edge of the straw mat, preparing to lean over him in the most alluring posture. At that moment, the seemingly soundly sleeping Feng suddenly opened his eyes in the darkness. In those deep, bright eyes there was not a hint of confusion from just waking up, but rather a piercing clarity and a playful glint. "Why are you practicing stealth here in the middle of the night?" Feng did not rise, but lowered his voice, the tone laced with unabashed mockery. "Your footsteps may be light, but I can smell the anxious sweat on you even through the banana leaves." Su Jiao's heart skipped a beat. Caught red-handed, if she were an ordinary girl, she would have probably fled in embarrassment and anger. But Su Jiao was different. Since she dared to come, she would shed all her inhibitions. "Brother Nye." She did not run away, instead she lunged forward, her body softly collapsing onto Feng's solid chest. She deliberately lowered her voice, her tone sweet enough to drip honey. "The common room outside creaks when someone turns over, making it hard for people to sleep. And I really miss you." Her boldness exceeded all reason. While she deliberately rubbed against Feng's chest with her alluring assets, she let her delicate hands wander down his abdomen. "Brother Nye, during the day teacher Yin and Lin Shuahua were around, and I didn't even dare to say a word to you. Have you thought about me at all these past few days?" Su Jiao slightly raised her face, her warm breath directly hitting Feng's chin. In the darkness, her big, watery eyes were filled with unreserved submission and invitation. In the face of such an overt advance, even someone as stoic as Feng would feel a surge of blood. But he did not immediately lose his reason. He understood this woman's ambitions all too well. Trying to climb the ranks. Feng extended a rough hand, unceremoniously gripping Su Jiao's delicate chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. His fingers applied slight pressure, his tone carrying an air of condescension. "Those boys outside would fight tooth and nail over a wild fruit. You're clever to know that conquering me in this desolate island means conquering the entire camp." Su Jiao was not flustered at being seen through. Instead, she smiled even more seductively. "Brother Nye, everyone wants to survive. Oh, I just want to live a little better. Is that wrong?" Su Jiao extended her tongue, lightly licking the thumb that Feng was holding, her chin with her gaze sultry to the extreme. "I admit I have schemes, but my schemes are only to please you. As long as you're willing to give me a place I can do even better than teacher Yin. I can do everything she can't." This frankness, tinged with a hint of wildness, was precisely to Feng's. In the wilderness survival, there is no need for pure love idol dramas. In this place where death could come at any moment, the most primal exchanges of interests and physical collisions were the most authentic essence. "You do have quite a bit of courage." Feng's lips curved into a dangerous arc. He stopped wasting words. His hand that had been gripping her chin smoothly moved down to encircle her slender waist. In the next moment, Su Jiao felt the world around her suddenly spin. She was already being pulled down onto the straw mat. "Ow!" She let out a brief gasp, immediately covering her mouth in panic. Less than 2 meters outside the partition were the bamboo beds where Ying and Lin Muxue slept. The firelight was blocked outside, leaving only a dim red shadow that fell in through the cracks of the bamboo. The quieter it was, the clearer every breath became. "Shoo, be quiet." Feng lowered his voice, the warm breath brushing past her ear. "If you wake up your 2 competitors, I won't be responsible for the aftermath." Su Jiao's eyelashes fluttered. This sentence felt like a fine needle gently piercing through the last layer of hesitation in her heart. She was clearly scared, yet the tension of being just a wall away made her heart feel as if it were on fire. Ying was outside. Lin Muxue was also outside, and she was trapped firmly in Feng's embrace within this small dark partition. The moment this thought emerged, Su Jiao's breath became chaotic. She dared not make a sound, only biting her own hand, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at Feng. Feng did not give her another chance to retreat. He leaned down, closed his movements, carrying an undeniable force. Su Jiao's thin knitted short sleeve was rumpled, the neckline askew, exposing large swathes of her snowy neck and shoulders. She instinctively tried to dodge, but when that hand around her waist tightened, she was pulled back again. The straw mat emitted a slight rustling sound. Her hair fell loose, resting on the grass and Feng's arm. The rough and heated sensations intertwined, causing her entire body to tense up. Su Jiao had never felt so clearly that she had truly intruded. Not by relying on charm, not by testing the waters, nor by pretending to be pitiful, but by seizing her rightful place in this night, while Ying and Lin Muxue slept outside. Her heart raced so fast it felt as if it would burst from her chest. But she had no regrets. Not even a little. As Feng's breath bore down on her, the hint of panic in her eyes was gradually swallowed by another kind of burning emotion. She raised her hands, grasping his shoulders. At first she was only afraid of falling. But then she gripped tighter, her fingertips almost sinking into his flesh. She buried her face in the side of Feng's neck, trying to suppress the fragmented sounds in her throat. Each breath felt like a theft. Each heartbeat felt like a fear of being heard from outside. Outside the partition, the fire occasionally crackled softly. There was no noise from the bamboo bed. Ying and Lin Mu Shui seemed to still be asleep. This silence made Su Jiao's secret sense of victory swell bit by bit. Lin Mu Shui. No matter how much you suppressed me during the day, how much you guarded against me, what of it? Tonight this position has ultimately been seized by me. Su Jiao bit her lip, the corners of her eyes tinged with a wet red. She knew she was in danger. She also knew that after dawn she might not be able to hide it from that mother-daughter duo. But at this moment, she no longer wanted to think about tomorrow. The rules on this deserted island changed every day. The weak would be cast aside. The useless would be eliminated. She did not want to be the one waiting to be dealt a fate, so she had to seize Feng. To grasp him with every means possible. Time passed slowly in the dark. Su Jiao's rationality melted like wax under fire, gradually losing its shape. Her hand covering her mouth tightened more and more, her breathing becoming increasingly chaotic. Just when she was about to collapse, pushed to the edge by that overwhelming emotion, an unexpected change occurred. Feng, who was pressing down on her, suddenly stopped his movements without warning. Not only did he halt, but the muscles that were once relaxed tensed up in less than half a second, becoming as hard as stone. Brother Nya. Su Jiao was at a critical moment of indecision, feeling uncomfortable due to this sudden pause. With her hazy eyes, she was about to voice her inquiry when a large, rough hand, even slightly cold with sweat, suddenly covered her mouth tightly. The grip was so strong that it made her cheeks ache. Shut up. Don't make a sound. Feng's voice was pressed low, almost a whisper, but the chill and murderous intent in his tone instantly kicked Su Jiao from the peak of desire into an icy abyss. Su Jiao was instantly awakened by fear. She looked at Feng in the dim light. His pupils had contracted to the extreme, his gaze like a lone wolf in the dark, fixated on the direction beyond the camp. His exceptional hearing caught a hint of abnormality, mixed in with the sound of the wind outside. Crack. It was a muffled sound like a thick, dry branch being snapped. This sound was definitely not the noise made by Wang Hao and Li Ming changing shifts, because its source was deep within the dense thicket downwind. Immediately after, a heavy, dragging yet intensely oppressive sound of footsteps slowly echoed in the thud, thud, thud. Each step seemed to tread on a person's heart, causing the earth to tremble. Along with it came a stronger, nauseating stench of rotting flesh than a few days ago, carried by the sea breeze, directly invading the cliffside camp. They're coming. Feng coldly uttered two words in his heart. The bloody test outside the barbed wire last night and the death threat left by the cannibal totem in the woods during the day were finally coming to fruition tonight. Those terrifying native jungle dwellers, the giant savages coming for revenge, were truly approaching. Just as Feng was about to rise and grab his bow. Whoosh! Clatter, clatter, clatter. The camp's perimeter. The low warning vine trap hidden between thickets and scattered stones and laden with bamboo tubes and broken shells was suddenly jolted by a terrifying force. The empty bamboo tubes and broken shells collided violently in the darkness, producing a sound that was sharp and deafening like the tolling of a death knell in hell. This sudden loud noise instantly shattered the silence in the camp. Enemy attack. Wang Hao and Li Ming, who had been napping, were startled into leaping up from the ground, emitting pig-like screams. The 20 or so students sleeping on bamboo beds and straw mats were also awakened by this life-threatening noise, each one terrified out of their wits, scrambling towards the deepest part of the cliff. Screams and cries instantly filled the night sky. Outside the warning line, the few wild men who had crept over in the darkness clearly did not expect such a seemingly fragile vine to make such a piercing noise. This completely exceeded their primitive brains' understanding. After a brief moment of shock, the largest of the wild men, towering at nearly 3 meters, was thoroughly enraged by the deafening sound. Roar! It emitted a deafening howl. In the moonlight, one could see that it was holding a thigh-sized bone from an unknown giant beast. In its simple mind, there was no concept of trap. Driven by rage, it directly ignored the spiked barbed wire wall ahead, not even bothering to observe the terrain beneath its feet, and charged toward the camp's entrance with a reckless fury, its legs as thick as concrete pillars carrying a stench of blood. With a terrifying weight of 400 to 500 pounds combined with the massive force of the charge, it stomped down on the flat ground covered with fine bamboo and fallen leaves just 1 meter away from the barbed wire wall. Crack! How could the camouflage net that Feng had meticulously arranged with Chu Jiezhong Chong and others withstand such a level of crushing? The camouflage net instantly shattered. Boom! accompanied by a thunderous roar that shook the earth. The leading giant wild man didn't even have time to react. Its massive body lost balance and fell straight into the 2-meter-deep pit trap. Whoa! The next second, a shrill, tragic, and completely unnatural scream erupted from the bottom of the 2-meter-deep pit, instantly piercing the night sky of the entire deserted island. The sound was mixed with endless pain and despair, sending chills down the listener's spine and causing their blood to run cold. At the bottom of the pit, those sharp bamboo spikes, hardened by fire and densely embedded in the soil, were coated with the neurotoxic juice of fire hemp. Under the immense force of gravity, they acted like sharp steel spears, instantly piercing through the giant wild man's legs, ankles, and even deeply stabbing into its abdomen and chest. Dark toxic blood gushed out. The extremely potent neurotoxin of fire hemp, mixed with the tearing of the wounds, erupted within its massive body. The giant wild man thrashed and rolled wildly at the bottom of the pit, its massive bone club smashing aimlessly against the walls of the pit, causing dirt to rain down from above. But the more it struggled, the deeper the barbs sank and the faster the toxin spread. In less than 10 seconds, its earth-shattering scream began to weaken, becoming hoarse, eventually turning into eerie convulsions and labored breathing. First kill. The pit trap proved its worth, delivering a lethal blow. At this moment, within the cliffside barrier, Feng had decisively pushed aside Su Jiao, who was still slumped on the straw mat. He didn't even bother to fully fasten his pants, hastily pulling them up. Grabbing the heavy mulberry wood bough hanging on the stone wall, he swiftly drew a handful of poisoned wooden arrows and tucked the fire axe behind his waist. "If you don't want to die, stay in the back and don't make a sound." Feng coldly tossed out this command, emanating an aura of terrifying ferocity, and directly pushed aside the banana leaves, charging out. Outside, Ying and Lin Muxue, who were sleeping on the high bamboo bed, had already been awakened. The mother and daughter tightly embraced each other, their faces pale, as they looked at Feng rushing out. "Xiaofeng." Ying's voice trembled. "Stay inside. No matter what happens, don't come out." Feng shouted back without looking. He strode through the camp, stepping on the hay, making a slight rustling sound. At this moment outside the camp, Wang Hao, Chu Jie, and the other boys were so frightened by the sudden turn of events that they had wet themselves, huddling behind the barbed wire wall, unable to steady their wooden spears. "All of you stand up. Grip your weapons." Feng's voice was like thunder, instantly steadying this group of nearly collapsing sheep. He took a step and leaped onto a towering rock behind the barbed wire wall, looking down at the darkness outside. Although the leading wild man fell into the pit, 3 other shadows of the same enormous size were still standing in the shadows of the bushes at the edge of the pit. These 3 wild men seemed to be intimidated by the fate of their companion falling into the pit, currently emitting low, uneasy growls, hesitating whether to continue charging. "Since you've come, none of you shall leave." Feng stood above, under the trembling and awed gazes of everyone. He tightened his left hand on the bow, placed his right hand on the poisoned arrow, and with a powerful pull, the heavy mulberry wood bough was instantly drawn into a full moon. The sharp arrowhead glinted with the light of death under the faint firelight, locking directly onto the few large shadows hesitating outside the pit. A true bloody defensive battle, representing the survival space between humanity and primal species, was about to begin on the deserted island at midnight. The screams from the pit echoed like a saw pulling back and forth outside the camp in the midnight hour. The giant savage that charged in first had half of its body impaled by the poisonous bamboo spikes. It was too large, so large that it could not be completely swallowed by the 2-meter-deep pit. Its chest and abdomen were pinned by the bamboo spikes, while its powerful arms frantically battered the walls of the pit, digging its thick fingers into the mud and tearing away a large patch of wet earth. With each struggle, the poisonous spikes at the bottom of the pit twisted further into its body. Black blood flowed down the bamboo spikes, mingling with the mud and creating a sludgy sound. In the camp, the fleeting joy that had just erupted due to the pit's success was quickly suppressed by the presence of 3 dark shadows outside. Everyone saw it. The gap that formed after the collapse was not wide, only about 1.5 meters. For these ordinary people, it was a trap where one misstep could mean death. But for the 3-meter-turtle savage, it was just a single step. "Don't shout." Feng's voice came down from above, as cold as a bucket of ice water. Zhang Chong, who was about to cheer, forcibly swallowed his voice back down his throat. Chu Jie, gripping a poisonous spear, turned pale, his lips trembling slightly. "Damn, it won't just step over, will it?" No one answered, because in the next moment one of the savages outside the pit had already provided the answer. It lowered its head to glance at its companion in the pit, then looked at the collapsed edge of the pit. Those murky eyes lacked human rationality, but held a beast-like clarity and judgment. Danger, but it wasn't wide enough. A low growl rolled from its throat as its right leg lifted. The massive foot, as thick as an old tree root, stepped directly from this edge of the pit to the other side. No run up, no jump, just one step. The heavy foot landed on the wet soil behind the pit, and the mud exploded with a loud splat. That foot felt like it was stepping on everyone's hearts. Zhang Chong's eyes nearly popped out. Chu Jie gasped in shock, his voice cracking. Is this a pit? To it, this is just a threshold. Feng didn't scold him, because that statement was correct. The pit had already fulfilled its greatest value. First kill. Once exposed, it was no longer a weapon of slaughter, but merely a hurdle to slow the savages down. Yet even hurdles had their uses. Just as the savage's front foot landed with its hind legs still on the other side of the pit, its hips were forced apart, and the entire weight of its body was pressing forward. In that moment, it could not immediately change direction. This was what Feng had been waiting for. The bowstring pulled taut in the night. His arm muscles bulged, breathing low and steady. In the next breath, buzz! The poisoned arrow was released. The arrowhead did not aim for the face or chest. Such places had thick skin and hard bones, making it unnecessary to take risks in the dark. The poisoned arrow skimmed along the edge of the firelight and fiercely stabbed into the savage's ankle. It had just landed, its muscles taut, and its skin stretched to the thinnest. Puff! The arrowhead sank halfway in. The savage's forward motion abruptly tilted. It was too heavy. One leg suddenly lost strength, yet its entire body continued to surge forward, crashing its shoulder hard against a slanted wooden stake outside. Crack! The wooden stake, thick as a bowl, broke upon impact. But the savage could not immediately charge forward. It stared at the arrow in its ankle and let out a furious roar, reaching to pull it out. Don't let it pull out the arrow. As Feng's command fell, he had already readied a second arrow. Su Jiao knelt half a step behind him, her face pale, but her hands tightly gripped the arrow bundle. She didn't dare to look up at the savage's face. She focused solely on Feng's hand. He reached out, and she handed him an arrow. The movements were more decisive than any previous attempts to please. Wang Hao, take people to push the fire forward. Don't lean against the wall, stick it in the ground. Wang Hao immediately responded. Li Ming, you come with me. Stick the torches in the outer circle. Don't stand straight. A few boys gritted their teeth and rushed to the inner wooden stakes, inserting the lit torches into the mud ahead. The firelight suddenly surged higher. The silhouette of the savage was illuminated more clearly. It crouched at the back of the pit with an arrow in its front foot, one hand gripping a wooden stake, the other reaching to pull out the poisoned arrow from its ankle. Feng's second arrow arrived. This one targeted the back of its hand. Just as the savage's palm touched the arrow shaft, the poisoned arrow pierced through its flesh from the side. Roar! It violently shook its hand. The arrow shaft broke in its palm and black blood sprayed out. Feng's expression darkened. This creature's skin was frighteningly thick. The poisoned arrows could penetrate, but relying on one or two arrows to bring it down immediately was utterly unrealistic. The other two savages outside were also not idle. One circled to the edge of the pit, extending its long arm, attempting to grab the struggling companion inside, as if trying to drag it out. The other bent down and picked up a stone as large as a person. Get down! Just as Feng's voice rose, that stone had already been hurled through the night. Boom! The stone flew over the outer edge of the pit and slammed into the camp's edge. A bamboo tube filled with water exploded, sending water and bamboo fragments flying everywhere. Nearby, a boy was so frightened that he fell to the ground, a shard of bamboo cutting a gash on his back. The women's area immediately went into chaos. Some screamed while others tried to flee. Ying grabbed the girl at the front, her voice urgent and cold. Everyone crouched down by the cliff. Anyone who dares to run will not need the savages to kill you. I'll throw you out myself tonight. Her usual gentleness vanished in that moment. Her mature and beautiful face was illuminated pale by the firelight, but her gaze was frighteningly stern. A few girls on the verge of collapse finally huddled down towards the cliff under her shout. Lin Muxue stood guard at the entrance of the women's area with a poisonous spear, her face also pale, but she did not step back. She glanced at Feng above, biting her lip. Mom, keep an eye on the inside. Ying did not look back. You guard the gate, don't be reckless. As the mother and daughter concluded their brief exchange, they maintained their respective positions. There were no tears, no embracing to waste time. Feng's peripheral vision caught this scene, and he steadied the bow in his hand. This was the reason he dared to stand at the forefront. In the camp, not everyone was useless. By the edge of the pit, the savage dragging the corpse had already grabbed the arm of its companion. It was immensely strong. With a hard tug, the savage, pierced by the poisonous spikes, surprisingly moved up half a foot. The bamboo spikes pulled from its flesh, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache. The savage in the pit howled in agony. It was not dead yet, but the more it struggled, the faster it lost the poison. Feng certainly would not let it succeed. After digging the pit for a whole day, he finally trapped one, and if it got rescued, he would lose face. Feng raised the third arrow. This time he aimed for the eye side of the savage dragging the corpse. However, that savage was very cunning, half of its face hiding behind its companion's body, exposing only a hand and shoulder. Feng did not get greedy. The arrowhead sank. Buzz! The poisoned arrow pierced into its wrist. Not a shallow stab, but rather it went in beside the wrist bone. The arrowhead lodged with poisonous sap and would shards directly into the muscle. The savage winced in pain and released its grip. The companion in the pit lost its pulling force and fell heavily back onto the poisonous spikes. Puff! Several bamboo spikes jutted out from its back. The scream abruptly stopped, leaving only the sound of wind escaping from its throat. The corpse-dragging wild man erupted in fury, raising his head to fixate on Feng from high above. That gaze resembled neither that of a human nor a beast, but more like a being that had etched hatred into the very marrow of its bones. Feng met its gaze, slowly knocking the next arrow. What are you looking at? His voice was not loud. Next it will be your turn. This sentence was incomprehensible. However, the tone was understood by the wild man. It bared its blood-stained teeth suddenly, seizing a broken piece of wood at the edge of the pit, and hurled it toward the high stone where Feng stood. The broken wood whistled through the air, crashing violently against the stone below. Debris exploded with several wooden splinters flying past Feng's calves. Su Jiao flinched in fear, instinctively wanting to pull Feng away. Yet Feng remained unperturbed. Arrow! Su Jiao was taken aback and quickly handed one over. Her fingertips trembled, and when they touched Feng's palm, she realized his hand was burning hot, not from panic, but from blood burning. Another wild man had already started dismantling the outer diagonal stakes across the pit. It no longer swung the bone club wildly, but instead grasped two of the slanted wooden stakes, exerting force with both arms. The stakes were deeply embedded in the mud, bound by vines. Yet in its grip, the entire barricade emitted a chilling groan. Creak, creak, the earth began. The vines snapped. Wang Hao's expression changed instantly. Feng Gu. It's pulling out the stakes. Once the outer diagonal stakes were uprooted, the wild man behind could approach the wooden barricade. No need to smash. Just dismantle it directly. This was more troublesome than going mad and striking wildly. Feng readied his bow. One of the wild man's ankles was pierced by an arrow, and its palm bore a wound, yet it still retained its strength. It wasn't trying to kill. It was clearing a path. This indicated they were learning quickly. The chill in Feng's eyes deepened. Zhangchang Chu Jia. Stone smash its hands. Zhangchang's legs were still weak, but upon hearing the command, he picked up a stone from the ground. I'll smash you to death, you big monkey. Chu Jia also picked up a stone, cursing fiercely, his arm trembling more than anyone else's. Don't aim for the face. Aiming for the face won't help. Smash its hands. Smash its hands. The two, along with several boys, hurled stones from behind the barricade. Their aim was poor. Most struck the wooden stakes and the muddy ground. However, two stones hit the wild man's arm. The wild man, with its tough skin, merely paused for a moment. But that was enough. Feng waited for the moment. It exerted force with its arm, its shoulder tensed before lowering the arrow tip by half an inch. The fourth arrow was released. The poisoned arrow shot past the torch and plunged viciously into the wild man's armpit. That area was pulled open due to the act of uprooting the stakes. The flesh there was not as thick as that on its chest. The arrowhead had not penetrated deeply. The wild man's movements finally ceased entirely. It lowered its head to glance at the arrow in its armpit, a guttural roar escaping its throat. The next moment, instead of retreating, it suddenly yanked out the half-loosened diagonal wooden stake. Retreat! Feng shouted sharply. The wooden stake was swept towards him like a spear. Several bamboo spikes on the outer side were snapped, and the broken pieces flew into the camp. A boy slow to react was struck by a bamboo shard on the shoulder, screaming as he rolled down. Li Ming rushed over, dragging his ankle back. Wang Hao grabbed another person who tried to stand and run. Get down. Everyone get down. Don't block Feng Gu from shooting. Outside the camp, the wild man staggered forward, wielding the uprooted wooden stake. The poisoned arrow in its ankle was still there. With every step, its knee distinctly sank. The poison was beginning to take effect, but it wasn't fast enough. Feng advanced instead of retreating, standing at the edge of the high stone, his whole being almost exposed to the firelight. Ying suddenly looked up. Xiao foamed. Feng didn't turn back. He needed an angle that could pierce the side of the throat. The wild man raised the wooden stake, preparing to smash it down onto the high stone. Feng inhaled deeply. The nameless breathing technique rolled through his chest, while the surrounding sounds seemed to be compressed. The flames flickered. The wooden stake descended. The wild man looked up. Its thick neck formed a brief arc in the firelight. Now, the fifth arrow was released. This arrow was extremely heavy. Feng pulled back until his fingers turned white, the arrow shaft emitting a faint popping sound at the moment of release. The poisoned arrow drilled into the wild man's jaw, skewering into the side of its throat. The arrow's tail trembled violently. The wild man's roar changed suddenly, like a windbox being strangled. The wooden stake it had raised missed the high stone, instead crashing down heavily on the adjacent muddy ground. Boom! Mud and water splattered on Nie Feng's body. He stood in place, already knocking the sixth arrow. The wild man clutched its neck, stumbling backward. It tried to retreat back beyond the pit, but the arrow in its ankle prevented it from crossing the trench smoothly. When its front foot stepped onto the edge of the pit, its knee buckled, and half its body slammed against the collapsed wall. Several exposed poisonous bamboo spikes cut into its side. It did not fall in. However, with that collision, the arrow in its throat was pushed inward another half-inch. Black blood sprayed from between its fingers. It swayed twice before crashing down. Its knee struck the muddy ground, producing a dull thud. Zhang Chong lay on the ground, watching the creature topple, slowly mouth agape for a long time before finally managing to utter Feng Go. Amazing. Chu Jie swallowed hard, cold sweat covering his face. Your praise lacks culture. After finishing, he added another phrase. But that's all I want to say. No one laughed, because there were still two left outside the pit. One had an arrow in its wrist, having failed to drag away a corpse. The other stone-throwing wild man lifted another stone. They did not charge forward again. They had seen the pit. They had seen the poisoned arrows. They also saw Nie Feng. The stone-throwing wild man raised the stone high, but did not smash it immediately. It glanced at its fallen companion by the pit, then at the human with the bow high above. Then it let out a low, peculiar howl. That sound was different from the earlier roar. Longer, sharper, like some signal. It pierced deeper into the woods. Nie Feng's expression shifted slightly. It's calling for help. Wang Hao felt a chill run down his spine. Should we chase? Nie Feng had already loosened his bowstring. The sixth arrow was shot. The stone-throwing wild man dodged slightly, but still got nicked on the shoulder by the arrow, causing black blood to spurt. It did not throw stones again. It grabbed its injured companion and turned to flee. Two large black figures darted into the forest, trampling shrubs and shattering branches, disappearing in the blink of an eye into the areas where the firelight did not reach. Nie Feng did not order a pursuit. No one dared to chase. The midnight jungle appeared to open its jaws wide, swallowing those two creatures whole. Only the pit outside the camp, two wild corpses, the ground littered with broken wood and bamboo, and a nauseatingly strong smell of blood remained. When the wind blew, the torch flickered. Many people only then realized their backs were already soaked. Some knelt on the ground, dry heaving. Others held their heads, their teeth chattering. Some stared blankly at the fallen wild man's corpse at the pit's edge. This was not just the footprint seen from afar during the day, nor merely hearing Nie Feng mention that monsters would come. This was the reality that they had truly stood at the camp's gate, truly crossed the pit, and truly almost breached their defenses. Ying stepped out from the women's area. She first glanced at the injured, then looked at Wang Hao. Drag the injured to the fire, rinse the wounds with clean water, and apply cloth to stop the bleeding. Wang Hao nodded immediately. Listen to Sister Yin. Hurry. Lin Muxue still held the poisoned spear, her fingers stiff. It was only when Nie Feng descended from the high stone that she finally breathed a sigh of relief. She walked over, wanting to say something, but in the end only asked quietly, "Did you get cut by the wooden splinters on your leg?" Nie Feng glanced down. There was a shallow cut on the outer side of his calf, oozing blood. "It's nothing." Lin Muxue did not argue with him, directly tearing off a clean cloth, squatting down to wrap it for him. Su Jiao stood to the side, still holding the arrow bundle. She had just handed arrows until her fingers went numb, and now seeing Lin Muxue squatting in front of Nie Feng, her gaze flickered, but she did not dare to interrupt. Ying shot her a glance. "Put the arrows away, don't let anyone mess with the poisoned arrows." Su Jiao immediately regained her focus. "I know." She carried the arrow bundle towards the fire, her steps a little unsteady, yet she appeared more serious after the earlier chaos, shedding some of her usual charm. Nie Feng approached the edge of the pit. The first wild man he shot down was completely still. The second wild man lay beyond the pit's edge, an arrow still lodged in its throat. Two massive corpses lay across the camp, resembling small hills. One was killed in the trench, while the poison arrow and barricade dragged down the other. However, Nie Feng's face bore no sense of relief after victory. Chu Jie leaned closer, whispering, "Feng, good tonight counts as a win, right?" Nie Feng gazed at the dark forest. "It counts." As soon as Chu Jie felt relieved, Nie Feng added, "But the pit is compromised." Several boys' expressions stiffened. Nie Feng kicked at the collapsed edge of the pit with his toe. "They've already seen the width of it. Next time they come, this trench will only slow them down half a step. What should we do? Keep digging it wider." "Dig." Nie Feng turned to the crowd, his voice low, yet pressing, making everyone feel the weight of his gaze. "But not tonight. Tonight no one is allowed to sleep deeply. Wang Hao, take 2 people to guard the eastern side. Li Ming, watch the water pipe. Zhang Chong, Chu Jie, you two don't hide, guard the outer circle with me." Zhang Chong's face fell. Chu Jie instinctively wanted to complain, but swallowed his words upon seeing the 2 corpses at the pit's edge. Nie Feng looked at Ying. "The women's area is up to you." Ying nodded. "I'll keep watch." Lin Muxue tightened her grip on the poisoned spear. "I'll watch too." Feng glanced at her, not persuading her to go back to sleep. It was meaningless to say such things now. He only reached out, gently pressing on her shoulder. Stand where I can see you. Lin Mukshu's eyes slightly warmed, and without saying anything she nodded. The camp began to move again. Torches were replenished. The injured were dragged to the inner side for bandaging. Broken bamboo spikes were temporarily cleared. No one dared to complain about being tired anymore. Because everyone knew the two wild men that had retreated were not terrified. They had gone back into the woods, back to deeper places, taking all the firelight pits, poisoned arrows, and the presence of Feng. The night wind blew and the smell of blood spread along the ground. From deep within the forest, a distant howl could be faintly heard, deep and prolonged, like some slumbering entity that had been thoroughly awakened by tonight's bloody battle. Before dawn, no one truly slept. The torches burned shorter one by one. The night wind blew out from the forest, carrying a mingled scent of wet earth, dark blood, and charred wood. Behind the barbed wire, Zhang Chong sat on the ground with a poisoned spear in hand, his eyelids drooping several times before he forced himself awake. Chu Jia was in an even worse state. He protested with his mouth, but his body was honest. Leaning against a wooden post, he sat through half the night, his hand never daring to let go of the stone. Every time a rustle came from deep in the woods, he felt as if a needle had pricked beneath him. Wang Hao and Li Ming changed the torches twice. Ying's side was also calm. The women were pressed against the cliff base, with the injured receiving simple bandaging and water being redistributed. The chaotic panic from last night, which had nearly collapsed, was instead crushed into silence by exhaustion as the night wore on. Feng remained standing on the outer circle. The heavy cypress bough had not left his hands. The wound on his calf had been bandaged by Lin Mushu with a cloth already darkened by blood. Yet he did not sit down until a grayish-white hue appeared on the distant sea surface and the darkness in the woods retreated a layer. He finally exhaled slowly. The day has dawned. With those 3 words, several people in the camp seemed to have their bones instantly extracted, collapsing directly to the ground. Zhang Chong leaned back against the post, forcing a dry laugh from his throat. We survived until morning. Chu Jia wiped his face, his palms drenched in cold sweat. I used to think staying up all night playing games was toughing it out. Now I realize staying overnight in an internet cafe is truly a form of self-care. No one could manage, but this comment cracked the tense atmosphere that had held for an entire night. Feng did not let everyone rest immediately. He pointed to the outer circle. Wang Hao, Li Ming, take 4 people to clear the broken bamboo and debris. The injured stay by the fire. Others do not approach the corpses. Anyone who touches carelessly will bear the consequences themselves. Wang Hao immediately stood up. Did you hear? Stop pretending to be heroes. Whoever got scratched by bamboo yesterday, go to Yin Jia to change the cloth. He spoke far more firmly than before. It wasn't just about raising his voice. He had truly faced a life-or-death situation alongside Feng last night. The boys began to move. Some had weak legs, some had trembling hands, but no one dared to dawdle anymore. Outside, 2 corpses of wild men lay across the muddy ground. One was in a pit deformed from being pierced by poisonous bamboo. The other lay outside the pit, an arrow lodged in its throat, its massive hand still tightly gripping a half-extracted sharp wooden stake. As the morning light shone upon them, everyone finally saw just how large they truly were. Last night, viewed through the firelight, they appeared terrifying. Now seen up close, that oppressive feeling became more tangible. They were not the legendary monsters. They were flesh and blood beasts that could bleed, be injured, and die. Yet it was precisely this that made them even more frightening. Such large creatures could stealthily approach the camp in the forest. Zhang Chong stood 3 meters from the edge of the pit, his throat swallowing hard. Brother Feng, this thing must weigh at least 300 pounds, right? Feng glanced over. More than that. He picked up a long wooden spear, first pushing aside the animal fur and mud next to the neck of the second wild man. The skin of the corpse was rough dark brown, smeared with a thick layer of mud and ash. That wasn't dirt. It was deliberately applied. Feng scraped a bit of the gray mud off with the tip of the spear and brought it to his nose. A pungent grassy smell hit him. Mixed within was some kind of resin. No wonder this thing could get so close last night. They not only knew how to avoid firelight, but also how to mask their scent. Wang Hao's expression darkened. They weren't just charging in blindly. Feng nodded. The first one last night was driven into the pit by rage. Once they see clearly, this pit won't stop them. The width of the pit was fully exposed. The pit walls were collapsed when the first wild man struggled, and the edges were marked with huge finger impressions. The ground still showed the footprints left by the second wild man as it crossed over. The front foot was deeply embedded in the wet mud, while the back foot dragged a long mark outside the pit. The stride was enormous. It was as if it had taken a step over the death trap. Zhang Chong looked at the footprint. The slight excitement that had just risen was crushed back down. So we dug all day and only killed one. Chu Jia twitched his mouth. Is that not enough? You go try killing one with your bare hands. Zhang Chong glared at him. That's not what I meant. Feng did not let them continue arguing. The pit wasn't dug for nothing. He pointed at the footprint in the landing pit. It can't stop the wild men, but it can force them to step in a certain way, making their landing points fixed. Next time the defense line won't rely on the pit to kill. It's behind the pit. Wang Hao reacted the fastest. Do we create traps behind the landing points they cross? Feng glanced at him. Exactly. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. He wasn't clever enough to design traps himself, but he was strong in execution. Once Feng mentioned the key, he immediately grasped its usefulness. You stay at the camp today. Feng pointed at the muddy ground behind the pit. Don't exhaust everyone digging a big pit. First, don't fill in the collapsed pit and leave it as a drainage ditch. Second, dig shallow pits in the landing area behind the pit. They don't need to be deep. Half a foot will suffice. Insert short spikes inside and cover them with thin grass. Third, angle the spikes on both sides in the opposite direction. I don't aim to block them, but specifically target their first step after crossing over. Wang Hao wasted no time nodding directly. Understood. Chu Jie was momentarily stunned. Wait, is a half-foot shallow pit useful? Won't that just get flattened if it steps on it? If it walks normally, then no, it won't work. But if it lands awkwardly after crossing the ditch, its ankle will strain, and if it steps into a half-foot pit, that will be enough for me to shoot a second arrow. Chu Jie fell silent. This was the difference. He saw it as digging deeper to kill it. Feng saw it as just making its body shift slightly. A slight shift could be fatal. Ying walked over from the women's area, holding a bamboo tube. Drink some water first. She handed the tube to Feng and glanced at the wild man's corpse on the ground. Her complexion was somewhat pale, but her gaze did not waver. Two injured, one with a scratch on the back, another with a shoulder wound, both not deep. The few girls who were terrified last night have been calmed down, and for now won't cause chaos. Feng took a sip of water. Thank you for your hard work. Ying did not behave as she used to, neither sulking nor softening her words. She simply lowered her voice. Are you really going out? Feng nodded. Those two things went back. They will bring back more things. Waiting here will only make us more passive. Ying tightened her grip on the bamboo tube. She wanted to persuade him, but the words that came to her lips were swallowed back. Last night, she had witnessed it with her own eyes. They were not ordinary beasts. They could see, learn, retreat, and send warnings. No matter how fortified the camp became, if they didn't know where the enemy came from or how many there were, everyone would eventually be trapped and die. Who will you bring? Wang Hao will stay to manage the camp. Feng turned to look at the few people clearing wooden spikes in the outer circle. I will take Li Ming, Zhang Chong, and Chu Jie. Zhang Chong had just lifted a broken log when he heard his name and froze in mid-motion. Me. Chu Jie nearly jumped up. Wait, why am I included? Feng looked at him. You weren't very courageous last night, but you didn't run away. Chu Jie's expression of resistance stiffened. The complaints he had prepared were suddenly stuck in his throat. Feng added, you may be talkative, but your eyes are sharp. Once we are outside, you won't need to charge ahead. Just watch the sides and shout if you notice something wrong. Chu Jie opened his mouth. This task didn't sound heroic, but it also meant he wasn't being treated as useless. He fell silent for 2 seconds, stubbornly snorting. Fine, since the organization needs my kind of intellectual talent. Zhang Chong immediately rolled his eyes. You can forget it, and don't wet yourself when you see wild man footprints later. Zhang Chong, you bastard. Just as the two began to curse, Feng shot them a look. The noise immediately ceased. Lin Muxue emerged from the inner camp. She also held a poisoned spear, her hair simply tied back with faint dark circles under her eyes. Clearly she hadn't slept all night. I will go too. Feng looked at her. Lin Muxue did not back down. I won't drag you down. I know. Feng's tone was very calm. But today isn't about fighting, it's about finding the way. He pointed to the camp. After I go out, someone needs to help Aunt Yin keep the women under control. After last night's battle, many will be unsettled. Some will be scared, some will want to escape, and some will think that as long as they stick close to me, they'll have a better chance of survival. Aunt Yin manages the rules. You need to guard the inner camp. While you're here, they won't dare to act up. Lin Muxue fell silent for a moment. She understood Feng's meaning. It wasn't that he didn't want to take her. It was that the camp needed someone capable of keeping the younger girls in check. Ying could manage the overall situation, but some words, some glances, and certain undercurrents among women needed her to block. She glanced at Su Jiao. Su Jiao stood nearby holding a quiver, her eyes slightly moving, but she did not shy away. Lin Muxue said coldly, don't just pass arrows around. Su Jiao pursed her lips. This time she didn't retort. I understand. Feng looked at Su Jiao. You didn't drop the ball last night. Today you are in charge of the poisoned arrows. Count the quantity, separate the broken arrows, and don't let anyone mess with the arrowheads. Also take 2 girls and handle the leftover cloth strips, dirty water, and broken bamboo pieces used last night. Su Jiao's eyes brightened, and she nodded immediately. All right. This was neither favoritism nor bias. But this was the position Feng gave her. To stand firm in this camp, one must be useful. Lin Muxue glanced at Nie Feng and did not insist any longer. She handed the poisoned spear to Li Ming. Take this. Li Ming was taken aback for a moment, but quickly accepted it. Thank you, Lin Jie. Lin Muxue's voice was cold. This isn't for you to show off. If something seems wrong, remember to protect brother Nie. Li Ming tightened his grip on the poisoned spear, nodding seriously. I understand. Chu Jie gazed at the poisonous spear, swallowing hard. Sister Lin, what about me? Lin Muxue shot him a glance. Your mouth is your strongest weapon. Zhang Chong nearly laughed aloud, but stifled it. After a simple meal of grilled fish and wild boar jerky, Nie Feng did not linger. He checked his gear. A heavy jiwood bow, a quiver of poisoned arrows, a fire axe, a stone knife at his waist, a small bamboo tube of clean water. Li Ming carried a short spear and rope. Zhang Chong had a bundle of spare wooden spears on his back with a stone axe hanging from his waist. Chu Jie held a spear, claiming to be the observer, but his palms were slick with sweat. Before leaving the camp, Nie Feng paused at the entrance. Ying stood behind him, readying the cloth strip on his calf. Her movements were gentle. Unlike the usual close proximity filled with ambiguity this time, she had no unnecessary gestures. She only hesitated for a moment while tying the knot. Be careful. Nie Feng glanced down at her. I will come back. Ying lifted her gaze. You said that. Nie Feng smiled lightly. That means my credibility is decent. Ying felt a mix of annoyance and amusement at his nonchalant words. In the end, she merely raised her hand to pat him once. Don't overexert yourself. Lin Muxue, standing nearby, did not intervene. Once Ying stepped back, she approached. She did not embrace him, nor did she utter any words that might be distressing. She simply pressed a small sharpened bone shard into Nie Feng's palm. It had been removed from the broken bone ornament last night, its edges smoothed by her, suitable for use as a spare blade. Take it with you. Nie Feng glanced at her. Did you sharpen it? Lin Muxue affirmed with a slight nod. Her gaze was somewhat stubborn. If you don't take me with you, I have to do something useful. Nie Feng tucked the bone shard into his waist. It's useful. Lin Muxue's lips twitched slightly before she quickly suppressed it. Su Jiao stood a bit further away, watching this scene, without daring to step forward. She simply tightened her grip on the quiver, her voice lower than usual. I will keep an eye on the arrows. Nie Feng nodded. Don't let anyone slack off. Su Jiao's eyes brightened. The wooden door was opened just a crack. The smell of blood outside was even stronger. Nie Feng stepped out first. Stepping onto the muddy ground stained with black blood from last night, it made a slight wet sound. Zhang Chong followed closely behind, muttering curses to bolster his courage. Chu Jie walked out third, turning back to glance at the camp, as if fearing the door would suddenly close. Li Ming was the last to exit, securing the door again. Nie Feng did not walk directly beside the dead bodies of the wild men. Instead, he circled to the outer edge of the pit to examine the direction the two wild men retreated last night. There were clear blood spots on the ground. One deep, one shallow. The one shot in the wrist left denser blood, while the one hit by the stone had only a scrape with sparser blood stains. The footprints were large. However, the deeper they went into the forest, the more chaotic the traces became. The two creatures did not retreat in a straight line, but deliberately trampled bushes and avoided the wet mud, as if trying to confuse their pursuers. Zhang Chong felt his scalp numbing. Can they hide their footprints? Nie Feng brushed aside a section of crushed fern leaves. A drop of undried black blood was on the back of the leaf. They can. Chu Jie's face turned even grimmer. Shouldn't we avoid going too deep? It's not that I'm afraid, I just think we shouldn't underestimate them strategically. Nie Feng did not turn around. We won't enter the deep forest today. Chu Jie sighed in relief. But Nie Feng followed up immediately. We'll just ascertain their initial retreat route. Find out which direction they came from, where they stopped, and where they observed the camp. Then come back. Chu Jie nodded immediately. This plan is quite mature. Zhang Chong couldn't be bothered to respond. The four of them followed the blood trail into the forest. The morning light was fragmented by the treetops falling upon the damp ground. The woods that had appeared as a black giant maw last night felt oppressive even in daylight. Broken branches, mud prints, and bent bushes stretched northeast. After walking about 100 meters, Nie Feng stopped. He raised his hand, signaling the three to crouch. Up ahead, beside a thick tree, there were obvious signs of a stop in the muddy ground. Two gigantic footprints were deeply embedded. Nearby were several scratch marks where fingers had clawed at the bark. A tuft of dark brown animal hair hung from the trunk. Lower down, there was a patch of gray mud that had been scraped away. Nie Feng reached out to touch it. It was still damp. They had lingered here last night, perhaps to see if anyone was pursuing from behind. The four followed the blood trail northeast. At first, they could still see the cut bushes around the camp with shallow traces of dragged wood and moved bamboo on the ground. However, once they stepped out of that familiar area, the forest quickly turned unfamiliar. The treetops pressed, lower vines layered upon each other, and the decaying leaves underfoot squished into the damp, cold mud, threatening to overflow their shoes. They had already surpassed the range where they usually fetched water, gathered firewood, and set up defenses. Feng did not hastily quicken his pace. Every dozen steps, he stopped to check the blood spots, broken branches, and trampled grass. Zhang Chang's back was growing wetter with sweat. Brother Feng, are we still going deeper? Feng brushed aside a section of crushed fern leaves. On the back of the leaf, a drop of black blood was already half-dried, darkening in color. Let's go a bit further. Chu Jie's face was grim, his grip on the spear tightening. Right now I feel that the word further is particularly ominous. No one responded to him. After walking for nearly half an hour, the trees ahead suddenly thinned out. It was not a natural clearing. It resembled a place where something frequently passed through, trampling the bushes and weeds flat. Feng raised his hand. The three behind him immediately stopped. In the center of the clearing stood 3 rough wooden stakes. Shells, animal bones, hair, and several pieces of darkened bones hung from the stakes. Under one of the stakes lay a scrap of torn cloth. On the edge of the cloth was a familiar orange reflective strip. It was from a life jacket. Beside the torn cloth in the mud, a blue hairpin was half buried. The plastic edges were already cracked, coated with dried mud and dark red blood stains. Chu Jie's lips moved, but no sound came out. The color drained from Zhang Chang's face. Li Ming gripped his poisoned spear, the veins on the back of his hand standing out. Feng did not approach immediately. He first examined the ground. There were large footprints of wild men around the stakes, as well as several very shallow and chaotic human footprints. Those footprints were not running away. They were being dragged inward. Feng crouched down, not rushing to touch the hairpin. He used the tip of his wooden spear to poke at the decaying leaves beside the footprints. In the mud there were 2 intermittent drag marks. The middle was deep, while the sides were shallow. It appeared as if someone had been pulled by the arm, dragged from this clearing deeper into the forest. Next to the drag marks, several fine scratches could still be seen on the muddy ground. They were made by fingernails. Zhang Chang swallowed hard. A person dragged away alive. Feng did not answer immediately. He used his wooden spear to pick up a piece of blood-stained debris. The blood had turned dark, dried on the leaf veins. Beside it was a half-torn piece of fabric, its fibers caught on a thorny vine, the edges looking fresh, unlike something that had been exposed to the elements for long. Li Ming's expression darkened. That's not from our camp. Chu Jie gripped his spear, his lips parched. Which means there are others who made it onto the island alive. Feng wrapped the blue hairpin in a leaf and tucked it into his waistband. At least they were alive once. His words silenced the 3 of them. The chirping of insects in the forest sounded exceptionally shrill at that moment. Feng didn't walk straight into the center of the clearing. Instead, he circled the 3 wooden stakes, his gaze sweeping over the footprints, bones, hanging shells, and animal fur on the ground. The knots on the stakes were crude, but not haphazard. Every bone hung on the same side, and the shells all faced the same direction. Feng gently nudged them with his wooden spear. The shells clinked together, producing a faint, crisp, and jarring sound. Chu Jie flinched in fright. Stop poking them, that sound is like summoning spirits. Feng withdrew his spear, his gaze growing darker. This thing was more than just a scare tactic. When the wind blew, it would sound. If a person or beast approached and touched the stakes, it would also sound. Totem, alarm, boundary. It could be all 3. Zhang Chang lowered his voice. Brother Feng, should we tear this thing down? No. Feng turned his head to look northeast. A narrow path was pressed through the shrubs there, with dried black blood sporadically hanging on the leaves and branches. If we tear it down, they'll know we were here. Zhang Chang immediately shut his mouth. Chu Jie took a half step back. So what now? Retreat. Feng's reply was decisive. Li Ming was stunned. We're not continuing the pursuit. Feng shot him a glance. You want the 4 of us to barge into the territory of a group of savages? Li Ming tightened his grip on the poisoned spear and said no more. Zhang Chang didn't act tough this time either. The 2 corpses from last night still lay outside the camp. They had barely managed to kill 2 savages using Pitt's poisoned arrows, firelight, and their defensive line. Now deep in the forest without barricades or a campfire behind them, if they encountered the savages, they might not even be able to escape. Chu Jie nodded immediately. I agree with the retreat. He paused and added, it's not that I'm scared, but we've already gathered the intelligence. Going further would just be reckless. Feng ignored him. He pulled a stone knife from his waist and carved a very shallow mark on the back of a nearby tree root. The mark was low and angled. Unless someone looked closely, they would never find it. Then he used his wooden spear to slightly scuff their own footprints, not cleaning them completely, just erasing the most obvious signs of their retreat. Zhang Chang watched his actions and couldn't help asking, Brother Feng, is this useful? Not much. Feng stood up. But every little bit helps. He took one last look at the piece of life jacket fabric. The orange reflective strip stood out starkly in the gloomy clearing. Like a remnant of light from the civilized world hung beneath the savage's wooden stake. Let's go. The 4 of them retreated along the same path. This time no one said a word. Li Ming walked behind, Feng his poisoned spear held at a diagonal angle. Zhang Chang was responsible for watching the left side. Chu Jie was assigned to watch the right side. His expression was grim, but his eyes were constantly moving, no longer just relying on his tough talk. After retreating for over 10 minutes, Feng suddenly stopped. The three behind him immediately crouched low. In the thicket ahead, a leaf swayed gently. Zhang Chang raised his wooden spear, holding his breath. The next moment, a small grayish-brown beast darted out from the grass, fleeing in fright towards the other side. Chu Jie had just begun to relax. But Feng didn't stand up immediately. He looked at the direction the beast had fled, then down at his feet. On the muddy ground, there was a fresh, shallow pit. It looked like something had stepped there recently. Not a small beast. Too big. But it wasn't the footprint of the three-turtle savage from last night either. This footprint was narrower with longer toes, and the impression was shallower. Zhang Chang saw it too, his face changing color. There are smaller ones. Feng crouched down, measuring the width of the footprint with 2 fingers. Not necessarily smaller. He looked into the depths of the forest, his voice very low. Just maybe lighter. Chu Jie's scalp tingled. So besides the giant ones from last night, there are other kinds. Feng didn't answer. He stood up, his fingers resting on the bowstring. Speed up. This time the 4 of them didn't stop again. They retreated all the way back, following the hidden markers they had left on the way in. Only when they saw the muddy ground outside the camp stained with black blood did Zhang Chang finally let out a heavy breath. We're back. Behind the wooden gate, Wang Hao was the first to poke his head out. Brother Feng. He didn't open the door immediately. Instead, he first checked behind Feng. Only after confirming it was just the 4 of them with nothing following did he pull the door open a crack. Feng cast a glance at him for this action. Wang Hao felt a bit nervous under the scrutiny. I was afraid something was following you. Good call. Feng stepped into the camp. Wang Hao visibly relaxed. Ying, Lin Muxue, and Su Jiao all came over. Ying checked the people first. Seeing that none of the 4 were injured, her tense shoulders relaxed a little. Lin Muxue noticed that the bandage on Feng's calf had stopped seeping blood, and her expression softened as well. Feng took out the leaf-wrapped hairpin and the half-piece of life jacket fabric. As soon as he placed the items on the wooden board, the surrounding area fell silent. Ying's expression shifted slightly. A life jacket. Lin Muxue picked up the blue hairpin, her fingertips tightening slightly. It's a girl's. Su Jiao bit her lip. She was usually the best at reading people, but at this moment, she didn't utter a single witty remark. Feng picked up a piece of charcoal and began to sketch a simple route on the ground. The camp. The direction of the savages' retreat last night. The midway stopping point. The totem clearing. Further northeast, the deeper forest. We only scouted up to here today. He tapped the charcoal on the location of the totem. There are wooden stakes, animal bones, human bones, pieces of life jacket, and human footprints being dragged inward. A wave of hushed gasps rose from the crowd. Someone instinctively shrank back towards the women's area. Others looked towards the forest, their faces pale. Feng didn't let the panic spread. He directly looked up at Wang Hao. Modify the defenses as I said this morning. Shallow spikes behind the pit's diagonal stakes on the sides, tripwires at the landing points. Don't try to do too much. First, reinforce the front line that was exposed last night. Wang Hao nodded. Understood. Feng then looked at Ying. Everyone will be split into 2 groups today. One group will work on the defenses. The other will prepare supplies for going out. Ying immediately followed up. Water-smoked meat, spare bandages, tinder rope, wooden spears. And hemostatic herbs, Lin Muxue. We also need to make new poisoned arrows. Su Jiao quickly spoke up. I've already inventoried the arrows. There are 17 intact ones left that we can use. She paused, looking at Feng. There's only half a bamboo tube of poisonous plant juice left. It's not enough for the next trip. Feng nodded. We'll replenish it this afternoon. A glimmer of light flashed in Su Jiao's eyes. She knew her efforts this time hadn't been in vain. Feng placed the blue hairpin back on the wooden board. There are other survivors on the island. And there are things more complex than the giant savages from last night. Feng returned to the camp, but did not go out immediately. The morning outing had been sufficient. They had found the path of the wild men and brought back traces of humanity, though venturing deeper into the wilderness would only risk their lives. Afternoon, the camp became busy again. Wang Hao led the boys to reinforce the outer perimeter with shallow spikes and snares. Li Ming followed behind, helping to carry wood. Zhang Chang and Chu Jie exchanged disdainful remarks, yet their hands did not stop working. The 2 corpses of the wild men from last night remained outside the camp, and anyone who glanced at them could work a bit faster. However, the atmosphere among the women was even more delicate than last night. Su Jiao squatted by the fire, soaking a sharpened bamboo arrow in the juice of